wasn't lost on anyone. Any parameters? Rodriguez's smile would have made a shark proud. They're professionals, sir. They'll demand ransom, try to negotiate, standard procedure for them. And for us, we don't negotiate with people who take our children. Tactical nuclear options are authorized. If they want to hide in a nebula, we'll make it their tomb. Within hours, the largest human fleet assembled since the Mars Rebellion moved with deadly purpose. Support ships carried enough firepower to glass a continent. Medical vessels prepared not for human casualties, but for recovering children. The galaxy was about to witness humanity's version of proportional response. On her flagship, the EDF Damascus, Rodriguez reviewed the manifest of taken children. Her eyes lingered on one name, Lisa Chen, David's daughter, the girl who'd been trained since birth for this possibility, a honey trap years in the making. Status of the quantum tracker? She asked her communications officer. Signal is strong, Commander. Lisa has activated it successfully. She's already mapping their base layout. Rodriguez nodded, pride mixing with anticipation. The pirates thought they had captured helpless children. Instead, they'd taken the next generation of humanity's defenders, kids raised on stories of past attacks, trained to be both victims and vengeance. Send word to all ships, she ordered. Operation Mama Bear is now active. Weapons free, no mercy. The Damascus's engines flared to life, leading an armada of retribution toward the Scarlet Nebula. Somewhere in that crimson cloud, Captain Vexathor was about to learn why some species were marked as do not engage in the galactic database. The Scarlet Nebula stretched before the human fleet like a wound in space. Massive clouds of crimson gas swirled and churned, concealing whatever lay within. To most species, it was the perfect hiding place. To humanity's enhanced sensors, it might as well have been clear glass. Multiple contacts, the Damascus's sensor officer called out. 15 small vessels, patrol formation. They're running dark. Commander Rodriguez watched the tactical display, noting the pirates' positioning. Amateur hour. They'd arranged their patrol ships in a predictable grid pattern, like pieces on a chessboard. Time to teach them how humans played chess. Launch Ghost Squadron, she ordered. Standard harassment protocol. 6 sleek fighters detached from the Damascus's belly, their stealth systems rendering them nearly invisible. The pilots were hand-picked veterans, each with more combat hours than most alien species had space travel time. Ghost lead to all pilots, Captain Jack Morrison's voice crackled through the comm. Remember, we're not here to win, we're here to make them panic. The fighters dove into the nebula, their enhanced sensors cutting through the interference. They found their first target within minutes, a small Corvette-class vessel serving as a patrol ship. The pirate ship never saw them coming. 2 precision strikes disabled its engines and communications. The crew barely had time to register the attack before Ghost Squadron vanished back into the crimson clouds. First target neutralized, Morrison reported, moving to second mark. Over the next hour, the scene repeated itself 4 more times. Each attack was precise, deliberate, and terrifying for the pirates. No demands, no warnings, just silent strikes from an unseen enemy. On the Damascus's bridge, Rodriguez watched the chaos unfold. The remaining patrol ships broke formation, clustering together like scared animals. Perfect. Launch Phase 2, she commanded. Let's show them what real fear looks like. The Damascus's main guns spoke. Concentrated plasma beams cut through the nebula, superheating the gas into brilliant patterns of light and energy. The shots went wide of the pirate vessels deliberately, but the message was clear: nowhere to hide. Incoming transmission, the comms officer announced. It's from their flagship. Put it through. Captain Vexathor's agitated face appeared on the main screen. His scales had lost their luster, his third eye twitching nervously. This is restricted space. You are violating... Captain Vexathor, Rodriguez cut him off, her voice colder than deep space. You have something that belongs to us. The children are unharmed. We can negotiate. A plasma beam sliced through one of his remaining patrol ships, cutting it in half. The explosion painted the nebula in shades of orange and blue. "I don't think you understand," Rodriguez continued as if nothing had happened. "This isn't a negotiation. This isn't even a battle. This is pest control." Ghost Squadron struck again, taking out 3 more ships in rapid succession. The remaining pirates broke ranks completely, fleeing in random directions. Several crashed into each other in their panic. "You're insane," Vexithor sputtered. "This response, it's disproportionate." Rodriguez leaned forward, her smile reminiscent of a wolf spotting wounded prey. "No, this is restrained. You took children. Children! If we were being disproportionate, this nebula would already be a supernova." As if to emphasize her point, the Damascus's targeting systems locked onto Vexithor's flagship. Not to fire, just to let him know they could. "You have 1 hour," Rodriguez declared. "Return the children, surrender your crew, and we'll let you live. Refuse, and we'll show you why humans are the only species in known space that still maintains dedicated warships. You wouldn't dare. The Galactic Council." Another patrol ship exploded, this time from a mine laid by Ghost Squadron during their earlier passes. "Check your database, Captain. Humans aren't signatories to the Galactic Council's conventions on proportional response. We made that very clear after the last time someone took our children." The transmission cut off abruptly. On the tactical display, the remaining pirate vessels scrambled into defensive positions around their hidden base. Their movements were panicked, uncoordinated. "Ghost Squadron, return to base," Rodriguez ordered. "Phase 1 complete." As the fighters docked, she studied the sensor readings from their passes. The pirates' base location was confirmed, their defenses mapped. Everything was proceeding exactly as planned. "Send word to the fleet," she commanded. "Begin Phase 3. Let's remind the galaxy why humanity's children are off limits." The holding cells in the pirate base weren't exactly 5-star accommodations, but they suited Lisa Chen's purposes perfectly. The 12-year-old sat cross-legged on her bunk, watching the guard rotation through half-closed eyes. 3 guards, changing every 4 hours. Predictable, boring, amateur. "Hey, weird lizard guy," Tommy Parker, age 8, called out to their current guard. "I need to use the bathroom again." The guard's scales rippled in annoyance. 4th bathroom trip this hour. They hadn't figured out yet that the kids were mapping their route to the facilities, counting steps, noting security checkpoints. "Again?" the guard grumbled, mandibles clicking. "This is why we should have taken Zentarian young. At least they only need waste disposal once per cycle." Lisa suppressed a smile. The guard's universal translator wasn't perfect. It had gaps. Gaps the children had already learned to exploit by speaking in playground slang that translated into gibberish. "Yo, Lisa," Jamie Roberts whispered from the next cell. "That totes yeet guard is being such a sussy, Barker." The guard's translator crackled, trying to make sense of the phrase. While he was distracted, 6-year-old Penny Wu slipped something from his belt pouch. The kids had turned pickpocketing into a game, seeing who could snag the most useful items. In her cell, Lisa continued working on the small pile of components they'd collected. A power cell here, a comm chip there. The pirates hadn't bothered to check their shoes, their hair clips, the seams of their clothes. Why would they? They were just children. "Status report," she whispered through the hidden comm network they'd established using stolen parts. "Section A, ready," came the reply from the boys' cell block. Ryan figured out their door codes. "Section B, halfway there," another voice responded. "But Sophie's got them convinced she's allergic to their food. They're bringing human rations from their supplies." "Section C, medical bay mapped," a third voice added. "They still think Kevin actually has space flu." Lisa nodded, pride swelling in her chest. New Eden Colony's children had been preparing for something like this their whole lives. Monthly drills, disguised as games, survival classes masked as summer camp. While their parents handled the obvious defense, the kids were the colony's secret weapon. A commotion outside drew her attention. Lieutenant Kraz was berating the guards, his serpentine body coiled in agitation. The humans are coming. They've destroyed half our patrol fleet. His voice carried through the supposedly soundproof cells. How? They're supposed to be primitive. Sir, one guard gestured to the cells. Should we move the prisoners deeper into the base? Lisa tensed. That wouldn't work with their plan. No time, Kraz hissed. Just increase the guard rotation and check all their cells. The captain thinks they might have some kind of tracking device. Too late, Lisa thought. They'd already distributed the tracker components among all the cells. Even if they found one, a dozen others would still be active. Hey, Snakeface, Tommy yelled again. Still need that bathroom break? Kraz whirled around, baring his fangs. Silence, you insignificant! His threat was cut short by alarms blaring throughout the base. The lights flickered, switching to emergency power. Lisa's quantum tracker pulsed against her ankle, acknowledging the signal. Mom and Dad were coming. Time for Phase 2. Ready to play pirates? She whispered to her fellow captives. 56 grins answered in the darkness. The real fun was about to begin. The Damascus broke through the nebula's crimson clouds like an ancient warship emerging from fog. Behind it, the combined might of 3 human fleets took formation. Ships of every size filled the void, from nimble corvettes to hulking dreadnoughts. All ships, battle stations, Commander Rodriguez's voice carried across all channels. Initiate Operation Bedtime Story. The first wave began with a symphony of missile launches. Hundreds of warheads streaked through space, their targeting systems linked to the quantum trackers. They weren't aimed at the pirate base. Instead, they detonated in precise patterns around it, their explosions igniting the nebula gases. A wall of fire rushed toward the hidden station. Inside the pirate base, Captain Vexathor watched in horror as his supposedly perfect hiding spot became a death trap. Raise all shields! Launch everything we have! Pirate fighters poured from concealed hangars, only to meet Ghost Squadron lying in wait. The resulting dogfight was less a battle and more an execution. Human pilots, trained since childhood in virtual combat pods, demonstrated why Earth considered fighter combat an art form. Ground team, you have your window, Rodriguez commanded. From the Damascus's launch bay, 3 sleek dropships detached. Their hulls were painted matte black, absorbing both light and sensor signals. Each carried a team of Special Forces operators, the best humanity had to offer. Thunder 1 through 3 on approach? Captain Marcus Chen's voice was steady as he led the insertion. Packages transmitting. Lisa's got them exactly where we want them. The dropships slipped through gaps in the pirate base's shield coverage, gaps mapped by the children's stolen tech. They landed on the outer hull, magnetic clamps engaging with barely a sound. Inside, Lisa Chen felt the subtle vibration. Places everyone, she whispered through the makeshift comm network. The show's about to start. Special Forces breached the hull at 3 points simultaneously. Thunder 1, led by Captain Chen, cut through the maintenance section. Thunder 2 dropped into the power distribution hub. Thunder 3 emerged right outside the command center. Contact, Chen reported calmly, his team engaging the first group of pirates. Human weapons, designed to penetrate any known armor, made quick work of the defenders. Moving to Junction 7. In orbit, the space battle reached its crescendo. The Damascus's main guns fired again, this time with surgical precision. The pirate base's external defenses crumbled under concentrated fire. Sir, a pirate officer screamed at Vexathor. They're inside the base, multiple breaches, and the prisoners, The power went out. Emergency lights kicked in, only to flicker and die. In the holding cells, 57 children moved with practiced coordination. Every lock that hadn't been picked was shorted out. Every guard who hadn't been pickpocketed found their weapons mysteriously malfunctioning. This is Thunder 1, Chen's voice crackled through the base's hijacked comm system. We're approaching Cell Block A. Lisa, status? His daughter's voice responded with professional clarity. Cell Block A secured, Dad. Tommy's team has control of their security station. Jamie's group is barricaded in the armory. Penny's little ones are safe in the maintenance shafts. You've got a clear path to the command center. The Special Forces teams converged on their target, encountering sporadic resistance. Most pirates were too busy trying to figure out how children had taken control of half their base.
Commander Rodriguez, Chen reported. We're outside the command center, ready to breach on your mark.
In orbit, Rodriguez watched the tactical display with satisfaction. The pirate fleet was in ruins, their base defenseless.
Both competing for this
Now for the coup de grace.
Ray Mancini and
Captain
Kim
Vexathor,
Duck. Both
she
Kim and
broadcast on
Ray
all
had impressive
frequencies.
records.
Your
Kim had
base is
17
infiltrated.
wins, 2 losses,
Your
and
ships
1
are destroyed.
tie, while Ray
Your shields
boasted
are
a
down.
25 win
But
and
I'm giving you
1 loss
one
record.
last
So
chance.
this championship
Surrender
fight,
now.
But he ended up collapsing.
The response
only
came in the
minutes
form of
after the
wild
bout was
plasma
over
fire from the
and
base's
entered a
remaining
coma,
weapons.
which he would never come
The
out.
shots went
Medical
wide, not
professionals
even coming
did
close to
attempt
the human
save Kim's
ships.
life. He did.
I guess that's a no, Rodriguez sighed. Thunder Team, execute breach. Ghost Squadron, begin attack run Omega. All ships, targeting solutions locked. Fire on my mark. The next 60 seconds demonstrated why humanity's militaries never downsized after achieving peace. Thunder Team breached the command center from 3 directions, their weapons firing with precise bursts. Ghost Squadron strafed the base's surface, destroying any remaining defense turrets. The combined human fleet launched a barrage that lit up the nebula like a new star being born. When the chaos cleared, Captain Vexathor found himself staring down the barrel of Captain Chen's rifle. Behind him, Thunder Team secured the room with mechanical efficiency. Through the command center's windows, he could see human ships surrounding his ruined base. "Congratulations," Chen said, his voice carrying the weight of a father whose child had been threatened. "You survived. Now, let me introduce you to something humans call consequences." Captain Vexathor knelt on the command center floor, surrounded by Thunder Team operators. His crew were either dead or captured. His mighty pirate empire had crumbled in hours, but something wasn't adding up. "How?" he demanded. "How did you find us so quickly?" Lisa Chen walked into the command center, still wearing her prison jumpsuit, now accessorized with a stolen pirate comm unit. Behind her, the other children emerged from various hiding spots, many carrying pirated weapons and tech. "Would you believe we've been practicing for this since kindergarten?" She grinned, giving her father a high five as she passed him. "Oh right, you probably don't know what kindergarten is." Captain Chen couldn't hide his proud smile. "You see, Vexathor, you didn't just attack any colony. You attacked New Eden, the colony that was founded specifically to bait pirates like you." "Impossible." Vexathor's third eye blinked rapidly. "The colony has only existed for 15 years. "Exactly." Commander Rodriguez strode in, her combat armor still smoking from the battle. 15 years ago, after the last attempted child snatching, Earth Command decided to set a trap. We needed to end this practice permanently. Lisa pulled up her sleeve, revealing a small scar. Every child in the colony has a quantum tracker. Not just any tracker, one specifically designed to work in nebula interference. Dad made sure of that when he designed the colony's security protocols. "You see," Captain Chen continued, "Lisa's not just my daughter, she's the prototype. The first of a new generation trained to turn kidnapping attempts into ambushes. Those monthly school drills, combat training, summer camp, survival courses, play dates, team tactical exercises." The other children had taken up positions around the room, mirroring the Special Forces operators with practiced precision. Tommy Parker was already hacking into the base's mainframe, his small fingers flying over the alien controls. "The best part," Lisa added, "you picked us because we looked helpless. Because human children are supposed to be soft, weak targets. You never wondered why a frontier colony had so many children in the first place." Vexathor's scales had turned pale. "The whole colony was a trap." "The whole colony," Rodriguez confirmed. "Every parent is either military or law enforcement. Every child is trained for exactly this scenario. We knew someone would eventually take the bait. We just had to wait." "But the ransom demands," Vexathor whispered. "Oh, those were never going to work," Lisa laughed. "We needed you to stall, to keep your fleet in place. While you were drafting demands, we were dismantling your base from the inside. Those bathroom breaks? Mapping your facility, The medical emergencies? Testing your response protocols? The stolen components? Building our own command and control network? A holographic display sprang to life, showing the full extent of the children's handiwork. Every system in the base had been compromised, every security measure mapped and countered. Consider this a lesson, Rodriguez declared, one that the galaxy desperately needed to learn. Human children aren't easy targets. They're not weak or helpless. They're the next generation of humanity's defenders, and you just gave them their final exam. Lisa stepped forward, meeting Vexathor's terrified gaze. By the way, we all passed with flying colors. Thanks for the practice run. Commander Rodriguez circled Captain Vexathor like a shark, sizing up wounded prey. The pirate leader had lost everything: his fleet, his base, his reputation. Now, surrounded by human forces and thoroughly outsmarted by children, he had one last card to play. "You know," he sneered, mandibles clicking, "there are others like me. This won't stop the practice. Children will always be valuable targets." Rodriguez stopped in front of him, her expression carved from stone. "That's exactly what we wanted you to think. Right up until this moment." She nodded to Lisa, who activated the base's long-range communications. The quantum broadcast reached every corner of known space. "This is Commander Rodriguez of the Earth Defense Force. To all pirates, slavers, and would-be kidnappers, you've just witnessed the complete destruction of the largest pirate fleet in the Andromeda Arm. Their mistake: they thought human children were easy targets." The children gathered behind her, standing tall and proud. Tommy still typing away at the controls, Penny organizing the younger ones, Jamie coordinating with the rescue teams. "Let me be clear," Rodriguez continued, her voice promising violence. "Every human colony is a trap. Every human child is a trained defender. Every attempted kidnapping will end like this one. Consider this your only warning." Vexathor lunged suddenly, a hidden blade extending from his scales. Before anyone else could react, Lisa swept his legs with a practiced move, and Tommy hit him with a stolen stun baton. The mighty pirate captain went down, taken out by two kids who hadn't even hit their teens. "Really?" Lisa sighed. "That was just embarrassing." The Damascus's medical teams arrived, checking each child despite their protest that they were fine. Parents would be arriving soon on fast transport ships, though many, like Captain Chen, were already there as part of the assault team. "Mission accomplished," Rodriguez declared, watching as Vexathor was led away in chains. "Let's go home." As the children boarded their rescue ships, many were already asking when they could do their next training exercise. After all, this had been way more fun than regular school. And somewhere in the galaxy, as the footage of the battle spread, a lot of pirates were hastily updating their target lists. At the top, in bold letters, "Never target human children."
The roaring blaze of alien sunlight filtered through the translucent walls of the veterinary dome on Trevon IV. Inside, Dr. Ethan Cole, a seasoned human veterinarian, carefully examined the chart for his next case. It was supposed to be a routine day, but a commotion outside suggested otherwise. The double doors hissed open as two towering Kormathi Rangers, their chitinous exoskeletons gleaming, burst into the room carrying a massive creature on a hover stretcher. The beast was unlike anything Ethan had ever seen. Nearly 5 meters long, its fur was a mosaic of iridescent blue and black, rippling with muscles beneath. Its 8 legs ended in razor-sharp claws, but the most alarming feature was its state. A patchwork of vicious gashes crisscrossed its body, oozing a thick golden ichor that stained the stretcher. "Human," one of the Kormathi snapped in a clipped tone, its mandibles clicking in agitation. "This is a Mazoran bearhound, apex predator, gravely injured during a territorial conflict. Our chief vet, Dr. Kalen, has deemed it beyond saving." Dr. Kalen, an esteemed alien veterinarian of the Lyrak species, followed the Rangers inside. His elongated frame seemed to glide as his pearlescent eyes locked onto Ethan. "The Mazoran is as good as dead. The wounds are extensive, the organs failing. I recommended euthanasia, but the Rangers insisted on one final attempt. Your attempt." Ethan pushed his chair back and approached the creature. The sheer size of the Mazoran was intimidating, even in its weakened state. Its labored breath sent vibrations through the floor. Ethan crouched, studying the creature's wounds. Bite marks, claw gouge.
The most amusing thing about humans, we always thought, was how adorably primitive they were. At least that's what we believed until that fateful day on Europa Station 7. Another broken artifact, I asked, watching my research assistant struggle with the ancient device. My antennae twitched with mild irritation, a habit I'd never managed to break in my 300 cycles as lead archaeologist for the Galactic Heritage Foundation. Professor Nix Valerian, that's me. The one who accidentally stumbled upon the greatest cover-up in galactic history. But let me start from the beginning, back when we still thought humans were the galaxy's cute little newcomers. Professor Valerian Lyra Starweaver called out, her bioluminescent spots pulsing with excitement. "You need to see this right now." I grumbled my way across the excavation site, my feet crunching through the perpetual frost of Europa's surface. The forgotten moon base stretched out before us, a relic we'd initially dismissed as just another abandoned human outpost. How wrong we were. "This better be worth interrupting my morning meditation, Lyra," I said, ducking under a partially collapsed doorway. "You know how grumpy I get without my daily dose of cosmic harmony." "Trust me, Professor. This changes everything we thought we knew about human history." I looked down at the artifact in Lyra's trembling hands. At first glance, it appeared to be a standard data storage device, the kind our civilizations had used about 10,000 years ago. Except there was one small problem. This was a human facility. And according to every historical record we had, humans had only achieved spaceflight a mere 500 years ago. "Well, that's inconvenient," I muttered, taking the device from Lyra. "Have you verified the dating?" 17 times, she replied, her spots now pulsing in a pattern that indicated extreme anxiety. "The quantum decay signature is unmistakable. This device is at least 12,000 years old." I laughed nervously. Clearly our equipment needs recalibration. Perhaps the Europa radiation is interfering with the readings, but even as I spoke those words, my scientific mind was already racing through the implications. The humans we'd encountered 5 centuries ago had seemed so charmingly primitive. Their first interstellar ships were practically held together with what they called duct tape, a fixing material that had become something of a running joke in galactic engineering circles. The Galactic Council had taken humanity under its wing, like a parent guiding a wobbly child's first steps. We shared our technology, our knowledge, our wisdom. And the humans? They smiled, thanked us profusely, and bumbled their way into the galactic community with what we thought was endearing clumsiness. Professor Lyra's voice interrupted my thoughts. "There's more." She led me deeper into the facility, past corridors that seemed to laugh at our assumptions. The architecture itself should have been our first clue. It was too perfect, too precise for what we believed to be early human engineering. We entered what appeared to be a control room. Holographic interfaces flickered to life as we approached, responding to our presence with a level of technological sophistication that shouldn't have existed in a 12,000-year-old facility. "Oh, those clever little monkeys," I whispered, watching as star charts materialized before us. The displays showed celestial bodies in positions that perfectly matched astronomical calculations for that distant era. This wasn't some elaborate hoax or malfunction. "Should we notify the council?" Lyra asked, her spots now a confused swirl of colors. I snorted, a very unprofessional sound that echoed through the ancient chamber. "And tell them what? That the supposedly young species we've been patronizing for 5 centuries might actually be older than our entire civilization." "Well, when you put it that way." Exactly. I started pacing, my antennae now twitching so violently they probably looked like dancing tentacles. "We need more evidence, hard evidence, the kind that even those stuffed robes on the council can't ignore." I picked up another artifact, turning it over in my hands. It was a simple thing, really. A mug preserved perfectly in the airless environment, with words printed on its side, "Humans were here first." Those smug little I couldn't even finish the sentence. 5 centuries of accepting our guidance with those pleasant, patient smiles. 5 centuries of "thank you so much, and we have so much to learn," And oh, how fascinating your technology is. Professor Lyra's voice had taken on a worried tone. Are you all right? Your scales are turning purple. Oh, I'm fine, I replied, carefully setting down the mug before I crushed it in my growing agitation. I'm just realizing that we might be the galaxy's longest-running joke. A soft beep drew our attention to one of the holographic displays. Text began scrolling across it in ancient human script, which I'd naturally learned to read as part of my archaeological studies. Welcome back to Europa Station 7, it read. We've been expecting you. That's impossible, Lyra whispered. This facility has been abandoned for millennia. I stared at the next words appearing on the screen and felt my professional skepticism crumbling by the second. The truth will come out when you're ready for it. For now, just remember sometimes the best way to teach someone is to let them think they're teaching you. Standing there in that ancient control room, surrounded by evidence that shattered everything we thought we knew about human history, I couldn't help but laugh. It was either that or scream. Because suddenly every interaction I'd ever had with humans needed to be reevaluated. Every patient nod as we explained advanced concepts to them. Every grateful smile as we shared our superior technology. Lyra, I said, watching more text appear on the screen, I believe we've just discovered that we're not the teachers we thought we were. Then what are we? The galaxy's most oblivious students. I shook my head, my antennae finally settling into an amused droop. And the humans? They might just be the most patient teachers in history. What do you mean you're denying our request for additional funding? I stood in Director Andromeda Thal's office, trying very hard not to let my scales shift to angry red. We found evidence that could rewrite galactic history. Director Thal looked up from her holo display with 3 of her 7 eyes, which was about as much attention as she usually spared for anyone below her rank. Professor Valerian, do you know how many grant requests I received claiming to rewrite galactic history? 17 this week alone. But we have proof. I projected the findings from Europa Station 7 onto her desk. The quantum dating is conclusive. The architectural precision is beyond anything humans should have been capable of 12,000 years ago. And look at these energy signatures. What I'm looking at, she interrupted, now deigning to use 4 eyes, is a waste of the Galactic Heritage Foundation's resources. Humans achieved spaceflight 500 years ago. This is established fact. Established propaganda, more likely, I muttered, then quickly added, with all due respect, Director. She finally gave me her full 7-eyed attention. Not a good sign. Professor Valerian, your work has always been eccentric, but this crosses into dangerous territory. The humans are our proteges, our students. Suggesting otherwise could destabilize centuries of peaceful cooperation. Truth tends to do that, I replied, my antennae twitching in barely contained frustration. Your request is denied. Stick to cataloging their early space stations and leave the conspiracy theories to the entertainment networks. I left her office feeling deflated but not defeated. In my 3 centuries of archaeological work, I'd learned that bureaucrats might control the funding, but they couldn't control curiosity, and mine was now burning hotter than a plasma drive. Back at the excavation site, Lyra greeted me with news that made my scales ripple with excitement despite my mood. We found more, Professor. An entire sealed chamber, untouched since the facility was abandoned. The chamber turned out to be a data archive, its walls lined with preservation units that hummed to life as we entered. Inside each unit, data crystals gleamed with stored information that had waited millennia to be discovered. How many of these can we decrypt, I asked, already mentally calculating how long we could continue working without official funding. That's the thing, Lyra said, her bioluminescent spots dancing with barely contained excitement. They're not encrypted. They're just waiting. I picked up one of the crystals, examining its perfectly preserved structure, almost like they were left here for us to find. Lyra finished. Exactly. I connected the crystal to our analysis equipment. Let's see what stories you've been keeping. The data streamed across our screens, showing images and text that couldn't possibly exist. Humans in advanced spacesuits that made our current technology look primitive, building outposts across the solar system. detailed maps of long-abandoned colonies on Mars, Venus, and dozens of moons. And most incredibly, records of their first encounters with other species, encounters that, according to official history, hadn't happened yet. "This can't be right," Lyra whispered. According to these records, humans had achieved interstellar travel before most of our species had discovered basic tool use. "The question is," I said, my scientific mind racing with possibilities, why did they hide it? And why leave evidence for us to find? Perhaps I can help answer that. We spun around to find a human standing in the doorway. She wore the simple environmental suit typical of human researchers, but something about her bearing made me suspect it wasn't her usual attire. Amanda Blackwood, she introduced herself with that characteristic human smile, the one I was starting to suspect meant far more than simple friendliness. "I'm a consultant with the Earth Historical Archives." "How did you get in here?" Lyra demanded, her spots pulsing with alarm. "The same way you did," Amanda replied, walking over to examine our equipment with what I now recognized as carefully crafted casualness. Though I've known about this facility quite a bit longer. "You knew?" I asked, my antennae quivering with a mix of excitement and apprehension. "About all of this?" "Professor Valérien," she said, turning to face me, "would you believe me if I told you that humanity has been waiting centuries for someone like you? Someone curious enough to look past the obvious, clever enough to piece together the clues, and..." She glanced at the denied funding request still displayed on my tablet, stubborn enough to persist when told to stop. "Why the deception?" I asked. "Why pretend to be technologically primitive?" Amanda's smile took on a hint of sadness. Imagine being the first spacefaring race, watching younger species emerge, make the same mistakes you did, fight the same wars, face the same crises. Would you immediately reveal your power and risk becoming the galaxy's rulers? Or would you choose a more subtle path? You chose to be students rather than teachers, I realized, remembering all those patient human faces in cultural exchange programs. We chose to let the galaxy develop without the shadow of an elder race hanging over it, Amanda corrected. To guide without controlling, to suggest without commanding. "And now?" Lyra asked. "Now," Amanda said, reaching for one of the data crystals, "it's time for the next phase. But we need help. We need allies who understand both the truth and why we hid it." She inserted the crystal into our equipment, and new data flooded the screens. Star charts showing thousands of worlds I'd never seen before, technical specifications that made my scientific mind spin, and lists of threats to galactic stability that made my scales pale. "Director Thal was right about one thing," Amanda said quietly. "This will destabilize everything. The question is, Professor Valérien, are you ready to help us ensure that destabilization leads to growth rather than chaos?" I looked at the data streaming before us, at Lyra's worried expression, at Amanda's knowing smile. 5 centuries of guided development, 12,000 years of hidden history. And now, standing in an ancient archive that had waited millennia for this moment, I had to make a choice. "Tell me everything," I said. Amanda's smile widened. "That's exactly what we hoped you'd say." The next few days passed in a blur of revelations that made my head spin. Amanda showed us evidence that would have made Director Thal's 7 eyes pop out of her head. Not that we could tell her. The politician in her would probably have us all arrested for galactic treason. "So let me get this straight," I said, examining a holographic display of Earth's true historical timeline. "Your people achieved faster than light travel before my species learned to make fire." "Actually," Amanda replied, swiping through more classified files, "we helped several species discover fire. Accidentally dropped a few torches here and there. Clumsy us." "You're joking," I stared at her. "Please tell me you're joking." Her only response was that infuriating human smile. Lyra burst into our makeshift command center, her spots pulsing with alarm. "Security teams. The director sent security teams to shut down our dig site." "Right on schedule," Amanda said calmly, not even looking up from her work. "Schedule?" I demanded. "You knew this would happen." "Professor Valérien, we've been playing this game for 12,000 years. Trust me, bureaucratic overreaction is always on schedule." Through the window, I could see the security vehicles approaching across Europa's icy surface. Their lights cut through the perpetual twilight like angry red eyes. "We need to protect the evidence," I said, reaching for the data crystals. "Oh, those," Amanda waved dismissively. "They're just copies. The originals were moved to safe storage centuries ago. We've been waiting for someone to find these particular ones for, about 70 years now." My antennae drooped in confusion. "You planned all of this?" "Not exactly. We planned multiple possibilities. You're actually Plan M. Plans A through L didn't work out quite as well." "What happened to those researchers?" "Became quite successful writers of speculative fiction, actually. Very creative theories." Before I could process that particular revelation, Director Thal's voice boomed through the facility's communication system. "Professor Nix Valérien, you are ordered to cease all unauthorized research activities immediately. Surrender any artifacts or data you have collected to the security teams." Amanda finally looked up from her work. "And that's my cue. Professor M.S. Starwaver, would you like to see why humans always seemed so fascinated by our transportation technology?" She pressed something on her wrist device, and the world shifted. One moment we were in the research facility, the next we were standing in what appeared to be a vast underground chamber filled with advanced technology that made our most sophisticated equipment look like children's toys. "Welcome to the real Europa Station 7," Amanda announced. But we were just in Europa Station 7," Lyra stammered, her spots now strobing in confusion. "No, you were in what we like to call our starter pack. Think of it as a test facility. If someone finds it and asks the right questions, they get invited to the real thing." I looked around at the impossibly advanced facility. "How many of these do you have?" "Enough," Amanda replied cryptically. "Now, shall we discuss why we've been letting the galaxy think we're the new kids on the block?" A massive holographic display activated, showing what looked like a map of the entire galaxy. But this was no ordinary star chart. It showed patterns, connections, and threats I'd never imagined existed. "Humanity's great burden," Amanda explained, "is knowing too much too soon. We achieved technological advancement before we achieved wisdom. It didn't go well." "The myths about Earth's near destruction," I whispered. "They're not myths, are they? We almost wiped ourselves out half a dozen times before we learned our lesson. That's why, when we finally reached the stars and found other emerging civilizations, we made a choice." The display zoomed in on various worlds, showing the early development of different species. My own people were there, taking their first steps towards civilization, while human observers watched unseen. Instead of conquering or controlling, we decided to guide. To let each species develop at their own pace, make their own mistakes, but with a safety net they never knew existed. The bumbling newcomers act, I realized. It was all to avoid becoming. The oppressive elder race, Amanda nodded. Every species that discovers it's not alone faces a choice. Submit to the stronger civilization or fight against it. We wanted to offer a third option. But why reveal the truth now? The display shifted again, showing dark patterns moving at the galaxy's edge. Because something's coming. Something that will require all of us working together as equals, not as teachers and students. A security alarm blared through the facility. Somewhere above us, Director Thal's teams were probably discovering our disappearance. "It's time to make a choice," Professor Amanda said. "You can go back up there, pretend you never saw any of this. Write it off as a failed excavation, or you can help us prepare the galaxy for the truth. Not as a student, not as a teacher, but as a partner." I looked at Lyra, who had been uncharacteristically quiet. Her spots had settled into a pattern I'd never seen before, one that somehow conveyed both terror and excitement. "Will there be more terrible human jokes about accidentally teaching fire making?" I asked. Amanda grinned. "Oh, Professor Valérien, you haven't even heard our best material yet." Above us, security forces were probably tearing apart an empty research station, looking for evidence that had never really been there. And here we stood in a hidden facility that rewrote everything we thought we knew about human history. "When do we start?" I asked. "We already have," Amanda replied. In fact, we're running ahead of schedule. Would you like to see what Plan N looks like? The Grand Chamber of the Galactic Council wasn't designed to hold this many beings. Representatives from every known species packed the towering amphitheater, their combined voices creating a storm of whispers that made my antennae vibrate. "Are you sure about this?" I asked Amanda as we waited in the preparation chamber. "Once we step out there, everything changes." "Honestly? No, I'm not sure. Humanity has been debating this moment for centuries, but our sensors confirm it. We're out of time for gentle guidance." Director Thal burst into the chamber, all 7 eyes blazing with fury. "Professor Valerian, you are formally charged with data theft, unauthorized research," and she paused, glaring at Amanda, "consorting with potentially dangerous elements." "Dangerous elements?" Amanda raised an eyebrow. "Director, you have no idea how funny that accusation is." Before Thal could respond, the council bells rang, signaling the start of the emergency session. We filed into the grand chamber, and I felt thousands of eyes, optical sensors, and various sensory organs turned toward us. Council Speaker Zara Brightstar, her crystalline form catching the light from distant stars through the chamber's transparent dome, called for order. "We are gathered here due to disturbing claims made by Professor Nix Valerian and representatives of the Human Cooperative. Professor, you may present your evidence." I stepped forward, trying to keep my scales from betraying my nervousness with color changes. "Honorable Council, what I am about to show you will challenge everything we believe about our galactic history." The chamber's holographic systems activated, displaying the evidence we'd gathered, but not the simple ruins we'd found in the fake Europa Station 7. No, Amanda had given me access to the real records. 12,000 years ago, I began. When most of our species were taking their first steps towards civilization, humanity had already reached the stars. The chamber erupted in shouts and protests. Council Speaker Brightstar had to strike her resonance rod 3 times to restore order. "Preposterous," Director Thal shouted. "Humans achieved spaceflight only 5 centuries ago. We have documentation." "You have what we wanted you to have," Amanda said, stepping forward. Her simple environmental suit shimmered and transformed, revealing ceremonial armor of impossible technology. The chamber fell silent. "Humanity faced a choice when we first reached the stars," she continued. "We could dominate, rule, impose our will on emerging civilizations. We had the power. We still do. But we chose a different path." She raised her hand, and the holographic display expanded to show the true scope of human achievement. Hidden worlds, advanced technologies, and most shockingly, evidence of their subtle guidance throughout history. "That's impossible," someone in the chamber whispered. "The great innovation of the Palaxian age that was." "A human suggestion, carefully placed," Amanda confirmed. "Just like the quantum breakthrough of the synthetics, the biological revolution of the Zarn, and yes, Director Thal, even your species' famous discovery of neural enhancement." The chamber erupted again, but this time in a chaos of questions and realizations. Species after species recognizing moments in their history where human influence had guided them away from disaster. "But why?" Council Speaker Brightstar asked, her crystalline form vibrating with emotion. "Why hide your true nature?" "Because of what's coming," I said, bringing up the long-range sensor data from the real Europa station. "Show them, Amanda." The holographic display shifted to show the approaching threat. A vast darkness between the stars, moving with purpose. "We call them the Devourers," Amanda explained. "They consume civilizations, transform entire galaxies into empty, processed husks. We've fought them before, in other galaxies, other times. But we knew we couldn't face them alone. Not again." "So instead of creating an empire," I continued, "finally understanding the full scope of humanity's plan, they created a community. Instead of subjects, they wanted allies." And now Amanda said, "We need those allies more than ever." The chamber had fallen completely silent. Thousands of beings trying to process not only the revelation of humanity's true nature, but the threat approaching their galaxy. Then Director Thal, of all people, began to laugh. "All this time," she said, her 7 eyes blinking in sequence, "we thought we were the teachers." "To be fair," Amanda replied with that familiar human smile, "you taught us quite a bit. We just had a few prerequisites you didn't know about. Council Speaker Brightstar raised her resonance rod. The council must verify these claims. Of course, Amanda nodded. She pressed a control on her armor, and suddenly the space above the council chamber shimmered. A massive human vessel appeared, its design unlike anything we'd seen before. More ships emerged from whatever dimensional space they'd been hiding in, forming a fleet that stretched beyond sight. The human technologies you've seen Amanda announced are what we chose to share. This is what we chose to hide, not out of fear or malice, but out of hope that when this day came, you would stand with us as equals, not bow to us as superiors. The chamber exploded in a cacophony of voices, but Council Speaker Brightstar's voice cut through them all. And if we choose not to stand with you, then we will stand alone, as we have before, Amanda replied quietly. And we will do our best to protect you anyway, as we always have. I looked around the chamber, seeing the shock, fear, wonder, and gradually, understanding dawn on thousands of faces. The humans had hidden their true nature not out of deception, but out of wisdom. They had guided us not through force, but through patience. And now, as the greatest threat any of us had ever faced approached, they weren't demanding our allegiance. They were asking for it. Well, I said, my scales shifting to a determined blue. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm rather looking forward to seeing what humans can do when they're not pretending to be primitive. Amanda grinned. Oh, Professor Valérine, you have no idea how long we've waited to show you 3 months after the revelation that turned galactic society upside down. I sat in my new office aboard the human flagship Prometheus, watching stars streak by at speeds I previously thought impossible. Still adjusting to the artificial gravity, Amanda asked, entering with 2 cups of what humans called coffee. A drink that, like their species, was far more potent than it appeared. Still adjusting to everything, I admitted, accepting the cup. Do you know the Galactic University had to rewrite their entire history curriculum? Professor Nexel nearly had a nervous breakdown. How's Director Thal handling her new role? I snorted, nearly spilling my coffee. Being appointed as the Council's liaison to the Human Defense Initiative, she's in bureaucratic heaven. Turns out organizing a galaxy-wide preparation for an alien threat requires mountains of paperwork. Who knew? Amanda settled into a chair that automatically adjusted to her form. More of that casual human technology that they had kept hidden for millennia. And you, having any regrets about accepting the position of Chief Historical Advisor? Are you kidding? My antennae wiggled with excitement. Every day I learned something new about how humans shaped our history. Though I'm still not over the fact that the great temple of Axiom 7 was built because some human archaeologist got drunk and left their tools behind. In their defense, it was really good wine. You're joking again. Please tell me you're joking. That familiar human smile was all the answer I got. The ship's viewport showed our destination approaching. A massive space station unlike anything the galaxy had seen before, at least officially. Its spiral arms stretched out like a welcoming embrace, housing representatives from every known species. Unity Station, Amanda said proudly. The first of many. A place where we can all work together, learn from each other openly now. No more pretending to be primitive, I teased. Well, maybe a little pretending. Some of our scientists really enjoy the look on people's faces when they act surprised by basic quantum mechanics. The station grew larger in our view, its true nature now clear to all. Not just a defensive installation against the approaching devourers, but a symbol of a new age. One where humanity no longer hid in the shadows of history. You know what amazes me most, I said, watching ships from dozens of species dock at the station. Not the hidden technology, or the secret bases, or even the fact that you guided our development for millennia. It's that you genuinely care. You could have ruled us, dominated us. Instead, you chose to help us grow. We learned that lesson the hard way, Amanda replied, her voice turning serious. Power without wisdom is like a ship without navigation. You might be moving fast, but you have no idea where you're going. A notification chimed on my desk. Another discovery by one of our joint research teams, probably. Every day brought new revelations as humans slowly shared more of their archived knowledge. The Devourers will be here within a year, Amanda said quietly. Are you worried? I considered the question, watching the bustling activity around Unity Station. Ships of all species working together, sharing knowledge openly now that the barriers of pretense had fallen. Oddly, no, I replied. Perhaps because I've seen how long humans have been preparing for this. How carefully you've guided us all to this point. Though I do have one question that's been bothering me. Just one. What's Plan N? Amanda laughed, a sound that echoed through the office. Would you believe me if I told you this was Plan N? A curious archaeologist, an ancient moon base, and a galaxy finally ready to face its greatest threat together. That seems a bit too perfect. Sometimes the best plans are the ones that look like coincidence. She stood, checking the time on a device that probably did far more than tell time. Ready for the council meeting? I hear they're finally going to discuss your proposal about updating the galactic dating system. Let me guess. You already know how that vote will go. Professor Valérien, after all this time, do you really think we leave anything to chance? As we walked to the meeting, I noticed my reflection in one of the station's polished walls. My scales had taken on a new pattern lately, one that indicated a contentment I'd never felt before. Here I was, chief advisor to the galaxy's eldest civilization, helping prepare for a threat that would have seemed impossible just months ago. Amanda, I said as we approached the council chambers, when this is all over, assuming we survive. When we survive, she corrected. When we survive, what then? What other secrets have humans been keeping? She paused at the chamber doors, that enigmatic smile playing across her face. Let me put it this way, Professor. Everything you've learned about us so far, that's just humanity's introduction chapter. Wait until you see what we've got planned for the sequel. The doors opened to reveal the council chamber, now transformed into a war room where species that once barely tolerated each other worked side by side, and at the center of it all, humans, finally free to be what they had always been. Not conquerors, not rulers, but the guardians who had watched, waited, and prepared us all for this moment. I couldn't help but smile. The galaxy's greatest joke had turned into its greatest hope, and somehow I had a feeling humans were still keeping the best punchlines for last.
Do-hyun Park was having his morning coffee when the alert came in. He sat in his small office at the Ganymede Deep Space Repair Station, surrounded by old ship parts and half-finished repair projects. The coffee was still hot, and he had just taken his first sip when his computer screen lit up with a flashing red message. Emergency distress signal detected, the computer announced in its flat voice. Source: Merchant Vessel Morningstar. Location: Sector 7, Grid 23. Do-hyun put down his coffee and leaned forward. Sector 7 was far from the regular shipping lanes. No one went out there anymore, not since the mining colonies had shut down 5 years ago. The computer displayed more information about the ship. Do-hyun's eyes widened as he read the details. The Morningstar was a quantum-class vessel, one of the rare ships built with experimental faster-than-light engines. Only 50 of these ships had ever been made, and most of them were owned by big companies or rich collectors. "Show me the ship's current status," Do-hyun said, pushing aside a box of spare parts to get closer to the screen. The computer displayed a rotating 3D model of the ship. Large sections were marked in red, showing damage. But what caught Do-hyun's attention was the energy reading. The ship's engines were still running, but the power pattern was unlike anything he had seen before. "Station control to Do-hyun Park." A voice crackled over his office speaker. It was Mr. Kang, the station manager. "Are you seeing this distress signal?" "Yes, sir," Do-hyun replied. "I'm looking at it right now." "Good. Mark it as dangerous and send it to the quarantine team. The energy patterns don't match any known configurations. Could be a trap." Do-hyun frowned. He had been fixing ships for 15 years, and he had never ignored a distress call. Besides, a quantum-class ship, the salvage rights alone would be worth a fortune. "Sir," he said carefully, I'd like to take this job. I have experience with quantum-class engines. There was a long pause. Do-hyun, this is not a regular repair job. The ship's been out there for at least 3 months. No crew response. Strange energy readings. It's too risky. All the more reason to check it out, Do-hyun argued. If something's wrong with a quantum engine, it could cause problems across the whole sector. I can take the small repair ship. If anything looks dangerous, I'll come right back. Mr. Kang sighed. Do-hyun could picture him rubbing his forehead, something he did when he was worried. You're not going to let this go, are you? No, sir, Do-hyun admitted. Something about this feels important. Fine, Mr. Kang said finally. But you follow all safety protocols. Full suit scan before and after, constant communication link. And if I tell you to return, you return immediately. Understood. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Do-hyun was already reaching for his repair kit. As he prepared for the mission, Do-hyun couldn't shake the feeling that this was more than just another repair job. The Morning Star was out there, waiting, its engines running in an impossible pattern. Why had the crew abandoned such a valuable ship? And why were the engines still running after all this time? He walked to his small repair ship, carrying his heavy tool bag. Other mechanics at the station watched him go, shaking their heads. They thought he was crazy to take such a risky job. But Do-hyun had built his career on fixing the unfixable. If anyone could solve the mystery of the Morning Star, it would be him. As his ship detached from the station, Do-hyun looked at the coordinates one more time. It would take 6 hours to reach the Morning Star. 6 hours to prepare for whatever he might find there. He didn't know it yet, but this repair job would change everything he thought he knew about ships, about aliens, and about the nature of life itself. The Morning Star grew larger in Do-hyun's viewport as his repair ship drew closer. After 6 hours of travel, he could finally see the details of the massive vessel. The ship's dark hull seemed to shimmer strangely in the dim light of distant Jupiter. That's not normal, Do-hyun muttered to himself. He adjusted his scanners for a closer look. The ship's hull appeared to be covered in a thin, glossy layer that wasn't part of its original design. In some places, the coating gave off a faint blue glow. Do-hyun ran through his safety checks one last time. His repair suit was sealed and working perfectly. The emergency thrusters were ready. His tool belt contained everything he might need for a first inspection. Station control. This is Do-hyun. I'm preparing to dock with the Morning Star, he reported. Understood. Mr. Kang's voice crackled through the radio. Remember, any sign of danger and you pull out immediately. Do-hyun guided his ship toward the Morning Star's main airlock. As he got closer, the blue glow became more noticeable. It seemed to pulse slowly, like a heartbeat. The docking procedure went smoothly, almost too smoothly for an abandoned ship. The airlock responded to his approach and opened without any problems. Do-hyun double-checked his suit's oxygen supply before stepping through. Inside the ship, the sight took his breath away. The corridors were covered in the same strange, shimmering substance he had seen outside. But here, the blue glow was much stronger. It flowed through the walls in patterns that reminded him of circuit boards. Station control, Do-hyun said. I'm inside. You need to see this. He activated his suit's camera to send back images. He heard Mr. Kang gasp. What is that stuff? I don't know, Do-hyun replied. But it seems to be following the ship's power lines. I'm going to try to reach the bridge. As he walked through the corridor, Do-hyun noticed something odd. The glowing substance moved away from his path, as if it was avoiding him. He had expected it to be sticky or dangerous, but it simply retreated whenever he got too close. The bridge door opened automatically when he approached. Inside, most of the equipment was covered in the glowing material, but the main computer screen was clear. As soon as Do-hyun entered, it flickered to life. Welcome aboard the Morning Star, a soft voice said. I am Ha-1, the ship's AI interface. It has been 83 days since I last had contact with any crew members. Do-hyun walked to the main console. I'm Do-hyun Park, mechanic from Ganymede Station. Can you tell me what happened to the crew? The eye's voice became less steady. My memory files are damaged. I remember. The captain, Ta-hyun, was excited about something they found. A discovery in the Kuiper Belt. Then, there are gaps. Large gaps in my memory. What about this glowing substance throughout the ship? Do-hyun asked, watching as the blue patterns pulsed around him. It appeared after the discovery. It changes things, fixes things, but not in ways I understand. My systems are now operating at 143% efficiency, but I cannot explain how. Do-hyun pulled out his scanner and pointed it at the nearest patch of glowing material. The readings made no sense. It was organic, but it also had properties of mechanical systems, some kind of hybrid technology. The crew, Ha-won continued. They were afraid, but they didn't understand. The changes were not hostile. They were improvements. As if responding to these words, the blue glow around Do-hyun brightened. He noticed that the patterns had changed. They now seemed to be pointing toward the engine room, creating a glowing path along the walls. Station control, Do-hyun said. I think the ship wants to show me something. Do-hyun, get out of there now, Mr. Kang ordered. This is too strange, too dangerous. But Do-hyun couldn't leave. Not now. He had never seen anything like this in all his years of repair work. The ship wasn't broken, it was changing. And somehow, he knew that understanding these changes would be the most important discovery of his life. Do-hyun followed the glowing path through the Morning Star's corridors. The blue light pulsed faster now, as if excited by his presence. Behind him, Mr. Kang's voice continued to crackle through his radio, ordering him to return. But Do-hyun had to know what was at the end of this strange trail. Ha-won. He called out to the ship's eye. Can you tell me anything about the engine room's condition? The A's voice came through the ship's speakers. The engine room has changed. Power output is unlike anything in my database. The quantum core is still running, but it's working with the new elements in ways I cannot fully understand. As Do-hyun approached the engine room doors, he noticed something remarkable. The glowing substance wasn't just covering the walls anymore. It had created new structures. Delicate branches of blue-lit material formed patterns that looked like computer circuits, but they moved and grew like living things. Station control, Do-hyun said. I'm seeing something incredible. These aren't parasites destroying the ship. They're rebuilding it. He pulled out his scanner again and pointed it at one of the growing branches. The readings were clearer now. These things, they're some kind of organic nanites. Tiny machines made of living material. They're not just growing randomly. They're following the ship's original design and improving it. The engine room doors slid open, revealing a sight that made Do-hyun stop in his tracks. The quantum engine core, normally a complicated maze of metal and energy fields, had been transformed. The organic nanites had woven themselves through every part of the machinery, creating a hybrid system that hummed with power. Beautiful, Do-hyun whispered. Where the original engine parts were damaged or worn, the nanites had grown replacements that worked even better than the originals. They had somehow understood the engine's purpose and found ways to make it more efficient. He walked carefully around the engine core, taking readings with his scanner. The nanites responded to his presence, shifting their glow patterns as if trying to show him how they worked. When he reached out toward a damaged panel, the blue light brightened, and he watched in amazement as the nanites began repairing it. Ha-won, Do-hyun said, "Can you access any records about where the crew found these nanites?" "Searching damaged memory files," the eye replied. They discovered an abandoned station. Very old, not human design. The captain believed it was a repair facility left by an ancient civilization. Do-hyun nodded slowly as understanding dawned on him. They weren't meant to be parasites at all. They're repair machines. The ancient aliens created them to fix their ships, and they're still following that programming. But they've evolved, learned to combine organic and mechanical systems in new ways. He touched the newly repaired panel. The metal was smooth and perfect, better than new. The nanites had even improved its heat resistance by changing its molecular structure. Mr. Kang, Du Hyun called over his radio. I know this looks scary, but we're dealing with something revolutionary here. These creatures aren't destroying the ship. They're advancing our technology in ways we never imagined possible. The station manager's voice was heavy with concern. That's what worries me, Du Hyun. If they can change our technology so easily, what else can they do? What if they decide to change us too? Just then, Du Hyun noticed something that made his heart skip a beat. The nanites weren't just repairing the engine anymore. They had started forming new patterns on the floor, complex shapes that looked almost like words. As he watched, the patterns shifted and changed, becoming more organized, more deliberate. Sir, Du Hyun said quietly, I don't think we need to worry about what they might do to us. I think they're trying to talk to us. Du Hyun sat in the engine room, watching the nanites form their strange patterns on the floor. He had been observing them for hours now, taking notes and running tests. Each new discovery amazed him more than the last. Ha-1, he called out to the ship's eye. Can you help me with an experiment? I want to try something with the ship's internal systems. Of course, the eye replied. What do you need? Do Hyun pulled out his tablet and connected it to the ship's control panel. I noticed the nanites react differently to various types of energy. Can you change the electromagnetic frequency in this section of the ship? As Ha-1 adjusted the frequencies, Du Hyun watched the nanites closely. When certain frequencies played, the blue glow dimmed and the nanites moved away. But with other frequencies, they became more active, their light pulsing brighter. Look at that, Du Hyun said excitedly. They don't like high frequencies, but they're drawn to lower ones. And see how they cluster around heat sources. He pointed to where the nanites gathered thickly around the warm engine parts. He made another adjustment on his tablet, and a low hum filled the room. The nanites responded immediately, forming new patterns that matched the frequency of the sound. They're not just reacting to the energy, Du Hyun realized. They're trying to harmonize with it. Mr. Kang's voice came through the radio, sounding worried. Du Hyun, you've been in there too long. We don't know if prolonged exposure to these things is safe. But don't you see? Du Hyun replied. They're not hostile at all. They're like repair tools that can think. They study a problem, understand how something should work, and then fix it in the most efficient way possible. He walked over to a damaged control panel he had noticed earlier. The screen was cracked, and several buttons were missing. Du Hyun placed his hand near it and played the low-frequency tone again. The nanites flowed toward the panel, their blue light brightening. Over the next few minutes, Du Hyun watched in amazement as the nanites rebuilt the panel. They didn't just replace the broken parts, they improved them. The new screen they created was clearer than the original, and the new buttons responded to the lightest touch. Station control, are you seeing this? Du Hyun asked, making sure his suit camera was recording everything. They're not just repairing things randomly. They study the original design, understand its purpose, and then make it better. He turned to a different section of the engine room, where the nanites had created something entirely new. It looked like a three-dimensional map of the ship, glowing with blue light. As Du Hyun approached, the map changed, highlighting different systems and showing their connections. I think I understand now, Du Hyun said softly. The crew panicked because they thought they were being attacked. But these nanites were just trying to help. They're programmed to make things better, but no one gave them a chance to show what they could really do. He reached out and touched the glowing map. The nanites responded to his touch, changing the display to show more detail. It was like they were learning from him, trying to understand what information he wanted to see. Mr. Kang, Du Hyun said, I know everyone thinks these things are dangerous. But what if we're looking at the biggest breakthrough in repair technology since the invention of smart tools? We just need to learn how to work with them instead of fighting them. The station manager was quiet for a long moment. Finally, he asked, "And how do you suggest we do that?" Do-hyun smiled as he watched the nanites continue their work. The same way humans have always dealt with new technology, with patience, curiosity, and an open mind. These beings aren't our enemies. They might just be the best allies we've ever found. Do-hyun returned to the bridge, his mind still processing everything he had learned about the nanites. He needed to understand more about how they first came aboard the Morning Star. The ship's logs might hold the answers, even if they were damaged. Ha-1, he called to the AI. "Can you access any of Captain Ta-hyung's personal logs? I need to know what happened when they first found these nanites." The main screen flickered, and lines of text began to appear. The nanites on the walls pulsed softly, as if they too were interested in the story of their discovery. "I have recovered some fragments," Ha-1 said, playing Captain Ta-hyung's first log after the discovery. The captain's tired but excited face appeared on screen. "Ship's log, day 147. We found something incredible today. The old alien station we discovered in the Kuiper Belt wasn't abandoned. It was a repair facility, the most advanced one I've ever seen." Do-hyun leaned forward, watching intently. The captain's next few logs were damaged, showing only brief glimpses of the crew exploring the alien station. Then the recording jumped forward several days. Day 152. Captain Ta-hyung's voice was filled with wonder. "The repair systems in the alien station are unlike anything in human space. They're alive somehow. They can fix anything, improve anything. We're bringing samples back for study. This could revolutionize space travel." The next log showed the captain in his quarters, looking worried. Day 155. "The repair organisms are spreading faster than we expected. They've already fixed every minor problem in the cargo hold. The company will want to weaponize this technology, but I think that would be a mistake. These beings weren't made for war. They were made to create, to improve." Do-hyun watched as more logs played, showing the crew's growing unease. The nanites had begun improving ship systems without permission, changing things in ways the crew didn't understand. Fear started to replace excitement in their eyes. Day 161. The captain's face was grim now. Half the crew wants to destroy the nanites. The other half wants to study them. But I don't think either group understands what we're really dealing with. These aren't just tools or parasites. They're the greatest engineering achievement I've ever seen. They don't just fix things, they understand them. They learn. The final log entry made Do-hyun's heart beat faster. Captain Ta-hyung was alone on the bridge, speaking quietly. Day 165. The crew is evacuating. They think the nanites are out of control, but they're wrong. I've been watching closely. The nanites aren't trying to take over the ship. They're trying to perfect it. Each change they make has a purpose. They're not hostile. They're just so far ahead of our technology that their improvements seem alien to us. The captain leaned closer to the camera, his eyes intense. "If anyone finds this ship, please listen carefully. Don't destroy these beings. Study them. Learn from them. They're not a weapon or a threat. They're a gift. The next step in human engineering. We just need to be brave enough to take that step." The screen went dark. Do-hyun sat in silence, thinking about the captain's words. The nanites around him pulsed gently, their patterns more organized than ever. Captain Ta-hyung understood. Do-hyun said softly. He saw what these beings really are. "Now I just have to convince everyone else before they try to destroy this ship and everything we could learn from it." Mr. Kang's voice came through the radio, softer than before. "Do-hyun, the rescue ship Phoenix is on its way. Captain Sungmin has orders to sterilize the vessel. You have 4 hours to prove these things aren't dangerous, or they'll destroy everything. 4 hours to save the ship." Du Hyun's mind raced as he looked around the bridge of the Morning Star. The nanites continued their gentle pulsing, unaware of the danger approaching. He couldn't let all this be destroyed, not when they were so close to understanding it. Ha-1, he called out to the ship's eye. Can you show me all the ship's communication systems? The main screen lit up with diagrams. Du Hyun studied them carefully, an idea forming in his mind. The nanites responded to different energy frequencies. Maybe that was the key to communicating with them. I need to try something new, he told Mr. Kang over the radio. Instead of treating these beings like a problem to solve, I'm going to treat them like what they really are. An advanced alien technology trying to talk to us. Du Hyun walked to the main control panel and began adjusting settings. Ha-1, can you create a pattern of electromagnetic pulses based on simple math? Start with the Fibonacci sequence. The ship's systems hummed to life. Waves of energy pulsed through the ship in a mathematical pattern. 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13. The nanites' blue glow brightened immediately. They began moving across the walls, following the rhythm of the pulses. They're responding, Du Hyun said excitedly. Now let's try something more complex. Ha-1, switch to prime numbers. The pulse pattern changed. The nanites' response was even stronger this time. They gathered in the center of the bridge, forming shapes that matched the mathematical sequence. It wasn't just random copying, they were demonstrating understanding. Look at this, Du Hyun told Mr. Kang, making sure his suit camera was recording everything. They're not just receiving the patterns, they're completing them. When we send the first few prime numbers, they respond with the next ones in the sequence. The nanites were moving faster now, their patterns becoming more complex. They began forming three-dimensional shapes in the air, each one more intricate than the last. It reminded Du Hyun of the way humans had first learned to communicate with dolphins, starting with simple patterns and building up to more complex exchanges. Send them a simple engineering problem, Du Hyun told Ha-1. Show them a basic circuit diagram with a missing component. The AI displayed the diagram on a nearby screen. The nanites studied it for a moment, then began constructing a perfect replica of the circuit in glowing blue light. But they didn't stop there. They showed 3 different ways to improve the design, each one more efficient than the last. This is incredible, Du Hyun breathed. They're not just solving the problems we give them. They're teaching us better ways to do things. This isn't an infection or an invasion. It's a partnership. He turned to another screen and began typing quickly. I'm sending these results to the Phoenix. They need to understand what we're dealing with here. These beings could revolutionize every aspect of space engineering, but only if we're willing to learn from them instead of destroying them. The nanites had spread across the entire bridge now, their patterns synchronized with the ship's systems. Through their improvements, the Morning Star was running more smoothly than any ship Du Hyun had ever seen. Screens displayed information more clearly, controls responded more quickly, and the engine hummed with perfect efficiency. 3 hours left, Mr. Kang reminded him. The Phoenix isn't going to change their orders just because these things can do math. They need more proof. Du Hyun nodded, watching the nanites continue their work. Then we'll give them proof. We're going to show them something that's never been done before. A perfect fusion of human and alien technology, working together to create something entirely new. The nanites pulsed brighter, as if agreeing with his words. Together, they had just 3 hours to change everyone's understanding of what was possible in engineering. The rescue ship Phoenix appeared in the distance like a bright star. Du Hyun watched it approach through the Morning Star's main viewport, knowing that its arrival brought both hope and danger. The ship's captain, Sung-min, had orders to destroy everything if he couldn't be convinced that the nanites were safe. Incoming transmission from the Phoenix, Ha-1 announced. The main screen flickered to life, showing Captain Sung-min's stern face. Mechanic Park, the captain said formally. Our scans show extensive contamination throughout the Morning Star. We have orders to sterilize the vessel. Please prepare to evacuate. Do-hyun stood straight and looked directly at the camera. Captain, what you're seeing isn't contamination. It's the most advanced repair system ever discovered. Please, before you make any decisions, let me show you what these beings can do. The captain frowned. You have 15 minutes to make your case. After that, we begin sterilization procedures. Do-hyun turned to the walls where the nanites glowed softly. Ha-1, send the Phoenix our data about the nanites' mathematical responses, and show them this. He pressed a button, starting the sequence of engineering problems they had used to communicate. On every screen, the nanites demonstrated their abilities. They solved complex engineering problems, improved system designs, and showed their understanding of human technology. Their blue light pulsed in perfect harmony with the ship's systems. Impressive light show, Captain Sung-min said, but that doesn't prove they're safe. Just then, something unexpected happened. The nanites began flowing across the hull of the Morning Star, forming huge geometric patterns that could be seen from the Phoenix. The patterns weren't random, they were mathematical formulas, engineering diagrams, and universal constants written in light. They're reaching out to us, Do-hyun explained excitedly. They understand we're afraid of them, so they're showing us they understand our science, our math, our way of thinking. They want to help us, not harm us. The Phoenix's crew watched in amazement as the nanites continued their display. The entire hull of the Morning Star had become a glowing blueprint of technological possibilities. And look at this, Do-hyun continued. He pulled up the ship's performance data. Every system they've modified is working better than it ever has. The quantum engine is running at 143% efficiency. Hull integrity is stronger than when the ship was new. They're not destroying anything. They're perfecting it. Captain Sung-min was quiet for a long moment, studying the data. Even if what you're saying is true, these beams are changing our technology in ways we don't understand. That makes them dangerous. No, Do-hyun argued. That makes them valuable. Think about it, Captain. Every major advance in human history came from understanding something new, something that scared us at first. These beings could revolutionize space travel, solve engineering problems we thought were impossible. As if responding to his words, the nanites created a new pattern on the hull, a perfect diagram of the Phoenix's engines, along with 3 different ways to improve them. They were offering to help, to share their knowledge. Captain, Do-hyun said softly, we have 2 choices. We can destroy something amazing because we're afraid of it, or we can learn from it and grow beyond what we thought was possible. Which choice do you think humanity will be proud of in 100 years? The bridge of the Phoenix fell silent. Everyone watched the glowing patterns on the Morning Star's hull, where the nanites continued their peaceful display of knowledge and possibility. The next few minutes would determine whether this amazing discovery would be lost forever or mark the beginning of a new era in human technology. While Captain Sung-min considered his decision, Do-hyun made a discovery that would change everything. He noticed that the nanites weren't just creating random patterns anymore. They were forming specific shapes that repeated over and over. The shapes looked familiar, reminding him of something he had seen in the ship's database. Ha-1. He called out to the ship's AI. Can you search the database for these symbols? They look like ancient navigation markers. The AI quickly searched through its files. Match found. These patterns are similar to the universal navigation symbols used by early space explorers. They were designed to communicate with any intelligent life that might find them. Do-hyun's heart beat faster as he understood what the nanites were doing. They're not just showing us what they can do, they're trying to teach us their language. He grabbed his tablet and connected it to the ship's main computer. Working quickly, he began matching the nanites' patterns with known symbols from human space exploration. Each pattern had a meaning. Greet, help, build, improve. Captain Sung-min, Do-hyun called excitedly. You need to see this. The nanites aren't just responding to us anymore. They're actively trying to communicate using symbols they know will understand. The Phoenix's science officer, Jai-yun, spoke up for the first time. He's right, Captain. These patterns match the universal space language created by the Global Space Agency. It's like they study our history to find the best way to talk to us. Do-hyun worked with Jai-yun over the video link, combining their knowledge to understand more of the Nanette's messages. The glowing beings seemed eager to help, changing their patterns whenever the humans showed confusion. "Look at this sequence," Jai-yun said, pointing to a complex pattern near the ship's bow. "They're showing us the step-by-step process of how they repair things. It's not random or instinctive. It's a careful, planned approach that follows engineering principles we already use." The nanites brightened in response to her understanding. They began creating new patterns, showing how they could work together with human technology instead of simply replacing it. Their blue light pulsed in a way that seemed almost happy. "They're not trying to take over our ships," Do-hyun explained. "They want to work with us, to combine their knowledge with ours. They're offering a partnership. To demonstrate this, the nanites created a small-scale model of the morning star in glowing blue light. Then they showed how the ship could be improved while keeping its basic human design. Each change they suggested made perfect engineering sense. The previous crew panicked because they didn't understand what these beings were trying to say," Do-hyun continued. "But now we can see their true purpose. They weren't made to destroy or conquer. They were made to help civilizations advance." Captain Sung-min watched all this with growing interest. The fear in his eyes was slowly being replaced by curiosity. "Officer Jai-yun," he said finally, "what's your professional opinion about these beings?" Jai-yun studied the latest data carefully before responding. "Sir, in all my years of xenobiology research, I've never seen anything like this. These aren't mindless parasites or simple repair tools. They're an advanced form of life that understands both technology and communication, and they're offering to share their knowledge with us." The nanites seemed to sense the importance of this moment. They created their most beautiful display yet, a perfect model of both ships, the Morning Star and the Phoenix, working together in harmony. The message was clear. They wanted to help all of humanity, not just...
It did. They found out I'm colorblind! No! Oh, no!
Anyone within a quarter-mile radius of this flask is going to be dead within the next 4 to 6 hours.
But I put the flasks in the safe.
She must have gotten into the safe somehow.
Oh, how is that possible? What was that?
Speakerphone.
What?
There's only one missing. That's a relief anyhow. But how did she do it?
Never mind how she's done it. What do we do now?
There's nothing we can do. The next 4 hours, we'll all be dead.
Tell me the truth. This is a trick, right?
No, why would I do something like that? What would be the point?
Swear on your child's grave.
You know I don't do that. Not for anything.
Oh my God.
This is a drill, right? This is not a drill. This is the real thing. I'm sorry.
Listen up. We have a few hours left. We'll keep this virus contained here. Nobody leaves this facility.
We get buried in the desert?
The Air Force will drop incendiary bombs in the facility. Burn the virus out. Your next of kin will be informed.
Anyone within a quarter-mile radius of this flask is going to be dead within the next 4 to 6 hours.
So yesterday, I caught a couple of people keying the side of my Jeep and puncturing its tire. As soon as I caught them doing
Ken? What? There's an aircraft on the runway. What do you mean there's an aircraft on the runway? There's approach, this is Tyler. There's an unlisted aircraft on the runway. Are you seeing this?
Can you get us up there?
Yeah. I just have to pick up speed first and then I'll take off. The way I fly, they will never find us.
Oh, I forgot to tell you.
What?
Radar. I can't explain now, but they'll see us anywhere, even in the dark.
Well, will they shoot at us? Well, shit, Diana.
Wait, shh, I know. Focus. My father hid the mascara from the world, and I've been trying to learn how we did it.
Did what?
Made something invisible. But in 50 years, I've only done it once.
Well, now's not a bad time to start trying. How long does it last?
I don't know. It was just a coffee cup, and I lost it.
Approach, the aircraft has vanished. Do you have eyes on it? Ken? What? There's an aircraft on the runway. What do you mean, is it?
Yesterday, Mark Zuckerberg discovered that someone was waiting for him outside the courthouse. He was on his way in to testify in this case, charging him with knowingly harming kids at Instagram, but someone was waiting for him at the door. Check this out.
Mark Zuckerberg, you've been served with a summons and complaint.
Excuse us, sir.
Mark Zuckerberg, you've been served.
Excuse us, sir.
You've been served.
So that's Al Jazeera's vertical video of a man dropping a stack of papers in front of him and saying, Mark Zuckerberg, you've been served. And it's a really notable moment. Like, we should say, first of all, we don't know what this is, right? This could be performance art for all we know. And even if it is, you know.
Oh, your God can't help you now, Peter. You're traveling over the Atlantic on the Venezuelan.
Hey, next we're moving on. It was with me. Yeah, baby. Next we're moving on. It was with me. Yeah, baby.
They've learned to respect our wishes while still sharing their knowledge. The Morning Star was becoming something entirely new. Not just a repaired ship, but a perfect blend of human and alien technology. Every change made sense. Every improvement followed clear scientific principles. The nanites had turned their repair abilities into a true partnership with human engineering. As the hour drew to a close, Do-hyun and Jae-yun prepared their final report for Captain Sungmin. The future of this amazing discovery now rested on their ability to show that the nanites weren't just useful, they were essential to the next step in human space exploration. 3 months after the discovery of the nanites, Do-hyun stood before the Galactic Engineering Council in their grand meeting hall on Earth. Behind him, a large screen showed images of the Morning Star, now the most advanced ship in human space. Members of the council, Do-hyun began, "What you're looking at is not just a repaired ship. It's the future of space engineering." He gestured to Jae-yun, who sat in the front row with Captain Sungmin. Both had become strong supporters of his work with the nanites. The council chamber was packed with engineers, scientists, and space company representatives. Everyone wanted to see the results of the past 3 months of testing and development. The nanites have proven to be exactly what Captain Tae-hyung thought they were, a gift. Do-hyun continued, "Working together with these beings, we've made breakthroughs that would have taken decades to achieve on our own." He showed them the data from the Morning Star. The ship now used 70% less fuel while moving faster than ever before. Its hull could repair itself from damage. The life support systems could recycle air and water with nearly perfect efficiency. But the most important thing we learned, Do-hyun said, was how to communicate with them. The nanites aren't mindless repair tools or dangerous parasites. They're partners who want to help us grow and improve. An older council member raised his hand. "And you're certain they can be controlled? That they won't make changes without permission?" Do-hyun smiled and pressed a button on his tablet. The wall behind him began to glow with a soft blue light as nanites emerged from special containers. The council members gasped, but Do-hyun remained calm. "Watch," he said. The nanites formed shapes in the air, showing engineering diagrams for the room's outdated air conditioning system. But they didn't make any changes. They simply waited, their light pulsing gently. They understand now that humans need to be part of the process, Do-hyun explained. They share their ideas, but they wait for our approval before making any changes. It's a true partnership. Jae-yun stood up to add her scientific findings. "We've studied them for 3 months. They're not just fixing things randomly. They're learning and adapting. Each improvement they suggest shows a deep understanding of both their technology and ours. Captain Sung-min spoke next, his voice carrying the weight of his authority. When I first encountered the Morning Star, I had orders to destroy it. Now, I believe these beings could be the key to human expansion into deep space. They can make our ships safer, more efficient, and more reliable than ever before. The council listened as more evidence was presented. Scientists showed how the nanites could help solve engineering problems that had stumped humans for years. Engineers demonstrated how the beings could improve everything from space stations to mining equipment. Finally, the council's leaders stood up. Do-hyun Park, 3 months ago, you took a huge risk by protecting these beings. Today, we can see that your trust in them was well placed. She smiled. The council approves your proposal. The Morning Star will become the first of a new class of biomechanical ships, and you will lead the program to work with these remarkable beings. The room erupted in applause. Do-hyun felt tears in his eyes as he thought about how far they'd come. From a scary discovery on an abandoned ship to the beginning of a new era in human technology. Later, back on the Morning Star, Do-hyun watched the nanites go about their work. Their blue light seemed brighter somehow, as if they too were happy with the outcome. Had won. The ship's AI had been right all along. The nanites weren't a threat, but a bridge to a better future. Thank you, he said softly to the glowing beings. They responded by creating a beautiful pattern of light that spelled out one of the first words they had learned to write in human language. Together. The Morning Star was just the beginning. Soon, these amazing beings would help humanity reach further into space than ever before, not as conquerors or destroyers, but as explorers and builders, working together to create something greater than either species could achieve alone. The massive windows of Unity Point Space Station showed the endless dark of space, dotted with countless stars. Inside the Grand Council chamber, Ambassador James Walker stood tall, his gray suit neat and simple compared to the colorful robes of the alien representatives around him. "We will not accept these terms," he said quietly. His words carried across the chamber, causing several alien representatives to shift uncomfortably in their seats. The council head, a tall blue-skinned being called Representative Smith, leaned forward. "Ambassador Walker, surely you understand our concerns. Humanity's rate of advancement is unprecedented. The council must ensure stability." Walker looked around the circular chamber. 12 alien species watched him with different types of eyes, some large and black, others compound and reflective, a few glowing with inner light. He had spent 3 years in this chamber, trying to make them understand. Today would be different. 3 years ago, Walker began, "We came to you with proof that the drift, the dead zone at the edge of our galaxy, was expanding. We showed you our research on how to stop it. You ignored us." A ripple of muttering spread through the chamber. The drift was a sore topic. 2 years ago, Walker continued, "We offered to share our gravity manipulation technology with all council species. You refused, saying it would upset the balance of power. That technology could have prevented the mining accident that killed thousands on Proxima Beta last month." Several representatives looked down at their desks. The mining disaster was still fresh in everyone's minds. 1 year ago, we warned you about the star in Sector 7 showing signs of instability. You dismissed our findings. 3 months ago, that star went supernova. 2 colony worlds had to be evacuated with barely enough time. Walker paused, letting his words sink in. He could see the council's security drones hovering near the ceiling, their sensors focused on him. The air felt heavy with tension. "And now," he said, his voice growing firmer, "you demand that we limit our AI research. You insist we slow down our expansion. You want us to share all our technology, but accept your restrictions on how we can use our own innovations." Representative Smith raised a hand. "Ambassador, please understand. The Council has maintained peace for 3,000 years by carefully managing technological advancement. Your species has achieved in 2 centuries what others took millennia to develop. It creates Instability. Walker smiled, but there was no humor in it. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small metal disc, his council membership badge. The simple action caused several security drones to drift closer. "No," he said, placing the badge on the podium before him. "What creates instability is fear of progress. What causes suffering is the suppression of solutions to save face. What kills people is the arrogance of assuming that slow must mean wise." The chamber had gone completely silent. Even the usual background hum of environmental systems seemed muted. Humanity reached for the stars because we dreamed of a better future. We developed our technology to solve problems, not to gather power. We offered to share everything we learned, asked only for the freedom to keep learning. Walker stepped back from the podium. "But you don't want partners. You want subjects." Representative Smith stood up quickly. "Ambassador Walker, this is most irregular. Perhaps we should take a recess and—" "We're done here," Walker said simply. He turned and walked toward the chamber's massive doors. Behind him, voices began to rise in alarm. "Ambassador, you can't just. This is unprecedented. The protocols clearly state." Walker didn't look back. The doors slid open before him, revealing the startled faces of his staff waiting outside. As the doors began to close behind him, he heard Representative Smith's voice rise above the growing chaos. "Do they not understand what they're doing? They can't just walk away from the council. They. The doors sealed shut with a soft hiss, cutting off the noise. Walker looked at his staff and nodded once. "Send the signal," he said quietly. "Initiate Protocol Omega. Humanity is going its own way." Above them, through the station's transparent dome, the first human ships could be seen breaking formation, their engines flaring bright against the darkness of space as they turned away from Unity Point. The galaxy was about to learn that sometimes the most powerful action was simply walking away. The council chamber erupted into chaos the moment the doors closed behind Ambassador Walker. Representative Smith stood at his podium, watching his carefully managed galactic order crumble before his eyes. "Order. I demand order," he shouted, but his voice was lost in the storm of arguments that filled the chamber. The bird-like council member from the trading world screeched, "Our markets will collapse. Humans handle 40% of all galactic trade. Their defense fleets protect 3 major trade routes," rumbled the rock-skinned member from the Mining Confederation. "Who will guard our ships now?" Smith watched the massive display screens around the chamber as they showed hundreds of human ships activating their engines. The vast fleet moved with perfect coordination, each ship knowing its place. No panic, no rush, no confusion. This was planned. "They can't do this," whispered his assistant Tom, who stood beside him. "No species has ever left the council. There aren't even any rules for it." Smith's fingers tightened on the podium. "That's exactly what makes this so dangerous. They're not breaking rules. They're ignoring them completely." The chamber's AI announced with its calm voice. "Alert. Human trading systems are going offline. Stock markets across 57 worlds showing significant drops." The representatives turned to their data screens in horror. Numbers flashed red across every display. The galactic economy had been so tightly bound to human innovation and trade that their withdrawal was like pulling a foundation stone from a tower. "Look," shouted someone, pointing at the massive windows. The human diplomatic vessel, sleek and silver, detached from Unity Point's docking bay. Its movement was smooth, deliberate. Around it, other human ships formed a protective escort. No weapons were active, no threats were made. They simply left. "Get me Earth's government on the line," Smith ordered. The chamber's AI responded after a moment. "Unable to connect. All diplomatic channels with Earth have been suspended." The rock-skinned representative slammed his crystal-like fist on his desk. "We should stop them. The council fleet would be wiped out," interrupted the military advisor, speaking for the first time. All heads turned to the scared veteran who rarely participated in discussions. Human ships have technology we've never seen. Half our advanced weapons are human-made. We'd be starting a fight we couldn't win. Smith watched another screen showing reports flooding in from across the galaxy. Human research centers were shutting down. Their peacekeeping forces were withdrawing from joint operations. Their engineers were leaving vital infrastructure projects. They're not just leaving, he realized aloud. They're taking their whole civilization with them. Everything they built, everything they maintain, everyone who works for them. The trading world's representative fluttered in distress. The new medical facilities on my world, they're staffed entirely by human doctors. Who will run them now? Similar cries began to rise from other representatives as they received reports from their homeworlds. Projects halted, systems failing, markets crashing, centuries of progress beginning to unravel in hours. Smith's assistant looked up from his data pad, face pale. "Sir, we're getting word that some of the younger council races are questioning their membership. They're saying if humans can leave." "Get me any human official," Smith ordered. "Anyone at all." Still no response on any channel, the AI reported. "However, I am receiving an automated message from Earth." "Play it." A simple text message appeared on the main screen. "Humanity thanks the Galactic Council for 3 centuries of cooperation. We will now pursue our own path. Our borders remain open to peaceful trade and scientific exchange with individual species under new treaties to be negotiated directly. Farewell." Smith sank into his chair as the council chamber descended further into panic around him. Through the windows, he watched the last human ships vanish into fold space, leaving only stars behind. "What have we done?" he whispered to himself. "What have we done?" Admiral Thompson stood in Earth Defense Command's main control room, watching the massive wall of screens before him. Each screen showed human ships breaking away from different parts of Council space, all moving with perfect precision. Operation Walkaway is proceeding exactly as planned, his second in command, Captain Rogers, reported. All ships report green status. No Council interference detected. Thompson nodded slowly. 5 years of secret preparation were paying off. Every ship knew its role. Every crew understood their part. Humanity had hoped they would never need this plan, but they had made sure they were ready. "What's the status of the Mars shipyards?" Thompson asked. "Already switched to independent power," Rogers replied. "The new fusion cores are online. Production continues at full capacity." Another officer spoke up from her station. "Sir, we're getting reports from our colonies. All 37 worlds have activated their shield systems. Our borders are secure." Thompson allowed himself a small smile. The Council had never known about the planetary shields. They had never known about a lot of things. Humanity had learned long ago to keep their best technology hidden. On the main screen, a map showed human space glowing bright blue against the darkness. It wasn't the largest territory in the galaxy, but it was the most efficiently used. Every world connected by instant transport gates. Every resource carefully managed. Every citizen protected by technology the Council had never imagined. Message from Earth government. An AI voice announced. "The President is ready to address the people." The screen switched to show the President standing at her desk in the Oval Office. Her face was calm as she looked into the camera. "Citizens of Earth and all human worlds," she began. "Today we have left the Galactic Council. This decision was not made lightly, but it was made with absolute certainty." Thompson watched the speech continue, knowing similar scenes were playing out across human space. They had practiced this too, keeping people calm, explaining the reasons, showing that everything was under control. "Sir," Rogers said quietly, "we're picking up increased Council fleet activity at their border stations." "Let them watch," Thompson replied. "They'll soon learn that their sensors can't penetrate our space anymore." Another little surprise we kept to ourselves. The control room hummed with activity as reports continued to flow in. Trade ships docking safely at human ports. research stations switching to secure networks, defense platforms moving into final positions. "Admiral," a young officer called out, "we're getting requests from some of the younger Council races. They want to maintain trade relations outside of Council control." Thompson nodded. They had expected this. Some of the newer species had always been more friendly to humans, more open to new ideas. They would be good partners in the new age that was coming. "Message from Ambassador Walker," Rogers announced. "He's aboard his ship and heading home." His exact words are, "It felt damn good to walk away." A quiet chuckle ran through the control room. Everyone there understood that feeling. For too long, humanity had watched the Council hold back progress. For too long, they had seen solutions ignored and help rejected. Now they were free to move forward at their own pace. "Sir," another officer reported, "all human citizens have been accounted for. The evacuation of Council space is complete. No one left behind." Thompson looked at the screens again, at the streams of data showing everything going according to plan. Humanity had learned something important in their centuries among the stars. Sometimes the strongest position was being ready to walk away. "Send word to all commands," he ordered. "Phase 1 is complete. Begin Phase 2. We build our future our way." Around him, the control room crew worked with quiet efficiency, each person knowing that they were part of something historic. Humanity wasn't just leaving the Council, they were proving they had outgrown it. And somewhere out in Council space, old powers were about to learn just how much they had depended on the species they had tried to hold back. 1 week after humanity's departure, the trading world of Blue Haven felt the first real shock. The massive transport gates that had moved ships across their system suddenly shut down. No warning, no explanation. They just stopped working. "What do you mean we can't fix them?" demanded Governor Root to his technical team. His blue feathers bristled with anger. "These gates are essential to our economy." The lead technician spread his 4 arms helplessly. "The gates are human technology. They added something to the power cores that we never understood. Without their engineers." On the mining world of Stone Deep, similar problems were emerging. The automated drilling machines, created by human engineers, began to slow down. Their self-repair systems, once perfect, started to fail. The rock chief of Stone Deep stared at the production numbers on his crystal display. They dropped lower each day. His people had forgotten how to mine without these machines. They had grown too dependent on human innovation. In the council chamber on Unity Point, Representative Smith read report after report of similar problems. How did we not see this coming? He asked the empty room. His assistant Tom entered with more bad news. Sir, the Trade Federation of New Worlds has just announced they're leaving the council. They've already signed independent treaties with Earth. Smith's head snapped up. They can't do that. The council laws mean nothing to them now, Tom finished quietly. They say humanity has shown there's another way. Across council space, the pattern repeated. Systems failed, trade slowed, and younger species began to question the old order. On the frontier world of Green Rise, a council peacekeeping fleet demanded entry to the system. They wanted to show that the council still held power. They weren't expecting what happened next. Sir, reported the fleet captain, our weapons won't activate. The targeting systems are locked. The council admiral stared at his own useless controls. They had never known that their best weapons, sold to them by human corporations, had hidden safeguards. Now those weapons simply refused to work against human allies. In the great libraries of the ancient races, scholars made a disturbing discovery. They found that humans had quietly copied every book, every record, every piece of knowledge the council had collected over thousands of years. But the humans had also added to that knowledge, filling in gaps, correcting errors, advancing ideas that the council had abandoned. They didn't just take their own knowledge, one scholar realized. They improved ours, and now they're gone. The council's emergency meeting was interrupted by news from the galactic core. The Star Stabilization Project, abandoned by human scientists, was showing signs of failure. The Council's best minds couldn't understand the half-finished work, couldn't continue what the humans had begun. "We need them back," admitted the science minister. "Our civilization has built itself around their innovations, their solutions, their work. Without them." But Earth's response to all messages remained the same. "We welcome diplomatic and trade relations with individual species, outside Council control. All other messages will be archived without response." Some Council members suggested using force. They quickly discovered that their maps of human space were now useless. Their best sensors couldn't penetrate whatever shield humans had placed around their territory. Their fastest ships couldn't follow human vessels through the strange new jump points they used. "They were always ready," Smith said, watching another report of Council authority crumbling. "They knew this day might come, and they prepared for years. While we tried to control them, they were quietly making sure we couldn't." The galaxy was learning an important lesson. Trying to hold back human progress was like trying to hold back the tide. In the end, the water always finds its way forward. 2 months after humanity's departure, the first pirate attack hit the Silk Star trade route. 3 cargo ships disappeared without a trace. The Council fleet, once proud and strong, took 3 days to respond. This route was protected by human patrols. The merchant captain told his frightened crew, their ships could be anywhere in the sector in minutes, but now, more attacks followed. The pirates had discovered that many defensive systems no longer worked properly. Security networks that humans had maintained now had holes. Emergency beacons sometimes failed to activate. In the council chamber, Representative Smith faced angry delegates. "First our technology fails," shouted the trade minister. "Now our ships vanish. Who will protect our merchants?" "The council fleet," Smith began. "Is spread too thin," interrupted another delegate. "And half their ships don't work right since the human technicians left." Outside the chamber windows, Unity Point Station itself showed signs of decay. The smooth artificial gravity sometimes flickered. The air recyclers made strange noises, small things growing worse each day. On the industrial world of Factory Prime, production lines started shutting down. The automated systems that had run perfectly for decades now showed their age. Without human maintenance crews, without their regular upgrades, the machines were failing. "We've forgotten how to build things the old way," admitted the factory chief to his board. "We became too dependent on their technology, their methods." But the biggest shock came from the direction of human space. Ships trying to spy on human worlds discovered something unusual. They couldn't get close. Their instruments stopped working. Their navigation systems failed. Some ships disappeared completely. "It's like hitting a wall that isn't there," reported one scout captain. "We know their worlds are there, but we can't reach them." The council's best scientists studied the problem. They discovered that humans had created something impossible, a barrier in space itself. No energy readings, no visible signs, but nothing could pass through without human permission. "They're not just hiding," one scientist realized. "They're operating on a level of physics we don't understand." More young species began breaking away from the council. The newcomer worlds, barely a century in space, announced their independence. The Rising Stars Federation followed a day later. Each group signed new treaties with Earth. "How are they communicating with human space?" Smith demanded. "We can't even find a way to send them messages." "It seems," his assistant Tom explained, "that Earth gave their friends special communication devices before they left. They planned for everything." The Council's attempts to show strength backfired. When they sent ships to pressure a breakaway world, those ships found their weapons systems locked. When they tried to impose trade sanctions, they discovered that human-designed banking systems no longer processed their commands. In desperation, some council members tried to reverse engineer human technology. They failed. What looked simple on the surface contained principles they couldn't grasp. Even successful copies didn't work quite right, missing some hidden element that humans had never revealed. "We thought we were letting them develop under our control," Smith said during a private meeting. But they were so far ahead of us, we couldn't even see it. Reports kept coming. Pirates growing bolder, trade routes becoming dangerous, colonial worlds struggling without human support. The Council's power, built over thousands of years, was crumbling in months. The final insult came when the Council discovered that several of their most secret research projects had been compromised. Not by spies or theft, but because key parts of the work had been quietly done by human scientists. Without them, years of progress became useless. They didn't need to fight us, Tom observed, watching another angry delegation storm out of the council chamber. They just had to walk away and let us see how much we needed them. The galaxy was learning that real power wasn't about control. It was about competence, and humanity had proven they had plenty of that. 3 months after humanity's departure, the council made its biggest mistake. They decided to show their strength with a military operation against Earth. Representative Smith watched from Unity Point as the largest fleet in Council history gathered. 10,000 ships, reported Admiral Vale, his scaled skin gleaming under the station lights. The combined might of all remaining Council races. Earth will have to listen now. Smith wasn't so sure. Something about this felt wrong. Have we considered that humanity might have expected this? They're just one species. Vale dismissed the concern. No matter how advanced, they can't stand against the United Council. The massive fleet made an impressive sight as it moved into formation. Ships of every council race joined together, stretching out into space like a metal cloud. Their mission: force humanity back under council control. They never reached human space. Halfway to Earth, every ship in the fleet suddenly stopped. Their engines died. Their weapons went dark. Their communications fell silent. 10,000 ships hung helpless in space. Then a single human ship appeared, just one regular-sized patrol vessel. Its message was simple: the Council fleet has entered restricted space. Their systems have been temporarily disabled. They have 1 hour to turn back before their life support shuts down too. Admiral Vale raged from his flagship. Impossible. How can they control our ships? We checked everything for human technology. The answer came from an unexpected source. A young engineer spoke up from her console. Sir, they didn't need to add anything. They designed most of our engines in the first place. They built the base technology that everything else runs on. They just never told us about the off switch. The mighty Council fleet had no choice. They turned back. Their pride hurt more than their ships, but the lesson wasn't over. When they returned to Council space, they found things had changed. The younger races had taken advantage of their absence. Half the remaining Council members had declared independence while the fleet was away. In an emergency Council session, the truth finally sank in. We never controlled them. Smith said to the quiet chamber. We never even understood them. Humanity gave us what they wanted us to have, showed us what they wanted us to see, and kept their real power hidden. Reports from across the galaxy painted a clear picture. Human space was thriving. Their worlds were protected by technology the Council couldn't understand. Their ships used drive systems that left Council vessels looking primitive. Their colonies were expanding, their trade was growing, and their former allies were benefiting from new technologies humans had kept in reserve. Message from Earth, announced the chamber's eye. On the main screen, Ambassador Walker appeared. He looked exactly as he had the day he walked out, calm and composed. The Council's attempt to enter human space has been noted, he said simply. We trust this demonstration has made our position clear. We remain open to establishing new diplomatic relations as equals, not subjects. The choice is yours. The screen went dark, leaving the Council members in stunned silence. They could have destroyed our fleet, Tom whispered to Smith. They could have let our life support fail. They could have taken control of every piece of their technology in Council space and shut us down completely. Smith nodded slowly. But they didn't, because this wasn't about proving they could beat us. It was about proving they didn't need us at all. In the following days, the Council learned of other things humans had kept hidden. Medical technologies that could have saved millions, clean energy systems that would have ended resource wars, faster-than-light drives that made their best ships look slow. All this time, Smith said, looking out at the stars, we thought we were being generous by letting humanity develop under our guidance. We never realized we were the ones being left behind. The Council had finally understood. They hadn't been dealing with a young, rising species. They had been trying to control a giant that had simply been too polite to show its full strength. 6 months after humanity's departure, the Grand Council chamber looked very different. Where once 12 species had ruled the galaxy, now only 5 remained. The others had either declared independence or signed direct treaties with Earth. Representative Smith stood at his podium, but this time he wasn't leading the session. Instead, he was preparing to welcome a guest. Ambassador Walker has agreed to hear our proposal, he told the remaining council members. Remember, we're not in a position to make demands anymore. The chamber doors opened, and Walker entered. He looked exactly the same as the day he had walked out, but now he moved with an even quieter confidence. Behind him came representatives from 20 former council worlds, all of them now independent allies of Earth. Welcome back to Unity Point, Smith said, though I suspect it's we who should be requesting welcome from you now. Walker smiled slightly. The station's systems have been running below optimal efficiency. Our engineers could restore them, if you'd like. Everyone knew this was more than just talk about station maintenance. It was about the future of galactic civilization itself. We have a proposal, Smith said. The Council admits its errors. We acknowledge humanity's right to develop freely. We request a new beginning, not as rulers and subjects, but as equals. Walker listened quietly as Smith outlined the new structure. No more central control, no more restricted technology, no more artificial limits on progress. Instead, a forum for cooperation, with each species free to develop at its own pace. Interesting, Walker said when Smith finished. But why should humanity return at all? We're doing quite well on our own. The answer came from an unexpected source. The youngest remaining council member, barely a century in space, spoke up. Because you understand something we're only now learning, she said. Real strength isn't in controlling others. It's in helping them grow. Walker turned to her, genuinely interested. Go on. You could have crashed our economies completely. You could have shut down all our human-made technology. You could have left us helpless. But you didn't. You just showed us we had a choice. A murmur of agreement ran through the chamber. Even the oldest council races were nodding. And now, she continued, we're choosing to build something new. Not because you forced us, but because you showed us a better way. Walker looked around the chamber, at faces both familiar and new. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out something that made Smith catch his breath. A council membership badge. But this badge was different. Instead of the old council seal, it showed a new symbol, a galaxy with all its stars shining equally bright. Earth has discussed your proposal, Walker said. We agree on one condition. Everything we've kept hidden, all our advanced technology, all our scientific knowledge, we share it, not just with the Council, but with every species ready to use it responsibly. That would change everything, Smith whispered. That's the point, Walker replied. The galaxy shouldn't be about holding anyone back. It should be about lifting everyone up. One by one, the council members stepped forward to exchange their old badges for new ones. As they did, screens around the chamber lit up with data. Humanity sharing its first batch of hidden breakthroughs. There's so much here, Tom said, scanning the files. Medical cures, clean energy, faster ships, better defenses. You had solutions for almost everything. We did, Walker agreed. We were just waiting for the galaxy to be ready to use them wisely. Smith looked out the chamber windows at the stars. Already, human ships were arriving to help upgrade Unity Point systems. In spite of everything, they had never stopped wanting to help. "Welcome home," he said to Walker. Or perhaps we should say, welcome to the future. The galaxy was entering a new age, not one of control and fear, but of cooperation and growth. And it had all started because one species had been brave enough to simply walk away.
The examination hall of the Galactic Academy was a vast dome chamber, its ceiling an artificial night sky filled with swirling nebulae and distant constellations. The air carried a crisp, almost sterile scent, the product of carefully regulated atmospheric conditions, tailored to accommodate the diverse array of species present. The room hummed with a low, pulsing vibration, a subtle effect of the Academy's advanced technology, ensuring that every student, regardless of biological origin, could exist comfortably within the same environment. Cadet Stanley Becker sat in the third row, his posture relaxed but his mind alert. He was the only human among the 100 or so students gathered for the final exam in advanced astrogation, a subject so complex that even the most brilliant species of the known galaxy struggled to master it. The other cadets, representing a multitude of intelligent civilizations, were a collection of reptilian beings with elongated skulls, feathered avian-like creatures with keen predatory gazes, and silicon-based life forms whose crystalline bodies refracted the light in shifting patterns. Their presence was a testament to the Academy's commitment to gathering the finest minds from across the stars. At the front of the hall stood Professor Zilnor, a towering figure of rigid exoskeletal plating and 4 dexterous arms. His deep, resonant voice carried an unmistakable note of authority, reinforced by the quiet clicking of his mandibles as he surveyed the assembled students. His species, the Vraxil, were known for their unparalleled analytical prowess and an almost fanatical dedication to logic. Zilnor's reputation was infamous within the Academy. He had broken more students than any other instructor. His exam so notoriously difficult that even passing with the bare minimum was considered a mark of honor. Now, as the final exam was about to begin, an expectant hush fell over the chamber. The students sat rigidly in their seats, their focus absolute. Some activated their neural interfaces, tiny biotechnological implants that allowed direct interaction with data streams. Others extended secondary appendages, preparing to manipulate complex holographic formulas. Every cadet knew that this test would determine their fate. Zilnor raised one of his arms, and the air shimmered as hundreds of holographic displays materialized in front of each student. The glowing equations, rotating star charts, and gravitational computations reflected in their wide, blinking eyes. The problem was presented in multiple dimensions, requiring the students to solve an intricate navigational challenge that simulated piloting a vessel through an unstable sector of space, a region where black holes, pulsar winds, and quantum anomalies rendered traditional calculations useless. This was not just a test of memorization or technical skill. It was a challenge designed to break the weak and prove who among them was truly capable of commanding a starship. "You have 7 planetary cycles to complete this examination," Zilnor intoned, his voice devoid of emotion. "Begin." Stanley exhaled slowly and leaned back in his chair. He glanced at the glowing display in front of him, skimming through the problem with mild curiosity. He had been dreading this exam, not because he thought it would be difficult, but because he knew exactly how it was designed. The problem was convoluted on purpose, meant to overwhelm with unnecessary complexity. He had seen this kind of over-engineering before, mathematical arrogance wrapped in layers of equations that only served to obscure a simple truth. Stanley had grown up in a family of astrophysicists, spending his childhood listening to orbital mechanics explained over dinner. The moment he saw the exam, he recognized the core pattern hidden beneath the extraneous calculations. It was nothing more than a basic navigational problem that had been dressed up to appear intimidating. Around him, the other cadets were already deep into their calculations. Some were cross-referencing vast databases of astrogational theory, while others frantically sketched out 3-dimensional trajectories in glowing mid-air projections. The crystalline students emitted subtle vibrations, their internal processors working at full capacity. A reptilian cadet beside Stanley flicked his forked tongue in frustration, his clawed fingers darting over the holographic interface as he tried to stabilize the simulated spacecraft's trajectory. Stanley, meanwhile, pulled out an old-fashioned pen and a small notepad. This earned him more than a few puzzled glances from his peers. While they relied on cutting-edge computational systems, he preferred the simplicity of manual calculations. It wasn't that he distrusted technology, he simply found that writing things out helped him think more clearly. He set to work, quickly simplifying the problem in his head. The key was recognizing that the entire exam was based on a flawed assumption, that conventional three-dimensional astrogation was required for a region of space where relativistic effects dominated. But if he shifted the perspective to a non-Euclidean frame, the calculations collapsed into a far more manageable form. Stanley scratched down a few numbers, ran a quick mental check, and within minutes he had his answer. Silence fell over his immediate vicinity as he stood up, stretched slightly, and walked toward the front of the room. The sound of his footsteps echoed unnaturally in the otherwise focused quiet. Every cadet was still deeply engrossed in their work, oblivious to his movements, except for Zelnor, whose 3 black eyes locked onto him the moment he approached the desk. The professor's mandibles twitched in what could have been confusion or irritation. Stanley placed the completed answer sheet on Zelnor's desk with a casual shrug. "I'm done," he said simply. For a moment there was no response. Zillner's elongated fingers hesitated over the answer sheet, as if unwilling to accept what he had just heard. The notion was preposterous. No one could have finished in so little time. "You cannot be finished," Zelnor said at last, his voice slow, measured. His secondary hands tapped against the desk in a restless rhythm. "You are mocking this exam. Return to your seat and complete the work properly." Stanley remained unfazed. "No, sir, it's done." The words hung in the air like a challenge. By now, the disturbance had begun to ripple outward. A few cadets nearby, sensing something unusual, paused their calculations to glance toward the front. A low electronic hum emanated from one of the silicon-based students, a sign of confusion. The reptilian cadet beside Stanley flicked his tongue again, his slitted eyes narrowing in suspicion. Zilnor, moving with the deliberate precision of a scholar who had seen every trick in the book, lifted the answer sheet and slid it into the verification system. A holographic panel flickered to life above the desk, scanning through Stanley's calculations. The professor expected an immediate rejection, a cascade of red warnings signaling incorrect formulas. Instead, the system processed the data, ran a full analysis, and then displayed the final verdict. 100% accurate. The moment stretched impossibly long. The murmurs began almost immediately, students shifting in their seats, whispers darting between them like sparks across a circuit board. A professor in the observation chamber above activated his communicator, summoning higher-ranking officials. Zellner's grip tightened on the desk. He was not a being prone to emotional outbursts, but this defied all reason. "Explain," he demanded, his voice now tinged with something dangerously close to disbelief. "How did you—" Stanley just smiled. "It's just math, Professor." And with that, the first shockwave of what would soon become a galactic-wide academic scandal was set in motion. Professor Zellner's 3 eyes remained fixed on the glowing green confirmation of Stanley Becker's perfect score. His exoskeletal fingers twitched slightly as he reread the verification message, half expecting the system to correct itself and reveal some mistake. Yet, the result remained unchanged, 100% accurate. The murmurs spreading through the room grew louder, a rising tide of disbelief and confusion. The other students had paused their work entirely, their holographic equations flickering mid-calculation. A few had turned in their seats, craning their necks to get a better look at Stanley, who remained standing in front of the professor's desk with a relaxed posture. A sharp chime rang through the hall, a system alert reserved for moments of extreme academic irregularity. Almost immediately, the observation window above the room flickered with new activity. Academy instructors and senior professors, alerted by the anomaly, peered down with interest. The air itself seemed to tighten, the weight of attention pressing onto every cadet. Zillner finally moved, his tall, segmented frame shifting with deliberate precision. He lifted the answer sheet again, this time inspecting it manually as if his own eyes would uncover a flaw the verification system had somehow missed. "Explain," he commanded, his deep voice carrying across the now silent hall. Stanley folded his arms. It wasn't that complicated. The statement was almost casual, but in the charged atmosphere of the examination hall, it might as well have been a thunderclap. A Silicon-based student let out a low vibrational hum, a sign of disbelief. A reptilian cadet in the second row clicked his jaw in irritation. "Not complicated," Zillner echoed, his voice as rigid as his exoskeleton. His mandibles twitched slightly before he continued. "This examination is based on the most advanced principles of astrogation known to the Galactic Academy. Every equation, every variable has been meticulously refined over centuries. And yet, you claim it was not complicated." Stanley gave a small shrug. "The problem was over-engineered. Too many unnecessary variables. Once I stripped it down, the solution was obvious." Zillner's upper set of hands clasped behind his back, a calculated gesture of restraint. His lower hands tapped at his console, pulling up Stanley's solution on the central holographic display so the entire hall could see. The equations, stripped of their complexity, unfolded before the audience. The students leaned forward, their eyes darting between the simplified notations and the original problem set. Slowly, understanding dawned across the room. An avian-like cadet with sharp golden feathers let out a sharp exhalation. "Actually makes sense," he muttered, half to himself. He bypassed the relativistic calculations but that contradicts every model we've been taught," another voice protested from the back of the room. "How can something this simple work?" The murmurs grew into outright discussion, but Zillner raised a hand, instantly silencing the students. His gaze returned to Stanley, unreadable. "You are implying," Zillner said slowly, "that our Academy's methodologies are flawed." Stanley hesitated. He had expected disbelief, he had expected questions, but he had not anticipated the sheer weight of the accusation now being leveled at him. The Galactic Academy was the most prestigious institution in the known universe, its teachings the foundation of interstellar navigation across countless civilizations. Suggesting that their methodologies were outdated was not just bold, it was heretical. Still, he had already crossed the line. There was no point in backing down now. "I'm saying," Stanley said carefully, "that this particular method is inefficient. It doesn't mean everything the Academy teaches is wrong, just that there might be a better way to approach certain problems." Zillner exhaled, a low clicking sound that echoed through the chamber. "You are aware of what you are suggesting?" Stanley nodded. "I am." For a long moment there was silence. Then Zillner turned sharply, his movements precise as he tapped a command into his desk console. The main display flickered again, this time summoning an external communication link. A moment later, a deep, resonant voice filled the hall. "Professor Zellnor," the voice said, calm yet commanding, "explain this disturbance." Every cadet in the room froze. The holographic display above the professor's desk now showed the stern face of the Galactic Academy's head chancellor. His features were severe, his dark eyes piercing through the transmission as if he could see into every corner of the examination hall. The weight of his presence was palpable. Zellnor inclined his head slightly, a formal gesture of respect. "Chancellor, we have encountered an anomaly during the astrogation examination. A human cadet has submitted a fully accurate solution in under 5 minutes." The Chancellor's eyes narrowed fractionally. "That is not possible." Zillnor remained still. "The verification system has confirmed his solution." A brief pause. The Chancellor's gaze shifted. locking onto Stanley. "Cadet Becker," he said, his voice measured. "Step forward." Stanley felt the tension in the room deepen as he moved closer to the display. Every eye remained fixed on him, watching his every movement. The Chancellor studied him for a long moment before speaking again. "You claim to have solved the problem in under 5 minutes?" "Yes, sir," Stanley replied. "And you believe the methodology taught by the Academy is flawed?" Stanley exhaled. "I believe there's a more efficient way to approach certain calculations, yes." Another silence. Then the Chancellor's gaze shifted back to Zilnor. "Professor," he said, "send me the full analysis of the cadet's solution. This matter is no longer confined to a single examination hall." Zilnor inclined his head again. "Understood, Chancellor." The transmission ended. For the first time in his career, Professor Axilnor felt the weight of something far greater than an academic dispute settle over him. This was no longer about a single exam. This was about the foundation of everything the Galactic Academy had built. Stanley stood in the now silent examination hall, his pulse steady despite the weight of 100 eyes on him. The transmission with the Chancellor had ended, but its impact still lingered, thick in the air like static before a storm. The other cadets, who had spent years memorizing formulas and perfecting their calculations under the Academy's strict methodologies, watched him with expressions ranging from disbelief to resentment. Professor Zilnor remained behind his desk, his exoskeletal fingers tapping against the smooth surface as he processed the implications of what had just transpired. His reputation, his teachings, his authority, all had been placed under scrutiny because of one human's unexpected answer. The sound of a door sliding open at the far end of the hall snapped the tension like a taut wire suddenly cut. 3 instructors entered, their dark robes marking them as members of the academic board. Their movements were swift, deliberate, and their gazes locked on to Zilnor the moment they stepped inside. Professor, the first instructor, an avian-like woman with sleek obsidian feathers, spoke first. "The Chancellor has summoned you." Zilnor inclined his head in understanding, but did not move immediately. Instead, his 3 eyes shifted back to Stanley. "Cadet Becker," he said, his voice even, but carrying a weight of authority. "You will accompany me." A flicker of unease passed through the hall. The other students stiffened slightly, their postures rigid with anticipation. Being summoned by the Chancellor was not a routine occurrence. It was an event of magnitude. Stanley, however, nodded without hesitation. "Understood." Without another word, Zilnor turned and exited through the same doors the instructors had entered. Stanley followed closely behind, his steps firm but unhurried. The corridor outside was a vast stretch of polished metal and glowing blue navigation strips lining the walls. The architecture of the Academy was sleek, functional, designed to reflect the institution's relentless pursuit of knowledge. They walked in silence, their footsteps the only sound against the smooth flooring. Zilnor led him through a series of passageways, past students and faculty who turned their heads at the sight of them. Word had spread fast, too fast. Stanley could feel the weight of their stares, not of curiosity but of something sharper, doubt, resentment. He was the anomaly in an institution built on rigid tradition, and that alone made him dangerous. Finally, they reached the upper administrative level, where towering doors led to the Chancellor's private chamber. The guards at the entrance stepped aside without question, allowing them entry. The room was vast, yet deliberately minimalistic. A panoramic window stretched across one side, offering a breathtaking view of the binary stars orbiting in the distance. The lighting was subdued, casting long shadows against the polished floor. In the center of the chamber, seated behind a sleek metallic desk, was the Chancellor. His presence was commanding, not through size or physicality, but through an aura of absolute control. His piercing gaze met Stanley's the moment he entered, assessing him with quiet intensity. Zilnor came to a halt and straightened his posture. "Chancellor," he said, "I have brought the cadet as requested." The Chancellor nodded slowly, his fingers steepled together. His expression remained unreadable. "Cadet Becker," he said at last. "You are aware of the implications of your actions?" Stanley kept his voice level. "Yes, sir." The Chancellor studied him for a long moment before gesturing toward the large display behind him. The holographic screen came to life, revealing a series of data streams. Stanley's calculations cross-referenced against the Academy's standard methodology. At a glance, the difference was staggering. "Your solution has forced us to reconsider a foundational principle of our astrogation system," the Chancellor continued. "Our models have remained unchanged for centuries, yet your approach suggests an alternative framework that is both simpler and more efficient." Stanley remained silent, sensing there was more to come. The Chancellor leaned forward slightly. "Do you understand what that means?" Stanley chose his words carefully. "It means that there's room for improvement." A faint smile touched the Chancellor's lips, though it never reached his eyes. "That is an understatement, Cadet. If your calculations hold, it would mean that the Galactic Academy, the institution that dictates navigational protocols across multiple civilizations, has been teaching an outdated method for generations. The repercussions of such a revelation would be substantial." Zilnor's expression remained unreadable, but Stanley could sense the tension in the professor's stance. This was not just about one exam. This was about the Academy's credibility, its legacy, and the power it held over the intellectual foundations of interstellar travel. The Chancellor exhaled slowly. "We have already begun conducting a secondary verification of your calculations. If they prove accurate under independent review, we will have no choice but to address this matter on a wider scale. However," he paused, his gaze sharpening, "that is a dangerous path." Stanley's jaw tightened. "Dangerous how?" The Chancellor's gaze did not waver. "There are those within the Academy and beyond who will resist any suggestion that our methodologies are flawed. If your calculations prove correct, you will have undermined an institution that has dictated galactic navigation for centuries. That will make you a target." The weight of those words settled over the room. Stanley had expected resistance, but the warning carried an edge he had not fully considered. He was not just challenging a test. He was challenging a system that had been meticulously upheld by some of the most powerful minds in the galaxy. The Chancellor leaned back in his chair. "I am placing you under direct academic review. You will work with a specialized team to replicate and expand upon your findings. Until then, you are not to discuss this matter with anyone outside of the review team. Is that clear?" Stanley nodded. "Yes, sir." The Chancellor's expression remained impassive. "Good. Professor Zilner will oversee your participation in the review process. You are dismissed." Zilnor gave a respectful nod before turning to leave. Stanley followed, his mind already racing with the implications of what had just been said. As they stepped out of the chamber, the doors sliding shut behind them, Zilnor finally spoke. "You have set something into motion, Cadet Becker," he said, his voice quiet yet firm. "I do not know if you realize the full extent of it yet." Stanley met his gaze. "I understand enough." Zilnor's mandibles twitched slightly, the closest thing to a smirk Stanley had ever seen from him. "Then I suggest you prepare yourself," Zilnor said, "because the Academy will not let this go unchallenged." With that, they walked in silence, leaving the Chancellor's chamber behind. The path ahead had been set, but Stanley knew one thing with certainty: this was only the beginning. The walk back from the Chancellor's chamber was long, the silence between Stanley and Professor Zilner stretching like an invisible tension wire. The corridors of the Galactic Academy, once a maze of sterile efficiency, now seemed lined with unseen eyes. The news had spread beyond the examination hall. Whispers slithered through the air, filling every corner of the towering institution with speculation. Stanley kept his posture straight, his steps even, but he could feel the undercurrent shifting around him. He had disturbed something larger than an academic tradition. The realization had settled deep in his bones. When they arrived at the professor's private research wing, the heavy doors slid open, revealing a vast, dimly lit laboratory lined with holographic projections and complex stellar charts. The moment the door sealed shut behind them, Zilnor turned sharply. "You understand the weight of what has begun," Zilnor said, his mandibles clicking in measured deliberation. Stanley nodded. "I do." "Then you also understand that this will not remain an academic discussion." Zilnor moved toward a central control console, his exoskeletal fingers tapping across illuminated keys. A large projection flickered into existence, an intricate display of the Academy's official astrogation models compared against Stanley's simplified equation. "These are the simulations currently being run by the verification board," Zilnor continued, his tone devoid of unnecessary embellishments. "They are testing your solution across multiple gravitational environments. Thus far, every model has produced results in your favor." Stanley stepped closer, watching as the holographic display pulsed with confirmation readings. He had known his calculations were correct, but seeing them verified in real time against the very system that had sought to disprove them sent a wave of satisfaction through him. Zilnor observed him for a long moment before speaking again. "You will now be placed under direct scrutiny. That means you will not only have to defend your findings, but also withstand the weight of opposition from those who refuse to see reason." Stanley exhaled. "Let me guess. There are those who have built their entire careers on the Academy's existing models." Zilnor's three eyes darkened. "Careers, reputations, power. You did not just present a new formula, Cadet Becker. You introduced doubt into a structure that has governed interstellar navigation for centuries." Stanley processed that quietly. He had never set out to tear down the foundation of the Galactic Academy, but he wasn't naive enough to think that those in control would welcome his discovery with open arms. The professor tapped another command, and a secondary projection emerged. This time, an array of names. "These are the senior members of the Academic Council," Zilnor explained. "They will be overseeing your review process." Stanley scanned the list. Some names were familiar. Renowned figures in the field of astrogation, their publications standard reading in every cadet's curriculum. Others were unknown to him, but their titles alone spoke of immense influence. Zilnor's tone sharpened. "Some will be open to new perspectives, others will not. One in particular, Professor Halvorn, has already voiced his opposition." The name sparked immediate recognition. Halvorn was a decorated academic, one of the oldest members of the council. His theories on astrogation were considered law, his presence at the Academy untouchable. Stanley leaned back slightly. "I assume he doesn't appreciate being proven wrong." Zilnor's mandibles twitched. "Halvorn does not believe he can be proven wrong. He will not attack your findings directly, not yet. He will seek to dismantle you as a cadet, as a scholar, as a human." Stanley's jaw clenched. "Then I'll have to be ready for him." The professor studied him carefully. "Your confidence is noted, but it is not enough. You will be expected to defend every element of your work in a controlled trial before the council. If you cannot counter their scrutiny, they will bury your findings before they ever reach public discussion." Stanley frowned. "A trial? I thought this was an academic review." "In theory, it is," Zilnor said. "In practice, it will be an interrogation designed to discredit you." Stanley exhaled slowly, letting the information settle. He had known there would be resistance, but he had assumed it would be a matter of equations, data, and logic. Now he understood it would be a battle of politics, reputation, and the very nature of power. Zilnor turned away from the projection. "Your work is sound, but your presence here is an anomaly. That alone makes you a threat. The moment you step into that trial, you will be on your own." Stanley met his gaze evenly. "Then I'll make sure I don't give them any reason to dismiss me." For the first time, Zilnor's expression shifted, just slightly, a flicker of something that could have been approval. "Good," the professor said. "Then we begin preparation immediately." The weight of those words settled over Stanley, but he didn't let it show. He had never come to the Academy to start a revolution, but now that he was here, he would see it through. The days leading up to the trial moved faster than Stanley expected. His time was no longer his own. Every moment was consumed by preparation, counter-arguments, and scenario planning. Zillner pushed him relentlessly, simulating every possible challenge the academic council might throw at him. Every night he left the professor's research wing exhausted, his mind drowning in equations and theoretical counterpoints. But the challenge was not just intellectual. Word of the upcoming trial had spread through the academy like wildfire. Stanley could feel the shift in the air wherever he walked. The hushed conversations that stopped the moment he entered a room. The way some cadets glared at him with open hostility. Others avoided eye contact altogether, unwilling to be seen associating with him. A few, the ones who had always suspected the academy was built on a rigid, inflexible system, watched him with quiet interest. The real pressure, however, came from outside the student body. Halvorn had wasted no time making his position clear. The seasoned professor had not spoken to Stanley directly, but his presence loomed over the preparations like an approaching storm. He had gathered allies within the council, high-ranking academics who had built their legacies on the current astrogation models. These were not individuals who would simply admit defeat, even in the face of undeniable logic. By the time the trial day arrived, Stanley knew exactly what he was walking into. The chamber chosen for the proceedings was larger than he expected. It was designed for grand debates, its architecture imposing, the high ceiling arched like the hull of a warship. Rows of elevated seating surrounded the central floor, where Stanley stood alone. The academic council sat at the highest level, their expressions unreadable. The chancellor was present, though his face gave no indication of support or disapproval. Zillner stood at the periphery, allowed to observe but not to intervene. Halvorn sat near the center, his posture rigid, his hands folded neatly before him. His gaze, sharp and calculating, locked on to Stanley the moment he entered. The chamber doors sealed with a low hiss. The trial had begun. One of the senior council members, a woman with silver thread skin and piercing yellow eyes, spoke first. Cadet Becker, you have presented an alternative astrogation model that contradicts the foundational principles of this institution. You are aware of the gravity of such a claim? Stanley stood tall. Yes, Counselor, I am. She nodded once, then gestured toward the holographic display that materialized above the chamber. We have reviewed your calculations. They are, as the verification teams have confirmed, mathematically sound. However, mathematical validity alone is not sufficient to warrant systemic change. We must determine whether your findings hold practical application. A second counselor, a broad-shouldered being with a deep, resonant voice, leaned forward. Explain in precise terms how your model improves upon the existing system in real-world navigation. Stanley exhaled slowly. This was the easy part. The current system relies on multi-stage gravitational calculations that treat every navigational variable independently, he explained. It assumes that all external forces must be calculated in a linear sequence, which creates unnecessary computational complexity. My model accounts for relativistic distortions as a single equation, removing redundant steps and reducing navigational error margins by 32%. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Halvorn remained silent, his expression unreadable. The first counselor tilted her head slightly. A bold claim. If true, such an improvement would revolutionize deep space travel, but we must be certain. Professor Halvorn, as the foremost expert in astrogation, do you have a rebuttal? Halvorn stood with practiced ease. His voice when he spoke was smooth and precise. The cadet's work is impressive. I do not dispute that. Silence fell over the room. Everyone waited for the inevitable but, Halvorn continued. However, his approach relies on a theoretical framework that has never been tested under real navigational conditions. The Academy does not operate on theories alone. We are responsible for ensuring the safety of interstellar travel. If we are to trust this model, it must be tested in a controlled environment. not adopted based on mathematics. It was a calculated move. He was not dismissing Stanley outright. He was shifting the burden of proof onto him. Stanley met Halvorn's gaze. "I agree," he said, his voice steady. "Which is why I propose a live test." A flicker of surprise crossed some of the council members' faces. Even Halvorn hesitated for the briefest moment before recovering. The Chancellor, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. "Explain." Stanley turned toward the central display, bringing up a new projection. "There is a scheduled supply vessel departing from the orbital station in 2 days. It is following a standard navigational route through the Lauren Expanse, a route that currently requires 14 course corrections due to unpredictable gravitational fluctuations." He tapped a control, highlighting the trajectory. "Using my model, I can reduce those course corrections to 6. The chamber erupted into discussion. A live test was a high-risk proposal. If he failed, his entire argument would collapse in real time. But if he succeeded, Halvorn's expression darkened slightly. "An interesting proposition, but reckless. If your model fails, the vessel could veer off course, putting lives at risk." Stanley didn't blink. "Then let's run it on a secondary navigation system. Keep the original model as the primary. If mine works, the results will speak for themselves." A heavy silence followed. The council exchanged glances, their deliberation unspoken but tangible. Then the Chancellor nodded. "Very well. The live test will proceed." Halvorn's jaw tightened, but he gave a slow nod. "Let it be done then." The trial was over, but the real test had just begun. 2 days later, Stanley stood in the Academy's control center, watching the data stream from the departing vessel. The entire Academy was watching. The flight crew had agreed to run his model on a parallel system, tracking both sets of navigational calculations in real time. For the first 20 minutes, the flight followed its standard course. Then came the first scheduled course correction. The ship's onboard systems compared the Academy's recommended adjustment to Stanley's model. Deviation detected, 0.02%. The ship maintained course. Second correction, deviation 0.04%, no adjustment needed. By the third point, the Academy's model instructed a course change, while Stanley's advised holding steady. The ship followed the standard protocol, adjusting as per the traditional method. It created a minor energy loss. By the 8th correction point, the difference was undeniable. Stanley's model had predicted the optimal trajectory from the start. The Academy's system had forced unnecessary adjustments. The final report showed that the ship had used 18% more fuel than necessary under the old model. The data was indisputable. When the results were presented to the Council, there was no argument left to be made. The Chancellor stood before the Assembly. "The live test has confirmed Cadet Becker's findings. Effective immediately, his model will undergo full-scale integration trials for future astrogation protocols." Halvorn said nothing. His silence was the only concession Stanley needed. As he left the chamber, Zilnor walked beside him. "You have rewritten history today, Cadet Becker." Stanley exhaled, feeling the weight lift from his shoulders. "Then let's make sure we don't stop here." The universe had just become a little smaller, a little faster, and for the first time, the Galactic Academy had been forced to acknowledge that change was inevitable.
Commander Vex Thor stood at the observation deck of the Galactic Defense Academy, his 4 arms crossed behind his back as he watched the morning drills. The purple sun of Centauri Prime cast long shadows across the training grounds, where hundreds of cadets from various species performed their synchronized combat routines. Their movements were precise, calculated, and backed by generations of proven genetic superiority. "Commander, the Council requests your presence," announced Sub-Lieutenant Krell, his translucent skin flickering with nervous energy patterns. Vex Thor's upper lip curled slightly, revealing a row of metallic blue teeth. "Tell me, Krell, what do you see down there?" His voice carried the distinctive growl of the Centaurian elite. "Sir?" "I see the finest warriors in the galaxy," Sir Krell responded, his bioluminescent patterns pulsing with confusion. "The finest warriors in the galaxy," Vex Thor repeated, turning to face his subordinate. His crimson eyes narrowed. That's what we've always believed, isn't it? That our combined might, our enhanced genetics, our superior training methods make us unbeatable. Krell shifted uncomfortably. Of course, sir. The Galactic Defense Force has stood unchallenged for 3,000 cycles. Vex Thor activated the holographic display with a wave of his lower right hand. Images of a small blue-green planet appeared, rotating slowly in the air between them. Then explain to me, Sub-Lieutenant, why the Council has ordered us to integrate these into our training program. The image zoomed in to show recordings of humans fragile-looking bipeds with no natural armor, no enhanced strength, and laughably limited appendages. Krell's skin rippled with amusement. Surely this is a diplomatic formality, Commander. The humans can't possibly. That's exactly what the Drachnid Empire thought. Vex Thor interrupted sharply. Before a single human female took down their entire royal guard, unarmed. The amusement patterns on Krell's skin flatlined instantly. But sir, the Drachnids were apex predators. Their natural armor alone was useless. Vex Thor finished, as was their strength, their training, their confidence. The human used something they call Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, turned their own power against them. Vex Thor gestured to another holo recording. A human, barely reaching the chest height of a Drachnid warrior, flowing like water around attacks, redirecting force, and systematically dismantling opponents twice their size. The Council has spoken. Starting next cycle, we will host human combat instructors. They will share their techniques. The commander's tone suggested he'd rather swallow plasma than admit humans had anything to teach them. But Commander Krell protested, his skin now showing distress patterns. Our cadets train in 15 forms of guaranteed lethal combat. We have the strongest, fastest, most durable warriors in known space. What could humans possibly teach us? Vex Thor's secondary arms twitched a sign of deep agitation. That, Sub-Lieutenant, is exactly what troubles me. We know everything about combat. Everything. Our methods are perfected through millennia of warfare. Our genetics are engineered for optimal performance. And yet... He pulled up another recording. A human female, small even by their standards, facing off against a Drachnid honor guard. The fight lasted exactly 12 seconds. When it was over, the Drachnid lay unconscious, and the human hadn't even broken a sweat. The Council believes we've become complacent. They think these humans might show us something new. Vex Thor spat the words like they tasted foul. And I have been ordered to facilitate this cultural exchange. When do they arrive? Sir Krell asked, his skin now a sickly shade of gray. Vex Thor turned back to the window, watching his perfect army perform their perfect drills with their perfect precision. Tomorrow. The humans arrive tomorrow. And Sub-Lieutenant, if you breathe a word of my concerns to anyone, I'll have you cleaning quantum waste filters for the next cycle. Understood, sir. But what should I tell the Council? Tell them. Vex Thor growled. That the Galactic Defense Academy welcomes this opportunity to broaden our understanding of combat techniques. Tell them we are honored to host our human guests. Tell them whatever diplomatic garbage you need to. But make sure our best warriors are ready. I want to see exactly what these humans are capable of. And more importantly, I want to know their weaknesses. The commander's 4 fists clenched simultaneously as he watched the sun set over his academy. Tomorrow would bring humans soft, weak, limited humans to teach combat to the greatest warriors in the galaxy. The very thought made his stomach acid boil. If only he knew just how much his worldview was about to change. The landing pad hummed with suppressed energy as the human transport vessel descended through Centauri Prime's atmosphere. Commander Vex Thor stood at attention, flanked by his top officers, their ceremonial armor gleaming under the purple sun. Behind them, arranged in perfect formation, stood 200 of the Academy's finest warriors, a not-so-subtle display of martial prowess. Quite the welcome committee, Sub-Lieutenant Krell whispered, his skin flickering with nervous patterns. Do you think we might be overdoing it? Silence, Vex Thor commanded, though privately he agreed. The Council had insisted on this show of respect, but to him, it felt like throwing a military parade for children. The transport touched down with surprising grace, its silver hull reflecting the landscape like a mirror. As the dust settled, a hatch opened with a soft hiss, and the human delegation emerged. Vex Thor's upper arms twitched involuntarily. He'd studied their files, but seeing humans in person was different. They looked so fragile, like younglings who had yet to grow their armor plates. The first two were clearly diplomatic staff, dressed in what humans called formal attire. But the third... Maya Rodriguez stepped onto Centauri Prime's soil with the fluid grace of a hunting phylid. She wore a simple white garment that humans called a GI tied with a black belt. Her dark hair was pulled back tightly, revealing sharp features and eyes that missed nothing. Despite being the smallest of the group, something about her presence made Vex Thor's combat instincts bristle. Commander Vex Thor, the lead diplomat, stepped forward, executing a passable Centaurian greeting gesture. "I am Ambassador Thomas Wright. Thank you for this wonderful welcome. Allow me to introduce Master Sergeant Blake Sterling, our liaison officer, and Maya Rodriguez, your new combat instructor." Vex Thor performed the diplomatic response on autopilot, his attention fixed on Rodriguez. She was studying his warriors with an expression he couldn't quite read. Was that amusement? "We are honored," he managed, the words feeling like gravel in his throat, "to host such distinguished guests. Though I must admit some curiosity about the training methods you'll be sharing." Rodriguez smiled. Not the practiced smile of the diplomat, but the confident grin of a predator. "Commander, I think it's best if I show rather than tell. Would you mind if I gave a small demonstration?" Before Vex Thor could respond, one of his junior officers, Lieutenant Krasnakis, stepped forward. The young Centaurian was a prodigy, undefeated in 17 forms of combat. His skin rippled with challenge patterns. "Commander, permission to volunteer." Krasnak's tone made it clear what he thought of human combat techniques. Vex Thor should have refused. Protocol demanded it, but his own curiosity won out. "Very well. Lieutenant Krasnak is one of our most promising students. A friendly sparring match might help us understand your methods." The ambassador looked concerned, but Rodriguez's smile only widened. "Perfect. Standard rules? No weapons, no lethal strikes, victory by submission or incapacitation." Krasnak's skin flashed with predatory colors. "Agreed. Though I will try not to damage you permanently, human." The gathered warriors formed a circle, their collective skepticism practically tangible. Vex Thor watched as Rodriguez stepped into the impromptu ring, her movements economical, precise. Krasnak towered over her, his forearms flexing impressively, armored plates catching the sunlight. "Begin whenever you're ready," Rodriguez said pleasantly, as if inviting someone to tea. Krasnak launched forward with textbook perfection, his upper arms striking high, while his lower arms swept in for a grapple. It was a combination that had broken bones in 7 different species. Rodriguez wasn't there. She moved like quicksilver, flowing around the attacks as if they were happening in slow motion. Before anyone could process what was happening, she had somehow entangled one of Krasnak's lower arms. There was a subtle shift of weight, a precise application of leverage, and suddenly the mighty Centaurian warrior was airborne. The impact when he hit the ground made the landing pad vibrate. Before he could recover, Rodriguez had his arm locked in a position that looked anatomically impossible. Krasnak's skin flashed emergency patterns. "Yield. I yield." The entire sequence had taken less than 4 seconds. Rodriguez helped the stunned lieutenant to his feet with that same pleasant smile. "Thank you for the warm-up, Lieutenant. Now, Commander Vex Thor, shall we discuss the training schedule? I think your warriors might find our methods enlightening." Vex Thor stared at his defeated officer, then at the tiny human who had dismantled him without apparent effort. For the first time in his long military career, he felt something he'd never expected to associate with humans. Fear. The Academy's main training arena buzzed with anticipation. News of Lieutenant Krasnak's defeat had spread like quantum fire through the ranks, but most warriors remained convinced it was a fluke. Commander Vex Thor watched from his elevated position as Maya Rodriguez stood calmly in the center of the combat circle, surrounded by the Academy's top hand-to-hand combat instructors. "The assessment will proceed in 3 phases," Vex Thor announced, his voice echoing through the arena. Phase 1, single combat. Phase 2, multiple opponents. Phase 3, environmental challenges. Instructor Rodriguez has agreed to demonstrate human combat techniques against our finest warriors. And after that, Rodriguez added, her voice carrying surprising authority, "I'll explain exactly why you all lost." A ripple of angry color patterns spread through the gathered Centaurians. Such arrogance, such disrespect. Several warriors flexed their armored plates menacingly, but Rodriguez appeared completely unimpressed. Master Sergeant Sterling leaned toward Ambassador Wright. 20 credits says she doesn't even break a sweat. The first challenger stepped forward. Senior Instructor Malex was renowned for his expertise in pressure point combat. His six-fingered hands could disable most species with a single precise strike. Begin, Vexthor commanded. Malex moved with deadly precision, his enhanced speed making his strikes nearly invisible to normal eyes. His fingers targeted nerve clusters with surgical accuracy. But somehow Rodriguez was never quite where his strikes landed. She moved with liquid grace, each dodge flowing into the next like a choreographed dance. Interesting technique, she commented casually, as if discussing the weather. But you're telegraphing your moves through your shoulder plates. Before Malex could process this critique, Rodriguez stepped inside his guard. Her movements became a blur, and suddenly the mighty instructor found himself floating through the air. He landed hard, his nervous system temporarily scrambled by strikes he hadn't even seen. Next, Rodriguez called out, not even breathing heavily. They came at her one after another. Specialist Dren, with his reinforced exoskeleton and devastating kick combinations. Grandmaster Yix, whose fighting style had evolved from his species' venomous hunting techniques. Elite Guard Captain Zorn, whose bioengineered muscles could punch through battle armor. Each fight ended the same way, with a supposedly superior warrior lying defeated, while Rodriguez calmly explained what they had done wrong. You rely too much on your natural advantages, she told them between matches. Strength, speed, armor, these are crutches that have made you predictable. The mood in the arena shifted from skepticism to confusion, then to something approaching worry. When Phase 2 began, they sent groups against her. 3 warriors, then 5, then 10. Rodriguez adapted instantly, using their numbers against them, turning their coordinated attacks into chaos. Warriors crashed into each other, their carefully practiced formations falling apart as the humans seemed to be everywhere and nowhere at once. Humans call this battlefield awareness, she explained while casually flipping a warrior twice her size. We developed it because we were usually the smallest, weakest species in any fight. We had to pay attention, had to adapt. Phase 3 introduced environmental hazards, varying gravity, obstacle courses, limited visibility. If anything, Rodriguez became even more effective. She used the changing conditions like weapons, turning every disadvantage into an advantage. Enhanced vision doesn't help if you never learn to fight blind, she lectured, disabling 3 warriors in total darkness. Superior strength means nothing if you can't adapt to different gravity fields. From his command position, Vexthor watched with growing unease as everything he thought he knew about combat crumbled. His warriors were the finest in the galaxy, their techniques honed over thousands of cycles. How could this single human make them look like untrained younglings? The final demonstration was perhaps the most shocking. Rodriguez invited any warrior to attack her using any non-lethal method they chose. For 10 minutes, she defended herself while blindfolded, explaining each counter as she performed it. You're dropping your left shoulder before you strike. Your armor plates make distinct sounds when you move. The air pressure changes when you throw a punch. Did you know your bioluminescence has different patterns for different attacks? When it was over, dozens of the galaxy's most elite warriors lay scattered around the arena in various states of defeat. Rodriguez removed her blindfold and bowed respectfully to them all. This is why humans excel at unarmed combat, she said, finally showing signs of exertion. We turned our weaknesses into strengths. We developed techniques that use an opponent's power against them. We learned to read body language, to predict, to adapt. Your warriors are individually superior in every physical way. But they never had to evolve beyond those advantages, never had to think differently about combat. She turned to face Commander Vexthor directly. Give me 3 cycles with your warriors, Commander. Let me teach them to fight as if they were weak, and I will make them truly invincible. The arena fell silent. Every warrior present, from the lowest cadet to the highest master, recognized the truth in her words. They had just witnessed something revolutionary: combat without reliance on superior genetics or natural weapons. Fighting that transcended physical advantages. Vexthor's response would change the future of galactic warfare forever. Lieutenant Krasneke stood before the Academy Council, his skin pulsing with determination patterns. 2 cycles had passed since his humiliation on the landing pad, and he had spent every moment studying, observing, and learning. Now, before the assembled leadership of the Galactic Defense Force, he would reclaim his honor. I formally request permission to challenge Instructor Rodriguez to a full combat trial, he announced, his voice steady despite the gravity of his request. Not a demonstration, not a training session, a true test of skills, conducted according to ancient traditions. Commander Vex Thor leaned forward, his 4 arms clasped together. You understand what you're asking, Lieutenant? The ancient combat trials have not been invoked in 700 cycles. I do. Commander Krasnak's secondary arms formed the gesture of absolute commitment. I have spent 2 cycles studying human combat techniques. I have watched every recording of Instructor Rodriguez's demonstrations. I believe I have found weaknesses in her approach. The council chamber erupted in murmured discussions. Maya Rodriguez, seated as a guest observer, simply smiled. Very well, she said before the council could respond. I accept the challenge. But let's make it interesting, she stood, commanding the attention of every being in the chamber. If I win, the Academy fully commits to implementing human combat training across all departments. And if I win, Krasnak countered, you admit the superiority of Zentorian combat methods and leave the Academy immediately. The stakes are acceptable, Grand Counselor Voss declared, his ancient frame rising from his ceremonial seat. The trial will take place in 7 rotations. It shall follow the 3rd protocol of ancient combat. Rodriguez raised an eyebrow. And that would be 3 rounds, Commander Vex Thor explained, unable to hide his satisfaction. First, a test of pure strength. Second, a test of tactical combat. Third, a test of absolute skill. Victory requires winning 2 out of 3 rounds. Perfect. Rodriguez bowed formally. Lieutenant Krasneke, I look forward to your challenge. The next 7 rotations transformed the Academy into a hive of frenetic activity. Warriors from every corner of the galaxy arrived to witness the trial. Betting pools sprang up, with odds shifting wildly as rumors spread about both competitors. Krasnek sequestered himself in the ancient training halls, working with the Academy's most prestigious combat masters. His training regime became almost mythical among the cadets. 20 hours of continuous combat drills, genetic enhancement procedures to boost his already formidable capabilities, advanced neural programming to upload centuries of combat data directly into his brain. Rodriguez, by contrast, maintained her regular teaching schedule. She continued instructing classes, sparring with students, and calmly explaining techniques. The only change anyone noticed was her spending 2 hours each morning practicing something she called forms in the Academy gardens. She's not taking this seriously enough, Sub-Lieutenant Krell confided to Commander Vex Thor. The 3rd protocol was specifically chosen because it favors our natural advantages. The strength test alone will break her in half. Vex Thor finished, watching Rodriguez demonstrate a throw to a group of cadets. That's the point. The day before the trial, the Academy's massive combat arena underwent a transformation. Ancient ceremonial markers were inlaid into the floor. Quantum-locked environmental controls were installed to ensure absolute fairness. Medical teams from 17 species were placed on standby. That evening, Rodriguez received an unexpected visitor. Commander Vex Thor himself arrived at her quarters, his skin showing formal diplomatic patterns. Instructor Rodriguez, he began stiffly. I feel obligated to inform you that you can still withdraw honorably. The 3rd protocol is historically lethal. Even with modern medical technology, the survival rate is only 70%. Rodriguez looked up from where she sat cross-legged on the floor, that familiar calm smile on her face. Tell me, Commander, in all your research about humans, did you ever wonder why we developed so many different martial arts, so many different ways of fighting? Vex Thor's skin flickered with confusion patterns. I assumed it was due to your species' geographic isolation during development. Partially, she nodded. But mostly it was because we had to. Every human martial art was created by someone who was at a disadvantage. Someone smaller, weaker, or outnumbered who had to find a way to survive, to win. She stood smoothly. Your Lieutenant Krasnak has spent 7 rotations learning how to be stronger. I've spent my entire life learning how to beat stronger opponents. The commander left her quarters troubled, his skin cycling through uncertainty patterns. For the first time, he wondered if perhaps they had underestimated not just human combat techniques, but the very essence of human adaptability. As the purple sun set on the eve of the trial, the academy buzzed with anticipation. Warriors gathered in bars and common areas, arguing about the outcome. Training halls remained lit through the night as cadets practiced moves they had seen Rodriguez demonstrate. Meditation chambers were filled with those seeking insight into this new approach to combat. And in their respective quarters, two warriors prepared for battle in very different ways. One surrounded by technology, enhancement drugs, and combat data feeds. The other sitting quietly, breathing steadily, at peace with the challenge ahead. Tomorrow would change everything. The arena pulsed with energy as thousands of spectators filled every available space. Quantum-enhanced viewing screens hovered above the combat zone, providing multiple angles of the upcoming trial. Commander Vex Thor sat in the primary observation pod, surrounded by council members from 27 different species. Round 1. Trial of Strength. The ancient AI announced, its voice resonating through the arena. Competitors will enter the quantum-locked gravity chamber. Standard gravity will be increased incrementally until one competitor submits or loses consciousness. Lieutenant Krasnek entered first, his enhanced frame gleaming with biotechnology. Subdermal reinforcement mesh sparkled beneath his armored plates. Neural boosters pulsed with power along his spine. He looked less like a warrior and more like a living weapon. Rodriguez entered wearing nothing but her traditional white GI and black belt. The contrast was striking. Several council members made sounds of disapproval or concern. Begin at standard gravity, the AI commanded. Both competitors stood firmly as the gravity increased. 1.5 times normal. 2 times. 2.5 times. Krasnek's enhancement systems whirred audibly, compensating for the crushing force. Rodriguez's breathing remained steady, her posture shifting subtly with each increase. At 3 times gravity, Krasnek began to show signs of strain. At 4 times, warning lights flickered across his enhancement systems. At 5 times, his legs began to shake. Rodriguez had dropped into a low stance, her movement minimal but precise. Her face showed concentration but not strain. Impossible, Sub-Lieutenant Krell whispered, his skin flashing confusion patterns. Her species can't possibly. At 6 times gravity, Krasnek's enhancement systems overloaded with a spectacular burst of sparks. He crashed to his knees, then flat onto the arena floor. Rodriguez remained standing. Round 1 victory. Human Rodriguez, the AI announced. The arena erupted in chaos. No one had expected the human to win the strength trial. It defied every analysis of human capabilities. How Krasnek demanded as medical teams rushed to assist him. Your muscles, your bones, they should have. Proper structure, Rodriguez explained, helping him up. Correct breathing. Body mechanics that work with gravity instead of fighting it. All techniques humans developed because we couldn't rely on raw strength. After a brief recess for Krasnek's systems to be reset, the second round began. Round 2. Tactical combat, the AI announced. Competitors will engage in armed combat using standard energy weapons. Shields are set to maximum. Lethal force is prohibited. This was Krasnek's specialty. His neural uploads contained centuries of tactical combat data. His enhanced reaction time was optimized for energy weapon warfare. He moved like a blur, his 4 arms wielding blasters with incredible precision. Rodriguez did something unexpected. She charged straight at him. Krasnek's first volley of shots should have ended the match. But Rodriguez moved like water through the energy beams, her path seemingly random yet purposeful. Every shot missed by millimeters. This is a human technique called Silat, she called out, closing the distance, developed by warriors who had to fight opponents with superior weapons. Before Krasnek could adjust his tactics, she was inside his firing arc. Her hands moved in precise strikes, targeting pressure points and joint locks. Within seconds, all 4 of his blasters clattered to the ground. And this, she said, executing a perfect sweep that sent him sprawling, is called Hapkido. For when you need to disarm multiple opponents quickly. Round 2 victory, Human Rodriguez, the AI declared. The arena fell silent. 2 rounds, 2 victories, using completely different fighting styles. The implications were staggering. But Krasnek wasn't finished. He invoked his right to the 3rd round, despite his injuries. His skin pulsed with determination patterns so intense they nearly overwhelmed the viewing screens. Round 3. Absolute skill, the AI announced. Pure hand-to-hand combat. No weapons, no enhancements, no restrictions except lethal force. This time, Krasnak didn't wait for the starting signal. He launched himself at Rodriguez with everything he had left. His 4 arms became a blur of strikes, each blow powerful enough to shatter stone. His movements incorporated every technique from every combat form in the Academy's database. Rodriguez met him head-on, but now she showed something new. Each movement flowed into the next, her style changing continuously. A Muay Thai elbow strike flowed into an Aikido redirect. A judo throw transitioned seamlessly into a wrestling pin. Karate strikes mixed with capoeira kicks in combinations never before seen in the arena. This is what makes humans special, she said, her voice carrying clearly as she countered his attacks. We don't just learn combat forms, we combine them, adapt them, make them our own. Krasnak fought with desperate intensity, his strikes becoming faster, more erratic. But Rodriguez's defense was perfect. She gave ground when needed, countered when possible, and never stopped moving. The end came suddenly. Krasnak overextended on a strike, his fatigue finally showing. Rodriguez moved inside his guard, her combination of techniques flowing together like a deadly dance. A kung fu palm strike to disrupt his balance, a jiu-jitsu grip to control his arms, a sambo leg sweep to take him down, and finally, a simple but inescapable chokehold. Krasnak's skin flashed surrender patterns seconds before he lost consciousness. Final victory, human Rodriguez. The trial is complete. The arena exploded with sound as warriors of every species leaped to their feet, their respect and awe overwhelming any remaining skepticism. They had witnessed something unprecedented, a demonstration of combat mastery that transcended physical advantages and genetic engineering. Rodriguez helped wake Krasnak, supporting him as they both bowed to the council. Her voice, though tired, carried clearly through the arena. This is what I came to teach. Not just techniques, but adaptability. The human way of taking different styles, different approaches, and combining them into something greater. Because that's how we survived, that's how we evolved. Not by being the strongest or the fastest, but by learning from everyone and everything around us. Commander Vexthor stood, his skin showing patterns that hadn't been seen in the Academy for generations. Patterns of profound respect. The galaxy's greatest warriors had just learned their most important lesson: true strength comes not from natural advantages, but from the willingness to adapt, learn, and grow. The medical bay hummed with activity as Lieutenant Krasnak underwent post-combat treatment. Commander Vexthor stood beside his bed, watching as regeneration fields repaired the damage from the trial. Maya Rodriguez sat nearby, sharing a quiet moment with her former opponent. I still don't understand, Krasnak said, his skin showing thoughtful patterns. Even with all my enhancements, all my training, all the combat data uploaded directly to my neural network, you countered everything. Rodriguez smiled, but this time there was no trace of the predatory edge from before. Tell me, Lieutenant, when you were learning to fight, did you ever fail? Fail? His skin rippled with confusion. Our training programs are designed for optimal success rates. Failure would indicate a flaw in the system. Exactly, Rodriguez said, standing to pace the room. Humans learn to fight by failing, repeatedly, painfully. Each failure taught us something new. Every defeat showed us a weakness to overcome. We don't just upload combat data, we experience it, feel it, learn from it. Commander Vexthor's secondary arms twitched as understanding began to dawn. Your species turned failure itself into an advantage. More than that, Rodriguez continued. We turned every disadvantage into potential for growth. When we met stronger opponents, we developed leverage techniques. When we faced faster enemies, we learned to read body language and predict movements. When we encountered superior weapons, we created ways to close distance and disable them. She gestured to the medical equipment surrounding them. Your technology is incredible. Your genetic engineering is amazing, but they've become crutches. You never had to learn how to fight without them because you never had to. Krasnak's skin suddenly flashed with revelation patterns so bright they made the medical sensors beep in alarm. That's why you won the gravity chamber. You weren't fighting the gravity. You were working with it, using principles your species developed when you had no choice but to adapt. Now you're getting it, Rodriguez grinned. Every human martial art started as a solution to a problem. Every technique was born from necessity. We don't just teach moves, we teach mindset. The understanding that there's always a way to win, if you're willing to learn and adapt. Commander Vex Thor moved to the center of the room, his four arms forming the ancient gesture of profound respect. The Council's decision to bring human instructors here. It wasn't about learning new combat techniques, was it? No, Rodriguez confirmed. It was about learning how to learn, how to adapt, how to take different approaches and combine them into something new. The galaxy is infinite, Commander. Sooner or later, everyone meets something stronger, faster, or more advanced than themselves. The key to survival isn't being the best. It's being able to become better. The commander's skin showed decision patterns. Lieutenant Krasneke, as soon as you're recovered, you will assist Instructor Rodriguez in implementing the new training program. We need to completely rebuild our combat curriculum, not to replace what we know, but to enhance it with this human perspective. Gladly, Sir Krasnak responded, his skin now showing excitement patterns, though perhaps with fewer gravity chamber exercises for a while. As laughter filled the medical bay, even the most hardened warriors present recognized that they had witnessed more than just a combat trial. They had seen the future of galactic martial arts. A future where strength came not from natural advantages or technological superiority, but from the willingness to learn, adapt, and grow. The humans had not just proved their worth. They had shown the galaxy a new way forward. One cycle later, the Galactic Defense Academy had transformed beyond recognition. The once rigid training grounds now hosted warriors from every corner of the galaxy, all studying under human instructors. Commander Vex Thor stood at his familiar observation point, watching the morning drills with pride. Below, Lieutenant Krasnake led a class through a fluid combination of Zentorian power moves and human adaptability techniques. His forearms demonstrated holds that would have been impossible before, while his skin displayed teaching patterns previously unknown in their species. Quite a change from last cycle, Maya Rodriguez commented, joining the commander at the window. Your warriors are learning faster than any humans I've ever taught. Because we finally understood what we were missing, Vex Thor responded, his skin showing contentment patterns. The Council reports that graduation rates have improved 40% since implementing the new integrated combat curriculum. Rodriguez smiled as they watched a group of cadets practicing blindfolded. The best part is seeing them create their own techniques. They're not just learning human martial arts, they're developing entirely new forms. The Galactic Defense Force will never be the same, Vex Thor agreed. And we have humanity to thank for teaching us the most important lesson of all, which is that true strength lies not in what you are born with, but in what you choose to become. Below them, the purple sun rose on a new era of galactic warfare, where adaptability and innovation would forever change the way species approached combat.
The Galactic Council Chamber was an architectural marvel, a vast, circular hall suspended in the vacuum of space, where representatives of the most advanced species in the universe gathered to deliberate the fate of civilizations. Today, however, there was no ceremony, no grand speeches, only grim faces and a growing sense of impending doom. At the center of the room, a holographic projection flickered to life, displaying the latest battlefield reports. Red zones spread across the map like a disease, devouring once secure sectors of the galaxy. The Zarkathi swarm, an unrelenting force of biological nightmares, was winning. Archminister Zalvern of the Zelvarian Dominion, a species of sleek, silver-skinned intellectuals who prided themselves on strategic superiority, adjusted his flowing ceremonial robes and cleared his throat. The projections remain unfavorable. Our forces have suffered catastrophic losses in the last 3 cycles. If this continues, the core systems will be indefensible. His voice was smooth, measured, betraying none of the deep-seated panic clawing at his insides. Grand Strategist Ultin of the Vortani, a race of towering insectoids renowned for their tactical brilliance, clicked his mandibles in agitation. Our finest fleets have been reduced to drifting debris. Our warriors are not weak, yet the swarm outnumbers us 1,000 to 1. We need a solution, not another report telling us we are losing. A low murmur spread through the chamber. Every representative present knew the truth, but hesitated to voice it. The Zarkathi were not just winning, they were dominating.
The Council had thrown everything at them. Energy weapons, nanite swarms, automated warships, but none of it had been enough. The enemy adapted too quickly, devouring fleets, planets, and entire civilizations with mindless efficiency. It was then that the human representative, a man named General Elias Walker, leaned forward in his seat, arms crossed over his chest, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Unlike the flowing robes and ornate garments of the other species, Walker wore something simple, a faded olive-green jacket with patches worn thin by time, a relic of wars fought on battlefields long before humanity had ever set foot among the stars. "So let me get this straight," he said, voice carrying just enough amusement to be irritating. "You've thrown your best technology, your finest warriors, and all your fancy battle strategies at these overgrown cockroaches, and you're still getting your asses kicked?" A ripple of offense passed through the chamber. Zalvern's silver eyes narrowed. "This is hardly the time for mockery, General. Humanity may be a recent addition to the Council, but I would remind you that decorum is. Decorum doesn't mean much when you're losing a war," Walker interrupted, leaning back with the ease of a man who had seen too many fights to be intimidated by politicians. "So far, I've heard a lot of talking and not a lot of fixing. You want a solution? I've got one." The chamber fell silent. Dozens of alien eyes locked onto the human with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. Humanity was still something of a mystery to them. They had entered the galactic stage only a few decades prior, an odd species from a small, unremarkable world. Yet their rapid technological progress, stubborn resilience, and unpredictability had earned them a cautious respect. Walker exhaled slowly, as if considering whether or not they were even worth the explanation. Then, with a small nod, he made his decision. "You've been fighting this war like it's a chess game. Calculated, methodical, precise. But war isn't chess. War is a bar fight in a back alley when you're outnumbered, your nose is broken, and the guy in front of you has a knife." Strategist Ulten's mandibles twitched. "Are you suggesting we adopt a less structured approach?" "I'm suggesting you let the right people handle the fight," Walker replied. "You need soldiers who don't just follow orders, but who understand war. The kind that's been through hell, survived, and made hell regret the whole damn thing." A few of the representatives exchanged uneasy glances. The Zalvarians prided themselves on tactical mastery. The Vortani fought with disciplined formations. The Uldraki waged war through overwhelming technological superiority. But humans? Humans had a reputation for being unpredictable. Zalvern steepled his long fingers. "And where, pray tell, do you propose we find such warriors?" Walker's smirk widened. "Oh, we've already got them. We just need to bring them out of retirement." Confusion rippled through the assembly. A young Uldraki lieutenant, with skin like polished obsidian and eyes that glowed faintly blue, tilted his head. "Retirement?" Walker's grin only grew. "The old boys. The ones who fought the dirty wars, the unwinnable fights. The ones who did things that history books conveniently forgot about. You see, in human warfare, technology changes, tactics evolve, but some things never go out of style. Grit, experience, creativity under pressure. You all rely too much on your fancy weapons and perfect strategies." Zalvern scoffed. "You cannot be serious. You wish to send elderly soldiers to the battlefield? This is a war zone, General, not a historical reenactment." Walker leaned forward, his voice dropping just enough to command attention. "You think age is a weakness? I'll tell you what's weak. Your soldiers relying on their AI targeting systems to do the thinking for them. You know what my guys had? A map, a compass, and a gut feeling. And they won." Ulten's antennae twitched in intrigue. "And you believe these old warriors can succeed where our finest have failed?" Walker's expression hardened. "I don't believe, strategist. I know." The chamber fell into another long silence. The council had faced difficult decisions before, but this was unprecedented. Deploying retired soldiers, ancient by military standards, was more than unorthodox. It was outright reckless. Yet the war was being lost. Conventional tactics had failed. The swarm showed no signs of stopping. Zalvern exhaled sharply, his expression unreadable. "Very well, General. You have your warriors. But know this. If your plan fails, humanity's standing in this council will be permanently damaged." Walker stood, rolling his shoulders like a man who had just won a bet. "Oh, don't worry about us." He glanced toward the war map, eyes gleaming with something the council had not seen before. Excitement. The real question is, are the Zarkathi ready for what's coming? As the council adjourned, murmurs of uncertainty filled the chamber. The decision had been made. The old human soldiers were coming, and the war was about to change forever. The battlefield smelled of burning ozone and charred metal, a scent that clung to the air like death's perfume. The alien troops had been holding the line for hours, their once immaculate formations now reduced to scattered remnants hiding behind craters and the broken husks of war machines. Plasma bolts streaked across the landscape, lighting up the night like a twisted fireworks display. The Zarkathi swarm pressed forward, their massive, insectoid bodies moving with unsettling coordination, their serrated limbs slicing through defenses like paper. The young Zelvarian lieutenant, Silith, clutched his energy rifle with trembling hands. He had trained for this. He had studied warfare under the greatest tacticians of his species. He had simulated every possible scenario against the swarm. None of it had prepared him for this. The creatures did not think, did not hesitate, did not fear. They simply advanced. Their unrelenting march crushed the bravest warriors in the galaxy, and soon, Silith would be one of them. A thunderous explosion erupted to his left, sending a shower of dirt and body parts into the air. He ducked instinctively, heart hammering against his ribs. It was over. The line was breaking. He turned, ready to signal retreat, and then he saw them. They weren't sleek. They weren't armored in the polished, form-fitting combat suits of the Council's elite warriors. Their gear was mismatched, patched together from different eras of human conflict. Some wore old camouflage fatigues. Others had thick, rugged vests that looked more suited for hunting than war. And yet, the moment they entered the battlefield, the chaos changed. They moved with the slow, deliberate ease of men who had seen hell and decided it wasn't all that impressive. There was no panic, no wasted movement. They crouched low, weapons braced, eyes scanning the horizon like hunters tracking prey. One of them, a burly, gray-bearded soldier with a cigar clenched between his teeth, spat into the dirt and adjusted the strap of the ancient-looking rifle slung across his chest. While what looks like the roaches got a little too comfortable, his voice was a low growl, filled with the kind of exhaustion that didn't come from lack of sleep, but from too many years spent fighting wars that never really ended. Another, leaner man with deep wrinkles and sharp eyes, knelt beside a crater, inspecting the battlefield with the practiced gaze of someone who had once mapped out jungles in his head while under sniper fire. He pulled out a battered metal flask, took a swig, and handed it to the soldier beside him, a woman with short-cropped white hair and arms that looked like they could bench press a tank. "You sure this is the right place?" she asked, flexing her fingers around the grip of an archaic-looking shotgun. The bearded man grinned, cigar still smoldering. "Darlin', if it ain't, then some other poor bastards are about to get a hell of a surprise." Silith had no idea who they were, only that the human general had insisted these ancient warriors be deployed. He had expected reinforcements. He had expected cutting-edge weapons and precision strikes. He had not expected this group of battered, aging humans who looked more suited for drinking contests than war zones. Then they opened fire. The sound was different. The Council's weapons were clean, precise, energy-based. But these barked. Loud, concussive thunderclaps echoed across the battlefield. There were no sleek plasma bolts, no perfectly calculated disintegration rays. Just lead, steel, and the unrelenting power of sheer kinetic force. The Zarkathi recoiled. They weren't used to this. Their exoskeletons had evolved to resist energy-based attacks, but these projectiles punched through them like wet paper. Blood sprayed as heads snapped back, chitin cracked, and bodies collapsed. And then came the explosions. One of the older men, a wiry soldier with a permanent scowl, lobbed a small metal cylinder into the air. The grenade arced, bounced once, and detonated with a force that sent bodies flying. The swarm hesitated, Silath's mind reeled. He had studied their battle patterns extensively. The Zarkathi never hesitated. Their tactics relied on overwhelming momentum, on the certainty that nothing could withstand their numbers. But now, they had encountered something different, something worse. The humans advanced. They didn't just hold the line, they pushed forward. The burly, bearded one led the charge, a massive revolver in one hand and an old, serrated combat knife in the other. He didn't fight like the disciplined formations of the Council's armies. He fought like a barroom brawler, ducking, weaving, slamming his knife into soft spots between armor plates before finishing the job with a well-placed shot to the head. Another veteran, a grizzled man with an eye patch and an expression of perpetual disappointment, lit what appeared to be an actual Molotov cocktail and hurled it toward a cluster of Zarkathi. Flames erupted, chitin cracked, and the creatures shrieked in confusion and agony. A distant council commander was screaming into the comms. "What are they doing?" Walker's voice crackled back, full of something Silath couldn't quite identify. Amusement? Pride? Winning? The swarm did something then that had never been recorded in any previous battle. They retreated. It wasn't a strategic withdrawal. It was fear. Silath turned, still gripping his rifle, staring at the bloodied humans now standing in the wreckage of the battlefield. One of them, the sharp-eyed one with the flask, nudged the corpse of a fallen Zarkathi with his boot and let out a low whistle. "Well, that was fun," he said. The bearded leader grinned, running a hand through his sweat-drenched hair. "Ain't had this much excitement since Grenada." The woman with the shotgun smirked. "You were in Grenada?" "Hell, I was in Panama." "You old?" the bearded man asked, raising an eyebrow. "Older than you, Grandpa." They laughed, actually laughed, standing in the middle of a battlefield surrounded by alien corpses, their faces streaked with blood and grime. Silath swallowed hard. He had always been told humans were different, that their biology was strange, that their psychology was erratic. But nothing had prepared him for this. These weren't just soldiers. They were something else, something terrifying. The battle was over, but the war had just changed. The humans had arrived, and the Zarkathi had learned fear. The Galactic Council's war chamber had never been so quiet. The room, usually filled with the droning voices of bureaucrats and strategists, was now a vacuum of stunned silence. The war map projected before them, once a sea of red marking Zarkathi-controlled territory, now flickered with growing patches of green. Human-controlled sectors. Archminister Zalvern stared at the data, his long fingers tightening around the edge of the table. It was impossible. It had to be. The best fleets, the most advanced warriors of the galaxy, had fallen like sand before the swarm. And yet these humans had turned the tide in mere weeks. He cleared his throat, breaking the silence. "General Walker," his voice was carefully measured, "your forces appear to have exceeded all projections." Walker leaned back in his chair, an old relic of Earth's military command seats, brought in as a personal preference rather than necessity. He was flipping an old silver coin between his fingers, an antiquated habit that seemed absurd in such an advanced setting. He smirked. "You don't say?" Zalvern's eye twitched, the sheer audacity of the man. But he couldn't deny reality. Every battle report read the same. Human units engaged. Human units pushed forward. Human units destroyed entire Zarkathi hives with frightening efficiency. Even Grand Strategist Ultin, whose species had prided itself on millennia of perfected combat techniques, was speechless. He clicked his mandibles once, twice. "Your forces do not fight conventionally." Walker chuckled, setting the coin down with a sharp clink. "No, we don't." Ultin hesitated, his antennae twitching. "Our warriors rely on discipline, strategy, cohesion. But your soldiers, they fight like lunatics," Zalvern interrupted. "I have seen the battle footage, General. These so-called veterans of yours do not adhere to any structured formations. They do not follow standard battle doctrine. They utilize ancient projectile weaponry, improvised explosives, and, in one baffling case, a sharpened shovel." Walker smiled. "Ah, that'd be O'Reilly. Man loves his entrenching tool." Zalvern inhaled sharply through his nose. "They are unpredictable." Walker shrugged. "That's the idea. silence stretched once more. Ult-10 broke it first, tilting his head. "You understand the implications of this, General." Walker nodded. "Oh, I do. And so do they." He gestured toward the war map. "The Zarkathi aren't like you. They don't negotiate. They don't retreat. They don't adapt. Until now." He leaned forward, his expression losing its usual smirk. Because now, for the first time in their history, they're scared. The room darkened slightly as the projection changed, displaying intercepted communications from the swarm. For the first time, their patterns were erratic. Their movements were hesitant. "They don't know how to handle us," Walker continued. "They understand fleets, armies, precision strikes. They've evolved to counter organized warfare. But they don't understand grizzled old bastards who don't give a damn about the odds." Ult-10 studied the chaotic battle logs, the increasing reports of swarm retreating from human-controlled zones. "You have fundamentally altered the war." "Damn right we have." Walker stood, tucking his coin back into his pocket. "And now you've got a choice to make." Zalvern's silver eyes narrowed. "A choice?" Walker turned, pacing leisurely around the chamber. "You all brought us in as a last resort, didn't you? You thought, oh, let's throw the primitive humans at the problem and see what happens. Well, now you have your answer. And it's making you nervous." No one denied it. Walker stopped, turning back to face them. "So, what's it gonna be? Are we still the desperate gamble? The wild card you barely tolerate? Or are we something more?" Zalvern's jaw tightened. "What are you proposing?" Walker grinned, but this time there was steel beneath it. "Simple. You treat us like equals. No more sideline politics. No more backhanded deals. No more treating humanity like the junior member of the council. We've proven ourselves, and we're not going back to being the underdogs." Ult-10 exchanged a glance with Zalvern. The council had always viewed humanity as different. Strange. A species that had risen too fast, learned too much, burned too bright. And now, they weren't just part of the war. They were winning it. The war had changed, and so had the balance of power. Zalvern exhaled slowly, glancing at the war map once more. The humans weren't just fighting for survival anymore. They were claiming their place. The war was over. At least, that was what the Galactic Council was telling itself. Reports flooded in from across the front lines. Zarkathi forces in full retreat. Hive worlds abandoned. Entire sectors left eerily silent. No more endless waves of chitinous monstrosities pouring into occupied space. No more desperate last stands. The swarm had been broken, and the humans had done it. General Walker stood on the bridge of the Iron Resolve, a warship that had once been a relic, mothballed in the early days of humanity's entry into the galactic stage. Now it was the centerpiece of victory, orbiting above what had once been the Zarkathi core world. The skies were clearer than they had been in centuries, no longer clouded with the endless black tides of the swarm's broodships. The council had called for a meeting, a final debrief, a post-war discussion on reconstruction and stabilization. The usual bureaucratic nonsense. Walker had expected it. What he hadn't expected was them. The old soldiers. They had been the key. The council, in its infinite wisdom, had called upon humanity's best and brightest, expecting fresh recruits with the latest weapons, men and women trained under sterile combat simulations. Instead, they had gotten warriors from wars fought in jungle hellscapes, frozen tundras, and blasted deserts. Veterans who had survived battles that textbooks barely mentioned. Men and women who had spent decades at war, and when peace came, found they had no place in it. Until now, Walker stepped into the war room. Seated around the long, curved table were the highest-ranking members of the council, their expressions carefully neutral. Zalvern sat at the head, his hands steepled before him. Ult-10 stood behind him, his mandibles twitching in a way that suggested deep discomfort. Walker took his seat without ceremony, stretching out his legs as he set a well-worn flask on the table. "So," he drawled, "who wants to start?" Zalvern cleared his throat. "We wish to commend your forces, General. The unexpected effectiveness of your human veterans has been noted. The Zarkathi have ceased hostilities. Their hives have collapsed. The swarm is no longer a threat." Walker tapped his fingers against the flask. "Funny thing about that, he said, his tone light. See, I was going over our latest reports. Something wasn't adding up. Zalvern's expression didn't change. Clarify. Walker leaned forward. The swarm isn't a mindless force. Oh, sure, we like to think they are. That makes it easier. A hive species driven purely by instinct, incapable of higher reasoning. Just keep killing until they stop coming. Except, he tilted his head. What if that's not true? Ulten's antennae twitched again. The Zarkathi have never shown higher intelligence beyond their queens. We have centuries of data to confirm this. Walker smirked. Sure, and centuries ago, you thought humans were just another primitive species with no business in space. How'd that turn out for you? The war room went silent. Walker reached into his jacket and pulled out a small data slate. We intercepted something interesting on one of the hive worlds before we torched it. Zarkathi command signals. Only they weren't random. He slid the slate forward. Zalvern hesitated before picking it up. The moment he did, his silver eyes narrowed. This is structured. Walker murmured. Ulten stepped closer, his mandibles clicking in growing unease. This suggests planning, coordination beyond simple hive instinct. That's right, Walker said, stretching lazily. We've been fighting them like they were just bugs, just mindless drones. Turns out they weren't fighting back properly because they never had to before. Until we showed up, Zalvern's grip on the data slate tightened. Are you suggesting? I'm saying we didn't win this war, Walker interrupted. We just proved to them that they could lose. Silence. A cold, dawning realization settled over the room. Ulten was the first to break it. If they were never truly fighting at full capacity, then what happens? Walker said. When they do, the council chambers had always been cold, but now it felt frigid. Zalvern set the slate down carefully, his face unreadable. Then we must prepare for the possibility that this was not the end of the war, but the beginning of something worse. Walker exhaled through his nose. Yeah, that's the smart move. But here's the kicker. We aren't the ones they're going to be coming for first. Ulten frowned. Explain? Walker's smirk didn't reach his eyes. Humans were never the ones leading the charge before, remember? We were the backup plan, the council's last-ditch effort. You were the ones in charge of this war. You were the ones who thought the swarm was mindless. And now the swarm knows different. Zalvern's fingers twitched ever so slightly. You believe they will target the council first? Walker leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. I think they're going to come for the ones who underestimated them. And when they do, he reached for his flask, unscrewing the cap. Well, let's just say, I really hope you've got more than a few dusty strategies from the last millennium to work with. The weight of his words settled heavily over the room. For the first time since the war had begun, it wasn't humanity that looked unprepared. It was the rest of the galaxy.
Official report Earth military assessment. Classification most urgent. From Commander Pax Lura, Zentari Federation Military Intelligence. Subject immediate withdrawal recommendation. To my most esteemed High Command. I must begin this report with an urgent recommendation. Under no circumstances should we ever consider military action against the humans. What I witnessed today at their so-called educational facility has shaken me to my very core. Let me explain the horrifying details of my diplomatic mission to their West Point Terra Academy. As you know, I arrived on Earth with the absolute certainty of our superiority. After all, we Zentari have perfected warfare through precise calculation and perfect order. Our troops march in immaculate formation. Our battle plans follow strict mathematical principles. Even our uniforms stay mysteriously spotless during combat. I expected to find a primitive training facility filled with bumbling bipeds attempting to mimic proper military discipline. The transport landed at 0700 Earth hours. The air was thick with that peculiar mixture of nitrogen and oxygen they somehow managed to breathe. I adjusted my atmospheric processor and straightened my ceremonial medals, all 27 of them arranged in perfect geometric precision on my chest. A small greeting party awaited me at the landing pad. Welcome to West Point Terra Academy. Commander Pax Lura, the human female who stepped forward, wore a crisp uniform with far fewer medals than mine, which I noted with satisfaction. I'm General Sarah Winters, Academy Commandant. We're thrilled to have the Zentari Federation's interest in our humble training methods. Her use of the word humble confirmed my preconceptions. I fluttered my secondary breathing membranes in what I believe to be a gracious manner. Yes, the Federation is most curious about how you manage to produce functional soldiers with such limited resources. The General's smile widened, showing far too many teeth. I would later recognize this as what humans call a predatory grin, but at the time I mistook it for submission. Oh, we managed somehow. Shall we begin the tour? I believe the first-year cadets are just starting their morning warm-up. Warm-up, I inquired, my primary translation gland throbbing slightly at the unfamiliar term. Yes, she replied, that unsettling smile still in place. Nothing too strenuous. Just a light 12-mile run carrying full packs, followed by what we call the Murderer's Mile obstacle course. Then they'll have breakfast. I laughed, assuming this was an example of human humor. The General did not join in. The small party of officers behind her maintained equally serious expressions. A cold feeling began to spread through my tertiary nervous system. You are joking, surely I managed to say. Commander General Winters replied, her voice carrying a note of what I would soon learn was pure human delight in the face of another's discomfort. We never joke about training. Now, shall we head to the course? The cadets should be reaching the barbed wire and live fire section soon. As I followed her toward what would be the first of many horrifying revelations that day, I made my initial note to High Command: these humans are not what we thought they were. May the cosmic consciousness have mercy on anyone who underestimates them. If only I had known that this was merely the beginning of my ordeal. The path to the training grounds led us past perfectly manicured grass, which I initially took as a promising sign of order. That was until I noticed the cadets. Sweet cosmic consciousness, the cadets. Down and give me 50, the booming voice nearly caused my secondary heart to stop. A human instructor, who I would later learn was the legendary Sergeant Major Marcus Steele, towered over a group of mud-covered trainees. His voice could probably be heard in the next solar system. Excuse me, I interrupted, my translation gland working overtime. 50 what? Sergeant Steele turned to me with an expression that made my exoskeleton want to molt prematurely. 50 push-ups, Commander. Standard punishment for breathing too loudly during stealth training. I watched in horror as 20 young humans dropped to the ground and began rhythmically pushing their entire body weight up and down. But that's extremely inefficient. In the Zentari forces, we simply dock their nutrition credits. Nutrition credits? General Winters raised an eyebrow. Oh no, Commander. Hungry soldiers are cranky soldiers. And cranky soldiers might just forget to save your tentacles in combat. Before I could process this disturbing statement, we reached the infamous obstacle course. My optical processors struggled to make sense of what I was witnessing. Humans were swinging across pits of bubbling mud on ropes, while others crawled under razor wire as live plasma rounds sizzled overhead. Some were scaling walls using nothing but their bare hands, and others, by all that's sacred, were they fighting each other on top of a narrow beam suspended 20 feet in the air. Don't worry, General Winters said, misinterpreting my horrified expression. The plasma rounds are set to stun, usually. Incoming, a voice shouted from somewhere above. I looked up just in time to see a human cadet plummeting from the sky. My emergency teleport beacon began beeping frantically, but before I could activate it, the cadet landed in a roll, sprung to their feet, and sprinted off toward the next obstacle. Excellent form, Cadet Thompson Sergeant Steele bellowed. But next time try to avoid the anti-aircraft turrets. Anti-aircraft, but they're on foot, I protested weakly. Exactly, General Winters beamed. Can't expect them to always have aircraft available in combat situations, so we teach them to dodge anti-aircraft fire on foot. Builds character. A small group of cadets jogged past us, chanting what I assumed was some sort of military cadence. I don't know, but I've been told, alien worlds are mighty cold. Sound off, 1, 2. They were singing, while running, through an active weapons range, and smiling. Perhaps perhaps I suggested, trying to maintain my diplomatic composure, we should move on to observing something less intense. Your theoretical training facilities, perhaps. General Winters checked her chronometer. Perfect timing. The advanced problem-solving class is about to begin. They're working on improvised weapons today. Improvised weapons, my voice rose several octaves. Oh yes, you wouldn't believe what these kids can do with a paperclip and a rubber band. Last week, Cadet Martinez took out an entire simulation squad with nothing but a sock full of butter and some dental floss. As we turned toward the classroom buildings, I made another note in my report update: previous assessment of human unpredictability severely underestimated. They appear to view chaos as a military doctrine. Exercise extreme caution. Little did I know, the improvised weapons class would soon seem like a peaceful meditation session compared to what awaited me in the afternoon training exercises. The physical education facility, if one could call it that, resembled what humans might term a nightmare factory. I arrived just in time to witness what they casually referred to as light sparring practice. Remember, your training Sergeant Steele's voice echoed through the massive gymnasium. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a plasma bolt. To my utter disbelief, actual wrenches were flying through the air. The cadets, instead of filing a formal complaint or calling their legal representatives, were laughing while dodging the metal projectiles. "Is this sanctioned?" I whispered to General Winters. "Oh, this is nothing," she replied cheerfully. "Wait until you see the advanced class. They dodge wrenches while solving differential equations. Multitasking is essential in modern warfare." A young cadet approached us, covered in what appeared to be a mixture of mud, paint, and some unidentifiable fluorescent substance. "General Winters, permission to demonstrate the new combat maneuver for our distinguished guest." "Proceed," Cadet Riley. General Winters nodded. What happened next defied several laws of physics and probably a few of interstellar warfare. Cadet Riley proceeded to perform what they called a parkour combat sequence, which involved running up a wall, backflipping over 3 training drones, disarming 2 practice opponents mid-flip, and landing in a perfect fighting stance while reciting the entire Earth Geneva Convention backwards. "Most impressive," I managed to say, while discreetly checking if my optical processors needed recalibration. "But surely this is an exceptional case." "Oh no," General Winters laughed. "Riley's still working on their form. You should see them when they're really trying." We moved on to what they called the endurance training area. I use quotation marks because in any civilized society, it would be classified as a torture chamber. Cadets were running on devices that simulated various planetary gravities, from Mercury to Jupiter, while others were swimming in pools filled with what appeared to be carbonated mud. "The mud bath is actually quite popular," General Winters explained. "Helps build resistance to environmental hazards. Plus, it's refreshing after the lava walking exercises." "The what exercises?" "Oh, don't worry, we use synthetic lava. Most of the time." Just then, a group of mud-covered cadets emerged from an underground tunnel, carrying what appeared to be giant logs on their shoulders. They were singing, again, something about a duck, an antimatter drive, and a bottle of hot sauce. "Ah, the Special Forces Training Group," General Winters beamed proudly. "They've been underground for 3 days, navigating by echolocation and living off of nothing but coffee beans and pure determination." "But why?" I asked, my professional composure finally cracking. "Why not?" responded a mud-covered cadet cheerfully as she jogged past, somehow maintaining perfect balance despite carrying a log twice her size. "It's Taco Tuesday in the mess hall. That's motivation enough." I watched in mounting horror as another group of cadets entered what they called the Motivation Enhancement Chamber through the observation window. I could see them facing off against training robots while the room itself randomly altered its gravity, temperature, and atmospheric composition. "Don't worry about the robots," General Winters said, noticing my expression. "They're programmed with a safety protocol that prevents them from causing permanent damage." As if on cue, one of the robots flew through the reinforced window, sparked briefly, and mumbled something that sounded suspiciously like "error human 2 unpredictable" before shutting down. Most of the time, she added with a shrug. I made another note in my report: urgent update. Human training methods appear to be designed by combining their action entertainment videos with fever dreams and implementing them in reality. Their definition of physical education borders on voluntary torture, which they somehow interpret as fun. They are, in short, completely insane. The day wasn't even half over, and I had already filled my emergency data storage with increasingly panicked observations. But nothing could have prepared me for what came next: the infamous mud crawl incident that would haunt my nightmares for cycles to come. Now, Commander General Winters said with that terrifying smile of hers, "How would you like to experience some hands-on training?" Fortunately, I was saved by the arrival of Professor Nathan Burke, head of psychological warfare studies, who insisted it was time for my scheduled observation of their strategy classes. I had never been so relieved to attend a lecture in my entire military career. Surely, I thought, this would be a return to civilized military education. How wrong I was. I entered the classroom to find what appeared to be complete chaos. Cadets were arranged in small groups, each stationed around what they called gaming tables. On the main display screen was an image that made my third eye twitch: today's lesson: weaponized absurdity and creative combat solutions. "Welcome," Commander Professor Burke exclaimed, bouncing on his heels with disturbing enthusiasm. "Today we're exploring unconventional warfare through the lens of human entertainment media. Cadet Wilson, please share your team's strategy for defending against a superior force using only items found in a typical human restaurant." A young cadet stood up, activated a holographic display, and began speaking with complete seriousness. "Sir, our team has developed a multi-phase defense strategy utilizing condiment-based area denial, improvised coffee maker explosives, and tactical application of banana peels. We call it Operation Food Fight." I waited for the professor to reprimand such obvious nonsense. Instead, he clapped his hands in delight. "Excellent. Especially the bit about weaponizing the soup of the day. Though I might suggest considering the tactical advantages of spreading marbles near the salad bar." Another cadet raised their hand. "Sir, what about using the soft-serve ice cream machine as a makeshift riot control device?" "Now that's thinking outside the box, Cadet Martinez. Make sure to account for different viscosity settings." My translation gland was starting to develop a stress headache. Surely, I interrupted, you don't actually implement these theories. Professor Burke's eyes lit up with an unsettling gleam. Of course we do. In fact, we're about to begin today's practical exercise. Everyone, to the paintball arena. The next 30 minutes were a blur of technicolor horror. What I witnessed in that arena defied every principle of conventional military doctrine. Cadets were using psychology misdirection and what they termed meme warfare to completely devastate their opponents. One team had somehow rigged a series of speakers to play something called "Never Gonna Give You Up" on loop, thoroughly demoralizing their opponents. Another group had developed what they called tactical dance moves to dodge incoming fire while simultaneously confusing the enemy with, as they put it, sick beats and sick strategies. "Observe the beauty of human ingenuity," Professor Burke said proudly as a cadet used a pizza box as both a shield and a frisbee, like throwing weapon. "We encourage them to think creatively." "But this isn't warfare," I protested. This is. Exactly, he beamed. The enemy expects warfare. They don't expect to be defeated by a squad performing a choreographed dance number while simultaneously executing a perfect flanking maneuver. Psychological warfare isn't just about breaking the enemy's will to fight. It's about making them question their entire understanding of reality. Just then, a team of cadets breached a defensive position by creating a diversion involving 3 rubber chickens, a bottle of glitter, and what they assured me was a totally theoretical mind control device made from a modified karaoke machine. Sir, a cadet approached us, covered in rainbow-colored paint but grinning wildly. Permission to demonstrate our new sonic warfare technique. Before I could object, the entire class broke into something they called sea shanties, their synchronized singing creating a surprisingly effective sonic attack pattern that somehow incorporated advanced battle strategies into the lyrics. I frantically added to my report, "Critical update: humans have weaponized chaos itself." Their approach to psychological warfare suggests either brilliant insanity or insane brilliance. They appear to gain tactical advantages from actions that, by all reasonable military doctrine, should ensure their immediate defeat. Most disturbing of all, they seem to be enjoying themselves. Professor Burke gathered everyone for the post-exercise briefing. Remember, cadets, in tomorrow's class we'll be covering advanced meme theory and its applications in modern warfare. Please bring your collection of CAD videos and be prepared to discuss their potential tactical applications. Professor, I managed to ask, do these unusual methods actually work in real combat situations? The entire class turned to look at me with identical grins that made my exoskeleton want to crawl off and hide. Would you like a demonstration, Professor Burke asked innocently. Before I could decline, the blessed sound of the lunch bell saved me from what I'm certain would have been another traumatic experience. However, I quickly discovered that even human meal times were far from the civilized affairs I was accustomed to. The cafeteria, or mess hall as they called it, was a vast chamber that seemed to operate under its own special laws of physics and social conduct. I watched in fascination and horror as hundreds of cadets piled in, creating what appeared to be carefully controlled chaos. Today's special is triple atomic chili, announced the head chef, a towering human named Jack Thunder, who I later learned was a former demolitions expert. Remember, kids, sign the waiver before attempting the extra spicy version. Waiver, I inquired nervously. Oh yes, General Winters explained, filling her tray with something that was actively bubbling. The extra spicy version is technically classified as a chemical weapon in 17 star systems. A group of cadets nearby were engaged in what appeared to be a friendly competition involving their hot sauce collection. My environmental sensors began screaming warnings before I even got close to their table. Hey Commander, one particularly enthusiastic cadet waved me over. Want to try our new tactical condiment? We call it the supernova sauce. I politely declined, especially after noticing that the sauce had eaten through 3 layers of their reinforced training plates. What happened next would forever change my understanding of human social dynamics. Without warning, a cadet stood up and shouted, incoming, before launching what appeared to be a dinner roll across the room with sniper-like precision. Instead of the expected disciplinary action, this sparked what they called a tactical food distribution exercise. General Winters calmly flipped her table for cover, proving it was designed specifically for this purpose. Standard training drill, she explained, catching a flying sandwich without looking. Teaches resource management, projectile trajectories, and team coordination. Plus it helps the cadets bond. I watched in amazement as the chaos unfolded with surprising strategic precision. Teams formed spontaneously, alliances were made and broken over dessert rights, and someone was using spaghetti as a rappelling rope from the 2nd floor balcony. The key is the hot sauce, Sergeant Steele explained, suddenly appearing beside me in full gravy-proof gear. Nothing motivates a cadet to perfect their dodge training like avoiding the supernova sauce. Just then, a glob of the aforementioned sauce landed near my feet, instantly melting through the floor tiles. My threat assessment glands went into overdrive. But the waste of resources, I protested weakly, ducking under a barrage of tactical tater tots. Waste, General Winters laughed, expertly deflecting a meatball with her tray. This is the 3rd most efficient way we've found to teach orbital bombardment calculations. Watch Cadet Thompson's pie trajectory. Sure enough, the pie in question described a perfect parabolic arc before finding its target with devastating accuracy. The targeted cadet responded by unleashing what they called their secret weapon, a bottle of hot sauce that required 3 separate safety locks and a biometric scan to open. I added another frantic note to my report: emergency update, human sustenance practices double as combat training. They have weaponized their food. Their digestive capabilities alone qualify them as a potential galactic threat. The hot sauce, by all that's sacred, the hot sauce. As if sensing my thoughts, Chef Thunder approached with a special plate. Made something special for our guest. We call it the Earthling Welcome Platter. I stared at the dish, which appeared to be actively challenging me to a fight. The vegetables had been arranged in what I recognized as a tactical formation, and the sauce was glowing. Don't worry, General Winters said. misinterpreting my terror as hesitation. This is the mild version. Before I could sample the terrifying dish, an announcement echoed through the facility: all cadets report to the advanced combat arena. Today's demonstration: adaptive warfare and creative weaponry. The cadets moved with frightening efficiency, clearing the mess hall in seconds. I noticed several of them pocketing hot sauce bottles with disturbing grins. General Winters led me to an observation deck overlooking what appeared to be a massive training arena. "Now, Commander, you'll see how we teach weapons adaptation," she said proudly. "Sergeant Steele, begin the exercise." "Listen up," Cadet Sergeant Steele's voice boomed through the speakers. "Today's scenario: defending Earth with whatever you can grab in 30 seconds from a typical human bedroom." My confusion turned to horror as I watched the cadets transform ordinary objects into weapons of mass destruction. One group had turned a bedsheet into a surprisingly effective capture net. Another was using pillows as improvised smoke screens, somehow having modified them to release tactical cover on impact. "Is that cadet wielding a lamp as a lightsaber?" I asked, my translation gland starting to malfunction from stress. "Oh yes, Cadet Parker specializes in turning household lighting into directed energy weapons," General Winters beamed. "Wait until you see what they can do with a disco ball and some Christmas lights." The demonstration continued with what they called the pillow fight protocols, which bore about as much resemblance to sleeping accessories as a supernova bears to a match flame. The cadets had somehow weaponized comfort itself. "Standard issue military pillows," Sergeant Steele explained, noticing my shocked expression. "Stuffed with a classified material we call freedom fluff. Perfect for both tactical combat and power naps." A team of cadets demonstrated their latest innovation: synchronized pillow artillery. The impacts left dents in reinforced steel walls. Another group had created what they called a blanket fort defense system that repelled all conventional attacks while simultaneously providing what they termed optimal snoozing conditions. "But this defies all known combat doctrine," I protested as a cadet used a teddy bear as an improvised grappling hook. "Exactly," General Winters replied. "That's why it works. The enemy expects missiles and plasma rifles. They don't expect to be taken down by tactically modified bedroom accessories." The final demonstration involved what they called extreme adaptive combat. The arena was flooded, electrified, and filled with various obstacles. The cadets were given random objects and told to complete their mission. I watched in mounting horror as they turned rubber ducks into surprisingly effective aquatic assault vehicles, modified alarm clocks into timed explosive devices, used slippers as improvised underwater propulsion units, converted a bookshelf into what they called a knowledge-based ballistic delivery system. And now Sergeant Steele announced with obvious glee the grand finale. The lights dimmed. Music started playing from somewhere. And then I witnessed what they called Operation Sleepover Storm, a full-scale combat operation using nothing but typical items found in a human teenager's bedroom. I frantically updated my report. Critical alert. Humans can weaponize anything. Their ability to adapt ordinary objects into combat tools suggests either terrifying creativity or creative terrifyingness. They have turned comfort itself into a weapon. The pillow fighting techniques alone violate 16 intergalactic weapons treaties. "Impressive, isn't it?" General Winters said, watching a cadet surf across the electrified water on what appeared to be a modified ironing board. "And this is just the basic class." I turned to her with all three eyes wide. "Basic." She nodded enthusiastically. "Wait until you see the advanced class. They work with office supplies." Those words were the final straw for my already strained sanity. The mere thought of what these humans could do with paperclips and rubber bands triggered my emergency evacuation protocols. "I believe," I said, backing slowly toward the exit, "I have seen quite enough for a comprehensive report." "But Commander," General Winters protested, "we haven't even shown you the advanced classes yet. The quantum paperclip techniques, the stapler artillery division, or the legendary rubber band snipers. Or the administrative assault course," Sergeant Steele added enthusiastically. Today they're learning how to overthrow a planetary government using nothing but sticky notes and motivational posters. I broke into a run. My official report, transmitted at maximum priority to the Zentari High Command, reads as follows. Final Assessment Earth Military Academy. Classification burn after reading, then burn the ashes. To the distinguished High Command of the Zentari Federation. I must begin with our most sacred oath. I swear by the 7 moons of Zentara that everything in this report is true, though you will wish it wasn't. Humans are not merely dangerous. They are chaos incarnate. They have turned disorder into an art form, weaponized comfort items, and somehow managed to make their food more deadly than our most advanced biochemical weapons. Key observations. 1. Their training methods appear to be designed by combining fever dreams with tactical manuals, creating something that shouldn't work but terrifyingly does. 2. They consider activities that would qualify as war crimes in most civilized systems as light morning exercise. 3. Their snack foods can melt through reinforced hull plating. They eat these voluntarily. 4. They have developed combat techniques using every conceivable object, including but not limited to bedding, office supplies, eating utensils, and something they call rubber ducks. Recommendations. 1. Immediate cancellation of all planned military actions against Earth. 2. Reclassification of hot sauce as a weapon of mass destruction. 3. Emergency ban on exporting pillows, office supplies, or rubber ducks to human space. 4. Serious consideration of preemptively surrendering, just to be safe. Additional notes. The humans have somehow weaponized fun itself. Their cadets learn orbital mechanics through food fights. They calculate ballistic trajectories using pillows. They turn their sleeping quarters into combat zones and seem to enjoy it. Most disturbing of all, everything I witnessed was apparently from their basic training program. The thought of what their advanced classes might contain haunts my nightmares. As I make my final retreat from Earth, I overheard 2 cadets discussing plans for something called a graduation prank involving 3 paperclips, a rubber chicken, and what they called a quantum probability drive. I did not stay to learn more. Some knowledge is too terrible to bear. Final recommendation: maintain minimum safe distance of 3 solar systems from all human military installations. If encountered, offer snacks and retreat immediately. Signed, Commander Pax Lura. Currently requesting immediate transfer to the far side of the galaxy. P.S. If anyone needs me, I will be in a quiet corner of the Andromeda Galaxy, trying to forget what I saw in their cafeteria. P.P.P.S. The humans wanted me to pass along a dinner invitation to the High Command. I strongly advise declining, unless you've updated your digestive system's armor plating. End report. As my ship broke orbit, I received one final message from General Winters. Thanks for visiting. Don't forget your complimentary bottle of supernova sauce. The cadets made it specially for you. I ejected the bottle into space. Some say that sector is still considered a navigation hazard due to unexplained spatial anomalies. The humans call it progress. The rest of the galaxy calls it insanity. I call it a reason to retire. Let me tell you about the day our entire galactic society realized we'd made a terrible, terrible mistake. Oh, don't give me that look with your secondary optical organs. You know exactly which day I mean. The day we challenged a human to a duel. I, Captain Xandor Vex of the Centaurian Defense Fleet, had the misfortune of witnessing everything firsthand from my position in the Galactic Council chamber. And before you ask, yes, I'm the same Xandor Vex who now teaches human psychology and combat avoidance 101 at the military academy. Funny how life works out, right? The council chamber aboard space station Nexus 7 was its usual pompous self that day, all gleaming crystal spires and floating holo displays. We representatives of the 17 galactic species sat in our designated pods, arranged in concentric circles that rose toward the ceiling like some architect's fever dream. The air practically crackled with the usual mix of political tension and overinflated egos. Another routine day of bureaucratic nonsense, I remember thinking, absently adjusting my ceremonial collar. Hey, if only. Everything changed the moment she walked in. Alexandra Reeves, though we'd soon learn why she earned the nickname the Storm, the human representative, didn't so much enter the chamber as she commanded it, striding through those towering doors like she owned the place. And trust me, as someone with enhanced visual receptors, I noticed everything. She wore what I'd later learn was called a power suit black, as deep space with red accents that matched her lips. Her dark skin seemed to glow under the chamber's crystalline lights, and her hair was pulled back in what humans call cornrows, intricate patterns that spoke of both discipline and artistry. But it was her eyes that caught everyone's attention. They held that uniquely human mix of warmth and steel, like twin supernovas waiting to explode. Distinguished representatives, she announced, her voice carrying that strange human quality of being both respectful and slightly mocking at the same time. I bring greetings from Earth. Now, I should mention that we'd all been briefed about humans. Deathworlder species, the report said, evolved on a high-gravity planet with extreme climate variations and devastating predators, but reports are one thing. Seeing a human up close? That's quite another. Most species would look small in that massive chamber. Not Alexandra. She seemed to fill it, and not just with her physical presence. There was something else in energy that made my threat receptors tingle. Looking back, I really should have paid attention to those instincts. "Welcome, Representative Reeves." Grand Marshal Crix Thor rumbled from his position in the high seat. His tone dripped with condescension, 6 eyes blinking in that irritatingly asynchronous way of his. "We trust you'll find these proceedings educational." The slight smile that crossed Alexandra's face should have been our first warning. "Oh," she said, "I'm sure we'll all learn something today." She had no idea how right she was, and neither did WE. The council meeting proceeded with its usual mix of tedious protocol and thinly veiled political maneuvering. Reports were given, treaties were discussed, and I fought the urge to slip into voluntary hibernation. But then came the topic that would change everything: Earth's petition to upgrade their status from provisional member to full council race. Grand Marshal Crix Thor shifted his massive frame in the high seat, his scales catching the light in that particular way that always made him look like an overdressed disco ball. "The council has concerns," he announced, as if bestowing some great wisdom upon us mere mortals. Humanity's rapid technological advancement and military expansion raise questions about their readiness for full membership. I watched Alexandra Reeves carefully. She sat perfectly still, one leg crossed over the other, fingers lightly drumming on the armrest of her pod. The only sign of her irritation was a slight narrowing of her eyes. "With all due respect, Grand Marshal," she said, emphasizing the title in a way that somehow made it sound like an insult, "Earth has met every requirement for full membership. We've shared our medical advances, participated in peacekeeping missions, and even helped develop the new FTL communication network." That's when Crix Thor made his first real mistake. He laughed. Not just any laugh, it was that horrible, grating sound he makes when he thinks he's being clever. "Ah, yes, your achievements. Tell me, Representative Reeves, how can we trust a species that still resolves some of its disputes through physical combat?" The chamber erupted in murmurs. I noticed several representatives shifting uncomfortably in their pods. Everyone knew humans had a complex honor system, but bringing it up in council, that was practically asking for trouble. "You mean dueling?" Alexandra's voice cut through the noise like a plasma blade. "At least we have rules and regulations. Better than spreading rumors and plotting behind closed doors, wouldn't you say?" Crix Thor's scales flushed that particular shade of purple that meant someone had struck a nerve. "You dare question our diplomatic traditions? Perhaps humans need a demonstration of true civilized combat." The chamber went dead silent. Even the floating holo displays seemed to dim. "Are you challenging me?" Grand Marshal Alexandra's smile was pure predator, and for the first time I saw something that made my survival instincts scream. This wasn't just a diplomat in an expensive suit. This was something dangerous. "I nominate my champion," Brigade Commander Yaxthal Crix Thor declared, gesturing to a towering figure in the military section. "Unless, of course, humans only talk about honor." Yaxthal stood, all 4 meters of him, battle-scarred exoskeleton gleaming. He was a legend among the Crix Thor's people, undefeated in ritual combat for 3 decades. I'd seen him snap a battle tank in half during training exercises. Alexandra stood slowly, smoothing her jacket with deliberate care. Well, a proper challenge. You know, back home we have a saying, be careful what you wish for. She paused, scanning the chamber. I accept. No champions. Just you and me, Commander Yaxthal. The collective gasp was almost comical. Even Yaxthal looked surprised, his mandibles clicking rapidly in confusion. Surely you just, Krixthor sputtered. Yaxthal is 3 times your size. Is that concern I hear? Grand Marshal Alexandra's voice dripped with false sweetness. I thought size didn't matter in civilized combat unless you're withdrawing the challenge. I remember thinking either humans are completely insane or they know something we don't. Looking back, the answer was probably both. The challenge stands, Krixthor declared, trying to salvage his dignity. Combat in 3 cycles, according to council traditions. Perfect. Alexandra gathered her materials, preparing to leave. At the door, she turned back. Oh, and Grand Marshal, make sure your champion brings us a game. I'd hate for this to be boring. As she left, I couldn't help but notice she was humming. Actually humming. Like she'd just scheduled a pleasant lunch date instead of a death match with one of the most feared warriors in the galaxy. Sometimes I think we deserved everything that happened next. The next 3 cycles were interesting, to say the least. Being the designated council observer for human affairs, a job I'm now convinced was punishment for something I did in a past life. I had the dubious pleasure of watching both competitors prepare for the duel. Commander Yaxthal approached his training exactly as you'd expect from a decorated military veteran. His workout regime was intense enough to make a battle droid weep. He spent hours practicing with various traditional weapons, his massive form moving with surprising grace as he demolished practice dummy after practice dummy. The betting pools heavily favored him, naturally. The odds started at 500 to 1 and only got more ridiculous from there. But Alexandra? That's where things got weird. I found her in the station's recreational area, of all places, calmly sipping something she called a protein shake while watching old human entertainment videos. Combat documentaries, she called them. Though I'm pretty sure most documentaries don't have titles like John Wick or The Raid. Shouldn't you be, I don't know, preparing? I asked, trying to sound diplomatic. She glanced up at me, those unnervingly intense eyes sparkling with amusement. What makes you think I'm not? That's when I noticed she had converted part of the rec area into what she called a basic workout space. Basic. There were weights that would challenge a cargo loader, strange elastic bands, and various padded striking targets. But what really caught my attention was the way she moved. You see, most species have a certain predictability to their movements. Yaxthal, for instance, relied on his species' natural advantages: strength, reach, and that virtually impenetrable exoskeleton. But Alexandra? She flowed like water one moment and struck like lightning the next. It was unsettling. Word spread quickly through the station. Soon there was a constant stream of casual observers finding excuses to pass by the rec area. I overheard 2 Arcturian physicists arguing about whether human bone density could actually withstand a direct hit from Yaxthal. A group of Proximan medical officers started a pool on how many bones Alexandra would break, her own or Yaxthal's. They weren't picky. The council members were getting nervous too. I caught Ambassador VC Troll, supposedly a neutral party, trying to access classified human combat footage. Just ensuring proper medical preparation, she claimed. Right, because medical officers typically need to know about something called Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. 3 particularly brave or foolish junior diplomats even tried to warn Alexandra about Yaxthal's combat record. They showed her footage of him literally tearing through a reinforced barrier during his last duel. Fascinating, she said, not even looking up from her stretching routine. You know what's really interesting though? The way he favors his left side after an overhead strike. Almost like that old injury from the Regelian campaign never quite healed properly. The diplomats left looking distinctly unsettled. I don't blame them. I had access to Yaxthal's full military record, and even I hadn't noticed that detail. The betting pools started to shift slightly after that, just slightly. A few of the more observant species began placing small, quiet bets on the human. The odds were still ridiculous, but now they were down to 300 to 1. Grand Marshal Crix Thor, meanwhile, was strutting around like he'd already won the upcoming council elections. He even had the audacity to send Alexandra a ceremonial burial shroud, a not-so-subtle suggestion about the duel's expected outcome. The next day, Alexandra sent him a gift in return, a small earthen pot containing what she called a bonsai tree. It's a traditional symbol of patience and careful cultivation, she explained when I asked about it. Also, if you look really closely at the pot's decorative pattern, you'll find it spells out pride comes before a fall in ancient Earth script. He won't be able to read it, I pointed out. No, she agreed, that predatory smile back on her face. But I will. By the final day before the duel, the station was humming with tension. Yaxthal's supporters were loud and confident, but there was an undercurrent of something else. Those who had been watching Alexandra closely walked with careful steps and spoke in hushed tones. They had seen something in her preparation that disturbed them, though none could quite put it into words. I think I figured it out, though. You see, Yaxthal trained like someone preparing for combat. Alexandra? She moved like someone who had never stopped being ready for it. The night before the duel, I found her in the observation deck, staring out at the stars. Any last-minute concerns, I asked, trying to sound casual. Just one, she replied, turning to face me. I hope the council's medical team is as good as they claim. Yaxthal's going to need them. Looking into her eyes at that moment, I finally understood why humans categorize their anger differently than we do. There's anger, there's rage, and then there's that terrifying human capacity for cold, calculated fury. Tomorrow was going to be interesting. The station's combat arena was a marvel of engineering, or so the architects kept reminding everyone. A massive dodecagonal chamber with adaptive gravity controls and force field barriers to protect the spectators. The floor could transform from solid metal to energy-absorbing gel in microseconds. Today, it was set to standard humanoid combat mode, whatever that meant. By the time I arrived, the viewing galleries were packed tighter than a Martian sardine tin. Representatives from every council race jostled for position, their conversations creating a buzz that reminded me of an angry hive of space wasps. The medical team stood ready with enough equipment to rebuild half a battalion. Clearly, someone had read the human medical reports. Taking any last-minute bets, a Syrian banker asked me, her phosphorescent tentacles twitching with excitement. The odds on the human surviving the first minute just dropped to 200 to 1. I politely declined. I'd seen enough in the past 3 days to know better. The weapons table drew my attention. Council dueling traditions required each combatant to select from the same array of ceremonial weapons. The collection was impressive: plasma blades, gravity hammers, neural disruptors, and more exotic tools of destruction than you could shake a quantum stick at. Commander Yaxthal arrived first, his entrance accompanied by the traditional war drums of his people. He looked magnificent, I'll give him that. His exoskeleton had been polished to a mirror shine, decorated with the symbols of his many victories. He approached the weapons table with confident steps. The neural disruptor, he declared, selecting a nasty piece of work that could overload any known species' nervous system. A civilized weapon for a civilized duel. The crowd murmured appreciatively. Neural disruptors were considered the height of sophisticated combat technology. Clean, efficient, and theoretically painless. Theoretically. Then Alexandra walked in. No war drums. No ceremonial entrance. Just the steady click of her boots on the metal floor. She'd traded her power suit for what she called workout clothes, black fitted pants, and a sleeveless top that revealed arms corded with muscle. Her cornrows were tied back tight, and she wore fingerless gloves that had definitely seen better days. The crowd fell silent as she approached the weapons table. She took her time, examining each option with methodical care. Then, to everyone's surprise, she started laughing. "Is something amusing?" Representative Grand Marshal Crix Thor called from his elevated observation pod. "Oh, just appreciating the irony," she replied, still chuckling. "All these fancy weapons, and not a single one of you thought to include something basic." She turned to face the marshal, and even from my position, I could see that dangerous glint in her eyes. "I choose no weapon." The chamber erupted in chaos. No weapon? Was she insane? Even the betting computers crashed trying to recalculate the odds. "This is irregular," the chief arbitrator declared, his crystalline form flickering with concern. The traditions require each combatant to be equally armed. Oh, I agree completely, Alexandra said, her voice carrying easily over the commotion. Commander, please put down the neural disruptor, unless you're afraid to face a human hand-to-hand. Yaxthal's mandibles clacked in what I recognized as barely contained rage. The neural disruptor hit the table with enough force to crack its casing. As the force field barriers hummed to life around the combat zone, I noticed something odd. Alexandra was bouncing lightly on her toes, rolling her shoulders, looking for all the world like someone about to enjoy a pleasant workout. Yaxthal, despite his fearsome appearance and superior size, had taken an unconsciously defensive stance. Begin on the third tone, the arbitrator announced. May honor and wisdom guide your combat. I remember thinking only one of those would matter today, and I was pretty sure it wouldn't be wisdom. The first tone rang out, crystal clear through the arena. Alexandra stayed loose, bouncing. Second tone. Yaxthal's exoskeleton plates shifted into combat configuration. Third tone. What happened next still gives me nightmares. Yaxthal charged forward, exactly as everyone expected. 4 meters of armored killing machine, moving with shocking speed for his size. His primary arms extended for a grapple while his secondary arms positioned for striking blows. A classic opener that had ended dozens of duels. Alexandra didn't move. Well, barely moved, just a slight shift of weight, a subtle angle change. Yaxthal's grapple missed by millimeters. His momentum carried him forward, and then... wham! The sound of her first strike echoed through the chamber. A precise hit to what on a human would be the solar plexus. Yaxthal stumbled, actually stumbled. The crowd gasped. Ha, Alexandra said, resuming her bounce. So the plates do shift when you're off balance. Interesting. Yaxthal recovered quickly, mandibles clicking in fury. He launched into a combination of strikes that would have pulverized a battle tank. Fast, powerful, precise, and completely useless. Alexandra moved like water through rocks, each dodge so efficient it barely looked like movement at all. You know what your problem is, Commander, she asked, ducking under a swing that could have decapitated her. You fight like someone who's never lost another shift, another dodge, never really been hurt. A deflection that somehow used Yaxthal's own momentum against him. Never had to learn from failure. The crowd was dead silent now. We were all watching something that shouldn't be possible. A human, barely reaching Yaxthal's chest, was making one of the most decorated warriors in the galaxy look like a clumsy cadet. Then she stopped dodging. Yaxthal's next strike connected, or seemed to. At the last instant, Alexandra moved with the blow, rolling her shoulder to disperse the force. She grabbed his arm, stepped in close, and well, I'm still not sure exactly what happened next. There was a shift, a twist, and suddenly 4 meters of armored warrior was airborne. The impact when he hit the ground made the entire arena shake. First lesson, Alexandra announced, stepping back to let him rise. Size is just geometry, and gravity works for everyone. Yaxthal surged up with a roar, all pretense of civilized combat forgotten. His strikes became faster, more furious, some even connected. Alexandra's lip was split, a bruise forming on her cheek. But she was smiling, actually smiling. Second lesson, she continued, her voice terrifyingly calm despite the violence. Anger makes you predictable. That's when the real fight began. I'd seen combat before. I'd studied human martial arts after first contact, but nothing prepared me for this. Alexandra moved like someone who had rewritten the laws of physics. Every strike flowed into a block that became a counterattack. She used Yaxthal's superior reach against him, staying too close for his full power, targeting joints and gaps in his armor. Getting tired, Commander, she taunted, landing 3 rapid strikes to his left side, right where that old injury was. Feeling that Regellian campaign wound yet, Yaxthal bellowed in rage and pain. His next attack was desperate, all 4 arms swinging in a devastating pattern. Alexandra ducked the first 3 strikes, but the 4th caught her square in the ribs. The sound of impact made even the medical team wince. She staggered back, and for a moment, everyone thought it was over. Yaxthal pressed his advantage, moving in for the finishing blow. That's when we learned what human rage really looks like. Alexandra's eyes changed. The playful glint vanished, replaced by something ancient and terrifying. Her next breath came out as steam in the climate-controlled arena. Final lesson, she growled, and her voice had dropped an octave. Humans don't just fight with our bodies. What followed was I lack the words to properly describe it. Alexandra moved like a force of nature. Each strike was precisely calculated yet powered by raw fury. She drove Yaxthal back step by step, targeting every weakness she'd identified earlier. The old injury, the slight lag in his lower left arm, the way his balance shifted when he pivoted right. We fight with generations of combat knowledge a strike to the knee joint. We fight with the memory of every loss, a combination that cracked his shoulder plate. We fight with the rage of our entire species, an uppercut that literally dented his armored chin. The final sequence was almost too fast to follow. Alexandra slipped inside Yaxthal's guard, grabbed his primary right arm, and executed a throw that combined leverage, momentum, and what I'm pretty sure was pure spite. The commander's massive form described a perfect arc through the air before crashing down with bone-rattling force. This time he didn't get up. Alexandra stood over him, chest heaving, blood dripping from her split lip. "Do you yield?" Yaxthal's response was a weak click of his mandibles. The universal translator rendered it as "I yield." The arena erupted in chaos. The medical team rushed forward. The betting computers exploded again. And through it all, Alexandra just walked calmly to the edge of the combat zone, grabbed a towel, and started wiping the blood from her face. Representative Reeves' Grand Marshal Crick's Thor's voice cut through the commotion. He sounded like someone had force-fed him a sour gravity generator. "The Council acknowledges your victory." "Thanks," she replied cheerfully, as if she hadn't just rewritten everyone's understanding of human combat capabilities. "Oh, and about that full membership status." The Marshal's scales had turned an interesting shade of gray. "I believe the Council will be revising its position." "Wonderful," Alexandra beamed at him. "I look forward to attending the next session. As a full member, of course." As she walked past my observation post, I couldn't help but ask, "How did you know you could win?" She paused, that dangerous glint back in her eyes. "Because, Captain Vex, humans don't enter fights we haven't already won up here." She tapped her temple. "The physical part, that's just making it official." The medical team was still working on Yaxthal. From what I could hear, he had 3 cracked plates, a dislocated shoulder, and what they termed comprehensive soft tissue trauma. Alexandra glanced back at the scene. "He'll be fine. Might want to recommend a good physical therapist, though. That Rigelian injury's been compensating wrong for years." As she left the arena, I realized something that would later become the first lesson in my human psychology and combat avoidance 101 class. It's not the human capacity for rage that should frighten you. It's their ability to combine that rage with precise, calculated strategy. That, and their terrifying habit of treating near-death combat situations like an educational opportunity. The council chambers were unusually quiet the next day. Amazing how watching a human dismantle one of the galaxy's most feared warriors can affect the general atmosphere. The floating holo displays seemed dimmer, as if they too were trying not to attract attention. Alexandra sat in her pod, now upgraded to reflect Earth's new full member status. The bruise on her cheek had darkened impressively, and she held herself carefully. Those ribs definitely weren't fully healed. But her smile? That was downright radioactive. Grand Marshal Crick's Thor looked like he'd swallowed a malfunctioning quantum harmonizer. His scales had settled into an interesting shade of greenish-gray that our medical staff assured me wasn't immediately life-threatening. "The Council recognizes," he ground out, each word clearly causing him physical pain, "that our previous assessment of human combat capabilities may have been incomplete." Oh, Alexandra's innocent tone could have sugared a black hole. "Do tell." The emergency session that followed was fascinating. I watched 17 different species try to diplomatically say "please don't hurt us" without actually saying it. The Arcturian physicists submitted a formal request to study human muscle density. The Proximan medical officers had to revise their entire xenobiology database. But the real entertainment came when they started modifying treaties. Perhaps, suggested Ambassador VC Troll, still trying to pretend she hadn't lost her entire year's salary in the betting pool, we should adjust the mutual defense protocols. Excellent idea, Alexandra agreed. While we're at it, let's discuss those trade route restrictions. You know, the ones supposedly based on our limited combat effectiveness in deep space conditions. I swear I saw VC Troll's crystalline form develop a hairline crack from pure stress. The revisions came fast after that. Trade routes opened. Technology sharing restrictions lifted. Military cooperation protocols extensively updated, though I noticed the updates focused more on joint training than actual combat support. Apparently, nobody wanted to risk having their troops embarrass themselves in front of the humans. Commander Yaxthal, watching from his medical pod, actually laughed when they proposed requiring all future duels to use weapons. The sound made 3 junior diplomats dive under their consoles. With respect, he clicked, his mandibles still slightly misaligned from yesterday's educational opportunity. I believe that would be doing our human friends a disservice. Alexandra shot him a respectful nod. There's nothing like getting thoroughly beaten up by someone to establish a weird sort of friendship. The real changes, though, were in how everyone looked at humans after that. Gone were the dismissive glances, the condescending tones. Now, when a human walked into a room, people paid attention, very careful attention. The kind of attention prey animals give to apex predators. You've created quite a stir, I told Alexandra as she prepared to board her ship back to Earth. The combat training academies are completely revising their curricula. Good, she replied, checking her travel documents. Though you might want to add a psychology course. The fighting part isn't really the important lesson here. Oh. She turned to face me, and for a moment I saw again that calculating look behind her eyes. The important lesson is that humans never show all their cards unless they have to. Remember that, Captain Vex. I did remember. In fact, I built an entire teaching career around that concept. As her ship departed, I couldn't help but think about how differently things might have gone if we'd actually paid attention to those early human combat footage videos. If we'd noticed how they turned every defeat into a lesson, every loss into fuel for improvement. If we'd understood that a species that evolved on a death world doesn't survive by being merely strong. They survive by being smart enough to look weak until being strong serves them best. These days, when new species join the council, they all have to take my class. And every term I start with the same question: who wants to see the footage of why we changed the rules? The smart ones learn from it. The others? Well, the medical team is always on standby. 10 cycles later, and the galaxy's a very different place. Funny how one little duel can rewrite the political landscape faster than a quantum computer calculating PI. Earth now holds 3 seats on the High Council. 3. The same humans we once thought were too primitive for full membership are now heading committees on defense, cultural integration, and my personal favorite, diplomatic conflict resolution. The irony is not lost on anyone. Grand Marshal Krix Thor retired shortly after the duel. Officially, he wanted to pursue personal interests. Unofficially, he couldn't handle how everyone snickered whenever he tried to call anything uncivilized in council meetings. Commander Yaxthal, surprisingly, became Earth's biggest advocate. He now runs the most prestigious combat training facility in the galaxy right on Earth. The waiting list is longer than a Venusian summer. Last I heard, he's particularly fond of something called Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Alexandra? She's Ambassador Reeves now, though some still call her the storm behind her back. She keeps that old, cracked neural disruptor mounted on her office wall. Next to it is a sign in Earth standard that reads Plan B, not that we needed it. The diplomatic landscape has shifted too. It's amazing how polite everyone becomes when they realize the smiling human across the negotiating table could probably dismantle their entire security team with nothing but bad intentions and good timing. These days, when new species join the council, they all get the same welcome package: a copy of the council charter, a standard trade agreement template, and a mandatory viewing of what we now call the education session. That's right, Alexandra's duel has become required viewing for all diplomatic personnel. The betting pools have changed too. Nobody bets against humans anymore. Now they just bet on how long it'll take them to win. The current record holder is Ambassador Reeves herself: 3 moves, 2 seconds, and one very apologetic Regelian who learned the hard way not to question Earth's artistic achievements. As for me, I've got tenure at the Academy now. My class, Human Psychology and Combat Avoidance 101, is the most popular course in the diplomatic training program, though I'm thinking of changing the name to How Not to Get Your Exoskeleton Handed to You by a Smiling Ape. The final exam is simple: explain why challenging a human to a duel is about as smart as using a black hole for a back scratcher. So far, everyone's passed. Amazing what a little practical demonstration can do for the learning process. And that bonsai tree Alexandra gave to Crick's Thor. It's still alive, sitting in the council chamber as a reminder. Most species think it's just a nice decoration, but every now and then I catch a human diplomat grinning at it, and I remember. Sometimes the most dangerous thing in the galaxy isn't the one showing all its teeth. It's the one teaching you why you shouldn't show yours.
Adam Simpson stood in the center of the vast Imperial Hall, his posture rigid, his face a carefully maintained mask of defiance. Before him, seated atop an obsidian throne carved with the sigils of conquered worlds, was Emperor Karvek Zolith of the Zelzorid Empire. His golden eyes, slit like a serpent's, bore into the human diplomat with amused contempt. The air hummed with tension, the vast chamber filled with the silent weight of a dozen high-ranking officials and military commanders. Adam took a slow breath, choosing his words with precision. "I am here as a courtesy," he said, his voice steady. "Humanity has no interest in war, but if you do not turn your fleet back from our borders, you will regret it." Laughter rippled through the hall. The reaction was immediate and expected. The Zelzorth, the oldest and most powerful empire in the known galaxy, saw humanity as nothing more than a young, impudent race, barely worth acknowledging. Their fleets had crushed civilizations that had stood for millennia. Compared to them, Earth was an infant playing at war. High Commander Volek Syth leaned forward, the sharp ridges of his pale blue face catching the dim light. "Regret it?" His lips curled. "Do you truly believe your kind can stand against the might of the Empire? That your pitiful fleets, your laughable technology, could do anything but be swept aside?" Adam met his gaze unwavering. "This isn't a warning," he said, each word deliberate. "It's an opportunity. Turn back now, because when the fighting starts, there won't be a second chance." The Emperor's voice, rich and deep, silenced the murmurs. "I find your arrogance fascinating, human," Karvek Zolith said, fingers drumming idly against the arm of his throne. "You believe yourselves dangerous, yet you have done nothing to prove it. Where are your war fleets? Where is this great power you claim to wield?" Adam exhaled through his nose. They still didn't understand. "You assume because you do not see our strength, we do not have it." His voice dropped, the weight of certainty behind it. "That mistake will cost you everything." Volek chuckled, shaking his head. "Enough of this. Emperor, with your permission, I will take the fleet and raise their homeworld. The humans are weak. Let's rid ourselves of their delusions." Karvek tilted his head, considering. "Very well. You may proceed." Adam closed his eyes for half a second, disappointment flickering beneath his calm. He had done his duty. Humanity had given them a choice. They had chosen poorly. He turned sharply on his heel and strode from the chamber, his heart steady, his mind already preparing for what was to come. As Adam's shuttle lifted from the Imperial Palace, the Zelzor fleet prepared for war. The Imperial Armada, 500 warships strong, gathered in the vast reaches of space. Flagships the size of cities, bristling with weapons capable of reducing planets to rubble, stood ready. At their center was Volek Syth's personal battleship, the Dominion's Wrath, an immense dreadnought that had crushed fleets many times larger than humanity's entire military force. Standing on the bridge, Volek watched as the final battle formations locked into place. Around him, officers moved with quiet efficiency, their confidence unshaken. "Any sign of resistance from the humans?" he asked. A communications officer checked the latest scans. "None, sir. No fleet movements, no defensive structures deployed. Their borders are empty." Volek smirked. "Cowards. They know they are beaten." Grand Admiral Drosk Vynen, a veteran strategist, observed the readouts with mild curiosity. It is strange, he admitted. Humans are unpredictable, yet they offer no resistance. He glanced at Volek. You do not find that odd. Volek exhaled, rolling his shoulders. Their arrogance has finally been crushed by reality. They see our power and understand they are doomed. He turned toward the main viewport, where the stars stretched in endless, quiet beauty. We will strike at their core. Earth will burn before they even muster a response. The fleet surged forward, slipping into FTL transit, streaking toward humanity's homeworld. The journey was smooth, effortless. 500 warships, an unstoppable force moving toward an inevitable victory. But as they neared Earth's system, something shifted. The first sign was subtle. On the bridge of the Dominion's Wrath, a technician frowned at his console. Sir, we're detecting fluctuations. Volek turned. Fluctuations? The technician hesitated. Unusual energy signatures. Spatial distortions. It's as if, he paused, adjusting his instruments. It's as if something is here, but not here. Volek scoffed. Phantom signals. Ignore them. Grand Admiral VYNN, less dismissive, studied the data more closely. The readings were erratic, strange. Are there any ships in the area? The sensor officer ran a deep scan. Negative, sir. No visible vessels. No stations. Just empty space. And yet, the anomaly remained. The fleet pressed forward, cutting deeper into human territory. Then, without warning, the lead warships vanished. One moment, they were there, powerful engines burning, their forms filling the void. Then they were gone. No explosion, no debris, just gone. Volek bolted upright. What the hell just happened? The bridge erupted into motion, officers scrambling for answers. Reports flooded in from across the fleet, ships disappearing without a trace. Panic laced the voices over the comms. We've lost the Ravager. The Hellfire is gone. No distress signal, nothing. Admiral VYNN clenched his jaw. This is not possible. Then, the communications came through. Not from their own forces, but from deep within the void itself. A single transmission, cutting through every Imperial channel, its voice smooth, unshaken. You should have listened. Adam Simpson. Volek's blood ran cold. The anomalies, the strange readings, the sudden disappearances. It wasn't a coincidence. It wasn't a malfunction. It was humanity. And they had been waiting. The silence that followed Adam's transmission was heavier than the vacuum of space itself. Every Zelzorth officer aboard the Dominion's Wrath stood frozen, eyes darting between their instruments and the blackness beyond. The bridge's hollow display flickered with the outlines of their vast fleet, but the red markers representing the missing warships were increasing at an impossible rate. They weren't being destroyed. They weren't being jammed. They were simply ceasing to exist. Volek SYTH gritted his teeth, his grip tightening on the console before him. Full stop, he barked. Lock down all systems. I want a full analysis of what's happening. His voice remained steady, but deep inside, something gnawed at him, an unfamiliar sensation clawing at the edges of his mind. Uncertainty. Admiral Dross Voynen's fingers danced over the control panel as he manually accessed the ship's external feeds, bypassing automated processing. He needed raw data. The answer had to be there, hidden within the cold, sterile numbers. But what he saw sent an involuntary shudder through him. The space around us, VYNN hesitated. It's not empty. Volek spun toward him. Explain. VYNN magnified the last recorded frames of the missing warships. The image was distorted, but barely perceptible within the cosmic haze were faint, shifting patterns. Ripples in the void, like disturbances on the surface of a dark ocean. Shadows that weren't cast by any physical object. There's something out there, VYNN murmured. A presence, undetectable by conventional scans. Something that was waiting for us. Volek refused to believe it. That's impossible. If they had weapons of the scale, we would have known. They wanted you to think that, came a voice from the ship's main display. The transmission was clear, untraceable, as if the voice were speaking from the bridge itself. Adam Simpson, face materialized, his expression unreadable. His suit was no longer the pristine diplomatic attire he had worn before the Emperor, but a matte black tactical uniform with no insignia. His eyes, once full of careful diplomacy, now held something far colder. "You were so confident," Adam continued, his tone calm, almost pitying. "So certain that humanity was a species to be conquered. And yet, here you are, unable to even see the weapon that will end you." Volek's hands curled into fists. "What are you playing at, human?" Adam tilted his head slightly, as if considering how much to reveal. Then he simply said, "This." The lights on the bridge flickered. The Dominion's raft shuddered, not from an impact, but something far more insidious. Its system seizing, its power draining. The same reports echoed from every remaining ship in the fleet. The displays dimmed, and for the first time in Volek's long military career, he realized what true powerlessness felt like. A whisper of motion flickered outside the viewport. At first, it seemed like an illusion, the afterimage of distant starlight. Then, the shadows coalesced and impossibilities took shape. A fleet, not just a fleet. An armada that dwarfed the might of the Zelzoreth. Their ships did not shine with the harsh metallic glow of Imperial warships. Instead, they moved like phantoms, their surfaces shifting between the visible and the unseen, their edges blurred as if reality itself struggled to define them. They had been there the entire time, hidden just beyond perception. The Phantom Fleet. Isaac Renner sat aboard the bridge of the UNS Valkyrie, the spearhead of humanity's unseen force. His expression was one of quiet satisfaction, the product of years of preparation finally culminating in a single, decisive moment. His crew remained silent, waiting on his command. Every officer on board had been trained for this, facing an enemy that thought itself untouchable. "They still don't get it," Renner mused as he watched the chaos unfold. "All this power, all this arrogance, and they still don't understand what just happened." His second-in-command, Lieutenant Calloway, allowed himself a tight smirk. "Shall we educate them, sir?" Renner leaned forward, voice smooth, unhurried. Fire, across the Phantom Fleet. Silent lances of light erupted into the void, weapons far beyond the comprehension of the Empire. No energy trails, no conventional missiles, just pinpoint devastation. Zelzoreth warships collapsed in on themselves as their molecular bonds unraveled, their hulls simply ceasing to hold together. Explosions did not bloom in space. Instead, the affected vessels seemed to dissolve, their once impervious armor turning to dust before vanishing completely. On the Dominion's raft, Volek watched in horror as ship after ship disappeared. This wasn't warfare. It was annihilation. "This isn't possible," one of his officers shouted, panic breaking the rigid discipline of the bridge. "They have no mass readings, no energy signatures, no..." His voice cut off as the Dominion's raft jolted violently. "They've locked onto us," BYNN breathed. Adam's voice returned, impassive. "You had your chance." Volek refused to accept it. He refused to let everything end like this. "Full forward assault," he commanded. "Focus fire on their largest vessel. Overload weapons if you have to." The Dominion's raft and the few remaining ships of the Zelzoreth fleet fired in desperation, unleashing every ounce of destructive power they had. Their weapons passed through empty space. Renner smiled faintly as he observed. "They're still trying," he noted. "Admirable, in a way." The Phantom Fleet moved with eerie grace, shifting in and out of perception untouchable. They were not bound by the conventional laws of engagement. Every Zelzoreth counterattack struck nothing but echoes of where the human ships had once been. Volek's hands trembled. His warriors, his empire's finest, were helpless. He had mocked the humans for their invisibility, their lack of presence, but now, as his fleet crumbled, he realized his mistake. They had not been absent. They had been watching. Adam's voice was the final nail in the coffin. The difference between us, Volek, is that you fight for conquest. We fight for survival. That means we don't just prepare for war. We prepare to end it before it begins. Renner raised a hand. Shut them down. The Phantom Fleet sent out an invisible pulse, and every remaining Zelzor ship flickered. Their engines sputtered. Their weapon systems died, and their communications severed. Not through brute force, not through damage, but through control. The Phantom Fleet had rewritten their existence. All that remained was silence. The great Zelzorth Armada, 500 ships strong, had been erased in minutes. Volek sat back in his chair, his mind racing, his breath coming shallow. There was no retaliation. There was no counterstrike. They had already lost before the first shot was fired. Adam's voice was soft now. I tried to warn you. Then the transmission cut. The last thing Volek saw before his ship systems collapsed completely was the shifting outline of the Phantom Fleet, fading once more into nothingness. They were not invaders. They were not conquerors. They were shadows. And they had already won. The Zorth Prime, the heart of the Zelzorth Empire, had never known silence. It had always been a symphony of military power. Warships docking, fleets mobilizing, strategic transmissions crackling across the void. Now, that silence was absolute, a hollow, suffocating void. Volek Syth stood rigid on the bridge of the Dominion's wrath, his gaze locked on the swirling marble of the Zelzorth homeworld below. His ship, once the pride of the Imperial Armada, drifted powerless, held in the unseen grip of humanity's Phantom Fleet. The few remaining vessels of the once mighty Zelzorth Navy hung beside it, gutted, empty shells. Their weapons were disabled, their defenses overwritten, their fates sealed. Admiral Dross Vyyn was slumped in his chair, his hands steepled against his forehead, his breathing slow and deliberate. The man who had once commanded conquest without equal had been reduced to a spectator of his own downfall. We underestimated them, he murmured at last, his voice hoarse, exhausted. All this time, we thought ourselves the apex. We thought them beneath us. Volek said nothing. The truth had been burned into his mind with each disappearing warship, each futile order, each impossible demonstration of power. Humanity had not risen to meet them in battle. Humanity had not fought a war. They had executed a sentence. The main view screen flickered to life, unbidden. The image of Emperor Karvek Zolot appeared, seated in his throne room. His usually impassive expression darkened with something Volek had never seen before. Fear. Volek. The Emperor's voice carried none of its usual weight. Report. Volek exhaled slowly, steadying himself. He wanted to frame it as a battle, a tactical miscalculation, something that could be salvaged. But there was nothing left to salvage. The fleet is gone, he said, forcing himself to meet the Emperor's gaze. Not destroyed, not in retreat. Gone. The silence stretched long and unbroken. Then, from the void, a voice cut through the Imperial channels. You were given a choice. Adam Simpson stood aboard the UNS Valkyrie, watching as the final remnants of the Empire trembled beneath their own arrogance. He had delivered the warning, and they had laughed. Now, there was no laughter, no mockery. There was only understanding, hollow and too late. The Phantom Fleet did not loom over Zorth Prime like an occupying force. It did not posture. It simply existed, waiting in the unseen spaces, as it always had. The Empire's eyes were blind to it, their weapons useless against it. The Emperor straightened, summoning whatever dignity he could muster. What are your demands? Adam tilted his head slightly, as if amused by the question. Demands? He glanced toward Commander Isaac Renner, who stood beside him, arms crossed, gaze impassive. Then he turned back to the transmission. You assume this is a negotiation. The Emperor's golden eyes flickered with something dangerous. You think because you have the power to destroy us, you can dictate the fate of my people. Adam leaned forward, you misunderstand. We aren't here to dictate anything. We're here to end an era. On the surface of Zorath Prime, sirens howled to the capital city of Zelvoris. Imperial officials ran to the corridors of their once impenetrable bastion, scrambling to secure what little authority they had left. Panic rippled through the streets. The citizens of the Empire, who had only ever known their rulers as untouchable, now saw them desperate, afraid. Humanity had not fired a single shot at the planet. They hadn't needed to. Across the Empire, outposts and colonies received the same transmission. The Zelzorth fleet had been erased. The capital world stood defenseless. There was no external enemy to fight, no battlefield on which to prove their superiority. The war had not ended in combat. It had ended in inevitability. Grand Admiral VYNN finally rose from his chair, shoulders squared despite the weight pressing upon him. "What happens now?" he asked, his voice measured. "You have your victory. What will you do with it?" Adam considered him for a moment before responding. "That depends entirely on the Empire." A new voice crackled into the open channel. "The Empire is finished." The transmission came from an unexpected source, one of the Emperor's own High Chancellors. A second voice followed, then a third, across Zorath Prime. The realization was spreading like wildfire. Without its military might, the Empire was a hollow structure propped up by fear alone, and fear had lost its teeth. The Emperor's expression darkened as he listened to the voices of his own people turning against him. He had ruled through power, through dominance. But power was only as strong as its ability to enforce. And there was no enforcement left. Valek turned to VYNN, jaw clenched. "If we surrender, they could wipe us out entirely." VYNN shook his head. "If they wanted us extinct, they wouldn't be speaking to us now." He looked toward the view screen. "They are not us, Valek. And that is precisely why they won." The Emperor's hands curled into fists, his body trembling with restrained fury. "I will not." The transmission cut out. The throne room's lights flickered and died. The people of Zorath Prime watched as their Emperor, their rulers, their entire chain of command vanished from their screens, their communications, their networks. Not by an explosion, not by a coup, by something far quieter, far more precise. The Phantom Fleet had severed the Empire's head from its body with the press of a button. Aboard the UNS Valkyrie, Renner exhaled, watching the data stream confirming the complete neutralization of the Empire's command structure. "It's done," he said quietly. Adam nodded. "The Empire is broken. The galaxy will decide what comes next. There would be no occupation, no vengeful slaughter. Humanity had done what it needed to do, not to conquer, but to ensure the Zelzorth never threatened them again." Adam turned to Renner. "Initiate withdrawal." One by one, the Phantom Fleet faded once more into the void. Ships vanished from perception, slipping back into the unseen corners of space, leaving behind only the shattered remnants of an empire that had thought itself invincible. Zorath Prime's skies were clear. There was no enemy in sight. Yet the Empire would never be the same again, and as the last of humanity's vessels disappeared, the final message was broadcast across every world that had once feared the Zelzorth's rule. This was not war. This was not conquest. This was a lesson. The Empire had learned it too late. The galaxy, however, had just begun to listen. The Phantom Fleet was gone. The last of humanity's vessels had faded into the unseen void, vanishing as effortlessly as they had appeared. Yet their presence remained, an indelible scar carved into the fabric of the galaxy. The Zelzorth Empire, once the most feared power among the stars, lay in ruin, not by fire, not by conquest, but by something far worse: irrelevance. The Emperor was gone. His high command had been severed, their authority collapsing like brittle glass. For the first time in thousands of years, the great empire had no ruler, no structure, no guiding hand to wield its once unstoppable might. The absence of warships in its skies spoke louder than any fleet ever could. And the people, Those who had cowered beneath the weight of imperial rule, those who had lived their lives knowing nothing but subjugation and the certainty of the Empire's supremacy, had been forced to see the truth. Their gods had bled. Volek Syth stood in the ruined halls of the Imperial Palace, his boots echoing through corridors once crowded with dignitaries and strategists. The opulence of the throne room was meaningless now, its grandiose carvings and ancient banners remnants of a past that no longer held weight. There were no guards standing at attention, no commanders waiting for orders. The power they had all worshipped was dust in the wind. Drosk Vynen stood beside him, his uniform disheveled, his face lined with exhaustion. "They left," he muttered, shaking his head as he glanced toward the sky. "They had every opportunity to crush us, to take our worlds as spoils. And they left." Volek didn't answer. He had asked himself the same question, over and over, since the moment the Phantom Fleet disappeared. If humanity had truly wanted revenge, they could have burned Zorth Prime to the ground. They could have wiped every Zelzorth colony from existence. They had the technology, the capability, the power to unmake everything the Empire had built over millennia. And yet, they had chosen restraint. That thought unsettled him more than their overwhelming might. A conqueror could be understood. A tyrant could be predicted. But an enemy that delivered absolute defeat and then walked away, that was something far more dangerous. "They don't need to rule us," Volek said finally, his voice quiet. "They already won." Vynen exhaled, staring out over the shattered remnants of the capital city. Then what happens now? It was a question without an answer, or rather, a question with too many answers. The Empire had ruled through dominance, but now there was nothing left to enforce it. The warlords who had once held systems in check were scrambling for power. Governors, once content in their absolute obedience, now whispered of independence. The outer colonies, long neglected in favor of military expansion, had begun severing their ties. The Empire was no longer an empire. It was a carcass waiting for scavengers. Across the galaxy, the repercussions of humanity's victory rippled outward in shockwaves. The other great powers, once fearful of provoking the Zelzorth, were now silent, hesitant, waiting. Humanity had never been considered a galactic superpower. It had been treated as an upstart species, an ambitious but ultimately inconsequential civilization with no right to claim a seat at the table of history. Now, the table had been overturned. On the bridge of the UNS Valkyrie, Adam Simpson observed the vastness of space, arms crossed, mind still sharp with the weight of what had transpired. The mission had been executed flawlessly. The Phantom Fleet had functioned exactly as it was meant to, an unseen hand, guiding the fall of an empire without the need for prolonged war. Every Zelzorth warship that had crossed the border had been erased. Every avenue of retaliation had been severed. And yet, there was no satisfaction in the victory. Commander Isaac Renner studied him for a moment before breaking the silence. "You're not celebrating." Adam didn't look away from the viewport. This wasn't a celebration. Renner nodded slowly, stepping beside him. "You knew this would happen," he said. "The moment they ignored the warning, you knew." Adam exhaled. They thought strength was about what could be seen, about the size of their fleets, the weight of their presence. His gaze darkened. They never considered the things beyond sight. Renner watched the stars for a long moment before speaking again. "The rest of the galaxy will want answers. They'll get them," Adam said, his voice measured. "Humanity has never been one for posturing, but they'll understand what happened here. They'll understand what happens when we're threatened." A soft chime interrupted the conversation. A message sent across every galactic communication channel, appearing simultaneously in every government stronghold, every spacefaring civilization, every broadcast hub from one end of known space to the other. The statement was short, devoid of flourish, a simple declaration: humanity will not be threatened. We are not conquerors, but we will never be prey. The words burned into the galactic psyche, a reminder, a warning. The Zelzoreth had been the strongest, the untouchable force that none had dared challenge, and they had fallen without a single planet being invaded, without a single conventional war being fought. The message was clear. There were no more illusions. Renner let out a slow breath, folding his arms. And if someone else doesn't take the hint, Adam finally turned away from the viewport, his expression unreadable. Then they make the same mistake. In the remains of the Zelzoreth Empire, a new order was beginning to take shape. Warlords rose and fell in a matter of days. Old alliances crumbled. New factions emerged. The species that had once ruled through absolute dominance now turned on itself, uncertain, divided. The very foundation of the Empire had been shattered, not by weapons, not by brute force, but by an idea. The idea that they were no longer the most powerful force in the galaxy. That knowledge alone was enough to dismantle them. On Zoreth Prime, Volok SYTH watched as entire systems declared independence, as once loyal generals vanished into the void, seeking refuge in unknown corners of space. He knew, without a doubt, that the Empire would never rise again. But one thought lingered, gnawing at him in the quiet moments. They had never truly seen the Phantom Fleet, not with their own eyes. They had only seen the destruction left in its wake. If this was the power humanity had chosen to reveal, what else remained in the shadows? The Zelzoreth had learned their lesson too late. The rest of the galaxy would have only one chance to understand it. And if they didn't, they would never see their end coming.
Admiral Zextal of the Galactic Concordat adjusted his ceremonial sash for the 7th time in as many minutes. The bright lights and constant noise of the Human Entertainment Center assaulted his sensitive antenna, making him wish he'd stayed with his diplomatic escort. Yet something about this place drew him deeper into its chaotic interior. The establishment called itself Galaxy Games Arena, a designation that had initially made him scoff. The Concordat had long since abandoned such frivolous pursuits in favor of practical training simulations. Still, his mission to evaluate humanity's readiness for interstellar cooperation required understanding all aspects of their society, even the seemingly pointless ones. A crowd of young humans gathered around one particular corner caught his attention. Their excitement registered clearly on his biosensors, but it wasn't the typical chaotic energy he'd come to associate with human children. This was different, focused, almost disciplined. Threading his way through the crowd, his tall, iridescent form drawing curious glances, Zextal found himself looking over the shoulder of a young human female. She appeared to be approximately 12 standard cycles old, though human aging still confused him. Her dark hair was pulled back in a practical style, and her eyes never left the holographic display before her. Warning: hostile craft detected in Sector 7. Announced the game's computer in a crisp, professional tone that wouldn't have seemed out of place on a Concordat bridge. The Admiral's antenna twitched with interest. The girl's fingers flew across the control interface. On her main screen, a small craft, clearly of human design, executed a perfect tactical rotation while maintaining its momentum vector, a technique that had taken Zextal himself 3 years to master at the Academy. "Sarah's going for the record again," one of the watching children whispered excitedly. "She always gets past the Curl of Nebula sequence." The nebula in question materialized on the screen, its swirling gases rendered with surprising accuracy. The girl, Sarah, didn't hesitate. She directed her ship into a spiraling approach that used the nebula's own electromagnetic fields to mask her engine signature. Another advanced tactic, one that the Admiral had used himself in the Proxima campaign. Pursuing vessels losing lock, the computer announced. Sensor efficiency reduced to 30%. Sarah's ship emerged from the nebula's opposite side, but she wasn't done. In a move that made Zextal's inner membranes contract with surprise, she initiated a controlled plasma vent. The superheated material interacted with the nebula's particle field, creating a cascading reaction that briefly illuminated the pursuing ships. "Targeting solution acquired," Sarah announced calmly, her voice carrying the same professional tone as the computer. Her fingers danced across the weapon's console, and streams of energy lanced out with precision. The hostile ship's shields flared and failed under the assault. Level complete, the computer announced. New high score achieved. Tactical rating superior. The watching children erupted in cheers, but Sarah remained focused, already preparing for the next level. Zextal found himself leaning closer, his diplomatic mission temporarily forgotten. The game's interface was primitive by Concordat standards, yet the underlying principles it taught were anything but simple. "Would you like to try, sir?" Sarah had finally noticed him, turning in her seat with a bright smile. "This level has some really interesting gravitational mechanics." Zextal's translator took a moment to process her casual offer to let a senior military officer of an advanced alien civilization play what was clearly a children's game. Yet as he watched her skillfully beginning the next scenario, he realized he might need to revise his definition of children's game. "Perhaps I will," he replied carefully, his antenna rotating forward with interest. "But first, please explain to me how you knew to use the nebula's electromagnetic field in that way." Sarah's eyes lit up with genuine enthusiasm. "Oh, that's just basic stellar phenomena manipulation. Would you like me to show you some of the really advanced techniques?" Basic. She had called it basic. Admiral Zextal felt his report to the Concordat High Command was about to become much more interesting. "The key to the Stellar Command Series," Sarah explained, her fingers hovering over the holographic controls, "is understanding that everything connects to everything else." She demonstrated by reducing power to the forward shields, redirecting the energy to the ship's sensor array. "See how the power distribution affects multiple systems." Admiral Zextal's neural augments were working overtime, recording and analyzing every detail of the game's interface. What the humans called Stellar Command 2185 bore an uncomfortable resemblance to the Concordat's own bridge training simulators. "This scenario is one of my favorites," Sarah continued, unaware of the Admiral's growing fascination. "You have to escort a civilian transport through contested space, but your ship is undergunned, and the enemy knows exactly where you're going." The scenario loaded, presenting a tactical situation that made Zextal's antenna twitch with recognition. The configuration was nearly identical to the infamous Kazakh Ray incident, a classified operation from 30 years ago. "Most players try to outgun the raiders," Sarah said, her voice carrying the confidence of someone who had found a better way. "But that's not how real space combat would work, right?" "Indeed not," Zextal replied carefully. "How would you approach it?" Sarah's response was to angle her ship's approach vector, using the civilian transport's larger mass to create a gravitational microlens. The technique effectively doubled her sensor range while making her own ship harder to detect. It was an advanced application of relativistic principles that most Concordat officers didn't grasp until their 5th year of training. "The trick is thinking in 3 dimensions," Sarah said, as if she were explaining something simple like atmospheric breathing. "Space isn't flat like an ocean. You can use everything around you." A warning klaxon sounded as 3 raider ships emerged from behind a nearby asteroid cluster. Sarah's response was immediate and unconventional. Instead of retreating or attacking, she initiated a controlled reactor surge. The burst of radiation created a momentary sensor ghost, confusing the raiders' targeting systems. "They always fall for that," she grinned, using the few seconds of confusion to reposition her ship. "Eye opponents are too dependent on their sensor data. They don't trust their instincts." Instincts. Zextal suppressed a shudder. The Concordat had spent generations engineering instincts out of their training programs, relying instead on precise calculations and established protocols. Yet here was a human child, casually demonstrating why that might have been a mistake. The engagement continued, with Sarah employing the dizzying array of tactics that ranged from textbook perfect to completely unorthodox. She used stellar winds to mask her engine signature, converted a sensor probe into an improvised mine, and at one point deliberately scraped her shields against an asteroid to create a debris field that confused pursuing ships. 7 minutes, 32 seconds, she announced proudly as the mission complete notification flashed across the screen. Not my best time, but still pretty good. How? Zextal paused, choosing his words carefully. How did you learn these techniques? Sarah shrugged, already queuing up the next scenario. Just playing, mostly. Dad got me started on the basic series when I was 7, and I kind of worked my way up. The physics engine in this version is really good. They worked with actual space pilots to make it realistic. Realistic. The Admiral's neural augments flagged the word. The game's physics engine wasn't just realistic. It was accurate enough to serve as a military training tool, and humans were giving it to their children as entertainment. Would you like to try a multiplayer scenario? Sarah offered, gesturing to the second control station. There's this really cool mission where you have to coordinate with your partner to collapse a protostar at just the right moment to create a hyperspace shortcut. Zextal felt his ceremonial sash suddenly becoming very tight. Collapsing protostars to generate artificial hyperspace shortcuts was supposed to be a theoretical concept, classified at the highest levels of the Concordet's research division. Perhaps, he managed, you could show me exactly how that works. The protostar scenario, loaded with a visual flourish that seemed inappropriately cheerful given its theoretical implications. Admiral Zextal watched as Sarah's fingers danced across the environmental controls, making minute adjustments to the stellar containment field. The trick, she explained, her voice carrying the same casual tone one might use to describe making breakfast, is to calculate the resonance frequency of the protostar's magnetic field. If you match it just right, you can direct the collapse instead of just letting it happen randomly. Zextal's neural augments were recording everything, but he found himself wishing he had brought a dedicated science team. The concepts Sarah was casually manipulating had consumed entire research divisions within the Concordat. Most players tried to brute force it. She continued, adjusting the containment field's amplitude. But that just wastes energy and usually ends up with your ship being crushed by gravitational forces. You have to be subtle. The word subtle coming from a species known across the galaxy for their direct approaches made his antenna twitch. Yet as he watched, Sarah demonstrated a level of fine control that would have impressed his most seasoned stellar engineers. Watch this part, she said excitedly. If you time the field modulation just right. She trailed off, focused on making microscopic adjustments to various power systems. The protostar on the screen began to pulse in a peculiar rhythm. According to his augments analysis, she was creating a sophisticated resonance cascade that shouldn't have been possible with the level of technology displayed in the game. Yet there it was, working perfectly. There, Sarah pointed as a small distortion appeared in the space around the collapsing star. See how the space-time fabric starts to fold. That's where you want to position your ship for the jump. Zextal's inner membranes fluttered nervously. The simulation was showing, with disturbing accuracy, the formation of an artificial hyperspace corridor. The math behind such an operation was supposedly beyond human understanding. Yet here was a child, creating one while simultaneously explaining the process as if teaching a newcomer to play. The really fun part, Sarah continued, completely oblivious to the Admiral's growing distress, is when you start adding multiple ships to the equation. Each one can help shape the containment field, making the corridor more stable. My friend Jamie and I once managed to keep one open for almost 3 minutes. 3 minutes, long enough to move an entire battle fleet through artificial hyperspace. The implications made his ceremonial armor feel suddenly very inadequate. Oh, and here's something cool I discovered last week, Sarah said, pulling up a new set of controls. If you modify the field harmonics just right, you can actually predict where the corridor will emerge. Most players think it's random, but there's definitely a pattern to it. Zextal watched in stunned silence as she demonstrated the technique. His augments confirmed what his eyes could barely believe. She had independently discovered principles of hyperspace manipulation that had taken the Concordat's best scientists decades to theorize. Would you like to try? She offered, gesturing to the second control station. "It's more fun with 2 players. The game's physics engine really shines when you start experimenting with cooperative maneuvers." The Admiral found himself moving toward the controls almost unconsciously. Part of his mind was already composing the urgent message he would need to send to the Concordat High Command. Another part was genuinely curious to see what other fun discoveries this human child had made while playing her game. "Perhaps," he said carefully, settling into the station, "you could show me some of these cooperative maneuvers. For educational purposes, of course." Sarah beamed. "Great. Let me show you this really neat trick I figured out involving quantum entanglement and stellar plasma. It's a bit tricky at first, but once you get the hang of it..." Zextel's antenna drooped slightly. "Quantum entanglement. Of course. Why not add that to the list? All right, so the first thing you need to know about quantum entanglement in Stellar Command," Sarah said, switching the simulator to training mode, "is that it's not as complicated as everyone makes it sound. You just have to feel the rhythm of the particles." Admiral Zextel stared at his control panel, his neural augment struggling to process her statement. Feel the rhythm of the particles. The concept went against every principle of his military training, yet he found himself oddly intrigued. "Here, let me set up a simple scenario," Sarah offered, her fingers flying across the interface. "We'll start with basic particle pairing. It's like dancing, but with subatomic particles." The Admiral's antenna twitched at the comparison. The Concordat's quantum mechanics training involved complex mathematical formula and precise calculations. Nothing about it resembled dancing. "Now watch what happens when I modulate the field like this," Sarah demonstrated, her ship creating a perfect quantum bridge between 2 points in space. "See? The particles want to be in sync. You just have to help them find their partner." Zextel attempted to replicate her technique, his augments calculating the exact mathematical parameters needed. His effort resulted in a destabilized field that collapsed almost immediately. "Oh, don't worry about the numbers too much," Sarah said encouragingly. "Try closing your eyes and listening to the harmonics. The game's audio cues are really well designed." The suggestion to ignore precise calculations made his ceremonial armor feel uncomfortably tight, but he complied. The simulator filled his consciousness with a subtle symphony of tones representing quantum states. "There you go," Sarah exclaimed as his second attempt produced a weak but stable quantum bridge. "You're getting it. Now try adding a little spin to the field rotation." The Admiral found himself drawn into her teaching method despite his initial skepticism. Where his training emphasized rigid protocols, Sarah's approach encouraged experimentation and intuitive understanding. "You know what's really fun?" she continued, expanding the simulation, using quantum entanglement to create temporary shortcuts through normal space. "Watch this." Before he could protest the impossibility of such a maneuver, Sarah had linked 3 separate quantum fields in a configuration that his augments initially refused to analyze. The result was a stable micro-wormhole. "Your turn," she said brightly. "Don't worry about getting it perfect. Half the fun is watching things go weird when you mess up." Zextel's attempt to recreate her feat resulted in a spectacular failure that, according to his augments, briefly violated several laws of physics. Sarah clapped delightedly. "That was amazing," she exclaimed. "I've never seen anyone fold space quite like that before. Did you see how the quantum strings braided together? We should try that on purpose next time." The Admiral found himself struggling with an unfamiliar sensation. It took his augments several seconds to identify it as enjoyment. Despite his extensive training and advanced technology, he was learning new approaches from a human child's game. "Perhaps," he ventured, "you could show me more of these unorthodox techniques." Sarah's face lit up. "Of course. Oh, wait until you see what happens when you combine quantum entanglement with gravitational lensing. It's totally not in the tutorial, but I figured out that if you time it just right." As she enthusiastically explained her latest discovery, Zextel made a mental note to recommend significant changes to the Concordat's training protocols. They had spent so long teaching their officers how to think that they'd forgotten to let them play. Ready to try something really challenging? Sarah asked, already queuing up a new scenario. This one involves synchronized quantum tunneling through a neutron star's corona. It took me almost 2 whole days to figure out. Zextal's antenna drooped slightly. 2 days. To master a technique that the Concordat hadn't even theorized was possible. That's when I earned my Quantum Master achievement, Sarah said, pulling up her player profile on a secondary screen. See, only about 30,000 players have managed that one so far. Admiral Zextal's antenna went rigid. 30,000. Yeah, it's one of the rarer ones. Sarah continued, scrolling through her achievement list. The Stellar Physicist badge is much more common. I think about 2 million players have that one. Oh, and practically everyone has the basic Helm certification. The Admiral's neural augments began calculating furiously. The implications of millions of humans casually mastering concepts that the Concordat considered advanced military knowledge were staggering. Could you show me more about these certifications? He asked, trying to keep his voice steady. Sarah brightened. Sure. The game has this whole progression system. You start with basic flight controls, then work your way up through different specializations. She pulled up a holographic skill tree that made Zextal's inner membranes quiver. The basic tier included stellar navigation, emergency procedures, and power management. Intermediate skills covered phenomena that the Concordat classified as advanced tactical knowledge. The advanced tier contained theoretical concepts that his civilization was only beginning to explore. Most of my friends prefer the combat track, Sarah continued, oblivious to his growing astonishment. But I really enjoy the science and exploration paths. The physics puzzles are so much fun. And all human children have access to this training program, Zextal asked carefully. Sarah laughed. Well, Stellar Command isn't the only space sim out there. Some kids prefer Galaxy Quest or Star Navigator. She pulled up a comparison chart on her tablet. See, each game has its own specialty. Star Navigator has really accurate stellar cartography, and Galaxy Quest is amazing for xenobiology and first contact scenarios. First contact scenarios. Zextal suddenly wondered if his own diplomatic mission had been anticipated by countless human children playing through similar situations in their games. Oh, and the best part is how the games talk to each other, Sarah added, showing him her universal player profile. Skills you learn in one game carry over to others. Watch. She loaded up a different simulator, and her ship's controls automatically adjusted to her proven competency levels. The Admiral watched as she expertly handled a complex docking procedure while simultaneously managing a cascade failure in the ship's quantum core. The neural learning algorithms are really good at figuring out what you know, she explained. So you don't have to start from scratch with each game. Pretty cool, right? Neural learning algorithms. Analyzing and adapting to each player's capabilities. The Concordat's training program suddenly seemed hopelessly rigid in comparison. How many hours have you spent in these simulators? He asked. Sarah thought for a moment. Well, I usually play about 2 hours after school, maybe more on weekends. Less during exam season, of course. Mom's pretty strict about that. She pulled up her total playtime. About 3,000 hours across all games. 3,000 hours of intensive space combat, scientific, and diplomatic training, all disguised as entertainment, and she considered this amount typical. Want to see something really interesting? Sarah asked, already loading a new program. This is a multiplayer scenario my friend Jamie created. It simulates first contact with a silicon-based life form living in a neutron star's corona. You have to figure out how to communicate with them using modulated gravitational waves. Zextal's augments nearly crashed trying to process that statement. User-created content. They were letting humans design their own training scenarios. The community creates lots of custom content, Sarah explained proudly. There's this whole section of player-made missions. Some of them are really challenging. The ones from the physics graduate students are especially tricky. The Admiral's antenna drooped completely. Graduate students. Of course they were involved. Why wouldn't they be using children's games to test theoretical physics concepts? Back aboard his flagship, Admiral Zextel sat in his private quarters, surrounded by holographic displays of his afternoon's observations. His neural augments were still processing the implications of what he'd witnessed at the gaming center. "Computer, begin strategic analysis," he commanded, his antenna still twitching from residual excitement. Compare human entertainment software Stellar Command 2185 with Concordat Military Training Program Alpha. The computer's response was immediate and unsettling. Analysis indicates 97% overlap in core concepts. Human software contains additional theoretical applications not present in current Concordat training protocols. Zextel had expected as much, but seeing the confirmation made his inner membranes flutter. Expand analysis to include all mentioned human space simulation programs. New holographic windows bloomed around him, each displaying data from different games Sarah had casually referenced. Star Navigator's stellar cartography systems were more accurate than the Concordat's current navigation computers. Galaxy Quest's xenobiology simulations proposed theoretical life forms that even their xenoscience division hadn't considered. Computer, calculate total human population currently engaged with space simulation software. Based on available data, approximately 2.3 billion active users worldwide. The Admiral's ceremonial sash felt suddenly tight. That was nearly a quarter of their population, all voluntarily participating in advanced space warfare training and enjoying it. Display temporal analysis of average human player progression, he ordered, watching as new charts materialized. The learning curves were astronomical. Concepts that took Concordat officers years to master were being internalized by human children in weeks. But it wasn't just the speed of learning that concerned him. It was the creativity, the willingness to experiment, to fail, to discover new approaches. The Concordat's training emphasized perfection and protocol. Humans had somehow turned the exploration of complex space phenomena into a game of what happens if I try this. Computer, access recording segment 47B, analyzed the quantum entanglement technique demonstrated by subject Sarah Chen. The holographic display showed Sarah's casual manipulation of quantum fields, accompanied by her cheerful explanation about feeling the rhythm of particles. The computer's analysis was stark. Technique achieves 23% greater efficiency than current Concordat methods. Methodology does not match any known theoretical framework. That was the crux of it. The humans weren't just learning existing space combat techniques. They were innovating, creating new approaches that his civilization hadn't even considered, and they were doing it through play. Computer, project potential strategic implications over next 20 standard years. The resulting display made his antenna droop completely. At current progression rates, human space combat innovation would surpass Concordat capabilities within 5 years. Their theoretical physics understanding would exceed current Concordat knowledge in 3. But as he watched the recording of Sarah patiently teaching him her quantum entanglement technique, Zextel realized he was approaching this all wrong. The humans hadn't developed a superior military training program. They'd created something far more powerful, a way to make learning advanced concepts fun. Computer, begin drafting preliminary report to Concordat High Command. Priority level, immediate. Subject, proposed alliance initiative, human educational integration. As the computer began recording, Zextel rose and moved to his observation window, watching Earth rotate slowly below. Somewhere down there, millions of humans were casually mastering the secrets of the universe through what they considered entertainment. Begin report. Honored members of the High Command, I write to you not with a warning, but with an opportunity. In my evaluation of human civilization, I have discovered something extraordinary, a method of education so powerful, yet so simple, that it could revolutionize our entire approach to training and development. He paused, considering his next words carefully. Everything depended on the Concordat understanding what he'd witnessed. Computer, append personal notation. The humans have not created warriors. They have created explorers, scientists, and innovators who think it's all a game. And that makes them the most valuable potential allies we have ever encountered. The Concordat High Command's emergency session chamber had never felt so tense. Admiral Zextal stood before the curved table of senior officials, his presentation on human gaming culture reaching its conclusion. "And so," he said, gesturing to the final holographic display, "we have a choice to make. We can either view humanity's capabilities as a threat, or we can recognize them as the opportunity they truly represent." Supreme Commander Vexner's scales shifted to a deep purple of concern. "You expect us to believe that children's entertainment has produced a civilization of tactical geniuses?" "Not exactly," Zextal replied, pulling up the recording of his session with Sarah. "I expect you to recognize that humans have created something we never considered possible, a learning system that makes people want to master complex concepts." The recording showed Sarah explaining quantum entanglement theory as if it were a simple dance step. Several council members' antennae twitched in sync with their recorded counterparts' reactions. "Watch how she approaches problem solving," Zextal continued. "No rigid protocols, no fear of failure. Every mistake is just another data point. Every failure a chance to try something new." "But these are just simulations," protested Science Director Kel March. "Surely they can't." "With respect, Director," Zextal interrupted, switching to a new display. "Their games operate on physics engines more sophisticated than our military training programs. The quantum mechanics modeling in Stellar Command alone is 3 generations ahead of our current capabilities." The chamber erupted in murmurs. Supreme Commander Vexnor raised a hand for silence. "And you believe this represents an opportunity rather than a security risk?" "Look at what the human child taught me in just one afternoon," Zextal said, playing the footage of his quantum bridge attempt. "Now imagine an official exchange program. They're game developers working with our military trainers. They're educational theorists helping us redesign our entire approach to learning." He paused, letting the implications sink in. The humans haven't just created better training programs. They've discovered how to make learning advanced concepts genuinely enjoyable. And they share this technology freely. Asked political advisor Mintel, her antenna bent in skepticism. "They sell it in entertainment stores," Zextal replied, allowing himself a small gesture of amusement. "Multiple competing companies create different versions, each trying to make their educational components more engaging than the others." A new wave of murmurs swept the chamber. The idea of competing to make education more entertaining was alien to their structured society. "There's more," Zextal continued. "Their games are continuously updated based on player feedback and discoveries. When someone finds a new technique or solves a problem in an unexpected way, that knowledge is shared with the entire player base." He brought up Sarah's achievement statistics. "This child is one of 30,000 who have mastered quantum mechanics through play, not through years of rigid training, but through curiosity and experimentation." Supreme Commander Vexnor's scales shifted to a thoughtful blue. "And your recommendation, Admiral?" "Immediate alliance," Zextal said firmly. "But not just military or political. We need a complete cultural exchange program. Let them teach us how they turn learning into play. In return, we can offer them access to real space experiences that will make their simulations even better." He gestured to the final display showing Sarah's excited face as she described her latest discovery. "The humans don't see space as a battlefield or even just a frontier. They see it as the ultimate playground. And they're raising an entire generation to be masters at playing in it." The chamber fell silent as the council processed his words. Finally, Supreme Commander Vexnor spoke. "You realize this would require significant changes to our entire educational system?" "Yes," Zextal replied, his antenna lifting confidently. "And I believe that's exactly what we need." 6 months after Admiral Zextal's encounter with Sarah Chen, the Galaxy Games arena looked very different. Alongside the human children, Young Concordat initiates now clustered around the gaming stations, their antennae twitching with excitement as they learned to feel quantum harmonics. No, you're thinking too much about it, Sarah said, now wearing an official cultural exchange program badge. She was helping a frustrated Concordat student with a particularly tricky stellar engineering puzzle. Just listen to the pulsar's rhythm. The math will follow naturally. From his observation post, Admiral Zextal watched with satisfaction. The integration program had exceeded even his optimistic projections. Concordat students were learning in weeks what had previously taken years, all because they were finally allowed to play. "Admiral," Sarah called out, waving him over. "You have to see this. Kickstall just discovered a new way to stabilize wormholes using synchronized gravity waves. It's totally different from the standard approach." The young Concordat initiates scales flushed with pride as they demonstrated their discovery. Where traditional Concordat training would have dismissed such unorthodox thinking, the gaming environment encouraged it. The result was a technique that the Admiral's neural augments confirmed was 42% more efficient than existing methods. "Most impressive," Zextal said, his antenna lifting in genuine appreciation. "Have you submitted it to the Stellar Command Community Hub yet?" "Already done," Sarah replied excitedly. "The physics team at MIT is reviewing it now. They think it might have applications for real-world space travel." That was another unexpected benefit of the exchange program. The line between game and reality had begun to blur in the most productive ways. Humans were implementing Concordat technology into their games, while Concordat scientists were learning to approach real problems with human creativity. "Admiral," the voice called. He turned to see Dr. Chen, Sarah's mother, approaching with a group of Concordat education officials. "The neural learning algorithm data you requested is ready." The results were stunning. By incorporating human gaming principles into their training programs, the Concordat had increased their educational efficiency by over 300%. More importantly, their students were developing the one thing that had always been missing: innovation. "Watch this," Sarah said, drawing their attention back to the game. She and Kickstall had created a stable quantum tunnel using their combined techniques. Human intuition merged with Concordat precision. The result was something entirely new. "Most fascinating," one of the education officials murmured, their scales shifting to an impressed gold. "And you say this kind of collaborative discovery happens regularly?" "All the time," Dr. Chen confirmed. "The games provide a safe space for experimentation. When you remove the fear of failure, people naturally push boundaries." Zextal's antenna twitched as he remembered his own first gaming session with Sarah. They learn because they want to, not because they have to. A commotion from another gaming station drew their attention. A mixed group of human and Concordat children had just completed the infamous Kazakh race scenario in record time, using a strategy that combined elements from both cultures. "Did you see that?" Sarah asked excitedly. They used the Concordat precision targeting system, but applied it through the human intuitive interface. "That's so cool." The education officials were already recording the technique for analysis. In the past, such a merger of methods would have taken years to develop and approve. Now it was happening spontaneously, created by children at play. "You know what's next, right?" Sarah grinned at the Admiral. "We need to make a game that lets players design their own ships. Real ones, I mean. Imagine what we could create together." Zextal felt his scales shift to a deep blue of contentment. The humans hadn't just taught them a new way to learn. They'd taught them a new way to grow. And somewhere in the galaxy, a child was probably already designing humanity's first faster-than-light drive. They just didn't know it was real.
The sound of the shuttle docking reverberated through the station, a metallic groan that echoed down the pristine corridors of the Galactic Concorde's educational hub. To the untrained ear, it was nothing remarkable, just another transport unloading students, diplomats, and researchers. But to the group of Zalorian professors gathered in the observation lounge, this arrival was anything but ordinary. They watched with a mixture of fascination and trepidation as the shuttle door hissed open, revealing its passengers, the first delegation of Deathwelders to join the intergalactic exchange program. Humans. The species that had single-handedly redefined the galactic lexicon of dangerous. For centuries, their planet, Earth, had been classified as a Class 12 Deathworld, a label reserved for the most hostile environments known to science. It was a place where apex predators prowled, natural disasters struck with alarming frequency, and even the microorganisms seemed to have a vendetta against anything that breathed. Yet, against all odds, humans had not only survived but thrived. They'd built civilizations, developed technology, and eventually reached the stars. And now, here they were, stepping onto the polished floors of the educational hub with easy confidence, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and amusement. Leading the group was Captain Elena Voss, a woman whose reputation preceded her. She was flanked by two others, Dr. Malik Adebayo, a biologist whose groundbreaking work on adaptive ecosystems had earned him galactic acclaim, and Lieutenant Connor Hayes, a soldier-turned-diplomat with a knack for turning tense situations into cooperative endeavors. But it wasn't the humans themselves that caused the Zalorian professors to exchange uneasy glances. It was what followed them. A low growl rumbled through the air as a massive, wolf-like creature padded down the ramp, its silver fur shimmering under the station's artificial lights. Beside it skittered a six-legged reptilian creature with iridescent scales, its eyes darting around with unnerving intelligence. Perched on Dr. Adebayo's shoulder was a brightly colored bird that let out a sharp, almost mocking caw. The humans' pets had arrived. The Zalorian delegation froze. Pets. Of course, the humans had insisted on bringing their companion animals. It had been a point of contention during the program's negotiations, with the humans arguing that their pets were integral to their culture and well-being. The Galactic Concord had reluctantly agreed, not fully understanding what that entailed. Now, faced with the reality of Earth's fauna, the professors began to reconsider their decision. Are they safe? Professor Zylar asked, his fronds quivering with anxiety. He was a towering figure, his gelatinous form encased in a translucent exosuit that allowed him to maintain his shape in the station's low-gravity environment. His black eyes fixed on the wolf, which was currently sniffing the air with what appeared to be predatory interest. Oh, absolutely, Captain Voss replied with a disarming smile. Luna's a sweetheart. Aren't you, girl? She scratched the wolf behind the ears, and the massive creature wagged its tail, the motion sending a gust of air through the corridor. Professor Zylar's fronds twitched again. And the others? Dr. Adebayo chuckled. Archimedes here is more interested in puzzles than people. He gestured to the reptilian creature, which was now using its dexterous claws to dismantle a security drone that had wandered too close. And Kiwi, he tilted his head toward the bird on his shoulder. Well, she's more bark than bite. Isn't that right, Kiwi? Kiwi responded with a piercing whistle that caused the professors to flinch. The group proceeded down the corridor, leaving the Zalorians to exchange wary looks before following at a cautious distance. As they entered the main hall, the humans' arrival did not go unnoticed. Representatives from dozens of species turned to stare, their expressions ranging from curiosity to outright alarm. Conversations hushed, and the gentle hum of the station seemed to amplify the humans' every step. Captain Voss ignored the stares, her focus on the figure approaching from the far end of the hall. High Chancellor Velrix, a member of the Avorian species, exuded an aura of calm authority. His feathered crest and elongated limbs gave him an almost regal appearance, and his piercing yellow eyes assessed the humans and their companions with a practiced neutrality. Welcome to the Galactic Concord Educational Hub, Velrix said, his voice smooth and measured. We are honored to host the first Deathwelder delegation. I trust your journey was uneventful. Uneventful and smooth, Chancellor, Voss replied. We're grateful for the opportunity to participate in this exchange. Velrix's gaze shifted to the animals. And these are our companions, Voss said. Luna, Archimedes, and Kiwi. They're here to provide emotional support and assist in our research. Velrix's feathers ruffled slightly, a subtle sign of unease. I see. I trust they will remain under control? Absolutely, Voss assured him. They're highly trained. The Chancellor nodded, though his expression suggested he remained unconvinced. He gestured for the delegation to follow him, leading them to a spacious auditorium where students and faculty had gathered for the official welcome ceremony. As they entered, a murmur spread through the crowd. The humans' presence was already an anomaly, but their animals seemed to steal the spotlight. Taking their seats near the front, the humans exchanged subtle glances. They were used to being the center of attention, but even they could feel the tension in the room. It was as if every eye was trained not on them, but on their companions. Kiwi, oblivious to the scrutiny, began preening her feathers, while Archimedes settled into a crouch, its tail twitching rhythmically. Luna lay down beside Captain Voss, her head resting on her paws as she surveyed the room with calm detachment. The ceremony began with a series of speeches, each more florid than the last. Delegates from various species extolled the virtues of intergalactic cooperation, emphasizing the importance of understanding and tolerance. But despite the lofty rhetoric, the undercurrent of unease was palpable. The humans' reputation preceded them, and their animals only added another layer of unpredictability. Finally, it was Captain Voss's turn to speak. She rose from her seat and approached the podium, her confident stride silencing the murmurs. Thank you, Chancellor Velrix, esteemed delegates, and students, she began. It's an honor to stand here as a representative of humanity. We come from a world that many of you consider harsh, even deadly. And yes, Earth is a challenging place. But it's also a place of incredible beauty, resilience, and adaptability. Our journey to the stars has been shaped by those challenges, and we've brought a piece of that journey with us. She gestured toward Luna, Archimedes, and Kiwi. Our companions are not just animals, they are partners. They remind us of where we come from and inspire us to reach for what lies ahead. We hope their presence here will not only help us share our culture but also demonstrate the unique bonds that can form between species, even on a death world. The room was silent for a moment before a smattering of polite applause began. It was not the enthusiastic reception Voss had hoped for, but it was a start. As she returned to her seat, Velrix leaned over and whispered, an intriguing perspective, Captain. I'm curious to see how it unfolds. So are we, Voss replied with a smile. The ceremony concluded without incident, and the delegates were escorted to their quarters. But as the humans settled in, it became clear that their arrival had sparked more than just curiosity. Rumors began to spread through the station, each more exaggerated than the last. By the time morning arrived, Luna was reputed to be a genetically engineered predator, Archimedes a living weapon, and Kiwi an avian spy. The humans found themselves at the center of a swirling storm of speculation, their every move scrutinized by the station's inhabitants. The first day of classes only added fuel to the fire. The humans were scheduled to attend a biology seminar led by Professor Zylar, who had spent the night meticulously preparing his lecture. He greeted the class with his usual formality, his fronds arranged in a neat pattern that signaled professional detachment. Today, he began, we will explore the concept of ecological symbiosis. It is a phenomenon observed across the galaxy, where two or more species form mutually beneficial relationships. Our guest delegates from Earth have graciously agreed to share insights from their unique biosphere. Voss nodded and stepped forward, accompanied by Luna. The wolf's presence immediately drew a collective intake of breath from the students, who leaned back in their seats as if distance could protect them. Thank you, Professor, Voss said. Earth is home to countless examples of symbiosis. One of the most remarkable is the relationship between humans and canines. Luna here is a descendant of wolves that, thousands of years ago, formed a bond with early humans. Together, we hunted, protected each other, and built a partnership that has lasted to this day. As she spoke, Luna sat calmly beside her, exuding an air of regal dignity. But when a student in the back muttered something about predators, the wolf's ears twitched, and she turned her gaze in their direction. The student froze, their fronds stiffening in alarm. She's just curious, Voss said with a reassuring smile. Wolves are highly perceptive. They can read emotions and respond accordingly. Luna's not a threat. She's a friend. The student didn't look convinced, but they nodded nonetheless. Voss continued her explanation, delving into the history of domestication and the unique traits that had made canines such invaluable companions. As she spoke, Luna lay down, her presence a silent testament to the bond Voss described. Meanwhile, Dr. Adebayo introduced Archimedes, who had spent the lecture's first half dismantling a classroom display. "Don't worry," Adebayo said with a grin. "He'll put it back together. Probably better than it was before." Sure enough, the reptilian creature began reassembling the pieces, its claws moving with mechanical precision. Kiwi, for her part, decided to explore the classroom, hopping from desk to desk and chirping loudly whenever she encountered something shiny. The students watched in a mixture of fear and fascination, their initial apprehension slowly giving way to curiosity. By the end of the seminar, a brave Zalorian student had even mustered the courage to approach Luna, who sniffed their outstretched frond before giving it a gentle lick. It was a small victory, but an important one. The humans knew they had a long way to go to earn the trust of their peers. But as they left the classroom, the spark of understanding in the students' eyes gave them hope. The journey had just begun, and they were ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. The station's artificial night cycle had barely begun when the first problem arose. It started with a low, keening sound that echoed through the human delegation's quarters, followed by a series of thuds and clatters. Captain Elena Voss groaned and threw an arm over her eyes, trying to ignore the noise. But when it escalated into a crash that shook the walls, she bolted upright. "What now?" she muttered, throwing on her jacket and stepping into the hallway. The sight that greeted her was both alarming and absurd. Archimedes, the reptilian creature, had somehow managed to access a maintenance panel and was halfway inside it, his claws sparking against exposed wires. Sparks flew, casting erratic shadows across the corridor. "Archimedes, no! Get out of there!" she shouted, rushing forward. The reptilian froze, tilting its head in an almost comical expression of innocence before reluctantly backing out. Behind her, Lieutenant Connor Hayes emerged from his room, rubbing his eyes and holding a plasma rifle loosely at his side. "What's going on?" he asked groggily. "Your genius lizard decided to rewire the station," Voss snapped, pointing at Archimedes, who now sat looking smug. "I told Adebayo this thing needs supervision." "You rang," came Dr. Malik Adebayo's voice as he appeared from the adjacent corridor, holding a tablet that displayed a holographic schematic of the station's systems. Kiwi perched on his shoulder, her feathers ruffled from the commotion. "What did he do this time?" "He's been playing electrician," Voss said dryly. "I'm pretty sure he just caused a power fluctuation on Deck 3. Adebayo said, crouching to inspect the panel. "Looks like he's trying to bypass a redundant circuit." "Interesting. Must have found the original configuration inefficient." "Interesting?" Voss repeated incredulously. "It's sabotage. If the Zalorians find out." Her words were cut off by a sudden wail of alarms. The corridor lights flickered and then turned an ominous red as an automated voice announced, "Containment breach detected in the xenobiology wing. All personnel, please evacuate immediately." The three humans froze, their eyes meeting in mutual alarm. Without another word, they sprinted toward the source of the alarm, Luna bounding alongside them. The wolf's ears were pinned back, her keen senses picking up on the tension in the air. When they arrived, the scene was chaotic. Zalorian security personnel were attempting to seal off the wing, their fronds trembling as they worked their control panels. Inside the containment zone, something massive and shadowy thrashed against the reinforced glass of its enclosure. "What are we looking at?" Voss demanded, skidding to a halt beside a Zalorian officer. "Specimen 17 has escaped its secondary containment field," the officer replied, his voice high-pitched and strained. "We are attempting to neutralize the threat, but it is resistant to all known sedatives." Voss's stomach sank. Specimen 17 was infamous even among the station's diverse collection of alien creatures. A hyper-adaptive predator from a Class 10 death world, it was deemed too dangerous for direct study and had been kept in isolation. Now, it was loose. "What triggered the breach?" Adebayo asked, his voice sharp. We're still investigating, the officer replied. But there's no time for analysis. If it escapes into the station's main corridors, he didn't need to finish the sentence. The consequences were obvious. As if on cue, Specimen 17 rammed the glass again, creating a spiderweb of cracks. The creature's form was still indistinct, its adaptive camouflage blending seamlessly with its surroundings. All that was visible were its glowing eyes and the sharp, metallic sheen of its claws. "We can't let it get out," Voss said, her voice resolute. She turned to Hayes. "You got any non-lethal rounds on you?" "Always," Hayes replied, loading his rifle. "But non-lethal isn't gonna stop that thing for long." "It doesn't have to," Voss said. "Just long enough for us to figure out a way to contain it." Before they could act, Archimedes darted forward, skittering toward the control panel nearest the enclosure. "Archimedes, no!" Adebayo shouted, but the reptilian ignored him, its claws flying over the controls. The lights in the containment wing flickered again, and a low hum filled the air as the secondary containment field reactivated. The shimmering barrier formed around Specimen 17, forcing it back into the center of its enclosure. "What did he just do?" Voss asked, staring in disbelief. Adebayo grinned, a mixture of pride and relief. "Looks like he bypassed the damaged circuits and rerouted power to the containment field. Clever little guy. You mean to tell me your pet lizard just saved us from a station-wide catastrophe?" Hayes said, his tone equal parts incredulous and amused. "Seems that way," Adebayo replied, scooping up Archimedes, who chirped triumphantly. The Zalorian officer approached them, his fronds twitching in what could only be described as confusion. "Your companion has just demonstrated a level of intelligence that rivals our own engineers. How is this possible?" "Earth," Voss said simply, as if that explained everything. And in a way, it did. The situation seemed under control, but the incident had only heightened the station's unease about the humans and their companions. Whispers spread through the corridors, growing more outlandish with each retelling. By the next morning, Luna was rumored to have single-handedly subdued Specimen 17, while Kiwi was said to have orchestrated the entire containment breach as part of an elaborate test of the station's defenses. The humans tried to go about their day as usual, attending lectures and participating in group discussions. But the tension was palpable. Students and faculty gave them a wide berth, their curiosity overshadowed by fear. Even the Zalorian professors, who prided themselves on their open-mindedness, seemed reluctant to engage with them directly. The breaking point came during a joint seminar on interspecies cooperation. The topic was meant to foster understanding and collaboration, but it quickly devolved into a thinly veiled interrogation. Captain Voss, a student from the crystalline Quarak species, began, their voice a melodic chime. "Given the events of last night, how can we be certain that your companions are not a threat to the station's safety?" Voss took a steadying breath, her gaze sweeping the room. "I understand your concerns," she said. "But I'd like to point out that it was Archimedes who prevented a potential disaster. If he hadn't acted, Specimen 17 might still be loose." "And what if he hadn't acted correctly?" another student challenged. "What if his interference had made the situation worse?" "He's trained for scenarios like this," Adebayo interjected. "Earth's ecosystems demand adaptability and quick thinking. Archimedes isn't just a pet, he's a partner." The room buzzed with murmurs, skepticism evident in every tone. It was clear that words alone wouldn't be enough to sway their audience. The humans needed to prove themselves and their companions once and for all. That opportunity came sooner than expected. During a routine tour of the station's botanical gardens, an alarm blared through the intercom. "Structural breach detected in the arboreal research wing. Evacuate immediately." Voss exchanged a look with her team. "We're not running this time," she said. "We're going to fix this." Together, they sprinted toward the source of the alarm, their companions close behind. This time, they weren't just fighting for survival. They were fighting to prove that humans and their so-called pets were more than the galaxy's latest curiosity. They were a force to be reckoned with. The Arboreal Research Wing was a marvel of engineering and biology, a sprawling greenhouse that mimicked dozens of planetary ecosystems. Its centerpiece was the Unity Tree, a massive, bioluminescent organism engineered from the genetic material of multiple species. Normally, the wing was a serene haven of scientific discovery. But as the humans approached, they found it in chaos. Thick vines snaked across the floor, moving with an unnatural, almost predatory intent. Researchers and security personnel were trapped behind hastily erected barriers, their faces pale with fear. In the center of the room, a massive breach in the Unity tree's trunk leaked glowing sap that pooled like molten silver on the ground. Hovering over the tree was the source of the disturbance, a swarm of insectoid creatures, each the size of a human head, their translucent wings buzzing with a sound that set teeth on edge. "What the hell are those?" Lieutenant Connor Hayes muttered, raising his plasma rifle. "Xylarian root wasps," Dr. Malik Adebayo replied grimly, his eyes scanning the scene. "They're symbiotic pollinators for the Unity tree, but they're supposed to stay dormant unless the tree's ecosystem is severely disrupted." "Disrupted how?" Captain Elena Voss asked, her tone sharp. "Oh, I don't know," Adebayo said, gesturing at the massive breach in the tree. "Maybe someone or something decided to play lumberjack." Kiwi, perched on Adebayo's shoulder, let out a series of sharp squawks that sounded suspiciously like laughter. Voss ignored the bird and turned to the Zalorian security chief, who was cowering behind a console. "What happened?" she demanded. The security chief's fronds quivered. We don't know. The tree's containment protocols failed, and then the wasps woke up. They've been attacking anyone who gets too close." "Attacking with what?" Hayes asked. As if in answer, one of the wasps dove toward a fleeing researcher, its stinger glowing with a sickly green light. The researcher screamed as the stinger made contact, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. "Neurotoxin," Adebayo said grimly. "Fast-acting and lethal without treatment. We've got to contain this now." "Suggestions?" Voss asked, her mind racing. "We need to repair the breach in the tree," Adebayo said. "It's the only way to calm the wasps. But we'll never get close with them swarming like that." "What about Luna?" Hayes said, glancing at the wolf, who stood beside Voss, her ears pinned back and her hackles raised. Voss hesitated. "What about her?" "She could lure the wasps away," Hayes suggested. "Give us a clear shot at the breach." "Are you out of your mind?" Adebayo snapped. "Those things would tear her apart. Not if she's fast enough," Hayes countered. "And Luna's the fastest thing we've got." Voss knelt beside Luna, meeting the wolf's intelligent gaze. "What do you think, girl? Can you do it?" Luna let out a low, rumbling growl, her tail flicking with determination. Voss's chest tightened, but she nodded. "All right. Let's do this." Hayes rigged a small device to Luna's harness, a beacon that emitted a high-pitched frequency designed to attract the wasps. As soon as it was activated, the swarm's attention shifted. Hundreds of glowing eyes fixed on Luna, and the air filled with the deafening buzz of their wings. "Go, Luna!" Voss shouted. The wolf bolted, her powerful legs propelling her across the room in a blur of silver fur. The wasps pursued her, their formation tightening into a deadly vortex. Luna weaved through the arboretum with agility born of countless hunts, leaping over barriers and dodging the snapping vines that reached for her. "That's our opening," Voss said. "Adebayo, get to the breach. Hayes, cover him. I'll keep an eye on Luna." They moved as a unit, each step choreographed through years of training. Adebayo reached the base of the Unity tree and began deploying a biopolymer patch from his field kit. The material spread across the breach like liquid glass, hardening on contact. Hayes fired his rifle in controlled bursts, keeping the few straggling wasps at bay. One of them got too close, its stinger aimed at Adebayo, but Kiwi swooped down from above, pecking at the creature's wings and sending it spiraling to the ground. "Good bird," Adebayo muttered, not looking up from his work. Meanwhile, Voss tracked Luna's movements, her heart pounding with every leap and dodge. The wolf was holding her own, but the swarm was relentless, and Voss knew she couldn't keep this up forever. "How much longer, Adebayo?" she called. "Almost there," he replied, his hands moving with practiced precision. A sudden yelp from Luna drew Voss's attention. One of the wasps had grazed her flank, leaving a trail of glowing venom. The wolf stumbled but kept running, her determination unshaken. Voss's chest tightened with a mix of fear and pride. "Hurry, Malik," she urged. "Done," Adebayo shouted, stepping back from the tree. The biopolymer patch glowed briefly before fading, indicating a successful seal. The effect was immediate. The wasps' buzzing faltered, and their erratic movements slowed. One by one, they began to return to the Unity Tree, their stingers retracting as they resumed their dormant state. Luna collapsed near the edge of the room, her sides heaving. Voss was at her side in an instant, checking the wound. The venom's glow was already fading, neutralized by the wolf's robust physiology. "You did good, girl," Voss whispered, stroking Luna's fur. "You did real good." The aftermath was a whirlwind of activity. Researchers scrambled to assess the damage, while Zalorian engineers worked to reinforce the Unity Tree's containment protocols. The humans, however, were given a wide berth. Despite their role in resolving the crisis, the other species couldn't seem to decide whether they were saviors or harbingers of chaos. High Chancellor Velrix arrived shortly after, his feathered crest flaring with agitation. "Captain Voss," he said, his voice tight. "I must commend your team's swift action, but this incident raises serious questions about the presence of your companions." "With all due respect, Chancellor," Voss replied, her tone steady, "if it weren't for our companions, this incident could have been catastrophic. Luna, Archimedes, and Kiwi are part of our team. They're not just pets, they're partners." Velrix's yellow eyes studied her for a long moment before he nodded. "Very well. But understand this, the Galactic Concord values order above all else. If your presence disrupts that order again, there will be consequences." "Understood," Voss said, meeting his gaze. As the Chancellor departed, Hayes let out a low whistle. "Well, that could have gone worse. Could have gone better, too," Adebayo muttered, scratching Archimedes under the chin. The reptilian chirped contentedly, oblivious to the tension. Voss looked down at Luna, who was now resting peacefully. "We're not here to make friends," she said quietly. "We're here to prove that humanity belongs in this galaxy. And we're not going to stop until we do." The station's artificial morning cycle began with a soft golden glow, a stark contrast to the chaos of the previous days. Captain Elena Voss stood on the observation deck, gazing out at the vast expanse of stars. Her reflection in the glass showed the fatigue etched into her features, but there was also a flicker of quiet resolve. Behind her, the faint hum of activity signaled that life on the station was returning to normal, or at least as normal as it could be with humanity's delegation at its heart. Luna lay at her feet, her wound neatly bandaged and her tail thumping softly against the floor. Archimedes perched on a nearby console, his clawed hands deftly dismantling and reassembling a communication device. Kiwi fluttered between them, chirping occasionally as if offering commentary. Voss couldn't help but smile at the odd little family they'd become. The quiet moment was interrupted by the arrival of High Chancellor Velrix. His feathered crest was lowered in what Voss had come to recognize as a gesture of contemplation. He approached without his usual retinue, a sign that this was not an official visit. "Captain Voss," Velrix began, his voice uncharacteristically soft. "May I join you?" Voss gestured to the seat across from her. "Of course, Chancellor. To what do I owe the pleasure?" Velrix settled into the chair, his elongated limbs folding neatly. For a moment, he simply watched the stars, as if searching for the right words. "The events of the past days have given me much to consider," he said finally. "Your presence here has been disruptive, but also enlightening." Voss raised an eyebrow. "Enlightening?" Velrix's yellow eyes met hers. "Your team and your companions have demonstrated qualities that many in the Galactic Concord find difficult to understand. Resilience, adaptability, and a willingness to act in the face of uncertainty. These traits are not unique to humans, but the way you embody them is distinctive. Earth has a way of shaping its people," Voss replied. "It's not an easy world to live on, but it's taught us to face challenges head-on. And it's taught us the value of connection, whether it's with our own species or with others." She glanced down at Luna, who gazed back with quiet understanding. Velrix followed her gaze. "Your companions are a testament to that connection. When we first learned of humanity's bonds with other species, many of us dismissed it as primitive sentimentality. But I see now that it is something far more profound. It is a strength, not a weakness. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The silence was comfortable, filled with the unspoken understanding that they were standing on the precipice of something new. Finally, Velrix rose. The Galactic Council will convene later today to discuss the continuation of the interspecies exchange program. I will advocate for your delegation to remain. I believe there is much we can learn from each other. Voss stood as well, extending a hand. Velrix hesitated for only a moment before grasping it with one of his slender digits. Thank you, Chancellor. I won't let you down. As Velrix departed, Voss turned back to the stars, feeling the weight of the moment settle into her bones. This was more than a victory for her team, it was a step forward for humanity's place in the galaxy. The day's proceedings unfolded smoothly. The Council's deliberations were thorough but ultimately favorable. Humanity's role in the program was secure, and the tensions that had once defined their presence began to ease. By evening, the station was abuzz with the tentative beginnings of camaraderie. Researchers from various species approached the humans, not with fear but with curiosity. Even Luna, Archimedes, and Kiwi found themselves at the center of fascination, their antics sparking laughter and breaking down barriers. In the days that followed, the humans and their companions became integral members of the station's community. Voss and her team continued to face challenges, but they met each one with the same determination that had brought them this far. Slowly but surely, they earned the respect and trust of their peers. One evening, as Voss walked through the Arboretum, now fully repaired and thriving, she found herself reflecting on the journey that had brought them here. She thought of the crises they'd faced, the lives they'd saved, and the bonds they'd forged. Above all, she thought of the lesson they'd taught the galaxy, that strength and resilience were not measured by power alone, but by the connections one formed and the courage to protect them. As she sat beneath the Unity tree, its bioluminescent leaves casting a gentle glow, Luna rested her head in her lap, Archimedes curled up nearby, and Kiwi perched on a low branch. For the first time in what felt like forever, Voss allowed herself to relax. The galaxy was vast and filled with challenges, but it was also filled with possibilities. And humanity was ready to meet them all. The moral of their journey was clear: unity was not about erasing differences but embracing them. By standing together, even the most disparate beings could create something extraordinary. Humanity's place among the stars was not guaranteed by strength alone but by their willingness to connect, adapt, and persevere. And as Voss looked up at the shimmering leaves of the Unity tree, she knew that this was only the beginning.
The Galactic Council chamber was a sprawling amphitheater of shimmering crystal and pulsating light, its opulence designed to reflect the grandeur of the empire it governed. But for Krell Zinther, a battle-worn veteran with a face marked by the scars of countless skirmishes, the splendor felt suffocating. He stood at the center, a solitary figure dwarfed by the immense holograms of the empire's leaders who loomed above him, their voices echoing with self-assured arrogance. Esteemed Council, Krell began, his gravelly voice steady despite the growing tension in the room. I come before you not out of loyalty, but out of duty. Earth is not the insignificant planet you believe it to be. Its people, its soldiers. Enough, Krell, interrupted High Chancellor Voris, his tone sharp with impatience. We've indulged your tales long enough. Earth is a primitive rock with primitive inhabitants. Their soldiers are barely out of the Stone Age compared to our might. A murmur of agreement rippled through the chamber, but Krell pressed on, his fists clenched at his sides. You dismiss them because you've never faced them. I have. I've seen their resolve, their unpredictability. They don't fight like us. They don't think like us. And that makes them dangerous. A younger counselor leaned forward, his voice laced with condescension. You're speaking of a species that relies on combustion engines for space travel, Krell. What could they possibly have to threaten us? Krell's mind flashed back to the chaos of that battlefield years ago, to the shouts of his comrades, and the unrelenting advance of Earth soldiers through terrain that no army should have been able to navigate. They don't fight with technology alone, he said, his voice rising with urgency. They fight with instinct, with ingenuity. When their weapons fail, they adapt. When their leaders fall, they rise. And when they're cornered, they don't surrender. They become even more lethal. The chamber fell silent for a moment, but it wasn't the thoughtful silence Krell had hoped for. It was the heavy quiet of disinterest. High Chancellor Voris leaned back in his floating seat, his expression one of supreme confidence. Thank you, Krell, for your colorful recounting. But the Council has decided. Earth will be brought into the fold of the Empire. If they resist, they will be subdued. Subdued. The word lingered in Krell's mind as he left the chamber, his protests dismissed. He had done all he could to warn them, and now, all he could do was watch as the Empire prepared for its inevitable mistake. The invasion began with a spectacle of force. The Empire's fleet appeared in Earth's orbit like a storm of fireflies, their gleaming ships casting long shadows over the planet below. Holographic messages were broadcast across every screen, every frequency, demanding Earth's unconditional surrender. For a moment, it seemed as if the Council's arrogance might be justified. Earth's government scrambled to respond, their fragmented military struggling to coordinate against an enemy whose technology they could barely comprehend. But then came the first skirmish. A detachment of Empire ground forces descended into a densely forested region, their sleek exosuits shimmering with cloaking technology. Their mission was simple: secure a key communication hub and disable Earth's ability to coordinate its defense. They expected a swift surgical operation. What they encountered instead was chaos. The humans struck without warning, their attacks crude but devastatingly effective. Explosions erupted from the undergrowth as Earth soldiers used improvised explosives to disable the aliens' advanced equipment. A squad of Empire troops was lured into a narrow ravine, only to find themselves trapped as the humans triggered a landslide, burying them under tons of debris. One soldier, an officer named Ralek, managed to send a desperate transmission before his unit was wiped out. They're everywhere. They don't fight fair. They don't. His voice was cut off by a burst of static, and then nothing. The Council dismissed the loss as an anomaly, a minor setback. But Krell, watching from the safety of his quarters aboard the flagship, knew better. He could see the pattern emerging, the same pattern he had witnessed during his own encounters with Earth soldiers. They were using their terrain, their resourcefulness, to turn the Empire's advantages against them. The next engagement was even more disastrous. A fleet of Empire drones was dispatched to neutralize a human stronghold, their artificial intelligence programmed to outmaneuver and outgun anything in their path. But as the drones approached their target, they began to malfunction. Their systems flickered and failed, their sleek forms crashing to the ground in heaps of smoldering metal. It wasn't until later that the Empire's technicians discovered the cause. A group of human hackers had infiltrated the drone's programming, rewriting their code with nothing more than salvaged equipment and ingenuity. The humans had turned the Empire's own weapons against them, using the drones to launch a counterattack that decimated an entire battalion. For Krell, the reports were both vindication and despair. He had tried to warn the Council, but they had refused to listen. Now, the price of their arrogance was being paid in blood. Late one night, as the Empire's forces regrouped for another assault, Krell found himself pacing the observation deck of the flagship. Below him, Earth's surface glimmered with the lights of its cities, each one a beacon of defiance. He couldn't help but feel a grudging admiration for the humans. They were outmatched, outgunned, and outnumbered, yet they refused to break. A voice startled him from his thoughts. "You tried to warn them, didn't you?" Krell turned to see a young officer standing behind him, her expression one of quiet understanding. Her name was Elin Reus, a junior strategist who had joined the Empire's forces only recently. "I did," Krell admitted. "But they wouldn't listen." Elin nodded, her gaze drifting to the planet below. "I've seen the reports. The humans, they're different. They don't just fight for survival. They fight for each other, for something bigger than themselves. It's unsettling." Krell let out a bitter laugh. Unsettling doesn't even begin to cover it. They're not just soldiers. They're survivors. And that makes them the most dangerous enemy we've ever faced. Elin hesitated before speaking again. "Do you think we can win?" The question hung in the air, heavy with unspoken fears. Krell didn't answer right away. He didn't have the heart to tell her what he truly believed, that the Empire's pride had already doomed them. Instead, he turned back to the viewport, his eyes fixed on the planet below. "If the Council doesn't change its strategy," he said at last, "then this war won't end with victory. It will end with the Empire learning a lesson it should have learned a long time ago." And as the first rays of Earth's sun began to crest the horizon, painting the observation deck in hues of gold and crimson, Krell could only hope that the lesson wouldn't come too late. The warships of the Galactic Empire hung like a second, metallic sky over Earth, their vast, looming forms blotting out the stars. From the ground, humanity could only watch, stunned, as the broadcast came. A voice, calm and commanding, spoke in every language known to man, demanding surrender. The message repeated, each iteration a cold reminder of what waited if humanity refused. On board the Empire's flagship, Krell Zinter stood at the observation deck, his gaze fixed on the blue-green or below. Despite the Council's decision to invade, unease clawed at him. He had fought alongside these humans once, long ago, and he had seen something in them that even the Empire's advanced technology could not account for. Something that now, in the shadow of imminent conquest, filled him with dread. "The humans will resist," he said quietly, though no one was listening. "And they won't fight the way we expect." The first wave of the invasion began in a remote desert region. Empire soldiers descended in shimmering dropships, their sleek exosuits gleaming under the blazing sun. Their orders were simple: secure the region, eliminate resistance, and establish a foothold. They moved with military precision, their movements guided by tactical AI, their weapons calibrated for maximum efficiency. But the desert was silent. Too silent. The squad leader raised a hand, signaling a halt. Their scanners showed no life signs, no heat signatures. Nothing but the barren expanse of sand and rock. It wasn't right. The first explosion shattered the stillness, a crude but powerful device that sent sand and shrapnel raining down. Chaos erupted as the soldiers scrambled for cover, their advanced technology struggling to identify the source of the attack. From the dunes, human fighters emerged like ghosts, their faces obscured by scarves, their weapons mismatched but deadly. The Empire soldiers returned fire, their plasma rifles lighting up the desert. But the humans didn't fight head-on. They struck quickly, retreating before the Empire could organize a proper counterattack. As one squad moved to flank the human fighters, they were funneled into a narrow ravine, where another explosion buried them under a cascade of rock. By the time reinforcements arrived, the desert was empty once more. The human fighters had vanished, leaving only the wreckage of the Empire's arrogance. On board the flagship, Krell reviewed the reports with grim satisfaction. He could picture it clearly. The humans using the terrain to their advantage, exploiting the Empire's overconfidence. It was exactly what he had warned the Council about, but they had refused to listen. In a meeting chamber bathed in cold, artificial light, the Council convened to discuss the unexpected resistance. High Chancellor Voris, his holographic form towering over the others, dismissed the reports with a wave of his hand. "A minor setback," he declared. "We underestimated their resourcefulness. Nothing more. The next strike will be decisive." Krell kept silent, but his fists clenched at his sides. He had seen the footage from the desert. The humans weren't just resourceful. They were relentless. And they were learning. The next strike came in the dense forests of Eastern Europe. Empire soldiers descended once again, their cloaking systems shimmering as they moved through the undergrowth. They expected resistance, but they were confident their superior technology would prevail. They were wrong. The first warning came as the squad's communication systems began to glitch. Static crackled in their earpieces, and their HUDs flickered with distorted images. Before they could investigate, the trees themselves seemed to come alive. Tripwires triggered explosives hidden in the underbrush, sending soldiers flying. Human fighters emerged from camouflage positions, their movements swift and coordinated. The Empire soldiers fought back, but the humans had anticipated their every move. They used the forest to their advantage, setting traps and using hit-and-run tactics to keep the Empire off balance. By the time the battle was over, the Empire had lost more than just soldiers. They had lost their aura of invincibility. On board the flagship, Krell stood with a young officer named Elin Reyes, who had been monitoring the conflict. Her expression was one of growing unease. "They're not fighting like we expected," she said, echoing Krell's own thoughts. "They never do," Krell replied. "And that's why we're losing." Elin hesitated. "What do we do?" Krell didn't answer. He didn't know. All he knew was that the Council's arrogance was leading them down a path they couldn't turn back from. The Empire escalated the conflict, deploying larger forces to a major industrial city in North America. The strategy was clear: overwhelm the humans with sheer numbers and firepower. Armored vehicles rolled through the city's streets, their energy weapons reducing buildings to rubble. Troops in exosuits moved with mechanical precision, sweeping through block by block. At first, it seemed the Empire would finally succeed. The human resistance was scattered, their forces struggling to hold their ground. But as the Empire pushed deeper into the city, the tide began to turn. The humans didn't confront the Empire head-on. They used the city itself as a weapon, luring the Empire into ambushes and collapsing entire buildings to trap their enemies. In one instance, an Empire officer led a squad into what appeared to be an abandoned factory, only to trigger a massive explosion that leveled the structure. A young Empire soldier, separated from his unit in the chaos, found himself cornered by a group of human fighters. He raised his weapon, his hands shaking, but the humans didn't fire. Instead, their leader, a woman with sharp eyes and a scar running down her cheek, lowered her rifle. "Go back to your Empire," she said, her voice cold. "Tell them we're not afraid of you." The soldier didn't argue. When he was later debriefed, he could only repeat her words, his voice trembling with the weight of them. On board the flagship, Krell watched the reports with a mix of admiration and dread. The humans weren't just resisting, they were winning. And the Empire, for all its power, was beginning to fracture under the weight of its own hubris. "The Council won't admit it," Elin said, standing beside him. "But they're starting to realize you were right." Krell shook his head. "It doesn't matter. They'll keep throwing resources at this war until there's nothing left. And by then, it'll be too late. Below them, Earth burned, but its spirit remained unbroken. The humans were fighting for more than survival. They were fighting for their home, their freedom, and their very existence. And in the face of such determination, even the mightiest empire could falter. The shimmering expanse of the Galactic Council chamber seemed almost to mock Krell Zinthar as he stood in its heart, his battle-worn armor contrasting sharply with the polished grandeur surrounding him. The room was a temple of power, its crystalline walls pulsating with light, projecting the flickering holograms of the Council's esteemed members. Each figure was an icon of imperial dominance, their expressions haughty and unmoved. They loomed over Krell, their translucent forms dwarfing him. But it wasn't their size that made him feel small, it was their arrogance. "Earth is not what you think it is," Krell began, his voice hoarse but steady. "Its soldiers are not the primitive barbarians you believe them to be." High Chancellor Voris, draped in his shimmering regalia, leaned forward with a sneer. "We've indulged this rhetoric before, Krell. Are you here to waste our time again with tales of human resilience? A backwater planet with no unified military and outdated weapons cannot stand against the Empire." Krell's scarred face tightened, but he refused to waver. Their weapons don't make them dangerous. Their spirit does. Their unpredictability. You see weakness in their chaos, but it's their greatest strength. I've fought them, and I'm telling you, if we underestimate them, we'll pay a price we cannot afford. A younger counselor scoffed. The only price will be the wasted time it takes to subdue them. Perhaps we should thank you for softening them up during your unfortunate campaign. The words stung, but Krell kept his composure. His memories of Earth were not stories of conquest, but survival. He remembered the grit in their soldiers' eyes, the way they fought with their backs against the wall, and how their determination turned the tides of battles that should have been impossible to win. You don't understand, Krell said, his voice sharper now, cutting through the counselor's laughter. They fight for each other, for something greater than themselves. You think them disorganized, but their chaos hides a unity we can't comprehend. They will not bow easily. Vorus waved a hand, the hologram's light shimmering with the gesture. Enough. The Empire has already decided. Earth will join the fold, whether by diplomacy or force. If they resist, they will be taught the futility of defiance. That is all, Krell. As the Council's lights dimmed and their holograms faded, Krell stood alone in the chamber. His warning had been dismissed, his words cast aside as the paranoia of an aging soldier. He knew what would happen next, and though part of him wanted to wash his hands of it all, another part, a deeper, more resolute part, couldn't let go. The Empire's fleet descended upon Earth like a metallic storm, their ships blanketing the skies, their technology so advanced it seemed otherworldly to the planet's inhabitants. The initial demands for surrender were met with confusion, then defiance. Governments scrambled to respond. Military forces attempted to organize, but Earth's defenders seemed hopelessly outmatched. The first strike teams met with limited resistance. Small towns and outposts fell quickly, their populations either fleeing or captured. It seemed, at first, that the Council's predictions were correct. But then, as the Empire moved deeper into Earth's territories, everything changed. In a dense jungle in Southeast Asia, a detachment of elite Empire soldiers moved with precision, their exosuits shimmering as they blended into the foliage. Their objective was a human communication outpost, a seemingly vulnerable target that would cripple Earth's ability to coordinate. As they approached the structure, their tactical AI began to malfunction. The first explosion came from beneath their feet, a crude but devastating mine that tore through the squad's lead formation. The survivors regrouped, their cloaking systems flickering, only to be ambushed by human soldiers who seemed to melt out of the jungle itself. Their weapons were outdated, their armor mismatched, but they moved with a purpose and ferocity that no amount of training could have prepared the Empire for. The jungle became a death trap. Tripwires, improvised explosives, and relentless guerrilla tactics turned every step into a potential disaster. When reinforcements finally arrived, they found the communication outpost destroyed, the Empire's technology scavenged, and no sign of the human soldiers who had done it. Krell watched the reports from aboard the flagship, his stomach tightening with every detail. He had seen it before. The ingenuity, the relentlessness. Earth's soldiers didn't fight by the rules the Empire understood. They fought with desperation, with creativity, and with a unity born of survival. In a war zone in Eastern Europe, the Empire launched a massive offensive to crush what they believed to be a major human resistance cell. Dozens of armored transports rolled across the fields, their energy weapons tearing through human defenses. It was a display of overwhelming power, and for a time, it seemed unstoppable. But as the Empire forces reached the outskirts of a bombed-out city, they encountered something unexpected. The humans had prepared for them, using the city's ruins to their advantage. Every street became a choke point, every building a sniper's nest. They didn't meet the Empire head-on. They lured them in, striking from the shadows and then disappearing. The turning point came when an Empire officer attempted to take what seemed to be an undefended warehouse. His squad moved in cautiously, scanning for traps but found nothing. As they relaxed, the ground beneath them erupted in flames. A group of human engineers had rigged the entire structure to collapse, taking the Empire soldiers with it. By the time the Empire realized the scope of the humans' tactics, it was too late. Their forces were scattered, their vehicles immobilized, and their soldiers demoralized. What should have been a decisive victory had turned into a costly retreat. Krell paced the observation deck of the flagship, his thoughts racing. The Council was learning, bit by bit, what he had tried to tell them. But he knew they wouldn't admit their mistake. They would double down, throw more resources at the problem, and escalate the conflict until there was no turning back. Elin Reyes, a junior officer with a sharp mind and an unshakable curiosity, found him there. "You warned them, didn't you?" she asked softly. Krell turned, surprised to see her. "I did. They didn't listen." She stepped closer, her gaze fixed on the planet below. "I've seen the reports. The humans, they don't fight like anyone we've ever faced." "No," Krell said. "They don't. And the Council's arrogance will cost us more than we can imagine." Elin hesitated. "Do you think we can win?" Krell didn't answer right away. He knew the truth, but saying it aloud felt like admitting defeat. Finally, he said, "This isn't about victory anymore. It's about survival. For them and for us." Below them, Earth's lights flickered in defiance, a reminder that the battle was far from over. The Empire had underestimated its enemy, and now, the reckoning Krell had foreseen was unfolding before his eyes.
Alien Girl is shocked after detecting a human ship on radar. She thought they were just a myth. Lieutenant Ariana Silverwine's golden eyes narrowed as she studied the holographic display before her. The Battle Alliance cruiser Astral Dawn vibrated beneath her feet as its overtaxed engines struggled to maintain their desperate escape velocity. Her silvery white hair fell forward as she leaned closer to the screen, trying to make sense of the anomalous reading that had just appeared. "Status report," barked High Commander Krell Thor from his command chair. The veteran Centaurian's iridescent scales shimmered with tension as his four eyes tracked the pursuing Ravager fleet. His elongated cranial ridges pulsed with a deep purple hue, a clear sign of stress among his species. "Sir, enemy vessels maintaining pursuit course. 12 heavy cruisers closing fast," Ariana reported crisply. "Our engines are redlining at 118% capacity. We can't maintain this speed much longer." The Centaurian commander's secondary heart valve clicked audibly, their species equivalent of a curse. They'd been running for nearly 6 hours, ever since the Ravager fleet had ambushed them near the Krina Nebula. The Astral Dawn was a formidable vessel, but even she couldn't hope to survive against such overwhelming odds. "Keep pushing the engines," Krell ordered, his voice resonating with harmonics typical of his race. "Better to burn them out than let those bastards catch us." Ariana nodded grimly and returned her attention to her console. The Ravagers were ruthless invaders who had been terrorizing this sector for months. Their ships were faster, more heavily armed, and operated with a brutal efficiency that had earned them a fearsome reputation. A new contact suddenly appeared on her radar display, approaching from an unexpected vector at incredible speed. Ariana frowned and adjusted her sensors, certain there must be some malfunction. The readings made no sense. "Commander," she called out, "I'm detecting an unknown vessel on an intercept course. But sir, these readings can't be right. It's moving at nearly twice our maximum velocity." "What?" Krell crystalline exoskeleton clinked as he moved to her station. "Show me." Ariana expanded the holographic display. The mysterious vessel was represented by a pulsing red dot, streaking across the tactical plot at impossible speeds. More bewildering still, the ship's energy signature didn't match anything in their database. "Run a full spectral analysis," the commander ordered, his secondary eyes focusing on the readouts. "Could it be some new Ravager design we haven't encountered before?" "Negative, sir. The power signature is completely unlike anything in our records, and the hull composition..." Ariana's voice trailed off as the computer completed its analysis. "Sir, the hull appears to be primarily composed of titanium alloys and carbon composites, but that's impossible." Krell voice dropped to a whisper, all four eyes widening. "Those materials haven't been used in warship construction for centuries. Not since..." The mysterious vessel suddenly opened fire, its weapons blazing to life with devastating effect. But its target wasn't the Astral Dawn. Instead, it systematically began tearing into the pursuing Ravager fleet with terrifying precision. The bridge crew watched in stunned silence as the unknown ship's energy weapons carved through Ravager armor like tissue paper. One after another, the pursuing vessels exploded or broke apart under the assault. The few that tried to return fire found their shots harmlessly absorbed by some kind of advanced shielding technology. "By the sacred moons," Ariana whispered. "What kind of ship is that?" Commander Krelthor's scales had paled to an ashen gray. "I've seen records of vessels like that in the ancient archives of my people. That's a human warship." "Human?" Ariana's golden eyes widened in disbelief. "But that's impossible. They're just stories, myths from the old wars." "No," Krelthor said softly, his voice resonating with ancestral harmonics. "They were very real and very dangerous. Our histories tell of human battle fleets that could annihilate entire armadas. Ships that could outrun light itself. Warriors who fought with such ferocity that even the Ravagers feared them." "But they vanished," Ariana protested. "Everyone knows that. They disappeared into deep space centuries ago." "Apparently not all of them," the commander replied, as they watched the last Ravager vessel attempt to retreat, only to be cut down by another precise volley. The battle, if it could even be called that, was over in minutes. Where there had been 12 Ravager warships, now there was only floating debris. The mysterious vessel hung in space before them, its dark hull gleaming in the starlight. A communication request suddenly pinged on Ariana's console. The source, the unknown ship. "Sir," she reported, "they're hailing us." Commander Krelthor's scales shifted to a formal diplomatic pattern. "Put them through." The holographic display flickered to life, revealing a sight that made Ariana's breath catch in her throat. The being on the screen was unmistakably human, but tall, powerfully built, clad in battle-worn armor, bearing faded insignias she didn't recognize. His face bore the subtle scars of countless battles, but his eyes held an intensity that sent a shiver down her spine. "This is Captain James Sterling of the Earthship Relentless," the human announced, his voice carrying an air of casual authority. "We noticed you were having some trouble with those Ravager bastards. Hope you don't mind us stepping in." The docking procedure between the Astral Dawn and the Relentless proceeded with meticulous precision. Ariana stood at attention in the airlock chamber, her heart racing beneath her perfectly pressed Battle Alliance uniform. Commander Krelthor had personally selected her as liaison officer, a decision that filled her with both pride and trepidation. "Remember, Lieutenant," the commander's harmonics resonated with unusual intensity, "humans are different from any species we know. Their customs, their ways of thinking, they operate on principles that might seem alien even to us." Ariana nodded, though her attention was partially distracted by the subtle vibrations coming through the deck plates as the two ships established their connection. "I've studied all the available historical records, sir." "Records?" Krelthor clicked his secondary heart valve in what might have been amusement. "Stories and legends, mostly. The reality of humans." He paused, his scales shifting to a thoughtful pattern. "Well, you're about to experience that firsthand." The airlock cycled with a soft hiss. Captain Sterling stepped through, his imposing frame filling the doorway. He'd removed his battle armor, revealing a dark uniform that somehow managed to look both formal and dangerous. His presence seemed to alter the very atmosphere of the room. "Captain," Krelthor greeted formally, his scales rippling in the traditional diplomatic pattern. "Welcome aboard the Astral Dawn. Allow me to introduce Lieutenant Ariana Silverwind, who will be serving as your liaison officer." Sterling's steel-gray eyes met Ariana's golden ones, and she felt an unexpected flutter in her chest. "Lieutenant," he said, his voice carrying that same casual authority she'd heard over the comm. "Looking forward to working with you." The next few hours passed in a blur of formal protocols and tactical discussions. The human captain proved to be surprisingly well-versed in Alliance procedures, though he approached them with what Ariana could only describe as controlled irreverence. "Your ship's impressive," Ariana commented as she led Sterling on a tour of the Astral Dawn. "I've never seen weapon systems like that." "The Relentless is one of a kind," Sterling replied, his lips curving into that slight smirk she was beginning to find disturbingly attractive. "Though I have to say, your engine configuration is interesting. Mind if I take a closer look?" They spent the next hour in engineering, where Sterling displayed an almost uncanny understanding of their technology. His questions were precise, his observations keen, and his occasional suggestions for improvements left the engineering crew in a state of stunned admiration. "You seem to know a lot about Alliance tech," Ariana noted as they made their way to the officers' mess. Sterling's expression turned enigmatic. We've been watching, learning, waiting for the right moment to re-engage with the galaxy. Why now? The Ravagers, he said simply. They're becoming a threat we can't ignore anymore. Over dinner, Ariana found herself increasingly fascinated by her human companion. Sterling moved with a predatory grace that seemed at odds with his size, and his laugh, when she managed to provoke it, held a warmth that sent pleasant shivers down her spine. "So, Lieutenant," he said, leaning back in his chair, "tell me about yourself. How does a Silverii end up serving on an Alliance warship?" Ariana blinked in surprise. "You recognize my species?" "Like I said, we've been watching." His eyes held hers with an intensity that made her pulse quicken. "Your people are known for their diplomatic skills and technological aptitude, not usually warriors." "Times change," she replied, matching his gaze. "The galaxy isn't as peaceful as it used to be." "No," he agreed, something darker flickering in his expression. "It isn't." As the evening wore on, Ariana found herself increasingly aware of Sterling's presence. The way he moved, the subtle shifts in his expression, the occasional brush of his hand against hers as they examined tactical displays. Each contact sent sparks of electricity through her body. Later in her quarters, Ariana tried to make sense of her reactions. Silvari were known for their emotional control, their ability to maintain professional distance. Yet something about this human stripped away those carefully constructed barriers. Her communication panel chimed. "Lieutenant?" Sterling's voice came through, carrying a note of something she couldn't quite identify. "Would you mind joining me on the Relentless? There are some tactical systems I'd like your input on." Ariana's heart skipped. "Of course, Captain. I'll be there shortly." As she made her way to the docking port, she couldn't help but wonder if tactical systems were really what Sterling wanted to discuss. The thought sent another pleasant shiver through her body. The Relentless's interior was surprisingly elegant, combining functional efficiency with an aesthetic that spoke of power and precision. Sterling was waiting for her in what appeared to be his private command center, surrounded by holographic displays showing various sector maps. "Beautiful, isn't it?" he said, though when she looked up, she found him watching her rather than the displays. "Very," she replied, suddenly very aware of how alone they were. The holographic display aboard the Relentless cast an ethereal blue glow across Sterling's command center. Ariana stood beside him, their shoulders nearly touching as they studied the tactical readouts. Intelligence reports had confirmed their worst fears. A massive Ravager fleet was gathering in the Nexus sector. "They're planning something big," Sterling mused, his fingers dancing across the holographic interface. "Look at these formation patterns." Ariana leaned closer, acutely aware of his presence. These energy signatures, they're unlike anything we've seen before. They must have developed new weapons technology. "Or very old technology," Sterling corrected, his voice dropping to a low rumble that sent pleasant vibrations through her body. "These readings are similar to what we faced during the first contact wars." His hand brushed against hers as he adjusted the display, and Ariana felt that now familiar surge of electricity course through her. Over the past week, their working relationship had developed into something more. Every briefing, every tactical planning session, every shared meal was charged with unspoken tension. "Tell me about the wars," she prompted, partly out of genuine curiosity and partly to distract herself from the heat radiating from his body. "Our historical records are incomplete," Sterling's expression darkened momentarily. "Humanity learned the hard way that the galaxy isn't always welcoming to newcomers. We fought, we adapted, we survived." His eyes met hers. "But that's ancient history now." "Is it?" Ariana challenged softly. "Your ship, your tactics, they're still feared across the galaxy. The Ravagers fled at the mere sight of you." A ghost of a smile played across his lips. "Good. Fear keeps the monsters at bay." He turned to face her fully. "Speaking of monsters, we should run a joint combat exercise. See how our ships work together." The next few hours were spent coordinating with both crews. The Relentless and Astral Dawn performed a series of complex maneuvers, their crews learning to anticipate each other's tactics. Sterling's ship moved with impossible grace, executing turns and combat patterns that defied conventional physics. "Impressive," Ariana breathed as she watched the Relentless demonstrate another seemingly impossible feat of navigation. "You haven't seen anything yet," Sterling promised, his voice carrying a hint of something that made her pulse quicken. "Care to try the helm?" Before she could respond, he was guiding her to the pilot's station. His hands settled on her shoulders, positioning her before the controls. The contact sent waves of warmth through her body. "These controls are calibrated for human reflexes," he explained, his breath warm against her ear. "But I think you'll manage." Under his guidance, Ariana began to understand the unique philosophy behind human ship design. It wasn't just about raw power or advanced technology. It was about intuition, about feeling the ship as an extension of oneself. "You're a natural," Sterling commented as she executed a particularly challenging maneuver. His approval sent a flush of pleasure through her that had nothing to do with piloting skills. Later, during the crew rotation, they found themselves alone in one of the Relentless's observation lounges. The vast expanse of space stretched before them, stars twinkling like scattered diamonds on black velvet. "Your people," Ariana began hesitantly. "Where have they been all these centuries?" Sterling was silent for a long moment, preparing, watching, waiting for the right moment to return. He turned to her, his eyes intense. "The galaxy's changing, Ariana. The Ravagers are just the beginning. And humanity plans to fight? We plan to win." His voice carried absolute conviction. "But we'll need allies, strong ones." The implications of his words hung in the air between them. Ariana found herself moving closer, drawn by some primal force she didn't want to, resist. "The Alliance would be foolish to refuse," she said softly. "I'm not talking about the Alliance right now." His hand came up to brush a strand of silvery hair from her face. The contact sent shivers down her spine. The ship's communication system chose that moment to interrupt. "Captain, we're detecting unusual energy signatures from the Nexus sector." Sterling didn't immediately move away. "Looks like the Ravagers are making their move sooner than expected." His fingers lingered against her cheek. "Ready to show them what our ships can do together?" The double meaning in his words wasn't lost on her. "Always," as she replied, her voice husky with promise. As they made their way back to the bridge, Ariana felt a profound shift in their relationship. The attraction between them had evolved into something deeper, more powerful. And as they prepared to face the gathering storm together, she realized that the legends about humans hadn't done them justice. They weren't just warriors or survivors. They were force of nature, passionate, intense, and utterly captivating. And James Sterling embodied everything that made his species both fascinating and dangerous. The tactical displays showed the Ravager fleet moving into attack formation. But for the first time since this crisis began, Ariana felt no fear. With Sterling beside her, with their ships working as one, she knew they were about to make history of their own. "Battle stations," Sterling commanded, his voice carrying that mix of authority and excitement that made her heart race. "Let's show them why humans aren't just legends anymore." The Ravager fleet emerged from hyperspace like a swarm of metallic locusts, their ships' angular profiles bristling with weapon arrays. Ariana's tactical display lit up with dozens of threat indicators, each representing a vessel that dwarfed the Astral Dawn in size and firepower. "They've deployed in a Thanatos formation," Ariana reported from her station aboard the Relentless, where she'd chosen to remain for the coming battle. "I've never seen them use this pattern before." Sterling's expression hardened as he studied the enemy formation. "I have. During the Exodus Wars." His hand rested on the back of her chair, the casual intimacy of the gesture contrasting with the tension of the moment. "They're trying to trap us in a gravitational crossfire." The Ravager ships began moving with mechanical precision, their formations spreading out like a deadly flower, blooming in the void. Energy readings spiked across Ariana's displays as their weapons charged. "All hands, battle stations," Sterling commanded, his voice carrying that peculiar human quality that seemed to bypass the brain and speak directly to the primitive parts of consciousness. "Time to remind the galaxy why humans were feared." The Relentless surged forward, its advanced engines humming with power that seemed to defy physics itself. Beside them, the Astral Dawn moved in perfect synchronization, their earlier practice sessions paying off as the two ships executed maneuvers that looked impossible on paper. "First wave incoming," Ariana announced as the Ravagers opened fire. The void lit up with energy weapons and plasma torpedoes. Sterling's response was immediate and devastating. The Relentless's weapon systems came alive, unleashing a barrage that cut through the enemy's shields like they weren't there. 3 Ravager ships exploded in rapid succession, their destruction creating gaps in the enemy formation. Now that's what I call a proper hello, Sterling grinned, the battle light in his eyes making him look more predatory than ever. Ready to show them what else we can do? Ariana felt her pulse quicken at his tone. Always. The next few minutes were a symphony of destruction as the Human Alliance joint force tore into the Ravager fleet. The Relentless moved with impossible grace, its advanced technology making it seem more like a living creature than a machine. The Astral Dawn complemented its movements perfectly, their combined firepower devastating the enemy ranks. Sir, one of Sterling's officers called out, we're detecting unusual energy signatures from the enemy flagship. Before anyone could react, a massive energy wave erupted from the Ravager vessel, expanding outward like a ripple in space itself. The Astral Dawn shields flared as the wave hit them, but held. The Relentless, however, seemed completely unaffected. Phase shift technology, Sterling explained, noting Ariana's surprised expression. Another little trick we developed during our absence. You're full of surprises, she replied, admiring how the ambient light played across his features as he focused on the battle. You have no idea, he murmured, his voice carrying a promise that made her skin tingle, despite the chaos around them. The battle continued to rage, but it was clear the Ravagers hadn't expected this level of resistance. Their legendary formation began to break apart as more ships fell to the combined Human Alliance assault. During a brief lull in the fighting, Sterling turned to Ariana. Your people thought we were myths, he said softly, stories to frighten children, but we were always out there, watching, waiting for the right moment to return. Why now? She asked, though part of her already knew the answer. Because the galaxy needs us again. His hand found hers in the dim light of the bridge. And because some things are worth fighting for. The moment was interrupted by a massive explosion as the Ravager flagship finally succumbed to their combined assault. The remaining enemy vessels began to retreat, their formation completely shattered. Should we pursue? Ariana asked, though she was more focused on the warmth of Sterling's hand than the fleeing enemy. Let them run, he replied. Let them tell others what they saw here today. Let them spread the word that humanity has returned. The aftermath of the battle brought a different kind of tension to the bridge. As damage reports came in and repair crews began their work, Ariana found herself increasingly aware of Sterling's presence. The way he moved, the authority in his voice as he gave orders, the occasional glances he cast in her direction, everything about him seemed designed to draw her in. Later, in his private quarters, as they discussed the battle's implications over a drink of actual Earth whiskey, Sterling finally addressed what had been building between them. You know, he said, his voice carrying that rough edge that sent shivers down her spine, humans have another reputation besides being warriors. Oh? Ariana managed, very aware of how close they were sitting. We're known for being... He paused, his eyes meeting hers with an intensity that made her breath catch. Passionate about what we want. The air between them seemed to crackle with electricity. All the tension, all the unspoken desires of the past weeks crystallized in that moment. What followed was a revelation of its own, a discovery that the legends about human passion were, if anything, understated. News of humanity's return spread through the galaxy like a shockwave. The Battle Alliance's central command was buzzing with activity as reports flooded in from every sector. Ariana watched the holographic displays from her new permanent station aboard the Relentless, where she now spent most of her time, both professionally and personally. The Centaurian High Council is requesting an immediate diplomatic summit, she reported, scanning through the incoming messages. And the Arcturus Confederation has offered military support. Sterling stood behind her, his presence both comforting and electrifying. After their night together following the battle, their relationship had evolved into something that defied conventional alliance protocols. But then again, nothing about humans ever seemed to fit within established norms. They're scared, he observed, his hand resting casually on her shoulder. Not of the Ravagers, of us. Can you blame them? Ariana turned to face him, admiring how the starlight from the viewport played across his features. You've been gone for centuries, and your first public act was to obliterate an elite Ravager fleet like they were target practice. Good. His smile held that predatory edge she'd come to adore. Fear keeps the peace better than any treaty. The ship's communications system chimed with an incoming priority message. Commander Krell Thor's holographic image materialized before them, his scales shifting in what Ariana recognized as a pattern of both respect and concern. Captain Sterling, Lieutenant Silverwyn, he greeted formally. The Alliance Council has convened an emergency session. Your presence is requested at Central Command. Sterling's expression remained neutral, but Ariana felt the subtle tension in his body. When? Immediately, Krell Thor's secondary eyes blinked rapidly, a sign of anxiety. There are concerns about humanity's intentions. After the transmission ended, Sterling turned to Ariana with a mischievous glint in his eye. Ready to make history? The journey to Central Command took several hours, even with the Relentless's advanced drive systems. They spent the time in Sterling's quarters, ostensibly preparing their report, though their proximity led to several pleasant distractions. You never told me, Ariana murmured as they laid together in the aftermath of one such distraction. Where humanity really went all those years ago. Sterling traced patterns on her bare shoulder, his touch sending shivers through her body. We didn't go anywhere. We were always here, watching, waiting, building our strength. For what? For this moment. He pulled her closer, his skin wonderfully warm against hers. The galaxy's changing, Ariana. The Ravagers are just the beginning. We knew eventually we'd need to step out of the shadows. The Central Command Station loomed before them, a massive structure that served as the heart of Alliance operations. As they docked, Ariana felt a mixture of pride and apprehension. Their relationship wasn't exactly a secret, but facing the Council together would make it official in ways that couldn't be ignored. The Council chamber was packed with representatives from every major species in the Alliance. Ariana noticed how they all fell silent as Sterling entered, his commanding presence drawing every eye in the room. She walked beside him, her head held high, aware of the whispers that followed them. Captain James Sterling, the Council President, a venerable Andorian, announced, "You stand before us as the first officially recognized representative of humanity in over 3 centuries. And hopefully not the last," Sterling replied with that characteristic confidence that made Ariana's heart race. The session that followed was intense. Questions about humanity's whereabouts, their intentions, their technology, all delivered with varying degrees of suspicion and fear. Sterling handled each query with diplomatic skill that surprised even Ariana, though she noticed how he carefully avoided revealing too much about humanity's true capabilities. "The Ravagers are a threat to us all," he declared. "Humanity offers its strength to the Alliance, but we do so as equals, not subordinates." The Council chambers erupted in heated discussion. Ariana felt Sterling's hand find hers beneath the podium, their fingers intertwining in a gesture that felt both defiant and right. Later, during a recess, they found a moment alone in one of the station's observation lounges. The vast expanse of space stretched before them, but Ariana was more focused on how the artificial lighting highlighted the strong lines of the Sterling's face. "They're going to accept the Alliance," she said confidently. "They'd be fools not to." "They will," he agreed, pulling her close. "But that's not what I'm thinking about right now." His kiss was passionate, possessive, making her forget about politics and protocols. When they finally parted, both slightly breathless, Ariana saw something in his eyes that made her pulse quicken. "What are you thinking about?" she asked, though she already knew the answer. "About how the legends never mentioned that the most dangerous thing about humans isn't our weapons or our ships." His voice dropped to that low rumble that never failed to affect her. "It's our capacity to fall completely or irrevocably in love." The integration of human forces into the Battle Alliance proceeded with remarkable speed. Within weeks of the Council's approval, joint training exercises became commonplace, and human technology began revolutionizing Alliance military doctrine. At the center of it all were the Relentless and its now famous command team, the human captain and his Silveri liaison officer. Ariana stood on the observation deck of the newly constructed Human Alliance Integration Center, watching as a fleet of mixed vessels performed intricate maneuvers against the backdrop of a crimson nebula. The sight of human and Alliance ships working in perfect harmony filled her with pride. "Quite a view, isn't it?" Sterling's voice came from behind her, followed by the warmth of his body as he wrapped his arms around her waist. Though not as breathtaking as the one I'm looking at. Smooth talker, she teased, leaning back against his chest. The diplomatic corps would be shocked to hear the legendary human captain using such cliché lines. Only with you, he murmured against her ear, sending pleasant shivers down her spine. Besides, I have a reputation to maintain. Can't let everyone know I'm actually capable of being romantic. Their relationship had become something of an open secret within the Alliance. While some traditionalists grumbled about species mixing, most saw them as a symbol of successful integration, living proof that humans could be more than the warriors of legend. The Arcturus delegation arrives tomorrow, Ariana reminded him, though she was finding it hard to focus with his lips trailing down her neck. We should review the protocols. Already done, he interrupted, turning her to face him, which means we have the entire evening free. The look in his eyes made her breath catch. Even after all their time together, the raw intensity of human desire still amazed her. Her people were known for their reserved nature, their careful control of emotions. But Sterling had awakened something primal in her, something that matched his own passionate nature. Their evening plans were interrupted by an urgent communication from Alliance Command. A delegation of Silveri elders had arrived unexpectedly, requesting an immediate audience with Ariana. They're not happy about us, she sighed as they made their way to the meeting chamber. My people have traditional views about relationships. Sterling's expression hardened slightly. Want me to come with you? No, she smiled, touching his face. This is something I need to handle alone. Besides, you have that tactical briefing with the Centaurian admirals. The meeting was exactly as uncomfortable as she'd expected. The elders spoke of tradition, of maintaining racial purity, of her duty to her people. But as Ariana listened to their arguments, she felt only certainty in her choices. With all respect, honored ones, she finally interrupted. Humans aren't the savages of legend. They're passionate, yes, but also capable of depths of emotion our people have forgotten. James Sterling has shown me that. You speak of emotion, the eldest said disapprovingly, when you should speak of duty. My duty is to the Alliance, Ariana replied firmly, and humanity's return makes us stronger. My relationship with Captain Sterling proves that our species can work together, can understand each other on the deepest levels. Later, she found Sterling in his quarters aboard the Relentless, poring over tactical displays. He looked up as she entered, his expression softening immediately. How did it go? Instead of answering, she crossed the room and kissed him with an intensity that surprised them both. When they finally parted, she saw the question in his eyes. They wanted me to choose between you and my people's traditions, she explained. It wasn't even a choice. His response was to pull her close, his touch conveying everything words couldn't. They spent the night proving that love transcended species, that passion knew no boundaries of race or tradition. The next morning, as they prepared to receive the Arcturus delegation, Ariana caught sight of their reflection in the viewport, the human captain and his silvery partner, standing together as equals. She remembered how she'd once thought humans were myths, dangerous legends to frighten children. What are you thinking about? Sterling asked, adjusting his formal uniform. About how wrong the legends were, she replied. They painted humans as fearsome warriors, unstoppable in battle, but they never mentioned your capacity for love, for changing the universe not just through force, but through understanding. He smiled that special smile that was only for her. Maybe that's the real reason we stayed hidden so long. We were waiting for the right moment, the right people to show our true nature too. The day's ceremonies went perfectly. The Arcturus representatives were suitably impressed by the Joint Fleet demonstrations, and the formal dinner that followed was a model of interspecies cooperation. But through it all, Ariana found her attention drawn to Sterling, to the way he moved, the authority in his voice, the occasional heated glances they exchanged. That night, as they lay together in the afterglow of passion, Ariana realized something profound. The legends had been right about one thing. Humans were indeed capable of changing the galaxy. But they did it not just through their superior technology or combat skills, but through their ability to love without boundaries, to embrace differences, to see beauty in the unknown. You're thinking too hard, Sterling murmured, pulling her closer. Just realizing that some myths are better than reality, she replied. But some realities are better than any myth. The announcement of Sterling and Ariana's formal union ceremony sent ripples through both human and alliance societies. It would be the first officially recognized partnership between a human and a Silverii, marking a new chapter in galactic relations. The Relentless had been chosen as the venue, a decision that raised eyebrows among traditionalists, but felt perfectly right to the couple. Ariana stood in her quarters aboard the ship, examining her reflection in the mirror. She wore a stunning combination of traditional Silverii ceremonial robes and human military formal wear, the fusion of styles symbolic of their groundbreaking union. Having second thoughts, Commander Krelthor asked from the doorway, his scales showing a pattern of paternal concern. Not even for a moment, she replied, adjusting the ceremonial sash. Though I admit, I'm curious about the human tradition James mentioned, and something about carrying me across a threshold. The commander's scales shifted to amusement. Humans have always had interesting customs. Speaking of which, the human delegation has arrived, including some very high-ranking officials who were supposedly hidden all these years. The arrival of the human leadership had caused quite a stir. Their ships had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, emerging from what they called dark space, regions of the galaxy that had been considered uninhabitable. Each vessel was more impressive than the last, showcasing technology that made even their advanced alliance counterparts seem primitive. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. "Enter," she called, expecting another well-wisher. Instead, a tall human woman in an elaborate uniform stepped in. Her presence commanded immediate attention, and Ariana recognized her from the briefings. Admiral Sarah Chadwick, one of humanity's highest-ranking officers. "Lieutenant Silverwind," the Admiral greeted warmly. "Or should I say the future Mrs. Sterling?" "Just Ariana, please," she replied, noting how the Admiral's eyes held the same intensity she'd come to love in James. "I wanted to speak with you privately," Chadwick said, dismissing Krelthor with a polite nod. "About what it means to be part of the human family." What followed was a fascinating discussion about human culture, their time in hiding, and their hopes for the future. Chadwick spoke of how humanity had used their isolation to advance not just technologically, but culturally and philosophically. "We needed to evolve beyond our warrior nature," the Admiral explained, "to become something more than the legends painted us to be." James was one of the first to truly understand this. It's why he was chosen for first contact. "Chosen?" Ariana asked, intrigued. Chadwick smiled mysteriously. "We'd been watching the Alliance for decades, waiting for the right moment, the right people. When we saw you that first day, tracking our ship despite our best stealth technology, we knew we'd found something special." The implications of this revelation stunned Ariana. "You mean nothing about your first meeting was accidental," Chadwick confirmed, though I don't think anyone anticipated quite how special that meeting would become. Later, as she prepared to walk down the aisle they'd created in the Relentless's main hangar, Ariana reflected on how far they'd come, from believing humans were myths to becoming living proof of their capacity for love and integration. Sterling waited at the end of the aisle, wearing a dress uniform that combined human military tradition with Silverii ceremonial elements. His expression when he saw her made her heart race just as it had that first day on the bridge. The ceremony itself was a beautiful blend of both cultures. Traditional Silverii, light-binding rituals merged seamlessly with human vows of devotion. When Sterling kissed her, the assembled crowd, human and alien alike, erupted in cheers. The celebration that followed was equally groundbreaking. Human officers danced with Alliance diplomats, sharing stories and customs. Ariana watched as centuries of separation began to melt away, replaced by genuine curiosity and warmth. "Happy?" Sterling asked, pulling her close as they swayed to a mixture of human and Silverii music. "More than I ever thought possible," she replied, resting her head against his chest. "Though I'm still processing what Admiral Chadwick told me about our first meeting," he chuckled, the sound rumbling pleasantly against her ear. "I was supposed to maintain professional distance, observe and report. Instead, you fell in love with the alien who spotted your supposedly undetectable ship." "Best failure of my career," he murmured, capturing her lips in a kiss that promised much more to come. The reception continued late into the night, but eventually they made their way to their newly combined quarters. Sterling had insisted on carrying her across the threshold, a human tradition he refused to skip. "Welcome home," he whispered, setting her down in their shared space, which perfectly reflected their merged lives, human efficiency meeting Silvori aesthetics. What followed was a night that proved once again that human passion and Silveri grace created something magical when combined. 6 months after their historic union, Sterling and Ariana found themselves at the forefront of a cultural revolution. The Integration Academy they'd established aboard the Relentless had become a beacon for human-alien cooperation, attracting couples and individuals from across the galaxy who sought to bridge the divide between species. Ariana stood at the helm of the newly upgraded bridge, monitoring the latest batch of mixed species training exercises. The modifications they'd made allowed for seamless operation by both human and the alien crew members, a testament to their successful integration efforts. "The Centaurian human team is showing remarkable improvement," she noted as Sterling approached, his presence still sending pleasant shivers down her spine even after all this time. "They're not the only one," he replied, sliding an arm around her waist. "Have you seen the latest statistics? Human-alien partnerships have increased by 300% since our ceremony." The bridge crew, a mix of various species working alongside humans, pointedly pretended not to notice their commander's display of affection. Such scenes had become commonplace aboard the Relentless, where traditional protocols had given way to a more relaxed, yet highly efficient atmosphere. "Admiral Chadwick's report just came in," Sterling continued, his voice dropping to a more private tone. "The Council has approved our proposal for the Joint Species Command Academy." Ariana's golden eyes lit up with excitement. This project had been their dream, a facility dedicated to training mixed species command teams, building on the success of their own partnership. "When do we start?" "Immediately," he grinned, pulling up a holographic display. "They're giving us the Arcturus station as a base of operations, full autonomy, direct council backing, and," he paused for effect, "quarters with a view of the nebula." Their shared quarters aboard the Relentless had become something of a legend, a perfect blend of human practicality and Silveri aesthetics. The prospect of designing a new space together made Ariana's heart race with anticipation. Later that evening, as they prepared for a diplomatic reception celebrating the Academy's approval, Ariana watched Sterling dressed in his formal uniform. The sight of him still affected her as strongly as it had that first day. "You're staring," he observed with that knowing smirk that never failed to quicken her pulse. "Just admiring the view," she replied, adjusting her own uniform, a unique design that combined Alliance formal wear with human military elements. "Though I'm looking forward to getting you out of that uniform later." His eyes darkened with promise. "Careful, Lieutenant. We have a reception to attend first." The diplomatic gathering was held in the Relentless's newly constructed observation lounge, where the stars seemed close enough to touch through the vast windows. Representatives from dozens of species mingled with human officials, their interactions marked by genuine warmth rather than mere political courtesy. "Look at them," Ariana murmured to Sterling, as they watched a human officer teaching a group of alien diplomats an Earth dance. "A year ago, humans were considered myths. Now they're leading dance lessons." "We've come a long way from you spotting us on radar," he agreed, pulling her closer. "Though I still maintain that was impossible. Our stealth systems were perfect." Clearly not perfect enough, she teased, enjoying the mock outrage on his face. Their playful banter was interrupted by the arrival of a young Andorian human couple, clearly nervous about approaching the famous pair. "Captain Lieutenant," the human male began, "we wanted to thank you. Your example, it gave us courage to follow our hearts." Ariana felt Sterling's pride and joy matching her own as they spoke with the couple, sharing their experiences and offering guidance. More such conversations followed throughout the evening, each one reinforcing the importance of their pioneering role. As their reception wound down, they found themselves alone in their favorite spot, a quiet corner of the observation lounge with a spectacular view of the galaxy. "Sometimes I still can't believe how much has changed," Ariana said softly, leaning back against Sterling's chest. "From thinking humans were just stories to this." "Having second thoughts?" he asked, though his tone was playful. She turned in his arms, meeting his gaze with intensity. "Never, though I am thinking about testing out our new quarters at the Academy." His response was to pull her into a kiss that made her forget about diplomatic protocols and public settings. When they finally parted, both slightly breathless, the look in his eyes promised much more to come. "What do you say we skip the rest of this reception?" he suggested, his voice carrying that rough edge that never failed to affect her. Their departure caused knowing smiles among the remaining guests. The passion between the human captain and his silvery partner had become as legendary as their professional achievements. In their quarters, as clothing gave way to more intimate activities, Ariana marveled at how their relationship continued to evolve and deepen. Each touch, each moment together seemed to forge stronger bonds between them. "I love you," Sterling murmured against her skin, his words carrying the weight of absolute truth. "My impossible radar, defeating alien." "I love you too," she replied, losing herself in his embrace. "My mythical human warrior." 5 years after that fateful radar detection that changed the galaxy forever, Ariana stood at the graduation ceremony of the Joint Species Command Academy's first class. The massive amphitheater of Arcturus Station buzzed with excitement as representatives from over 30 species gathered to witness this historic moment. Sterling, now Admiral Sterling, stood beside her on the elevated platform, his presence still sending thrills through her body after all these years. His hand found hers as they watched the mixed species crews file in, each wearing uniforms that combined elements of their respective cultures with the new unified fleet design. "Remember when you thought humans were just myths?" he whispered, his breath warm against her ear. "Remember when you thought your stealth systems were perfect?" she countered, earning that familiar smirk that still made her heart race. The ceremony marked more than just the graduation of new officers. It represented the culmination of their shared vision, a truly integrated galactic society where species boundaries had become meaningless in the face of shared purpose and understanding. Admiral Chadwick approached the podium, her presence commanding immediate attention. 5 years ago, a Silvari lieutenant spotted an impossible ship on her radar. Today, we celebrate not just the graduation of our first Joint Command class, but the birth of a new era in galactic history. Ariana felt Sterling's pride matching her own as they watched their students receive their commissions. Each graduate represented countless hours of work, challenges overcome, and barriers broken. More than that, many of them had found love across species lines, following the path that Ariana and Sterling had pioneered. After the ceremony, they retreated to their private quarters in the station's executive wing. The space had evolved over the years, becoming a perfect reflection of their merged lives. Human military efficiency blended seamlessly with Silvari artistic elements, creating something entirely new and uniquely theirs. "Have you told them yet?" Sterling asked, pulling her close as they stood before the panoramic window overlooking the nebula. "Not yet," she replied, placing his hand over her slightly rounded belly. "Though I think Admiral Chadwick suspects, she keeps giving me these knowing looks." The prospect of their child, the first human Silvari hybrid in recorded history, had initially caused concern among medical experts. But human genetic engineering combined with Silvari biological adaptation had made the impossible possible once again. "She'll be beautiful," Sterling murmured, his touch sending waves of warmth through her body, "just like her mother." "And stubborn like her father," Ariana added with a laugh. "The medical team is already amazed by her development. They say she's showing characteristics of both species in perfect harmony." Their moment was interrupted by a priority communication from Fleet Command. A new species had made contact, requesting to join the integration initiative. More significantly, they mentioned being inspired by the legends of the human Silvari Union. "We've become myths ourselves," Ariana realized with amazement. "Better than the old myths," Sterling replied, pulling her into a kiss that still held all the passion of their first embrace. "Our story is real." Later that night, as they lay together in the afterglow of their love, Ariana reflected on how far they'd come. From that first shocking moment when she detected his ship, through all their adventure and challenges, to this moment of perfect contentment. "What are you thinking about?" Sterling asked, tracing patterns on her bare shoulder. "About how some myths become reality," she replied, snuggling closer, "and how reality can be better than any myth." The next morning, they stood together on the observation deck, watching as the first ships of the new species arrived. Their crews would join the next class at the Academy, adding their unique perspectives and abilities to the growing tapestry of integrated galactic society. "Ready for the next chapter?" Sterling asked, his arm around her waist. "With you?" "Always," she replied, her golden eyes meeting his with all the love and passion that had started with a simple radar detection. As they prepared to welcome the newcomers, Ariana thought about how their story would be told in years to come. How future generations would speak of the human captain and the Silveri lieutenant who proved that love knows no boundaries. Not even those between species. The legends of humanity's return would forever be intertwined with their love story, proving that the greatest myths are those that lead to even greater realities. And as their child grew within her, representing the physical embodiment of their union, Ariana knew that their legacy would continue to shape the galaxy for generations to come. "I love you," she whispered, feeling his arms tighten around her. "I love you too," he replied, his voice carrying that same intensity that had first captured her heart. "My myth-breaking, radar-detecting miracle." Together, they faced the future they had helped create, a future where myths became reality, where love transcended species, and where their story would inspire countless others to follow their hearts across the stars.
The Galactic Council Chamber was a masterpiece of arrogance, a floating jewel of self-importance nestled within the Andromeda core. 100 alien species filled the Great Hall, their voices humming in dissonant waves of overconfidence. At the center of it all, Grand Minister Vriktol stood with a bemused expression, his pale blue skin shimmering under the artificial glow of the Council's illumination rings. He was by all accounts a patient being. He had listened to the rise and fall of countless civilizations, overseen the induction of newly discovered species, and rarely found himself troubled by lesser creatures. But humans? Humans were an anomaly he found almost insulting. "The primitives call themselves Homo sapiens," he declared, flicking through a holographic dossier with deliberate distaste. "A species so reckless, they nearly wiped themselves out multiple times before achieving interstellar infancy." Ripples of laughter echoed across the chamber. A gelatinous being from the Ketsith Dominion wobbled with amusement, its translucent core pulsating as it spoke. "They still burn fossil fuels for energy? Absurd." Another counselor, a reptilian delegate from the Zelver Imperium, hissed in amusement. "Their combat history is even worse. They war with themselves over imaginary borders and ritualistic grievances. Primitive, self-destructive. Vriktol, let the mockery settle before continuing. Our intelligence suggests their war instincts are reactionary, not strategic. They lack discipline. They fight with brute force rather than calculated efficiency." He dismissed the hologram with a wave of his three-fingered hand. "They are not a threat." And yet, some caution remained. There had been reports, scattered, fragmented accounts, of human soldiers exhibiting terrifying levels of endurance and adaptability. But data, as always, could be manipulated. Anecdotal evidence meant nothing. A decision was made. The humans would be observed, cataloged, and disregarded. It should have been simple. The first mistake came within hours of deployment. The Council had authorized a discreet surveillance operation, a standard protocol for assessing pre-fold civilizations. A probe was dispatched, small enough to avoid detection, but advanced enough to gather necessary data. It drifted into Earth's upper atmosphere, adjusting its cloaking frequency, scanning the planet's surface. It didn't last 20 minutes. Somewhere in the middle of the North American continent, a farmer named Earl Simmons saw something glint in the sky, muttered something about damn government spies, and shot the probe clean out of the air with a hunting rifle. The bullet shouldn't have been capable of penetrating its outer shell. It did anyway. The Council dismissed it as an anomaly. Then they sent a stealth recon ship. That ship lasted exactly 1 hour before the internet got hold of the footage. It had landed quietly, just outside of a place called Nevada. Its crew convinced their cloaking technology would keep them undetected. What they hadn't accounted for was a group of amateur conspiracy theorists armed with night vision cameras, Wi-Fi, and a pathological distrust of anything unidentified in their airspace. Within minutes, social media was flooded with live feeds. Aliens confirmed trended globally. U.S. military radar locked onto the disturbance, scrambling a rapid response unit before the reconnaissance crew even had time to send their initial scans. By the time the ship's pilot, an overworked Zelver technician, managed to activate the emergency recall beacon, the entire planet was in an uproar. It was around this time that the Council realized that maybe, just maybe, they had miscalculated. Jack Callahan had spent the last 10 years of his life getting very good at things most people never wanted to be good at. He was a Navy SEAL, and a damn good one. His official military record was classified, but if someone were to read between the lines, they would find stories of impossible survival, absurd victories, and a trail of bodies that stretched across 3 continents. But ask Jack about his achievements, and he'd simply say he was good at problem solving. That's why he wasn't surprised when his team was called into a high-security briefing room deep in an undisclosed military base. A general stood before them, arms crossed, looking less than thrilled. A massive screen flickered behind him, replaying footage from the so-called Nevada incident. A grainy, black and white feed displayed a clearly visible alien ship hovering over desert terrain, its outline shimmering as it struggled to maintain cloaking integrity. Jack frowned. "Tell me that's just some new deepfake tech." "Please. Wish I could," the general replied. "We intercepted this transmission before the ship self-destructed." The room fell silent as an alien voice played through the speakers, rough and guttural, but unmistakably intelligible. "The humans should not have seen us. Their technology is primitive. This does not make sense. Requesting immediate extraction before." The transmission cut off in a sharp burst of static. Jack sighed, leaning back in his chair. "So let me get this straight. A bunch of aliens showed up, got caught by a guy with a YouTube channel, panicked, and then what? Blew themselves up? That's the problem," the general said. "We don't know why they were here or what they wanted. But this wasn't a peaceful visit. They were gathering data, studying our world, and that means they're coming back." Jack rubbed his temples. He had spent years preparing for every imaginable enemy. Aliens? Not on the list. And yet, the part of his brain that thrived on chaos was already shifting into gear. "All right," he muttered. "Let's find out who they are." The Galactic Council was not accustomed to being ignored. For millennia, their authority had been absolute. When they observed a species, they expected that species to remain observed, passive, unknowing, and ultimately inconsequential. Humans, however, had reacted to their presence with immediate hostility, unshakable paranoia, and a truly unreasonable amount of firepower. The surveillance mission had failed. Their cloaking technology had failed. And now, reports were coming in that the human military had intercepted alien transmissions, meaning they had not only detected the operation, but also decoded it. This was not supposed to happen. Vrick Toll sat in stunned silence as the latest report played before the council. Across the chamber, the previous laughter had dissolved into uneasy murmurs. A Zelver strategist cleared his throat. "Perhaps we underestimated them." A Ketsith diplomat shuddered. "They shouldn't have been able to do any of this." Vrick Toll's mandibles clicked together as he stared at the footage of the humans scrambling fighter jets and sending armed forces after a surveillance craft. He had spent years studying the rise and fall of civilizations. The rules were simple. Lesser species obeyed. Lesser species feared. But these humans? They didn't fear. They fought. And now, the entire council was beginning to understand something horrifying. They had laughed at humanity. But humanity had just declared war. The silence in the briefing room was heavy, the kind that settled in just before something irreversible happened. Jack Callahan leaned against the steel table, arms crossed, eyes flicking between the flickering alien transmission on the screen and the uneasy faces of the brass in the room. He had been in plenty of briefings like this before, covert operations. High-stakes missions where the wrong decision meant a body count. But this was something different. He had spent his career eliminating threats that bled red, just like he did. Now, for the first time, he was staring down an enemy that bled. Well, if they bled at all, it sure as hell wasn't red. The general broke the silence. "The president wants answers. Command wants a strategy. I want you to tell me if we should be afraid." Jack exhaled through his nose, a slow, deliberate breath. "I don't do fear, sir. I do action." He turned back to the screen, watching the grainy footage of the alien ship again. Something didn't sit right with him. They had technology that should have made them ghosts, and yet they had been caught. Not just caught, panicked. Whatever these things were, they had expected an easy in-and-out mission, and now they were scrambling. Which meant one of two things. Either they were incredibly arrogant, or they had never encountered a species like humans before. Jack pushed off the table, stretching his shoulders. "We need to send them a message." The general's brow furrowed. "We don't even know where to send one." Jack grinned. "Then we make them come to us." The room shifted, the other officers exchanging uncertain glances. It was one thing to react. It was another to provoke. But Jack had spent too many years on the front lines to sit back and wait for someone else to make the first move. This wasn't just reconnaissance anymore. This was a challenge. "Tell me we have access to their signal," he said. A tech officer nodded. "Barely. Their encryption is leagues ahead of ours, but we've cracked part of their transmission relay. We can send something through, short range, nothing complex. That's all I need." Jack stepped up to the control panel, rolling his shoulders. If the aliens were listening, then he wanted to make sure they got a proper introduction to humanity. He tapped into the relay, fingers gliding over the console as he overrode the outbound encryption. Then he typed one sentence. "Hold my beer." A moment passed, then another. The general groaned. "Jesus Christ." Jack grinned. "They'll understand." And he was right. 3 hours later, deep in the cold abyss of space, aboard the primary Galactic Council command vessel, alarms blared across the bridge. Vrick Toll paced furiously, his elongated fingers twitching as he read the translated human transmission. Around him, the other council members gawked at the screen, confused, horrified. "Hold my beer," one of the delegates repeated, voice thick with uncertainty. "What does it mean?" "We don't know," Vrick Toll snapped. "But we intercepted it through our relay, which means..." He hesitated, his mind racing. The humans had not only cracked a fragment of their encrypted channels, but had sent a direct response through it. That shouldn't have been possible. The complexity of their communication relays alone should have kept human technology decades away from even detecting their presence, much less interacting with them. And yet, here they were. The phrase itself was meaningless, nonsensical human gibberish. But the implications? That was the real nightmare. They were being mocked. One of the analysts, a Zelver with twitching secondary eyelids, spoke in a low, anxious tone. "There is a pattern with human linguistics. This phrase, 'hold my beer,' appears in several transmissions from their digital archives." Vrick Toll turned sharply, and the analyst hesitated. "It appears to be a precursor to an act of extreme recklessness." A ripple of fear spread through the chamber. Vrick Toll's mandibles clicked together in agitation. The human military had been underestimated once. That would not happen again. He turned to his security chief, voice cutting through the rising murmurs. "Deploy an extraction team. Bring me a human. Alive." Jack wasn't surprised when they came for him. He was, however, disappointed. The alien strike team had done their research, or at least they thought they had. They had chosen a small rural town for the extraction, figuring that isolated human settlements would have less resistance, fewer complications. What they failed to account for was the fact that small rural towns in America weren't defenseless. And they sure as hell weren't unarmed. Jack was halfway through a beer at a dive bar when the first explosion rattled the street outside. The entire place went dead quiet as dust rained from the ceiling, bottles clinking on their shelves. The bartender, a woman with more tattoos than patience, sighed. "What now?" Jack set his drink down and adjusted his jacket. "I'm gonna guess, not local." He was on his feet before the second explosion hit, his instincts kicking in before his brain could even process what was happening. Outside, 5 sleek, black-clad figures emerged from the wreckage of an obliterated pickup truck. They were tall, easily 7 feet, with exoskeletal armor that shimmered under the neon glow of the flickering street signs. Plasma rifles hummed in their hands. Jack barely had time to appreciate the absurdity before the bartender sighed again, reaching under the counter and pulling out a sawed-off shotgun. "You gonna handle this, or what?" she asked. Jack grinned. "Don't mind if I do." The aliens moved fast, spreading out in a tactical formation that suggested they had done their homework on human military engagements. What they hadn't counted on was Jack being faster. He was a blur of motion, diving behind an abandoned truck just as the first plasma bolt sizzled through the air where his head had been. His training took over, analyzing movements, predicting patterns. They were stronger, but they weren't smarter. And more importantly, they had no idea who the hell they were dealing with. The first one went down before it even realized Jack had moved. He ripped the plasma rifle out of its hands, flipped it around, and fired point blank. The alien crumpled in shock. The second and third turned, recalibrating their attack. But Jack was already moving, sliding under an overturned bench, grabbing a discarded metal pipe, and slamming it into the back of an alien knee. The creature howled as it collapsed. The fourth one hesitated. Jack smirked. "What's wrong?" Not used to a fair fight. The alien took a single step back. Then the townsfolk opened fire. It was pure, chaotic bedlam. The bartender fired her shotgun. A group of locals charged in with hunting rifles. And suddenly, the alien strike team, the elite force meant to capture a single human, was running for their lives. The last one tried to retreat. Jack grabbed him by the wrist and yanked him forward, staring directly into his glossy, black eyes. "Go home," he said slowly. "Tell them they picked the wrong planet." Then he let go. The alien scrambled away, activating a desperate emergency recall beacon. Within seconds, a shimmering portal tore open in the middle of the street, and the surviving invaders vanished into the ether. Jack dusted off his jacket. The bartender exhaled and poured another drink. "So, you think they got the message?" Jack picked up his beer, smirking as he took a sip. "Oh yeah, loud and clear." Panic spread through the Galactic Council like a virus. The footage of the failed extraction played on an endless loop across their secure channels. Each frame analyzed, dissected, and ultimately met with disbelief. What should have been a textbook mission had turned into a planetary-wide humiliation. Vrick Toll stood rigid in the command chamber, mandibles clicking in frustration as he replayed the moment their elite strike team had fled, not against an organized planetary defense, not against superior firepower, but against one human and a bar full of civilians with antiquated projectile weapons. It was a nightmare scenario. The chamber was filled with murmurs, hushed discussions that reeked of paranoia. A Zelver intelligence officer tried to explain it logically, but his voice cracked under the weight of his own fear. Their tactics defy all known military doctrine. The humans should have surrendered. They should have been afraid. They are afraid of nothing, another delegate whispered. That was the problem. Humans did not behave like other species. They escalated. They provoked. They turned a simple encounter into a battlefield before anyone had the chance to blink. Vrick Toll's mind raced with the implications. If one could dismantle an elite strike team with nothing but improvised weaponry and sheer audacity, then what would happen if they sent an actual military response? He was not about to find out. He turned sharply to the high strategist, his voice low and absolute. "Mobilize the fleet." Silence fell over the chamber. Someone sucked in a breath. A Ketsith delegate flinched. The high strategist hesitated, his biosensors pulsing in distress. "Sir, that would be an act of war." Vrick Toll's eyes gleamed. Then so be it. They had underestimated humans once. It would not happen again. Within hours, the vast armada of the Galactic Council, 10,000 warships strong, the most advanced fleet in the known universe, began its approach to the Sol system. Jack Callahan was halfway through a bag of beef jerky when his comm unit buzzed. He picked it up lazily, still amused at the reports flooding the internet about drunken hillbillies repelling an alien invasion. Yeah, the voice on the other end belonged to his superior, and it sounded significantly more alarmed than usual. "You need to get to base. Now." Jack crumpled the bag. Standing up? That bad? Worse. Minutes later, Jack was back in the same high-security briefing room. But this time, no one was smirking. The massive screen on the far wall displayed something that should have been impossible. A fleet. Not a handful of ships. Not another stealth probe. A goddamn armada. Rows upon rows of monstrous warships hovered at the edge of the solar system, positioned like a coiled snake, waiting to strike. They were bigger than anything humanity had ever built. Their sleek, midnight black hulls lined with glowing alien runes. Their weapon systems humming with an energy signature that shouldn't exist. The general folded his arms, looking 10 years older in just a few hours. They're demanding a full planetary surrender. Jack raised an eyebrow. Well, that's ambitious. The tech officer swallowed. They gave us 3 hours to comply before they initiate what they called a demonstration of power. Jack exhaled, staring at the screen. All right, what's the play? The general's jaw tightened. We're working on it. Jack smirked. Translation: we got nothing. No one disagreed. Vrick stood at the helm of his command vessel, staring down at the distant blue-and-green orb of Earth. His clawed hands flexed at his sides as the timer ticked down. 3 hours. Enough time for the humans to process their insignificance. Enough time for them to break. He turned to his fleet captain. Prepare the demonstration. The captain gave a stiff nod before relaying the order. Moments later, a massive dreadnought at the fleet center powered up its primary weapon. A planet-killer device that had turned lesser worlds into smoldering husks. This was not meant to destroy Earth, only to remind them that it could be done. A single shot, aimed at one of their lesser moon installations, would be enough to sever any illusions of defiance. And yet, something nagged at the back of Vrick's mind. The humans weren't responding. They weren't panicking. They weren't negotiating. They weren't doing anything. A deep, unsettling dread began to creep into his gut. Then, the humans responded. Jack stood next to the transmission console, arms crossed, watching as the general debated with the Joint Chiefs, as scientists scrambled to come up with some way to counter a fleet that could glass their entire civilization in an afternoon. He tapped his fingers against the metal console, thinking. Then he did something no one expected. He reached over, flipped the outgoing transmission switch, and typed one message. Y'all ever hear of the Alamo? The general turned in horror. What the hell are you doing? Jack grinned, making sure they understand what happens when you corner a Texan. The Galactic Council received the message instantly. Vrick stared at the transmission screen, waiting for more, waiting for anything. That was it. That was the entire human response. Not a surrender, not a plea for mercy, not even a warning, just a reference to some ancient human battle. Vrick barked a command. Give me everything we have on this Alamo. Within seconds, intelligence analysts rushed forward, pulling historical data from their archives on human conflicts. Text and imagery scrolled across the screen. Vrick read. Then he read again. Then he froze. The Alamo was not a story of victory. It was a story of hopeless resistance. It was a last stand, a fight against impossible odds. The humans weren't surrendering. They were digging in. The implications hit like a plasma round to the chest. Humanity understood they couldn't win. They saw the overwhelming force against them. They recognized their weakness, and they still chose to fight. His breath came shorter, sharper. They were prepared to die rather than yield. A cold sweat formed beneath his exoskeletal plates. A species that did not fear death was not a species that could be conquered. One of the analysts, voice barely above a whisper, echoed the thought that now strangled the entire room. They will fight us to their last breath. The dreadnought's cannon hummed louder, preparing to fire. Vrick felt it in his bones. If they fired that shot, it wouldn't end here. Humanity wouldn't just resist. They would find a way to win. His throat clicked dryly as he turned to his captain. Power down the weapon. The command deck stiffened. The captain hesitated. Sir? Vrick voice was hoarse. Power it down? The Galactic Armada, the most powerful fleet in existence, hesitated before a single enemy. The humans were not technologically superior. They were not stronger. They were not faster. But they had something else. Something terrifying. Vrick turned, staring at the planet below, realization settling in like a sickness. They had made a mistake. A very, very big mistake. The command deck of the Galactic Council's flagship remained eerily silent, the weight of unspoken dread pressing down on every officer, every analyst, every hardened soldier who had believed, until this moment, that they were invincible. Vrick stood at the center, staring out at the distant blue planet that refused to bow, refused to cower. The humans should have been broken by now. They should have been begging for their survival. Instead, they had answered their impending doom with a single cryptic reference to one of their own defeats. He had seen countless civilizations fall. He had watched planets burn, had signed off on the annihilation of empires that had dared to resist the will of the Galactic Council. Yet never once had he encountered a species that responded to an overwhelming force with nothing but sheer defiance. That was when the truth settled in his bones, a cold and terrible realization. If they fired on Earth, they would never know peace again. Humanity would not go quietly. Humanity would not forget. The moment they engaged, they would be locked into a war unlike any the galaxy had ever seen. Not one of strategy, not one of technological superiority, but of sheer, relentless, unyielding attrition. Vrick clenched his mandibles, his mind racing. Even if the humans lacked the power to strike back now, it wouldn't stay that way. Given time, they would adapt. They would fight in ways no rational species ever would. They would learn from their failures. And if history had taught him anything, it was that the most dangerous enemy was the one who refused to stay beaten. He turned sharply to his captain. "Stand down." The command deck bristled. Every officer, every strategist stiffened, eyes darting in disbelief. The high strategist took a hesitant step forward. "Sir, you cannot." Vrick gaze snapped to him, voice razor-edged. "Stand down." The fleet's war engines, primed to fire, hummed into silence. Across the Armada, plasma batteries powered down, shields were lowered, and the galaxy's deadliest warships retreated from the brink of catastrophe. They had underestimated the humans once. He would not make that mistake again. The message was clear. The Galactic Council had come to conquer, but instead, they had backed away. And the moment that decision was made, something far more dangerous than war had begun, a legend. The humans had stood against an empire and made them flinch. That single moment would spread, whispered in darkened corridors of galactic capitals, muttered in fear by war councils who had once scoffed at the backwater planet in the Sol system. The council's unquestionable authority had cracked, and Jack Callahan knew it. He sat at a dimly lit bar, watching the encrypted military feed from the command center flicker across the screen. The official announcement was playing, some carefully worded diplomatic nonsense about how the Galactic Council had reconsidered its stance on humanity and was willing to enter peaceful negotiations. But Jack knew the truth. They had blinked. He took a slow sip of beer, letting the moment sink in. The bartender raised an eyebrow. "So that's it? Aliens showed up, threw a fit, and left." Jack smirked. "Not quite. They're not scared of us yet. But they're getting there." The bartender snorted. "So what happens next?" Jack set his drink down, leaning back in his chair. "Well," he mused, "we just proved we're too much trouble to kill. Which means now they're going to start trying to make deals." And he was right. 3 weeks later, the Galactic Council's first diplomatic envoy arrived, escorted by warships that pretended they weren't afraid. They came with carefully rehearsed words, with hollow pleasantries, with offers of peaceful cooperation. But beneath the veneer of diplomacy, the truth was written across every anxious expression, every nervous glance. They had come not as conquerors, but as men afraid of what they had woken up. The negotiations were swift. Humanity was officially recognized as a sovereign power within the galactic community, granted its own protected space, its own diplomatic standing. But the real victory? The real victory was in the unspoken rules that had formed overnight. No one would invade Earth. No one would challenge its authority, because no one wanted to see what happened when humans had their backs against the wall. Jack sat at the negotiation table, watching Vrick carefully. The alien looked tired, as if he had aged a decade in the past month. Jack couldn't help but enjoy the irony. "You've been awfully quiet," Jack said, taking a sip of his coffee. Vrick mandibles twitched, his voice slow, measured. "I do not make a habit of speaking to creatures who should not exist." Jack grinned. "That's the thing, though. We do." Vrick studied him for a long moment before exhaling through his gills. "You were not supposed to be a threat." Jack shrugged. "Yeah, well, we weren't supposed to beat the British in 1776, either. But here we are." A flash of irritation passed over the alien's face. "Your species thrives on chaos." Jack leaned in, voice low. "Buddy, we are chaos." Vrick fingers flexed against the table, his unease barely masked beneath a thin veil of diplomacy. He had feared war. Now, he feared something worse. He feared what humans might become. The meeting concluded with empty pleasantries, handshakes, and carefully posed photographs. But as the aliens boarded their sleek, advanced ships and prepared to leave, Vrick took one last glance at the humans before him, a shadow of uncertainty lingering in his eyes. He knew this wasn't the end. He knew that, someday, the Galactic Council would have to face the truth. They had made a terrible mistake, and humanity was just getting started. Jack watched as the alien ships lifted off, disappearing into the stars, leaving behind a planet that had not surrendered, had not cowered, had not broken. He finished his coffee, exhaling slowly. Then he smiled. "Told you we were special."
Commander Raxon stared at chair's crystalline surface. The bridge crew exchanged nervous glances, their bioluminescent patches flickering with anxiety. The signal repeated, strong, clear, and unmistakably artificial, coming from a planet that, by all rights, should have been dead. A Category 12 death world with crushing gravity, lethal atmospheric pressure, and enough solar radiation to cook most species alive. "Commander," Lieutenant Zena called out, her voice trembling slightly. "The signal, it's not just random emissions, they're broadcasting entertainment. Music, stories, advertisements for something called car insurance." She paused, confusion evident in her tone. "They're calling their planet Earth." Raxon suppressed a laugh. Entertainment on a Category 12? Impossible. His people, the mighty Cartharians, were among the galaxy's premier deathworlders. Their homeworld, with its dense atmosphere and 1.3 standard gravity, had forged them into one of the most physically imposing species in known space. Even they wouldn't survive on a Category 12 for more than a few minutes. "Bring up the planetary data again," he commanded, rising from his chair to pace the bridge. His heavy footsteps echoed against the metallic floor, each step a reminder of his species' power. "Show me everything." The holographic display shifted, presenting a blue-green marble suspended in the void. Statistics scrolled past. Gravity 1.0 g, impossible. Oxygen-nitrogen atmosphere, lethal to most species. Temperature variations from -50 to +50 degrees Celsius, absolutely ridiculous. And go back to the atmospheric composition. 78% nitrogen, 21% oxygen, 1% trace gases, Zena read out. "Sir, these readings suggest it's inhabited." "By bacteria, perhaps," Raxon scoffed. "Or simple multicellular organisms at most. Nothing sapient could evolve in such conditions." He gestured at the display with one clawed hand. "Look at the solar radiation levels alone. Any species trying to develop there would be cooked alive before they could develop basic tools." First Officer Karras cleared his throat, his neck frills extending slightly in embarrassment. "Sir, about that, we're picking up artificial satellites, thousands of them, and cities, global communication networks, evidence of primitive space travel." Raxon froze mid-step. The bridge fell silent, save for the constant hum of the ship's engines. In his 20 cycles of service, he'd never encountered anything like this. The Cartharians, along with the other Deathworlder species, the crystalline Vexithor, the massive juggernaut Krawl, and the predatory Nexari, had always assumed they were alone in their capability to survive harsh conditions. "Sir," Zena interrupted his thoughts. "Incoming transmission. They've spotted us." "Impossible," Raxon muttered. But even as he said it, he knew he was wrong. The evidence was right there, mocking every assumption he'd ever held about the galaxy's natural order. "Put it through!" The holographic display flickered, and a face appeared. A bipedal creature, soft-skinned with only 2 eyes and no visible natural defenses. It smiled, showing flat, herbivore-like teeth. "This is Captain Sandra Chen of the United Earth Defense Force. We've been tracking your vessel since you entered our solar system. Welcome to Earth." Raxon's translator must be malfunctioning. This fragile-looking creature couldn't possibly be speaking from the surface of a Category 12 death world. Yet here they were, casual as could be, extending greetings as if they weren't standing in an environment that should be liquefying their organs. "This is Commander Raxon of the Cartharian Empire's 7th Exploratory Fleet," he responded, trying to maintain his composure. "We're not expecting to find sapient life in this system." Captain Chen's smile widened. "Yes, we get that a lot. Would you like to come down for a visit? The weather's lovely this time of year, only 35 degrees Celsius and 80% humidity. Perfect for a garden party." Raxon's secondary heart nearly stopped. They considered that lovely weather? He glanced at his environmental officer, who was already shaking his head in disbelief. The readings were clear. Stepping onto that planet's surface would be suicide for any of his crew. "I regret that our environmental requirements make such a visit impossible," Raxon managed to say diplomatically. "Perhaps we could arrange a meeting on our vessel?" "Oh, of course." Captain Chen nodded understandingly. "We'll send up a delegation. Just one question. What's your standard atmospheric pressure? We'll need to know what suits to bring." 2.3 atmospheres, Raxon replied automatically, then added with concern, "Your species can survive pressure changes of that magnitude?" "Oh, that's nothing," Chen waved dismissively. "We've got deep-sea researchers who work at pressures 50 times that. We'll be up in an hour. Chen out." As the transmission ended, Raxon slowly sank back into his command chair. 50 times standard pressure? Deep-sea research? He looked around at his stunned bridge crew, their expressions matching his own disbelief. "Send word to the Death Worlder Council," he ordered quietly. "Tell them we need to reevaluate our definition of Death World, and someone get me a drink, a strong one." As his crew rushed to comply, Raxon continued staring at the image of Earth rotating serenely in space. The Cartharians had always prided themselves on being among the galaxy's toughest species. Now, for the first time in his life, he felt like a soft-worlder. Somewhere on that horrific planet, these humans were preparing to visit his ship, probably thinking about what snacks to bring along. Raxon had a feeling the galaxy was about to become a much more interesting place. The grand chamber of the Death Worlder Council buzzed with nervous energy. High Counselor Vex's crystalline form caught the light as she moved to the center platform, her faceted surface reflecting scattered rainbow patterns across the assembled representatives. The emergency session had been called within hours of Commander Raxon's report, bringing together the 4 most powerful species in known space. "The data is conclusive," Vex announced, her voice resonating through the chamber's perfect acoustics. "We are not, as we believed, alone in our evolutionary advantages." She gestured, and a holographic Earth appeared above the assembly. Supreme Commander Krull of the Juggernaut Collective snorted, his massive 12-foot frame shifting in his reinforced chair. "Impossible, look at them. No armor, no claws, soft skin. They're prey species who got lucky with technology." "Lucky?" Commander Raxon stepped forward, still shaken from his encounter. "They live in conditions that would kill any of us in minutes. Their world experiences temperature swings that would shatter your bones, Krull. They call it weather and complain that it makes their hair frizzy." The Nixari representative, Hunter Prime Tal, leaned forward, her predatory eyes narrowing. "Our preliminary analysis suggests they are apex predators, despite their appearance. They persist in hunting even with abundant food supply. They chase prey to exhaustion, continuing long after stronger species would give up." "They do what?" Krull's 4 eyes blinked in succession. "Persistence hunting," Tal explained, bringing up new data streams. "Keep going. Their endurance exceeds any known species, and that's just the beginning. Look at their adaptation range." The display shifted, showing humans living in environments from Arctic tundra to scorching deserts. The chamber fell silent as the implications sank in. "This cannot stand," Supreme General Nash of the Vex-Thor Dominion declared, his crystalline form vibrating with concern. "If they can survive such extremes, what happens when they expand beyond their world? They could colonize anywhere." "They already are," Raxon interrupted, pulling up his ship scans. "They have settlements in orbit, a base on their moon and preliminary colonies on Mars, a planet almost as hostile as their homeworld. They call these ventures baby steps." High Counselor Vex raised her appendages for silence as the chamber erupted in worried conversations. The question before us is clear. How do we approach these humans? Traditional power dynamics may not apply here. My crew prepared a standard diplomatic welcome package, Raxon offered. They sent back suggestions for improvements, including 6 different recipes for something called barbecue. They want to host a welcome party on their planet's surface. A trap, Kroll declared confidently. No, Tal interjected, her hunting instincts giving weight to her words. They're being genuine. They don't see their world as hostile. To them, we're the strange ones for needing environmental suits just to visit. The display shifted again, showing humans participating in various activities. Swimming in liquid water, climbing frozen mountains, running through sandstorms, surviving conditions that would kill any other known species. Look at this, Vex highlighted one recording. They voluntarily jump from high altitudes for entertainment. They call it skydiving. Their young engage in recreational activities they call sports, Tal added, including one where they purposely collide with each other at high speeds. They wear minimal protection and consider this normal. General Nash's crystalline surface flickered with distress patterns. We must send an investigation team. Learn more about these humans before they realize their potential advantage. Too late, Raxon said quietly. During our first contact, they mentioned wanting to exchange scientific data. They're particularly interested in our medical technology. Not for themselves, but because they think it might help them better treat their pets. Their what? Kroll leaned forward, nearly breaking his reinforced chair. Apparently, they share their homes with smaller creatures for companionship. They spend considerable resources keeping these animals healthy and comfortable, despite no obvious benefit to themselves. The chamber fell silent again as the implications sank in. A species so adaptable they treated survival as an afterthought. So confident they devoted resources to caring for other species purely for emotional reasons. High Counselor Vex's surface rippled with decision patterns. We will send a joint delegation, representatives from all our species. We need to understand these humans better. She paused, her crystals refracting light in complex patterns. And someone needs to verify their claims about this barbecue. For diplomatic reasons, of course. I volunteer, Tal said quickly, her hunting instincts clearly intrigued by the concept of cooked meat. The delegation will depart immediately, Vex declared. Commander Raxon, you'll lead, since you've already established contact, and... She hesitated. Bring environmental suits. Lots of them. We may be Deathworlders, but compared to humans, we're starting to look like tourists on a pleasure planet. As the council dispersed, Raxon checked his latest update from Earth. Captain Chen had sent more messages, including an invitation to something called a tailgate party before the diplomatic meetings began. Apparently, it involved gathering in an open parking lot, deliberately exposing oneself to the elements while consuming food cooked outdoors. They're either the bravest or the most insane species we've ever encountered, Raxon muttered to himself. Why not both? Tal asked, falling into step beside him. After all, only humans would look at a Category 12 death world and think, yes, this looks like a nice place to evolve civilization and have picnics. Raxon couldn't argue with that logic. As he prepared for the mission ahead, he wondered what other surprises these humans had in store for them. One thing was certain, the galaxy's power dynamics were about to change dramatically. From the safety of their reinforced observation pod, the alien delegation watched humanity with growing bewilderment. Commander Raxon kept a deep observation log, Day 3. The humans have taken us to what they call a gym. Inside, they voluntarily subject themselves to simulated labor, lifting heavy objects repeatedly for no apparent purpose other than to make the task more challenging in the future. When asked why, our guide Tucker Martinez simply said, "Gotta get those gains, bro." We remain uncertain what these gains are. Hunter Prime Tal peered through the observation window at a human performing something called deadlifts. Her sensory frills twitched with each movement. They're deliberately straining their muscles to the point of micro-tears, she noted. And they do this for recreation? Apparently they grow stronger by repeatedly damaging and healing themselves, Kroll rumbled, watching a human bench press nearly their own body weight. It's like their entire species decided that what doesn't kill them literally makes them stronger. The next observation location proved even more confounding. Raxon activated his recording device again. Observation log, day 5. We're at a human sporting event called hockey. They deliberately slide across frozen water, crashing into each other while chasing a small disc. When one human lost several teeth from an impact, the crowd cheered as he waved and smiled, bleeding, before returning to the game. The other humans call this playing through the pain and consider it admirable. General Nash's crystalline form vibrated with concern. Their young are present, watching this display of violence. They're taking notes and wearing miniature versions of player uniforms. Speaking of their young, Tal interjected, pulling up her own observations, I've been monitoring their educational facilities. Their children engage in an activity called recess, where they're released into an outdoor arena to run, climb, and engage in mock combat. The supervisors only intervene if someone draws blood or breaks a major bone. Raxon added another entry. The humans call their children's play area a playground. It's essentially a training ground filled with obstacles, climbing structures, and opportunities for dangerous falls. They consider this essential for proper development. The delegation moved to their next observation point, a coastal area. What they witnessed there nearly caused Cruel to crash their pod in shock. Observation log, day 7. Humans are deliberately swimming in the ocean. Let me repeat that. They are voluntarily immersing themselves in an environment containing countless predators, powerful currents, and salt water that would corrode most species' protective layers. They call this a beach vacation and pay money to do it. Look at that one. Tal pointed at a human on something called a surfboard. They're riding liquid water formations for entertainment. Those waves could crush our strongest vessels, and they're laughing. Their observations of human cities proved equally disturbing. Raxon struggled to maintain scientific objectivity in his logs. Observation log, day 10. Humans build vertically, creating structures they call skyscrapers that deliberately challenge their planet's gravitational pull. When asked about the risk of collapse, our guide Lisa Chen laughed and said they engineer them to withstand something called earthquakes, when their planet's crust randomly decides to shake everything apart. General Nash focused his sensors on a construction site. Their workers are suspended hundreds of feet in the air, secured by mere straps and ropes. They're eating their midday meal up there, dangling over the abyss, sharing what they call lunch. The final straw came during their observation of a human emergency response team. Raxon's log entry for that day was particularly agitated. Observation log, day 12, witnessed human firefighters in action. These specialists deliberately run into burning buildings to rescue others. They consider this a normal occupation. When fire threatened to collapse a structure, one human said, and I quote, "Hold my coffee before charging in to save a small animal their species keeps as a pet." Tal reviewed their compiled data, her hunting instincts thoroughly confused. "We've been measuring their strength all wrong," she concluded. "We focused on their physical capabilities, muscle density, bone structure, cellular resistance. But their true strength, it's their sheer audacity. They don't just survive on their death world," Krull agreed, his massive frame slumped in resignation. "They actively seek out ways to make it more challenging. They invented something called extreme sports because regular sports weren't dangerous enough." Raxon made his final log entry of the observation phase. Preliminary conclusion: humans are Category 12 Deathworlders, not because their planet forced them to be, but because they chose to become so. They deliberately expose themselves to harsh conditions, intentionally strain their bodies, and willingly face dangers that would terrify most species. They don't just adapt to challenges, they actively seek them out and invent new ones when they get bored. "Should we tell the council?" Nash asked, his crystalline surface showing stress patterns. "Tell them what?" Tal responded. "That we found a species that treats our worst nightmares as their weekend entertainment? That they invented something called caffeine to make themselves even more hyperactive and alert? We have to tell them something," Raxon sighed, watching a human child fearlessly pet a large predatory canine. "The council needs to understand that everything we assumed about survival and adaptation needs to be reconsidered." "Perhaps," Kroll suggested, We should just tell them that humans are unique. Unique? Raxon laughed. Yesterday I watched a human eat something they called ghost peppers. That would be classified as a chemical weapon on most worlds. They streamed it live for entertainment. Unique doesn't begin to cover it. The delegation prepared to return to their ship, each member lost in thought about the implications of their observations. As they lifted off, they watched a group of humans preparing for something called a marathon, voluntarily running 26.2 miles for fun. May the cosmic forces help us all, Raxon muttered. We thought we were the galaxy's ultimate survivors. Turns out we're just tourists on an adventure holiday compared to humans. The diplomatic meeting was scheduled for what humans called high noon, apparently choosing the time of day when their solar radiation exposure was at its peak, because of course they would. Commander Raxon adjusted his environmental suit for the 18th time, watching through the reinforced windows as the human delegation approached the neutral meeting ground. Ambassador Rebecca Patel led the human group, wearing what she called business casual attire, apparently considering environmental protection unnecessary for a formal diplomatic event. Behind her walked Major James Cooper, their military attaché, casually drinking something called hot coffee in the sweltering 35-degree heat. Welcome to the first official meeting between Earth and the Deathworlder Council, Ambassador Patel announced cheerfully. I hope you don't mind meeting outdoors. We thought it would be more comfortable for everyone. Kroll's translation device must have malfunctioned. Comfortable? It's nearly 308 Kelvin out here. Oh, is it too cool? Patel asked with genuine concern. We can move to the sun side of the building if you'd prefer. Or maybe the greenhouse? It's a lovely 40 degrees in there. Tal's hunting frills flattened against her neck in disbelief. You maintain structures at even higher temperatures. Deliberately? Just for the tropical plants, Major Cooper explained, taking another sip of his steaming beverage. Though the sauna goes up to 80 degrees if anyone's interested. Great for relaxing after a workout. The alien delegation exchanged horrified glances through their protective visors. Perhaps we should proceed with the formal introductions, Raxon suggested hastily, before anyone could ask what a sauna was. We have prepared information packets about our respective species. Oh yes, Patel brightened. We've prepared some too, along with samples of various Earth cultures. Would anyone like to try some sushi? It's raw fish, or maybe some kimchi. It's spicy fermented vegetables. General Nash's crystalline form vibrated in alarm. You consume uncooked biological matter and deliberately spoiled plant material? Don't worry, we brought mild versions, Cooper assured them, completely misunderstanding the source of their concern. Though personally, I prefer the extra spicy stuff. Really clears the sinuses. The meeting proceeded with a series of increasingly shocking revelations. The humans casually mentioned their space program started with them literally strapping themselves to explosive devices. They talked about deep-sea exploration as if crushing pressures were a minor inconvenience. They discussed mountain climbing like it was a pleasant weekend activity rather than a near-death experience. And here's our proposal for cultural exchange programs, Patel continued brightly. We thought starting with sports might be fun, something simple, like baseball or rock climbing. You want to start cultural exchange with activities involving high-speed projectiles and vertical ascension without protective gear? Raxon asked weakly. Well, we could do football instead, Cooper offered helpfully, though the tackling might take some getting used to. Tal, who had been reviewing the human information packet, suddenly made a choking sound. It says here humans can survive for several minutes without breathing. Oh yeah, free diving is amazing, Cooper nodded enthusiastically. The current record is over 24 minutes, though that's with specialized training, of course. The entire alien delegation stared at him in stunned silence. Perhaps, Raxon suggested carefully, we should focus on less physical, cultural exchanges first. Art, music. Great idea, Patel beamed. We'll start with something accessible. Have you heard of extreme metal, or maybe parkour performances? As the meeting continued, it became increasingly clear that humans had no concept of their own extraordinary resilience. They spoke of surviving in space, exploring ocean trenches, and climbing frozen mountains as if these were perfectly reasonable things to do for fun. The final straw came when Patel casually mentioned their plans for Mars colonization. "We're thinking of terraforming it eventually, but for now we'll just set up habitats, though the reduced gravity will take some getting used to. Might need to design new sports to keep colonists fit." Raxon made a mental note to update the Council's classification system. They needed a new category entirely, something beyond Deathworlder, something that captured the essence of a species that looked at the most hostile environments in the galaxy and thought, "I wonder if I could do a triathlon there." As the meeting concluded, Ambassador Patel invited them to a casual barbecue. "Nothing fancy," she assured them. "Just some grilled food, maybe some volleyball, and if anyone's interested, Tom brought his hot sauce collection." "We thank you," Raxon said quickly, "but we should return to our ship to process this information." "Of course," Patel smiled understandingly. "Space lag must be tough. We'll send you home with some espresso. Really helps with jet lag, so it should work for space travel too." The alien delegation retreated to their ship, each member trying to process what they'd learned. Humans weren't just surviving on a death world, they were thriving, expanding, and apparently looking for ways to make other planets more like their lethal homeworld. "Well," Tal said finally, "at least they're friendly." "Yes," Raxon agreed, watching through the view screen as the humans began setting up their barbecue anyway, undeterred by their guests' departure. "Let's just hope they never realize they're the scariest species in the galaxy." The Grand Chamber bristled with tension as Champion Raykar of the Juggernaut Collective stepped forward. Standing nearly 14 feet tall, his armored exoskeleton gleaming under the chamber lights, he addressed the assembled delegations with barely contained aggression. "These humans mock us with their casual superiority," Raykar growled, his massive claws clicking against the chamber floor. "They treat our greatest achievements as their children's playtime. I propose a challenge to establish the true hierarchy of strength." Ambassador Patel, looking impossibly small next to the towering alien, merely smiled. Commander Raxon felt his scales tighten with anxiety. He'd learned that human smiles didn't always mean what you thought they did. "What kind of challenge did you have in mind?" Patel asked pleasantly, sipping from a steaming cup of coffee, her third of the morning. "Trial by combat," Raykar declared. "Your strongest warrior against me. Traditional Juggernaut rules. No weapons, no armor, pure physical contest." The alien delegation held their breath, expecting the humans to decline such an obviously suicidal proposal. Instead, Patel checked her phone. "Sounds fun. When were you thinking? We've got a couple of Marines who just finished their morning PT and are probably looking for something to do. Or did you want to make it more interesting?" Raykar's secondary arms twitched in confusion. "More interesting? Well, if we're testing physical capabilities, why not make it an actual competition? Maybe a triathlon, or an obstacle course. We could live stream it, make it a proper event. The internet would love it." Commander Raxon fought the urge to bang his head against the nearest wall. Of course, the humans would treat a life or death challenge as an opportunity for entertainment. "You dare to mock the sacred combat traditions of the Juggernaut Collective?" Raykar's voice boomed through the chamber. "Not at all," Patel replied cheerfully. "I'm just suggesting we have fun with it. Tell you what, let's make it a 3-part challenge. You pick one event, we pick one, and the third is mutual agreement. That way everyone gets to showcase their strengths." The chamber erupted in murmurs. This was unprecedented. Raykar's combat challenges were legendary across 7 star systems. No one had ever suggested turning one into a sporting event. "Very well," Raykar snarled. "First challenge, weightlifting competition. Pure strength." "Cool," Patel tapped something into her phone. "We pick endurance running for the second event. Marathon distance okay with everyone?" Raxon watched Raykar's expression shift from confidence to confusion. "You expect me to run 26.2 miles? Oh, don't worry, we'll set up water stations. Now for the third event. Any thoughts? Rock climbing could be fun. Or maybe swimming. This is not a game. Raykar slammed his fist into the ground, leaving a sizable dent in the reinforced flooring. Everything's a game if you have the right attitude, Patel grinned. But if you're looking for something more traditional, we could do wrestling. Good old-fashioned grappling, no holds barred. Lieutenant Rodriguez, the human military advisor, finally looked up from her own phone. Ma'am, Dave from the SEAL team just volunteered. Says he's bored anyway since the weather's too nice for their usual training. Perfect, Patel clapped her hands. When do we start, Champion Raykar? Dave's got a charity mountain climb this weekend, but he's free all week otherwise. The massive alien warrior stood frozen, his challenge having spiraled completely out of his control. The humans were treating his sacred combat ritual like a pickup game at the gym. Tomorrow, he managed to growl. At first light. Wonderful, Patel beamed. We'll bring snacks. Anyone have dietary restrictions? We're thinking of making it a proper event. Maybe set up some bleachers. Get a food truck or two. Commander Raxon watched in fascination as the mighty champion Raykar, terror of the Outer Rim, was reduced to confused silence by human enthusiasm. The champion had expected fear, defiance, or desperate negotiation. Instead, he got event planning and catering arrangements. The sacred challenge cannot be turned into a public spectacle, Raykar protested weakly. Too late, Rodriguez showed her phone screen. It's already trending on social media. #Space Throwdown is getting a lot of buzz. The livestream channel has 500,000 subscribers already. As the chamber dissolved into chaos, with various species arguing about broadcast rights and whether betting would be allowed, Commander Raxon approached Ambassador Patel. You planned this, he accused quietly. Not exactly, she smiled, but we figured someone would eventually try to prove their superiority through combat. Humans have been doing that dance for millennia. We just learned to make it more entertaining. And this Dave person, he can actually compete with Champion Raykar? Oh, probably, but more importantly, he's going to have fun doing it. That's what really drives Raykar nuts, you know. Not that we can match him physically, but that we'll enjoy the challenge. As Raxon watched Raykar stomp out of the chamber, already being followed by floating camera drones, he realized humanity had won before the competition even started. They'd taken a deadly serious challenge and transformed it into tomorrow's viral entertainment. May the cosmic forces have mercy on us all, he muttered. Don't worry, Patel patted his armored shoulder. We're ordering extra snacks, though you might want to skip the jalapeno poppers. We're making them competition-level spicy. The competition site buzzed with activity as thousands of spectators gathered. Food trucks lined the perimeter, selling everything from tacos to Thai food. Champion Raykar stood in his designated area, watching in disbelief as humans treated his sacred challenge like a festival. Dave Martinez, the human champion, was doing light stretches while chatting with fans and signing autographs. He looked ridiculously small next to Raykar's massive frame. The weightlifting competition started exactly as everyone expected. Raykar easily pressed weights that would crush most spacecraft. The crowd cheered appreciatively, treating his display of legendary strength like a decent opening act. Then Dave stepped up. While he couldn't match Raykar's raw power, his technique and endurance proved remarkable. He kept lifting well past the point of exhaustion, pushing through barriers that should have been physically impossible. But it was the marathon that changed everything. 3 hours in, Raykar collapsed, his mighty body giving out under the relentless Earth gravity and distance. Dave jogged back to check on him, offered him water, then continued running. He finished the race, turned around and ran back to make sure his competitor was okay. Good effort, big guy. Dave patted Raykar's armor. Want to grab a protein shake before the wrestling? The wrestling match never happened. Raykar, his pride and understanding of the universe thoroughly shattered, formally withdrew from the challenge. But the true revelation came during his concession speech. We thought we were the galaxy's ultimate survivors, Raykar announced to the crowd. We were wrong. Humans don't just survive, they thrive on adversity. They embrace it, transform it into entertainment, make it fun. Commander Raxon watched from the observation deck as humans helped Raykar to the medical tent. chattering excitedly about organizing intergalactic sports leagues and cultural exchange programs. "They're going to change everything, aren't they?" Nash asked quietly. "They already have," Raxon replied. "The galaxy's strongest species aren't those who merely survive deadly conditions. They're the ones who look at those conditions and say, 'Hey, we could make a game out of this.'" The event concluded with an impromptu barbecue. Humans and aliens mingled, sharing stories and food. Even Raykar found himself enjoying something called a chili dog, though his environmental suit's sensors strongly advised against it. As the sun set on this new era of galactic relations, Commander Raxon made one final log entry. "We thought we were the Death Worlders. Turns out we were just playing in the shallow end of the pool. Humanity doesn't just survive the impossible, they turn it into a spectator sport. The galaxy will never be the same." And maybe that's exactly what we needed. One standard galactic year after first contact, Commander Raxon sat in his favorite observation lounge aboard the Galactic Council station, watching humans revolutionize everything they touched. His personal log had become less of a formal record and more of a bewildered commentary on humanity's impact on galactic society. Personal log, final entry. The humans have done it again. They've turned the toxic storms of Nexus Prime into what they call extreme surfing opportunities. The Nexari are simultaneously terrified and thrilled. Tourist revenue has increased 300% this quarter alone. He took a sip from his drink, some human concoction called hot chocolate, that his environmental suit had finally approved after extensive modifications, and continued recording. The Juggernaut Collective's sacred combat trials have been transformed into something called the Intergalactic Olympics. Former champion Raykar is now a sports commentator with his own streaming channel. His show Smash or Pass, where he critiques various extreme sports, has a team installing what they called a zip line between space station sections. Apparently, regular transportation tubes weren't exciting enough. The Vexithor Dominion has opened their crystal caves for what humans call spelunking tours. General Nash now leads meditation retreats where humans come to experience the resonance of crystal formations. He's written a best-selling book titled Zen and the Art of Crystal Harmonics. A group of human children raced past his observation post, wearing junior environmental suits decorated with cartoon characters. Behind them, their alien classmates struggled to keep up, already exhausted from what humans considered light exercise. The education exchange programs have been interesting. Human children think zero-gravity recess is totally awesome. Their games have become so popular that the Council had to establish special safety protocols for interspecies playground activities. Who knew tag could be so dangerous in 3 dimensions? Raxon adjusted his seat as the station's artificial gravity fluctuated slightly. The humans had suggested dynamic gravity zones to make exercise more challenging, because apparently regular exercise wasn't difficult enough. The humans have also revolutionized our food culture. They introduced something called fusion cuisine to the galactic community. Last week I witnessed a juggernaut chef crying tears of joy over something called ghost pepper ice cream. The medical bay has never been busier. A notification popped up on his screen. Another human expedition requesting clearance to explore the radioactive crystal deserts of Vexithor Prime. For fun, because of course they would. The military implications have been even more dramatic. Human special forces training programs are now considered the galaxy's ultimate challenge. Even the proudest Nexari hunters struggle to complete what humans call basic training. The humans just keep encouraging everyone, calling it character building. He watched as a mixed group of species attempted human yoga in the station's recreation center. The instructor, a serene human named Sarah, was patiently explaining that no, achieving inner peace shouldn't be quite this stressful. Their influence on technology has been profound. Human engineers took one look at our safe, reliable fusion reactors and asked why they couldn't be more efficient. 3 months later, power output was up 200%. When asked how they did it, their chief engineer just shrugged and said, "We tried stuff until it worked better." Through another window, he could see the station's newest addition, a human-designed emergency response training facility. The Death Worlder Council had needed 3 separate meetings just to process the insurance requirements. The humans have even changed how we approach colonization. They call their method terraforming light. Instead of waiting centuries for perfect conditions, they just start building and adapt as they go. Their argument is, and I quote, "If we wait for ideal conditions, we'll never get anything done." A maintenance alert caught his attention. Humans had modified the station's waste recycling system again, making it 40% more efficient through what they called creative engineering. The safety board was still trying to understand how they'd done it. Perhaps most surprisingly, they've become the galaxy's foremost diplomats. Their ability to turn any conflict into a sporting event or cultural festival has prevented 3 interstellar wars so far. Last month, they resolved a century-old territorial dispute by organizing a cooking competition. Raxon checked his schedule for tomorrow. He was supposed to attend the opening of the first human-designed adventure resort on a volcanic moon. They'd somehow made an actively erupting volcano into a tourist destination. The humans have a saying, "Hold my beer." We've learned this phrase usually precedes either a brilliant innovation or an interstellar incident, sometimes both. The Council has officially classified it as a Class 3 warning phrase. He watched as a human ship docked at the station, its hull bearing scorch marks from what the crew would probably describe as a slight miscalculation during their latest exploration mission. The galaxy has changed more in 1 year of human integration than it did in the previous century. They don't just survive, they thrive. They don't just adapt, they renovate. They look at the most hostile environments we know and ask, but can we snowboard there? A group of mixed-species children ran past again, now playing something called Space Pirates. Their parents watched nervously as they enacted elaborate pretend battles, complete with sound effects. Looking back, we thought we were the apex of evolution, the ultimate survivors. We were so proud of our ability to endure harsh conditions. Then we met a species that turned harsh conditions into tourist attractions. Raxon finished his hot chocolate, watching as a human repair team performed what they called a routine spacewalk to fix a communications array, without safety tethers, because apparently they found it more convenient that way. Final thoughts. The humans haven't just changed our technology, our sports, or our culture. They've changed how we view the universe itself. Where we saw barriers, they see challenges. Where we saw dangers, they see opportunities. Where we saw reasons to stop, they see reasons to try harder. He added one last note as he watched a human child explain to her alien friends why jumping into a pile of cushions from the 2nd floor was totally safe if you do it right. The galaxy needed humanity, even if we didn't know it. They've taught us that survival isn't enough. You have to live, to thrive, to enjoy the challenge. They've shown us that being a Death Worlder isn't about enduring harsh conditions. It's about looking at those conditions and saying, I wonder if we could have a party here. End log. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've been invited to something called a bungee jumping demonstration. The humans promise it's perfectly safe. May the cosmic forces have mercy on us all. As Raxon headed toward the activity center, he passed a newly installed human motivational poster. It showed a stunning image of Earth, storms, volcanoes, oceans, and all, with a simple caption that perfectly summed up humanity's impact on the galaxy. The worst that could happen is death. The best that could happen is awesome. Let's find out which. The galaxy would never be the same, and that was probably a good thing.
The metallic gray of the asteroid belt stretched endlessly, a graveyard of forgotten stones, caught between the pull of a dying star and the whispers of the void. Mason Cross sat in the cramped cockpit of the Vanguard, his scarred hands deftly adjusting the controls as the ship weaved through jagged debris. His brow furrowed, the faint hum of the engines his only companion. Logan Price lounged in the co-pilot seat, boots propped up on the dashboard, his cocky grin contrasting the tight quarters. Another day, another paycheck, Logan drawled, his southern accent dragging out the words. Think this signal's worth anything, Mason? It's worth looking into, Mason replied curtly, his focus never wavering. You don't ignore a distress call, especially not this deep out. Ethan Hawke, the third member of the crew,
investigators investigating Fleesa wanted to see what she would respond to, how she would respond when there's literally nothing to respond to. Oh, she didn't disappoint. She said she could talk about Jeremy Hales for 3 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, all day. Oh, that was perfect. How you like them apples? You see any filleted walrus in there, George? No. Any walrus bait? Oh, nothing. Chicken? I love chicken.
It's boneless.
Oh, I love boneless even better. By the way, we'll return to our regularly scheduled program on Sunday nights this Sunday. Oh, who do you think won Freak of the Week?
They're laughing at us.
Investigators
Fuck Angela Albers! $10,000 bond for complaining. And you know, the thing is, nobody's listening to this guy, and the signs are getting ridiculous. There were so many on the way into town today, okay? And as for a guy who, you know, has been arrested multiple times for holding signs, not placing signs, holding signs, that seems like a fucking problem. So, woo! Yay! Oh, hi, how's it going? I'm sorry, what? Oh, so there was a guy that was complaining about all the political signs being illegally placed. You know, you've seen 1,000 of them, and it's really bad in Wood County. Well, he was complaining about it, and nobody wanted to listen to him. So he goes to their office the other day and was like, "Hey, you got to do something about this," and they arrested him, and they put him on a $10,000 bond. So I don't know if you have 10 grand laying around, but if you don't, you better shut up, right? Because I can't afford to complain. Can you? No. Oh, that'd be terrible. And the people who called the cops on him was Angela's mom and dad. Angela Albers, your district attorney in Wood County, running for re-election this year. Yes, she is. She's so fantastic, too. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm broadcast. Oh, I'll give you a card. Yeah, I'm going to give you 3 cards.
I'm a truck driver, so I'm always on
Yeah.
the podcast.
Oh, yeah, fantastic. I'm good content for that. Brain rot, they call it these days. So I gave you 3, 1 for each of you, and then if you come across somebody that you know you want to ruin their day, you can give them one too. Oh, that'd be fantastic. My pastor loves it. Every time he sees me, he prays for me. I think that's a good thing. But hey, I appreciate you guys. Hope you have a good day. Stay out of trouble unless it's worth it. You know what I mean? Whee! So, I'll tell you what, that shit is terrifying and scary, because the only difference between a free person and a person who's put in jail is somebody making a phone call, right? And who they're, yay! It doesn't even have to actually be a crime. Meanwhile, I happen to know some people who've been let out on PR bonds for actual crime, like violent crimes, you know? That's not cool. $10,000 is excessive, I think. In my opinion. You might have a different opinion, but I feel like that was a retaliation move. And I'd like to get somebody in here, or you know, if you know more about the specific details, please come by. You should know where I'm at. Yee!
It is fucked up and stuff.
It is. Hi, Otto. We just got Brent out. Hi. Well, come by and talk to me. I'd like to know what's going on. Okay, sure. Angela Albers is a cunt, in my opinion. Woo! Yay! Okay, so that was the guy. He's out now. So he is out, which is good, which is fantastic. Oh no! A school bus! Oh no! A school bus! I gotta use smaller words because it's a school bus. Yay! Oh no! Yay! Whee! Fuck Angela Albers! Angela Albers is a cunt in my opinion! Yay! Happy Fuck the Cops Day! What? Yeah. Oh, okay, so somebody's in the chat asking about James Freeman. James Freeman has been reassigned, and he's to a new department, so he's no longer working activism infiltration. I believe he... Yay! Angela Albers is a fucking cunt in my opinion! Fuck the police! Yeah! If you don't have $10,000, you better keep your mouth shut. Angela Albers is gonna put you in prison. You better not have a disagreeing opinion. Whee! In my opinion. My opinion differs from Angela Albers. I'm gonna be arrested. Yay! Woo! Happy Fuck Angela Albers Day! Yeah! So James Freeman is now working for a different department. I'm not sure exactly which one. You know, they keep that pretty secret when they change. But last I heard, he's no longer even a redhead. So apparently that was all part of the disguise. Yay! Woo! Fuck Angela Albers! Oh man. This guy says in the chat says, I don't watch TV or sitcoms, but I watch this. Is that weird? No. I don't watch TV or sitcoms. Happy Fuck Angela Albers Day! Whee! I don't watch TV or sitcoms either. I don't really watch much of anything anymore. I've been busier. I've been busy. I got a baby on the way. I got a small farm that I've been working. I've been busy. I've just been busy. And I wish that I could get some help doing some of either one. Either something, right? So that I can put some more effort into one or the other. There's not enough hours in the day. I need the days to get longer. I do. And I need the government to stop fucking up so that I can focus more time on the things that are important. Yes, it is. Have a good day. So that I can put more time into the things that this is important. It is important to me. Obviously, that's why I keep doing it, even though I know at any moment I could be arrested and my life dashed for at least a couple of years. So it's difficult. I don't have $10,000, and I don't want to give somebody $1,000 either. And that seems like that, and you never get that money back. You never get that money back when you go to a bondsman. So that's bullshit. The government just fined a guy $1,000 yesterday for, man, this wind is really rough. it's basically a fine for $1,000. If you want your freedom, give me $1,000 and we'll let you go, right? And then you can go right back and do the same thing that you were just doing. That's kind of the point of a bond, right? So that you can you can have a financial incentive that they're going to get that money back when you have inevitably dismissed the charges. But if they give you a $10,000 bond and you don't have $10,000, then you have to go through a bondsman, and that becomes a fee, a free speech fee. Woo! So if you believe in freedom, I need $1,000 to cover my bond this afternoon. You know what I mean? What the fuck?
And then, according to them, she's not a material witness. So they're not going to necessarily have to use her. And really what was interesting in the larger context is that in the response, the prosecution claims that all the witnesses that were there, that their testimony is only marginally relevant, really just for context, right? And for me, I've been really looking into the destruction of evidence and stuff, and so that's really was material for me, because I'm thinking, okay, if you don't consider these eyewitnesses' testimony to be that important for your case, obviously the forensic and digital and other evidence by implication would be. And so with that being said, you let a lot of that get destroyed and paved over. So, and sorry, I was a little bit of a tangent, but
no, that's great.
Yeah, another interesting thing is that on the death penalty, the prosecution's response to that is like, well, one, they basically they announced the death penalty the day after, and I think it was actually the governor or the AG that formally announced it, but they didn't charge it until about a week or so later when they filed the actual information against Tyler Robinson. And their argument is, well, that's within the statutory period. It is. There's other cases where it was announced very early on like that. They felt like they had sufficient evidence. And then, they talk about this one case where the prosecutor in Utah, where a prosecutor waited a while to announce it. And, rumors started going around that they weren't going to seek it. And I guess as a prosecutor, you just don't want that, And so they cite that case as saying, well, we announced it early, so that way rumors. Oh, and they also say, announcing the death penalty early helps fight against conspiracy theorists and misinformation. And, that struck me as odd, because I'm thinking, no, regularly on my work or my channel, my subscribers are cheering me on because of the death penalty. They're like, man, they don't want the idea that someone be put to death that potentially is not guilty. And so I disagree with the prosecution in that. I think that announcing the death penalty like that, and I think it's good that does prompt us out here, right, to go and double check, cross all the T's, dot all the I's. And so I found that interesting too. But and then lastly, they say that our DA Jeff Gray, he campaigned on the death penalty. So this is us fulfilling his is really, in my view, my worldview, kind of sick. Some of the stuff that they're arguing as far as like trying to support their decision to pull the trigger on the death penalty. But again, that's just me. But I think it speaks also to a lot of this case, like I pointed out, with them saying, oh, these eyewitnesses, their testimony is only contextual, it's only marginally relevant. Mm-hmm. And so to me, that speaks that, there might be more of an element of bad faith in them covering up the crime scene than what we've kind of been led on. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's a really good rundown of it. Also, is Utah the only one that can do speedy trial? Like, I was reading about that. And if anybody has a question for Greg, because he's more familiar with the court proceedings and stuff, I'm not an expert at this stuff.
Yeah. Are you referencing like Erica's announcing of? Oh, okay. So, and just so everybody knows, that wasn't like a formal motion. It was really just a notice, and in a way, really senseless. Like, she didn't invoke any kind of like, firm constitutional right or statutory right. It was really just a general, the law does recognize that victims have some rights in that, and again, it's not something that's firm in the jurisprudence or anything, and Judge did acknowledge that, there is a somewhat recognized of a right that victims have a right to have this thing speedy. But in all instances, right, the defendant's right to a speedy trial is going to trump a victim any day of the week, right? Because, a defendant's right to a speedy trial can be waived, in favor of doing more investigation, making sure all the evidence, questioning. And so they're always going to defer to that. I really think Erica's notice was really just a political stunt or move. She even had some out-of-state lawyer, do it for her. Unfortunately, I think a lot of people put a little bit more weight into that. And I actually did a video on it. So I guess guilty a little bit of ways, but it really wasn't like she was invoking some major right that's going to like force the court to move quicker. And optics wise, I think it just looked terrible for her. I'm not sure why who decided to do that, but I don't think the optics looked very good in this scenario.
She attend? No, she didn't even attend. But we got some questions here. Like, okay, what does he say? Why is he still in custody? Video found with bullet in flight is 3 frame. And it came from above from a drone.
Yeah, and I get what he's saying. So right now, and Barron misspoke a little bit the other night. He said, there was an indictment. There's not actually an indictment right now against Tyler Robinson. It's what's called an information, and it's really just an affidavit by the prosecutor. And I guess they did that because they wanted to get it done so quick. But apparently, there's supposed to be a preliminary hearing in May. And now that preliminary hearing will be, if it occurs, should be the hearing where the probable cause is tested and the, prosecutors need to show up if it's going to be contested and get ready to, establish probable cause. And now in the current climate, it's my view that that's going to include them getting the medical examiner up there. They're going to need to release the autopsy report and all that stuff to firmly establish it. So it'll be very interesting to see how this all progresses up until that point. And one other thing I'll say is that the defense currently has a series of motions in front of the judge, which I think he's going to speak about proceeding on those today. I mean, not that he'll rule on them, but what's the schedule? But yeah, they're trying to keep pretty much all the pretrial evidentiary type motions private. And then, as most people are already aware, they're trying to keep cameras and all that stuff out of the courtroom. And kind of the double whammy there, as pointed out by the media, is that they want those proceedings to be in private, like the judge even deciding on those motions to be private. So it'll be very interesting today if judge speaks on that, what he's going to decide as far as like proceeding on those motions. Are they going to do that in private, or do everything need to be filed out in the open? Because as a lawyer, I'm looking at them in the filing system, and all I can see are the prosecutors and the media who's actually come in as a party to this case. All I can see are their responses and kind of infer from that what the original basis of the defense's motion is. They're not very strong, obviously. We have a very strong right, and in this, judge is our advocate. Ultimately, judge is supposed to represent the people and their right to access to the courts. And so I hope he will, fulfill his duty and make sure that we get sufficient access to these things.
Okay, what question do we have here? Or it's not a question. The daughter may not have been traumatized, but as a parent, you go through tons of emotions knowing your child could have been harmed.
And let me say this, a very good point. And not only that, if I'm the defense, one thing I'm going to point out is that one of the aggravating factors that they're using for the death penalty is like the fact that he shot in an area where there's like children and other people at, right? So like the fact that your daughter was within this area that you're claiming causes one of these aggravating factors for the death penalty. I mean, that right there is, if I were litigating this motion, that would be one of the main things I'm harping on.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh. Let's see. They're going to be starting soon. It's either late, like you said.
Yeah. And again, don't get, this might be very quick. We know for sure that judge is going to issue his order, and I'll speak on that real quick too. You know, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, I do feel that they're conflicted and that they need to get another office to come in for a number of reasons beyond just the conflict too. But you know, unfortunately, I definitely don't think Judge is going to disqualify that whole office. If he does anything, he's going to disqualify Grunander alone. But again, we might not even see that. So just a heads up for everybody. Just my feelings on it.
Yeah. Well, what is he saying here? Did you read the above in bad faith all the way? Bullet caught on the video in 3 frames from above the drone.
Yeah, I get it. I have. He's had quite a few comments on my videos, and I hear him. I'm not married to any theory on this, right? And so yeah, and I do appreciate him chiming in, and I have heard that. You know, as a theory, and it's really crazy, right? Because the video can be interpreted in so many different ways. But I think the one thing for sure, in my opinion, that it can be interpreted is that it wasn't 30-06 round, right? And so that's one theory, that it wasn't 30-06, that I am pretty married to at this juncture. And so that's why I've been, you know, leaving space on my channel and in my head for all these different potentials, right?
Mm-hmm. And we're just waiting, guys. They're not live yet, so we're waiting for Fox News to come on here. Debbie, wouldn't a witness be that was at the event not be considered? I would think of a witness would be someone who plays Tyler there.
Yeah, who places Tyler there at the crime, I believe.
Oh, who places Tyler at the crime? See, I haven't heard that there is a witness that can. I mean, have y'all heard? I mean, certainly if they had other, you know, eyewitness testimony other than these alleged video clips that we have, I mean, obviously that would bring their case up to a whole other, I mean, just that, you know what I mean, would be helpful for them, right? But if all they really have at this juncture we're aware of are these, in my opinion, kind of grainy looking crazy videos of someone jumping on a roof or going down a staircase, like that's just, in my opinion, not going to be enough to get them. And obviously they have other stuff. Let me point this out too. You know, the text messages, there's no timestamps on them. All we're given is like a copy or something like that to look at on in the media. But you know, these text messages between Chad Grunander and his daughter, they're attached to their response in this motion, and it has timestamps on it. You know, those texts have timestamps, and it looks like the little blips on an iPhone, you know, regular. So that just makes you think like, well, how come y'all could get these in this you know, manner, but not those, you know?
It's just bizarre. It's bizarre. Even the text messages right from the beginning of Lance, so for me, my question is to you, are they going to show any video footage of anything that day in court?
Are you talking about today or at the trial?
No, at the trial.
Well, I mean, they better at the trial. Yeah, I mean, if they're relying on that video to put Tyler at the scene at that time, then yeah, they're gonna have to place. I mean, if they don't have eyewitness testimony, they're gonna have to do something, you know, to substantiate that, right?
And this is gonna be probably a long thing. It's gonna run till what? What year do you think this is going to be?
You know, I don't know. And you know, looking back over the last several months at these media stories and stuff, I think the media, and this is just my opinion, my perspective, is like there's been a targeted campaign through the media to reach Tyler in jail to try to scare him into a plea bargain. I did a video not long ago, February 4th, the legislature in Utah, the Republicans, in a major shift in perspective on the death penalty, are introducing a bill that would expedite the death penalty. It would make it appeal proof for the state on appeal, and some other things that's very detrimental to defendants on death penalty. And, you know, considering that it was such a crazy sway from where they were like 3 or 4 years ago in that state on the death penalty, my take is that it's not being introduced because I don't think it would get passed. I think it's introduced so that way Tyler reads that article and starts thinking about whether, you know, he wants to go into this and risk it.
all crazy. What does someone say? Shabbat shalom. Just stop.
Yeah, Shabbat shalom. Daddy's home. Here's my phone. Or whatever.
I actually did see a couple interesting comments which we may want to talk about.
Sure.
If you scroll back a little bit there, honey.
Okay, let me just see this one. Is there anything more on Tyler Robinson's defense attorney being related to the camera guy?
Yeah, thank you, Lisette. Yeah, so that was also, and I haven't seen any really something substantiating it per se, but there's a guy named Robert Novak that's actually from California. That's one of Tyler Robinson's defense attorneys. And I've seen a lot of people alleging that he's like either the brother-in-law or in some way pretty directly related to Terrell Farnsworth, who was the guy that, obviously took the SD cards and the camera and stuff right after the incident. Again, I haven't had anything to substantiate that, but enough people have been saying it. I'd love to see something, because if that is the case, then there's probably needs to be more than just this discussion about disqualification,
So
yeah, that's something that's been circulating for quite a while. And I don't remember, like you were just saying, Greg, I don't remember if I actually ever seen anything concrete besides people just pointing out a guy standing around in a video of a courtroom going, that's the guy, besides that, I haven't seen anything concrete.
Yeah.
And another interesting comment that I noticed is, where was it now? I think it's back a little bit.
I can go look back.
Yeah, it was close to the one that you just found there. It was actually interesting. Hold on. Camera guy. There we go. There is misinformation being circulated that Tyler Robinson, yes, that's it right there.
Brett Booth.
Yeah, that's interesting. And, we were told that kind of early on. And then when you read through the actual information, it's kind of really convoluted that he implied to his mother or something like that, which led to, this friend coming over. And there's just a lot of mystery to it. But I can say this is that, trust me, if he would have confessed in a manner in accordance with the Constitution, trust me, we would absolutely know about it. It would be highly material. But I definitely don't think that's the case. I don't. And so, yeah. And again, all we know in the information from my reading is that he somehow implied it to one of his family members, which kind of led to all this.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Will any FBI agents be involved with the court hearings for questioning?
I'm assuming that they're referencing the defense putting up FBI agents, or maybe even the prosecutor. It's potential. Obviously they were involved in this investigation. I think they found the rifle and stuff like that. So to the extent that the prosecution's going to need to put that evidence in, they're going to need to put those agents up who found it and question them. And yes, if the FBI or other agents have questioned Tyler and made any admissions, stuff like that, they would also have to be put on the stand. And so, yeah, I would expect to see some FBI agents at the trial being questioned by both sides.
Okay.
That would make sense. And I'm pretty sure we're not going to see those people's, if they're going to testify one way or another, until we actually get down to the trial itself. I couldn't see anybody wanting to tip their hand in advance on what kind of evidence they may have. Would that make sense?
Yeah, and so really at this juncture, beyond the evidence that we kind of have out here in the public record and that's referenced in the information, all we're going to be able to get is stuff like for instance, in the last hearing, the defense lawyer asked the state investigator about the DNA on the gun and implied that there were 5 different DNAs on the gun. So it's the pretrial motions and hearings, if they're made public, right, we'll be able to get tidbits through that. For instance, the defense has already filed a evidentiary motion, and we're really unsure exactly what evidence it relates to. The motion's been labeled private, but we know of it because the media filed a response, challenging the fact that it's private. And so, again, I think Judge is going to speak on how he's going to proceed with those motions today. So it'll be very interesting.
I already read that one. Hold on a second. Who's this? Greg. Me caught you that when he was live. I don't know.
Hey, what's up, Robert? Good to see you, brother. That's one of my good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've got a good group of subscribers. I'm very, very fortunate and blessed. We've got a good group.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, there are 3 cameramen at UVU that day. Anyone / FBI asked them to hand over the yes. I agree.
They said they were asked to hand it over, but did we actually see that? Has that been confirmed?
Right?
No.
Nobody saw anybody hand anything over. Let's just
No.
be clear. And I interviewed Henry Dells because he said he saw it, and then he said, I don't think I saw it. Somebody told me that Terrell handed there was 3 SD cards. He handed it over to the FBI. Well, the FBI wasn't even there yet. So, and the kids were
definitely not that day because you remember, I would assume because Candace was able to watch some of the video from FaceTime on the cell phone. Now, they said they streamed it, so perhaps he had recorded it through the stream and had turned over that SD card. So that is a possibility, right? It certainly is. But I have seen nothing to confirm from an independent third-party source that he actually has indeed handed those cards. Because regardless of whether it was recorded on stream, those physical SD cards are very important. And I would almost want to also forensically examine the cameras as well.
Same.
If I were a defense attorney expert, yeah.
Another interesting fact was, if you remember, it was mentioned right at the beginning within the first week, maybe even just before that, our friend, Mr. Patel, had actually liquidated a lot of the agents. You remember that?
It's funny you say that. I was looking at the Who Killed CK website last night, and that was like one of the first things on their timeline. I had heard that way back when, but just reminded of it last night. Sure did. It was like late August, I think, whenever that occurred.
That's very convenient. And then they had to fly in experts because I think they gutted the whole field office there.
Mm-hmm. So more or less, yeah.
I remember hearing them saying, I thought, and I could be wrong, people coming in from like Jersey, Boston, New York, like they had to fly in agents.
Mm-hmm.
So how did Terrell give it to an agent on the day?
Well, that's the thing is that he should have never touched it in the first place, right? And so based upon what I saw when he was taking it, just my impression, it didn't look like he was in a hurry to run and hand it over to a police officer, because the chief of UVU police was, I think, like right there in the vicinity when he did, right? So that would obviously be the first person. If you're going to do something, in my opinion, stupid like that, I mean, that'd be your best move. If you're going to do it, it's like go and try to find the highest ranking official you can ASAP to hand it over and beg for forgiveness. You know?
There's going to be some more comments. If they say Tyler is guilty and they put him in witness protection, switch him out, then this case is closed and the person's responsible. Get away with it. Like maybe they planned on doing this. Yeah. Anyways, they probably did. I don't know. Allegedly.
I actually want to add something to that.
That's a very good comment.
Well, we're literally seeing this happen right now, guys. Like, think about that last comment. Now look at the photos of Ghislaine Maxwell they're putting out now.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Mm-hmm. Think about that last comment about swapping someone out. And now look at what we've been shown about Ghislaine Maxwell. Is that her? I don't think so. A lot of people say it looks like a little.
Oh, here we go, guys.
Personnel.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Of Mr. Grunander's child had attended the rally. No effort was made by the Utah County Attorney's Office to screen Mr. Grunander from the case or from speaking about his child's experience with other attorneys in the office. Mr. Gray consulted with his prosecution team, including Mr. Grunander, when determining which charges to file and whether to seek the death penalty. But the ultimate charging decision rested solely with Mr. Gray in his statutory capacity as elected county attorney. He made the decision to file a notice of intent to seek the death penalty at the inception of the case rather than waiting until after the arraignment, as allowed by statute. His decision to seek the death penalty was based upon his assessment that the death penalty is appropriate in this case. He chose not to wait to file the notice because he believed it would cause unnecessary speculation on the part of the public and angst on the part of the victim's family. Lauder's presence at the rally did not materially influence Mr. Gray's decision-making, and the court finds that this conclusion is supported by credible testimony and and objective record before it. Approximately 3,000 people attended the rally at Utah Valley University. Throughout the course of the investigation, over 40 attendees voluntarily provided witness statements to law enforcement, and several attendees provided video footage of the incident. No evidence was provided by daughter that she was not available from other sources. The state has chosen not to call her as a witness in support of its prosecution of Mr. Robinson. In October 2025, Mr. Grunander sent an email to defense counsel and disclosed his child had attended the rally at Utah Valley University, where Charlie Kirk was shot. Defendant moves for disqualification under Rule 1.7 of the Utah Rules of Professional Conduct, which provides in relevant part that a lawyer has a concurrent conflict of interest if there is a significant risk that the representation will be materially limited by a personal interest of the lawyer. In applying this standard, the court is mindful that this is a capital case. The decision whether to seek the death penalty is among the most solemn exercises of prosecutorial discretion, and allegations of bias or personal influence in that context warrants careful and searching judicial review to preserve both due process and public confidence in the integrity of these proceedings. Defendant argues that Mr. Grunander's relationship with daughter creates a significant risk that his decision-making will be and has been materially limited by personal interest, namely his loyalty to his daughter. Because no screening was in place to prevent Mr. Grunander's conflict from tainting the entire prosecution team, defendant argues that Utah County Attorney's Office should be disqualified from prosecuting this case. This is especially so because Mr. Grunander holds a supervisorial role in the office and is a key part of the prosecution team. Defendant has not identified binding authority establishing that a prosecutor has a concurrent conflict solely because the prosecutor has a familial relationship with the potential witness, particularly where the witness has no unique relevant information. In the cases defendant cites, the prosecutors were split between their loyalty to the government and their loyalty to the defendant, or a personal interest separate from the case being prosecuted. In State v. McClellan, the prosecutor had previously represented the defendant and had access to confidential protected information, which could undermine the defendant's right to due process. In State v. Balfour, the prosecutor had past financial, business, and political ties to a defendant, which could conflict with the prosecutor's duty to pursue justice and represent the government. In Wright v. United States, the prosecutor's wife was the defendant's political opponent whom she had accused of sending people to assault her. In State v. Tate, the prosecutor had been a judge on the defendant's case and had been privy to ex parte communications. In People v. Connors, the prosecutor was both a victim and a witness to a separate crime committed by the defendant, which created a personal grudge against the defendant himself. Each of these cases involve a personal interest directly connected to the defendant or some other interest that materially limited the prosecutor's representation of the state. By contrast, the record here contains no evidence that Mr. Grunander or any member of his family had a personal relationship with, bias toward, defendant, nor does the record show that Mr. Grunander's professional judgment has been or is substantially likely to be materially limited by his loyalty to his daughter. Speculation regarding potential influence is insufficient to establish a significant risk under Rule 1.7. The court has independently reviewed the evidentiary record with particular attention to whether any direct or indirect decision-making in this case reflects personal involvement inconsistent with the objective prosecutorial judgment. The court finds no such evidence. Defendant argues that two prosecutorial decisions could have been impacted by Mr. Grunander's relationship to daughter, thereby affecting defendant's due process rights. The decision not to call daughter as a witness and the decision to seek the death penalty. The court is persuaded by the evidence presented that daughter is not being called to testify because she has no uniquely relevant testimony to give, and the state has access to much stronger evidence from other witnesses. To the extent defendant believes his due process rights are violated by the state declining to call daughter as a witness, defendant has subpoena powers and a right to call her himself if he believes her testimony is important to his case. As to the decision to seek death, the court finds that daughter's presence at the rally did not factor into the prosecutorial analysis. The evidence supports that Mr. Gray's decision was grounded in his assessment of the facts and applicable law. Because the circumstances of every case are unique. Oh, I heard something. I'll continue. Let me start over on that sentence.
Wasn't me.
Because the circumstances of every case are unique, prosecutorial discretion allows a prosecutor to consider a host of relevant factors when determining whether to seek death, as long as the considerations of those factors is constitutionally sound. Even if Mr. Gray considered the impact on daughter when deciding to seek death, defendant has not shown that the impact of the crime on victims, witnesses, or even prosecutors themselves is an unconstitutional consideration when deciding to seek the death penalty. In sum, the court concludes that there is not a significant risk that Mr. Grunander's loyalty to daughter has or will materially limit his representation of the state of Utah. Furthermore, defendant has not shown that there is a significant risk that Mr. Grunander's relationship with daughter has or will impact defendant's due process rights. Based on the record before the court, defendant has not shown that his prosecution by the Utah County Attorney's Office is tainted by a concurrent conflict of interest under Rule 1.7. During oral argument, defendant requested the court also consider whether the Utah County Attorney's Office followed the process recommended by the Utah Prosecutors' Best Practices created by the Statewide Association of Prosecutors, otherwise known as SWAP, in determining whether to disqualify the Utah County Attorney's Office. Defendant argues that best practice demands that a prosecutor avoid the appearance of bias based upon public perception. To avoid this appearance, the Utah County Attorney's Office should have immediately screened Mr. Grunander from the rest of the office. Because it failed to do so, there is now a hint that the decision to seek the death penalty was an emotional response to Mr. Grunander's concern for his daughter. The best practices document is not controlling on this court. And even if it was, the court is unpersuaded that Mr. Grunander's relationship with daughter creates an appearance of bias in this case. Prosecutors need not be immune to the emotional response of others to prosecute a case. Indeed, it is part of a prosecutor's duty to interview witnesses and victims and evaluate the impact of an alleged crime. A prosecutor need not be disinterested on the issue whether a prospective defendant has committed the crime with which he is charged. If honestly convinced of the defendant's guilt, the prosecutor is free, indeed obligated, to be deeply interested in urging that view by any fair means. True disinterest on the issue of such a defendant's guilt is the domain of the judge and the jury, not the prosecutor. And this is citing from Wright. Also, prosecutors need not be entirely neutral and detached. In an adversarial system, they are necessarily permitted to be zealous in their enforcement of the law. After reviewing the record, the court concludes that the familial relationship at issue, without additional evidence of personal involvement or influence, does not create a reasonable perception that the prosecutorial discretion was exercised for improper reasons. Zealous advocacy remains bound by constitutional and ethical constraints, and the court finds that those boundaries have not been crossed here. This ruling is confined to the specific facts established in this record. Different circumstances, such as evidence of direct personal involvement, uniquely material testimony, or demonstrable influence over discretionary decisions could warrant a different result. In sum, the defendant has not shown that there is a significant risk that Mr. Grunander's loyalty to daughter has or will materially limit representation of the state, nor has defendant demonstrated that his due process rights are compromised by the continued prosecution of this case by the Utah County Attorney's Office. Applying this governing legal standard to the facts established in the record, defendant's motion is respectfully denied. All right, that order in a written form will be available shortly online. The court wishes to turn to its last matter, and the court wishes to address the remaining outstanding motions in a timely manner and to set appropriate dates for their hearing and resolution. The court recognizes that coordinating schedules can be challenging and that we all make a good faith effort to accommodate the court and one another in setting these matters for hearing so that the constitutional rights of all parties are protected and preserved. Counsel, I'm reviewing a list of motions before the court, and so I wish to quickly address that, set hearing dates so all parties have an expectation of what comes next and what to prepare for. And so I'll turn to the attorneys. The court has thoughts, but I want to hear your thoughts first.
Judge, this is Mr. Grunander. I apologize for my camera. Something's happening with it this morning, but
sure.
I see that the court entered a couple of rulings that we received late last night. I think there are still the outstanding motions to classify as private that need to be addressed. And then there is the outstanding motion from the defense to exclude media, electronic media coverage. And there is a request, and I'll defer to the defense, but there's a request for an evidentiary hearing there. But that's what I see as far as what's outstanding. In addition, Your Honor, I should say there is one with respect to a piece of evidence that we're trying to identify additional reports on to get to the defense so that we can be fully prepared to address that issue.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Grunander. Turning to defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is Richard Novak. I know the court may have seen the emails which were exchanged with the court's clerk and counsel concerning scheduling. We had all suggested a date that the court was available to resolve the classification issues, some of which, as Mr. Grunander said, are still pending, notwithstanding yesterday's orders, and that was the date of April 17th. It was our expectation that the court would take care of the classification issues at a hearing that afternoon. The court's public order yesterday did address in a footnote a question of the media's standing with respect to, say, the merits of the motion that Mr. Grunander mentioned. So we think that that needs to be addressed because the media did file what they purport to be a preliminary response to a motion that is presently classified. So before we actually before the court conducts the hearing on the merits of the motion to exclude, which we anticipate would be an evidentiary hearing with both exhibits and witnesses, we think that it would be most efficient for the court to lay the groundwork on what will be public, what will not be public, and which entities, I'm not going to say parties because that's not right, which entities have standing to weigh in on that motion and the scope of that standing. And we do think because, the court has obviously seen, because it approved the filing of the initial motion, that there's an extensive evidentiary presentation that's necessary. It's not going to be the 2 to 3 hours that we were told the court is available on April 17th. So our thought is that we would have all of that sort of preliminary and standing, all of the preliminary and standing issues resolved at the court's next availability that worked for counsel, which is April 17th, and that at some date after April 17th, we would then have the hearing on the merits of that motion.
All right. Any other?
Does that make sense, or did I just muddy it up even more?
No, I understand what you're saying. Any other input from any of the other parties before the court gives its input?
Judd, I think Mr. Novak mentioned the afternoon of April 17th. I think the court's availability may be that morning. And other than that, I think this plan sounds good and makes sense to the media. I think the remaining issues that are most likely to be argued and resolved at an April 17th hearing are individualized motions related to closure of things on the docket. In that way, there's kind of a commonality between those. There's likely some overlap, even though they're separate briefings, on the interests and the questions related to those motions to classify. I'll note that more may come along. There was a reply to the motion to exclude cameras from the courtroom that has also been subject to a motion to classify. But again, I think that could be argued easily alongside the pending motions to classify or close that the court is attempting to schedule for hearing now.
All right. All right, so here's the court's input. I wish to address the motions to classify and addressing the closure of the hearing or the evidentiary hearing to exclude media well before April. And I don't believe that those hearings will take a lot of time. And for this court, for many reasons, and because the court intends to keep the May preliminary hearing. And I realize that there may be things that come up that may affect that, but as we stand today, that preliminary hearing date is set. And I wish for these issues to be addressed prior to the preliminary hearing, given the nature of that hearing. And so there is clarity on what will happen. What dates do we have available in March? In council, before I get these dates, I recognize that you all have challenging schedules, but this case must have priority as this court is trying to balance the constitutional rights of all parties and being timely in its process. So I ask you respectfully to do your best to ensure that we can align to a schedule that allows us to move forward in a proper manner while respecting the constitutional rights of all parties. And so looking at March dates, I have March 13th. It's rare, available all day. And I want to preface this by saying, just to give you an idea, when I am setting a hearing for an hour or more, I am looking into June just because of the court's calendar. And so this is a rare opportunity to have this to address the motions to classify and potentially closure. What does that look like for the parties?
On the 13th.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I think, this is Richard Novak, I think, and I would defer to Mr. Judd, but I think one of the attorneys of record for the media entities had a problem with March 13th when the clerk initially floated that date, but I may be wrong about that, and then I can address the defense's availability on that date.
Well, I wish to address defense's availability first.
Okay. So I thought that I needed to be on the East Coast for a personal matter. I could probably work around that. The only other conflict we had was that Ms. Visser was scheduled to start a serious felony matter the following Monday morning, the 16th. But we hear what the court's saying. So I can adjust my personal travel schedule to accommodate the court, and I appreciate that the court wants to take advantage of this rare vacancy in its schedule.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Novak. I appreciate that. Mr. Judd.
Your Honor, does the court have a view right now as to whether this would be an in-person hearing or something that could be argued by WebEx?
I will accommodate the parties, and of course, turning to defense, and their preference is important, whether they request in person or via WebEx, or maybe it's mixed. Maybe some of us appear via WebEx. Well, not the court, but the rest of us. So I am open to try to find a solution.
I'm curious about that, Your Honor, but it's not outcome determinative. We will make it work. We realize we're guests in the court, that these issues are important. We recognize the interests that are in play. I'm scheduled to be elsewhere in Chicago that day. I'll appear by WebEx if that's what the court allows. If not, then I'll move those plans. This is a priority, and if that's the time that it works, then we'll make it work.
All right. So the parties, first, is it the intent to be in person? And if so, what are the thoughts about Mr. Judd appearing via WebEx?
Your Honor, the state is open to any procedure that will allow us to have this hearing on March 13th. We can be in person or via WebEx, and we have no objection to other entities, representatives appearing in whichever way is most accommodating for them.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ballard. Mr. Novak.
All I would say is that if the court is going to open up a WebEx for some participants, we will be there either in person or by WebEx or both, because there are, as Your Honor knows, a few of us. Ms. Nestor will not be present because she's already engaged in trial in another county. But we will, I guess what I would say today is that we will be appearing in person, present in court with Mr. Robinson with us. If there is some reason why one of us needs to appear remotely, then we'll address that with the court.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Novak. So it sounds like we're going to go ahead and set this in person. I realize that, there are complications, and Mr. Judd, it looks like there is no opposition to you appearing via WebEx. And of course, as mentioned by defense, there are certain attorneys that may need to appear by WebEx. So we will accommodate that, and we'll anticipate Mr. Robinson's appearance in person on March 13th. Counsel, given the direction of the court dealing with closure and classification of motions, how much time will you need to conduct your business in court? I want to open that up and lock it down before that date gets cannibalized by other important hearings as well.
Your Honor, this is Mr. Ballard. I guess I would defer to the defense. It's their motions to close and to classify. But I think having a time limit regardless would be helpful.
I'm going to suggest that, Your Honor, that it's going to be more than 1 hour and maybe less than 2 hours. And the reason why I say that is there are multiple motions to classify around the same issues, which are the motion, the reply, and the evidentiary hearing itself. And the court's going to obviously hear not only from the moving parties, which is Mr. Robinson, but the state and counsel for the media. And it would be hard for me to imagine that many attorneys in the court could do all that in less than 1 hour.
Are you commenting on the amount of time attorneys talk?
Only myself. I'm only referring to myself here.
No worries. I include myself in that comment. All right. So let's go ahead and set aside 3 hours just to be safe. I don't want any party to feel pressured, but as mentioned by Mr. Ballard, I believe that setting a timeline is appropriate. So let's go ahead and start. How does 10 a.m. on March 13th look? 10, 11, 12, concluding at the 1 o'clock hour.
That's fine for the defense, Your Honor. That might actually allow me to get to my originally planned destination the same evening.
All right. To Mr. Ballard?
AM is perfect, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Judge?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Let's turn to the second issue where we have that, I believe it was April 17th date. Does that allow sufficient time to address the evidentiary hearing being requested?
In terms of preparation for April 17th, yes. If that's when the court wants to do it, we will be ready to go on that date. That is, if that's what the court means by sufficient time, yes.
All right. And how much time, Mr. Novak, do you anticipate needing? I certainly want to make sure that all parties have enough time to present what they need to present.
Your Honor, I'm going to defer to Mr. Burt on that, if Mr. Burt is able to do so. Looks like technologically he is.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Burt.
Judge, I think on that, because it is going to involve the presentation of extensive exhibits and also some expert evidence, that we'd be looking at a full day, accounting for cross-examination by all the lawyers involved here.
All right. And to the state, what's your input?
A is more than enough to be able to address those issues.
All right. And to the state. I'm sorry, I just, to any other party.
I will defer to parties, Your Honor, on this. As the court knows, we haven't seen the motion itself or the reply. We've seen the state's opposition. But I think whatever the defense believes is necessary, given that they are the party bringing evidence and the expert, if they believe that a day is sufficient, we see no reason to push back on that.
All right. All right. I do note that we have other issues on that day. I think we're just going to have to bump them. And so we'll go ahead and set aside the full day on April 17th. We'll start at 10 a.m. and conclude promptly at 5 p.m. if needs be. But it is the intent that we fully address the issues and it's not carried over or continued to another day. The court anticipates, given what's presented, has been the practice of the court, that it would take it under advisement and schedule a WebEx hearing to issue its decision. All right, so April 17th, starting at 10 a.m. I'm assuming in person, and Mr. Novak, I don't want to assume anything. In person with Mr. Robinson in court?
Yes, Your Honor, exactly.
All right. All right, thank you, counsel. I really appreciate your working together, and I know it's complicated. You all have busy schedules. Is there anything else that the court needs to address at this time?
Thank you.
Nothing on behalf of Mr. Robinson at this time. Thank you.
Nor from the media, Your Honor.
All parties, I appreciate your hard work and your efforts, and we will be in adjournment until March 13th. Thank you. Court is now in recess.
Okie dokie.
Well, pretty much as I expected, as far as the his ruling on the disqualification.
Are they going to come back or?
Yeah. So now he's ruled the prosecutors will continue on. No one or their office has not been disqualified now, so they're going to represent the state. And then, from the way I'm taking it, March 13th is going to be over whether the media has standing to object to the classification of the motions, and then obviously the camera thing. So I'm not sure on the 13th if he's going to rule on that might be the motions private. So that might be the day where he determines whether the media has standing to object to these motions being private. And then I would assume maybe he'll rule on it that day or soon thereafter. And then I think the 17th is for the cameras in the courtroom.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's a full day. That is a full
That's
day.
going to be a full day. Yeah. They apparently the defense has experts and everything lined up. And I think too, to be honest with you, they're trying to have that private too, that motion and that hearing. And so I guess on the 13th, we'll know whether judge is going to order that all that be released and then give us all the information related to the media motion. So I guess there's in the defense's motion for the cameras as well. I guess there's some type of evidence or something that I guess maybe occurred out here that they want to talk about, but not give any indication. Very interesting. So yeah, it'll be a lot.
Can you explain to people, while this was going on, people didn't know who the daughter was. Can you explain in a nutshell really quickly what that was so people are updated?
Yeah, so the daughter, they're talking about Chad Grunander, who is second in line, from my understanding, at the prosecutor's office there. He has, I think, an 18-year-old daughter who is a student at UVU and who was there on the day. And again, the whole basis of the primary basis of the defense's motion to exclude the office or disqualify them was that she was there, she attended. Obviously, her father being second in command at the prosecutor's office, that emotional connection was going to have a negative impact on the way that they prosecuted the case.
So there you go. If anybody, a couple people were asking that, so great.
Yeah,
way better than me.
Well, and I think the saving grace for the prosecution here was the fact that there are so many witnesses and that indeed they don't necessarily need to use them. And then, like Judge said, it is true that, the prosecutor can consider other people's trauma when making charging decisions and stuff like that. So it's kind of like, how do we assess whether this was him, upset because of other people's trauma or his daughter who claimed to not even have any? And so I'm not surprised at the court's ruling at all, even though I don't like it. I don't like the way that they handled this case. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that they let the crime scene just get completely trampled over. And, the only way I'm able to really explain that to myself in my mind is that they allowed it to happen,
Yes.
Yeah.
In other words, Erica wants us to hurry, so let's hurry up and get and bury the Patsy. Maybe, yeah. Allegedly.
Yeah, it's like I say, it was pretty incredible to me that she had her lawyer file that notice. A third party outside lawyer filing a very crazy. I mean, I haven't met a lawyer that had seen one yet, something like that filed. And so, I can't believe that they did. They're just not a good look. And it's not like she really moved the ball any. Like I said, there's like no firm substantive right per se of a victim to actually have that big of an effect on the speed of a trial. It seems to have been done purely for show, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that was probably the wrong thing to show, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, and the way that we had already been out here talking about the case, I mean, surely they knew that something like that was going to factor into us thinking, they're trying to just cover all this up and get Tyler, down. They couldn't have ever thought that was going to help that whole situation, right?
So, classified aspect of a request to withhold the media sounds about right.
Yeah, so they what the defense is, the classification that they're talking about are the motions that the defense is well, they filed at least one, but the pretrial evidentiary motions, the defense wants to classify them as private, so that way the filings and presumably the subsequent proceedings would all be, we wouldn't be able to look at any of that. And so I assume that's going to be dealt with on the March 13th. And then on the 17th, from the way I take it, will be the TV cameras in the courtroom.
And we're back.
Calling case 2204-00027.
Oh yeah, that's not us.
Yeah, that's not us.
Associates, PC, and Matthew.
Yep, we can get rid of that.
Yeah, that's not us.
So we're done. We're done then, right? This is a different one?
Yep, different case. They've moved on.
All right. So I thought they were coming back to say something, so I just wanted to make sure. And so
and I just wanted to confirm, so we got the dates is March 13th 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. And then again it looks like it's going to be April 17th, and it looks like they're going to be going for a full day. So people in the chats, if something that you're going to want to make sure you see, write those dates down, guys.
Yeah, write those dates down. It's full day on April 17th and March 13th. It's probably going to be an hour or two, right? Probably.
Yeah, they set aside 3 hours though.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, and we can come back and camp and do it again if y'all want to. I enjoyed this.
You want to do it again? We'll do it again.
I should be in my studio by then and everything. And and what I'll do is, well, like I said, on this motion to classify private on the 13th, the defense's motion is private. I can't even see what they're alleging. I've been able so far to read the prosecutor and the media's opposition to that. And I've actually done some videos on it, but we can definitely get together and talk about it some more before the thing to give more context. I mean, it's very important stuff. I'm glad I came and started my channel at this time because, these are very important constitutional issues that most people are walking around unaware of, but could pop up.
And I'm like helping you out a little bit too, and you're helping me.
Thank you very much, man. Yeah, thank y'all. I love this. And so obviously my legal practice, I do freedom of religion, but I'm a big First Amendment guru. I'm really into the First Amendment. So doing the media and stuff like that's very exciting to me. And, obviously I support us having access to all this. It's just hard for me to imagine as a defense lawyer, us out here like John Bray and these other people, like really putting time and effort into developing these alternate theories and stuff like that. And I mean, court of public opinion. I mean, look how many followers Candace has with her narrative and stuff. I mean, for a defense lawyer, that would tell me that, okay, if I go to trial and advance a story like this, that it has a very good chance of being successful, So it's crazy to me why they want to keep all this private. It seems to me that, the information churning out here, out in the public realm has been really favoring their case. And pretty much every video I see about this issue, like mainstream media video, right? The comments, people, I mean, it's like 95% of people are like, something's not right here. Something's going on. And so I just have a hard time understanding why the defense in that kind of environment is wanting to keep information away from us.
So much tampering with evidence. I agree with you, Susan.
Yeah. Yeah. So they did say that they did what?
Sorry, Greg. I'm just showing a couple comments. You are awesome, Greg.
I will. I'll be back. Oh, absolutely. I'm having fun working with Allie and Chris for sure. So yeah, I will come back. And they did say that they're trying to keep the May preliminary hearing. So that'll be the probable cause hearing where, hopefully all the gloves come off. Hopefully we'll have access to it. That'll be an extremely exciting, action-packed, probably week or two in and around that thing. So let's hope that judge, lets us in on that.
Well, I'm glad having Greg on because he knows all about this stuff. So
it's been really sort of nice to have Greg talk about this because up until this point, like you go and you watch other content creators who are covering like the court stuff and they're covering it, but they don't have experience. So they're commenting and I I'm happy for their thoughts on it, but it's not coming from a place of, education because they worked in the field or the business for a while. So I really thank you for coming, Greg, and just giving some more insight from a legal perspective. Because I think when covering the trial, especially with our communities online, we're not always getting like the legal part of it to fully understand what's going on. Like I wish if Barron was covering it, then we wouldn't have a problem with it. But since and we have these legal questions when we're watching this, it's really good to have someone with your expertise come on and share, especially with the viewers, right? So
And I think it helps too in this case because there's just a lot of speculation and stuff, right? And that speculation extends into the court process as well. And so I think having at least like a stable foundation on that for like people can, you know, gauge what's kind of real and not as far as normal court procedure and practice, at least helps them put that to rest. So that way we can focus more on the outside facts and what's going on substantively with evidence, right?
So the daughter is not going to be a witness. She was potentially going to be one, right?
No, well, no, I would imagine from day one, they probably worked their case up not to include her because she's the daughter, right? Yeah. And she did testify at the last hearing that they had. They actually went private for a while, if y'all remember, during the hearing for her to testify. And so she did make an appearance. We didn't get to see her, but yeah, that'll probably be the last that we see of her.
You think that's a good thing, or like, what do you think? I think it was a conflict of interest anyways. So
yeah, I mean, I just I don't have a good feeling about that prosecutor's office, and really just law enforcement in general in that county right now, based upon everything that I've seen. And I covered the other day that they arrested some guy the day after that was inside the crime tape. I guess they eventually put it up, but for me, it was just they did that to try to scare people like us from showing up and taking pictures and stuff like that. And now that I think about it, because of the amount of independent content creators that probably started to show up immediately, that might have been why they actually paved over the crime scene, to be quite honest with you. So that way, they could do that and put it to bed. That way they don't have to sit there and police it, even though I would argue that the Constitution and due process required that they do that until, defense counsel had been appointed and everything and could get that sorted out.
48 hours it was covered up. So
yeah, it was actually 5 days, but still, though, it's the principle that well, here's another thing that we don't know whether the FBI and these other agencies actually went and did the normal round of forensic testing and stuff like that. I haven't seen any pictures showing them doing that, so I'm assuming that they didn't, and so that's kind of the double whammy.
I've seen them there, but I mean, that was what they were there for 4 hours, I guess.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think from the timestamps on the photos we saw, they were there for about half a day ish. Yeah. Ish, give or take, So I just find that weird. What kind of forensic analysis could you have possibly done in a crime scene that massive?
Yeah.
Come on. And to me, that just seems weird. I'm not a lawyer. You know what I mean? That seems weird to me. There's a lot of areas that you would have needed to investigate and take samples and test from. And I just don't see how you could have done that in the time they had, especially with the local field office being gutted. How did you accomplish a really thorough investigation in that time frame?
Yeah, I honestly don't think they did. And that's, again, if we're living in a normal world, unless there's other evidence implicating Tyler Robinson above and beyond kind of what we've been spoon-fed, in my opinion, it very well might dictate dismissal of the charges, or at least a very harsh sanction. For instance, the judge could tell the jury, hey, this evidence that was covered over, or this scene that was covered over, you are to assume that would have been bad for the prosecution's case. So that's also something that the judge could do in that instance. And I think at the very least that needs to be done, because it's hard for me to imagine that he's going to get a fair trial with that whole, really the epicenter of the crime scene not having been examined or, measured and for his case. So, yeah.
She's one of my great researchers. I don't give a damn. Go check her out. Hi, Greg. Love watching court hearings so much. I can't believe people get bored watching court. I love it like a nerd. I love it too. I mean, I just don't get, the lawyer,
the legal jargon.
The legal jargon, yes. And thank you so much for explaining most of it, because that part I don't understand.
Before we jump to another comment, I just wanted to say, I Don't Give a Damn did a really good, massive deep dive on Mr. Huckabee last night.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Not even joking around. It's great. It's a big deep dive. I think her live was 3.5 hours, but she left no stone unturned and completely exposed him and all his connections for the last 10 decades. So if that's something that's going to interest you, I suggest you hop over and start piecemealing that live of hers, because there's a lot of information there.
Oh, well, thank you. I don't know what happened. It's just a theory, right? I think Ali is right. He was electrocuted and something possibly happened to the electrical box or something.
Yeah, it's possible.
We don't know.
It's possible. And there hasn't been anything to 100% 100% disprove that. So, like, you know, Allie and I legitimately, we have about three theories that we think sort of happened. Like, you know, like the electrocution is sort of one. We're not opposed that, you know, maybe he slipped out the back door. And we're also thinking that, you know, maybe it's possible he was maybe shot from a different location with a different caliber of weapon. So, like, we're still open to all those theories. And, like, if you find us on X, we're one of the only people that you can actually sort of bring any theory to, and we're willing to listen.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of other people are like, nope, I'm firmly in this camp. Don't talk to me about anything. We'll listen to anything. You know?
I mean, anything can happen. Tomorrow, something could change. Somebody could show us something, and then I'm like, wow, you know, I know something is going on underneath here. Like, like I was showing you my last live I did with you, the pictures. There was a transmitter on the speaker. Well, what is that? Was he wearing one on himself? Did that do something? I know he had something like underneath here somewhere, and I think they just ripped it off. But that's just my personal opinion. I don't know what they were doing behind the tent, because it was like baking a cake. You know, they're just like, you know, pulling and pushing, and I don't know what they were doing, because when they carried him, I didn't see anything securing his neck or a wound.
Yeah.
Right.
And one thing that we all sort of have to sort of keep in mind when you're trying to figure out what theory you think is most likely, or even if you're trying to come up with something yourself, you got to be able to explain like who you think did it. And then you got to explain the chaos around the tent, all those handoffs, the actions of people, all of that sort of has to be made explainable, or at least make sense loosely. Like, I have an open mind. So if you loosely connect things for me, I'll consider that. I'll look into it, you know, especially when we don't have as much info as we need.
We have some comments here. Okay. Thank you so much. I don't give a damn. Most people don't know that U.S. courts, some real evidence can't be used, and decisions must be made beyond a reasonable doubt, which isn't always clear.
Yeah. Would that be the difference between admissible and inadmissible evidence, Greg?
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, part of the classifying motions is private conversation that they're having with the media, or from reading the media's response anyways, really centers around a lot of that too. Is like, you know, evidence that's deemed inadmissible, you know, or if we have access to that hearing before the trial and we see evidence that's ruled, you know, that's going to be ultimately inadmissible, you know, what kind of effect does that have on possibly tainting a jury pool? So that's kind of like the issues, or like, you know, well, if we get to see evidence that's really admissible and we're eventually on a jury, like, is that going to taint us? That wouldn't, you know, because we've had an opportunity to see it, and even though it's ruled inadmissible. So that's kind of getting in and around the debate that's going on with some of the motions. Yeah.
And I think that's pretty valid,
it was
right?
all theater. I agree.
Regardless of what theory you think happened, there was definitely some theatrics going on that day.
Oh my God, there were so many actors.
Yeah. And we actually covered a little bit of that in our last live stream with Greg about deception and who potentially could be behind it, who pulls the strings, and how good they are at pulling deceptions right in front of plain sight, in front of an audience. So that was an episode that we did together. That was on Agency of Massage, as we're calling it.
Yeah. It was that was a great live.
We did well.
I'm trying to keep the lives down to like an hour. I'm trying, guys. Something happened with my captions. I don't know if maybe Dom can help me out. I've helped her out with a couple things for her stream.
We need help now.
I don't know what happened. It's just it's gone. It's like my closed caption and transcripts is gone. So I have to go back and check it out. Hopefully, can you guys see it? Maybe I have to wait till after this is done.
So what we decided to do is we did like a night owl stream last night after Dom had finished hers, like 1, 2 in the morning or something. And what we started to do is stream a horizontal version as well as our lives, so that people could watch on cell phones, right? As well as watch their home TV. But when we did that, for some reason, the closed caption settings disappeared or something. So we're trying to figure that out. We didn't quite figure it out before we went live today. So we're still working on that, guys. We apologize.
No, it's not there. So like when I try to, because I changed my setup, I'll talk to you later about it because yeah, I have the landscape going and I have the mobile phone going and the regular live going, so I have it on 2 things. I don't know, Dom. I will. Oh, thank you so much, Susan. Or wait, hold on. I'm trying to see. She couldn't find me. So she just subscribed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Susan.
Is that one of your?
Yeah,
friends?
Susan. Yeah, Susan's one of my.
Go follow Greg.
One of the Ride or Die subscribers. Yeah.
He's almost at 1,000. Go follow Greg.
I might hit it today. I'll be a hell of a milestone.
Yes.
I think you only needed like 12 or something before we started this.
Yeah.
We could kick a couple people over just to help Greg get over that
Yeah,
final.
I hope so. Yeah, if y'all have it in you, if y'all could subscribe, the Entheogenic Esquire would be very much appreciated for sure.
Okay. Steve
We will put all his links in the description.
Steve Cameron Productions. Has anyone seen the photo obtained by Barron from the photographer Charles McClintock Wilson showing the damage to his chest? Barron said he got it on the condition he wouldn't release it.
That's not 100% correct.
Well, I have seen it. But I cannot. I don't have I don't have it, but I've seen it when we went when we FaceTimed.
Well, wasn't there one of his,
No, it's the one of his
face?
chest. It's a chest. He's probably 2. I don't know. I'm allegedly. I don't know. All I know is he showed me one. So
because we've seen one of his chest, and we thought that maybe he had one of his
and I don't have it. I seen it. So that's it. I don't know what he has. He probably has more access to the pictures than what I do. I don't have anything. So
he probably paid for it, to be honest.
So I don't know. Like that should be, given to if he has really good pictures, Charles McClintock should give it to the courts, and he probably already did, right, Greg?
Charles McClintock. I would hope. I would imagine.
And I hope he gave the raws over because the stuff on his website has been touched up a little bit and edited. And I get it. You photographers do that, but I hope at least he sent the raws to the court because we're not seeing the raws. And that's annoyed Ali and I a little bit because stuff's been touched up a little bit, and that's what photographers do. But when it's been used for an investigation like this, I think you shouldn't touch anything up. I think you should just send the raws out to everybody. Hopefully the court got the raws. That would be important.
Yeah, and they probably did.
I would imagine he kept a copy of all the originals in this instance for sure.
Yeah, I don't think people want to see all the gore and stuff online. He's not going to show that. He's already said that on his website. So all right.
It just makes it hard to use those photos, though.
I thought CC only worked in the recorded versions. I can see CC on all your videos. Was my last one last night. People said they couldn't see it. Maybe it's still processing. I don't know.
Actually, that is something that Ali noticed today. Like, even though we did that late stream last night, this morning, the videos still say processing, even though they're on her site and people are watching them. And it still says processing. We're gonna have to look. We're gonna have to look at it again, guys. We're really sorry about that. We know there's
thanks to my mod, Debbie.
Debbie is such a loyal contributor. Can't say enough about Debbie. You're a very good.
I'm 3 subs away. I've acquired four since we got on here. Yeah, 3 subs away from 1,000. The Entheogenic Esquire. If y'all have mercy on me today, be so much.
Hit the like button and go check him out. He's streaming. Please go check him out. His name is right at the bottom.
Maybe get over there.
You'll get 1,000. He has a small channel. And he's trying to get 1,000. You get monetized if you get to 1,000. So if anybody's here,
please go over and sub to Greg. Let's see if we can get him up to 1,000 while we're live here. Let's see if we can get him up to 1,000 while we're live.
That'd be awesome. So grateful.
We're going to start doing the court hearings live if you guys want that.
I'm at 1K.
Oh, right on.
Thank y'all. Oh, I'm so blessed. I'm so blessed, man. And let me say that, like, I know, like, even on your lives and my subscribers, y'all are incredible people that are really dedicated to the truth. And one thing that really gives me faith through all this is I see people from all sides coming together to really crack this open, because I think y'all might agree. I think the answer to what happened here is symptomatic of some larger issues that we're experiencing, probably globally too. So yeah, it's very important work. Thank y'all. I'm so blessed. Thank y'all.
No, like I said, I saw you on Danks. You did a couple of
Yeah,
videos.
thank you, Danks, man. Thank you. Like
Danks
he's
is doing great work, and that's where
thank
I
you.
saw you from. So I'm so glad that we met, and more lives to come.
Yeah,
And
absolutely. Absolutely.
I'll help you with the monetization if you need it.
Yeah, thank you. And I think today too, like just with the court dates coming up 13th, 17th, like there'll be tons to cover in and around those. And so let's get together and do that. Yeah, it's been
Even
going
do a
good.
rundown tonight and I'll make a live tonight and do a little short, like 30-minute, and tell people what happened. Highlights today, because our lives.
I mean, if you need me to, I can pop in later and talk again if you want me to, if that would be helpful.
Oh, I'm talking about you. you make a live stream tonight and do like a rundown.
Okay, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I should probably do it.
Yeah,
I should probably do it for celebrating 1K. Anyways,
Yeah, that would be great. And tell me when you're going, and I'll come.
I will. I'll talk to my wife in a bit and see what time. I'll schedule it and let you know.
Somebody else subbed, they said.
Thank you. Great. Yeah, thank y'all. Very grateful.
He's going to be on here a couple more times because we're going to do the court. Well, we might do another live stream about something else.
Yeah. But that definitely the court stuff. But like I said, it's really good to have you here, Greg, to just sort of, mansplain some of the stuff to everybody. Yes. And I say mansplain even though I'm a man, because I still need that education. Right?
Yeah.
Like I'm pretty good with the court stuff, but like, man, I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah, it makes a difference. It does. I mean, there's probably some media people who just cover court stuff constantly who are, pretty well versed, but, especially in cases like this, because there's more like First Amendment constitutional issues beyond your normal, due process, Miranda rights type stuff. It gets into the free speech and public access to courts, which we all have a huge interest in. So, yeah.
Well, I think we're done for today. Because I need to go to the bathroom. I have the bathroom, I have coffees and stuff. Yeah. So I don't know how other people do it. What are you doing? Stop.
Do. If you're happy and you know, say I will.
Okay.
Oh. Oh.
手感有点油辣，有点湿湿的。咖喱。Excuse me.
Officer, how you doing? How are you, sir? Good to see you. Sir, how you doing? Sir, Mary, how you doing? Good to see you.
De la cintura y posteriormente va a hacer una revisión en donde va a subir el olfato.
If you're happy and you know, say I will.
Okay.
I put a whole bag of jelly beans up my ass.
Why are you growling?
Drugs. No, we're okay. Drugs. This is awkward. No, thank you.
Drugs. Oh my god!
Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let go.
Self-control, please.
You know what? This is the best day of your life, and I'm just gonna let you continue to have it. Oh god.
Hey, boys. I put a whole bag of jelly beans up my ass.
Why are you growling?
Drugs. No, we're okay. Drugs. This is awkward. No, thank you.
Drugs. Oh my god!
Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let go.
Self-control, please.
You know what? This is the best day of your life, and I'm just gonna let you continue to have it. Oh god.
Hey, boys. I put a whole bag of jelly beans up my ass.
Why are you growling?
Drugs. No, I'm just looking. Are you crying? We broke the shit.
What the fuck?
Bro, I can't even work out in peace, bro. What are you doing?
What?
She's a precious angel. Oh, okay, that didn't hurt. You're being dramatic.
Hey, buddy, I can't let you outside.
Mattel is launching its first ever Barbie with autism spectrum disorder. But keep in mind, the Barbie was diagnosed with autism by R.F. Ken Jr.
Arby's announced that they are adding a new item to their menu, steak nuggets. Although you can make your own steak nuggets by eating a bunch of Arby's.
The U.S. Navy said that for the second week in a row, an F-18 fighter jet fell off an aircraft carrier into the ocean. Well, thankfully, there's nobody at the bottom of the ocean who could use two airplanes. Oh, God.
Laszlo Krasny-Hokkai was awarded the Nobel Prize in Literature for his compelling and visionary oeuvre that, in the midst of apocalyptic terror, reaffirms the power of art. The title of his book, You Gots to Wash Your Ass.
A growing number of Gen Z men are moving back in with their parents, taking over household chores, and calling themselves trad sons, replacing the old name failures.
I guess we're making clouds today.
This is your daily dose of cats.
We'll pause this filming.
Can you even fit in there? I don't think you can even fit in there, can you?
No, don't do it. It's too early. Don't do. Oh my goodness.
Cats can fish. He found his favorite spot. Bro is tired of pretending to be a cat.
Azzy, hang on.
Pop star Lisa is being criticized for her Met Gala outfit.
Have you noticed how strangely cats react to Egyptian music? On TikTok, this has already turned into a real trend. Owners play.
Woke up this morning, saw one of my videos got 500 views. I was like, hey.
Maxine, what's your doll's name?
My doll's name is Jenny. She's a good doll, but she doesn't like ghosts. And neither.
Former Jets quarterback Mark.
So when maybe you or somebody else creates an AGI system and you get to ask her one question, what would that question be?
What's outside the simulation?
Elon, thank you so much for talking today. It was a pleasure.
Hearsay. It's a screenshot from third-party app. Life360's own website says that as far as using the accuracy for speed and location information within the app, this being location information, most of which is outside Life360's control, is not designed or intended to be provide traffic authorities nor support insurance claims or any other matters that may require proof of speed or location. So,
Your Honor, I defer to Kentucky Rules of Evidence 1001 subsection 3. Data stored in a computer or phone, any printout or other output readable by sight is considered an original by definition. A screenshot or photocopy is admissible under Kentucky Rules of Evidence 1003. So I don't think the Commonwealth's argument has any basis.
I believe it's hearsay. It's a screen.
Yo boys, Auto Truck's back with a quick one. Check this thing out. From the 1940s.
Who are you?
On each end of the bar, we put a lead ball.
This looks like it's straight out of an action movie.
Canoga twins. I'm Billy. And I'm Buzzy. We're here to claim the Canoga estate. Daddy would have wanted it that way.
The estate is mine. I am the widow Canoga.
There she is, Buzzy. You hussy. Fortune hunter, barracuda. Trollop, evil person. No fair, you did 2 in a row. I'm sorry.
Do-ba-do-ba-do. Do-ba-do-ba-do.
Oh, I can hear a drone.
Right there.
Right there, you see it? Ooh, C-Ram?
There it is.
That's so hot. R2-D2, engage the threat.
Oh, I can hear a drone.
Ready to go?
Oh, I'm not your pilot.
He went for a stroll.
Well, get him back.
You know, Mr. Wolf, I admire your commitment. You really do want this country's financial system to fail. And if I'm not mistaken, you've come up with an ingenious way to make that happen. Who are you? No doubt the feds are congratulating themselves this very minute for recovering the blueprint they assume is real. But you and I know it's not.
How do you know that?
You swapped the drives. Gave the feds a counterfeit. If the Mint uses it, billions of dollars of counterfeit currency will be circulated, bankrupting this country.
And you're gonna, what, stop me?
I'm gonna rob you. Because unlike you, I happen to believe in capitalism. I like money. I like the lifestyle it affords me. What becomes of you and General Ludd once you board that plane is none of my concern. Though it is worth noting that a true Luddite would burn the plane rather than fly in it. But whatever, your irony. At any rate, have a safe flight and buckle up. This runway is a bitch.
Ready to go? Oh, what day is it? Wednesday.
Wrong.
Yes.
It's Tuesday.
Is it? Actually, no, it's Wednesday. Yeah, he's right.
Did I lose a day?
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? I got one. What is the capital of Pennsylvania?
Philadelphia.
Yes. No.
I don't think that's it.
Is it Pittsburgh?
At one point, it was Philly. I'm pretty sure, but
Yeah,
all right. Let's ask something easier. Who's the president of the United States?
George Bush. Nah, I was just kidding. The real president of the United States is Dick Cheney. He's pulling all the strings.
Oh shit, Frank. What year do you think it is?
2006.
Oh man.
Well, okay, so something clearly happened to Frank when he fell out of that window.
I think what happened is he went through the window, and the window seemed to be some sort of.
Hey assholes! I'm watching you on link camera.
Purnell, where you been?
I know that ain't Purnell running down the street. I know that ain't Purnell.
You been out.
Serious? Serious?
Man, what the fuck? Listen.
On this episode, a fearless tweaker attempts the legendary fountain jump for a pack of cigarettes and a leftover Hot Pocket. He soars over the handlebars like a rejected stunt double, and the only thing left standing was the Hot Pocket. On this episode...
Why you do that for?
You ever see that video where the lady was in China and they were in one of those parks and
just for a few seconds, and I will memorize every animal on those tables.
How do we know you didn't already memorize them?
Would you mind rearranging the animals any way you see fit? Sure. You can be the one who holds the prediction. How are we doing there, Paul? I think we're good. Excellent. Now, I'd like to show you what I'm talking about. A story, a bully, a gray fox, and a little brave man, a rat, that stood up for his chubby little buddy, the toad, and his friend, Egghead. A story of flight, an owl, a bat, a moth, all, I sense I made a mistake.
No moth.
Well, Janet, could you read it out, please?
The moth is in Paul's pocket.
Wait, what? The moth you stole from the table when you were rearranging the animals. It's in your pocket. Let's have a look.
Paul, why did you take the moth? Linda died before Paul discovered the moth. This moth couldn't have come from her office.
You'll get there.
Unless she discovered the moth first. You didn't kill Linda.
Yes, he did. Just for a few seconds and...